Welcome to Eject Media. Think of this video as standing in your local rental store at 7 p.m. on a Friday night, scanning the shelves, trying to decide which movie to take home. We're here to give you the back-of-the-box breakdown, the highlights, the hook, the reason someone grabbed it off the shelf in the first place. Some of these are masterpieces, some are midnight movies, some are gloriously weird. Let's get into it. 12 hours of horror and cult classics. And remember, be kind and rewind, because every movie is somebody's favorite. Chopping Mall, 1986. Jim Wynorski's Chopping Mall asks the essential question, what if mall security robots gained consciousness and decided teenagers must die? A shopping mall installs 3 high-tech security droids programmed to neutralize intruders. When lightning strikes the control system, the robots malfunction and trap a group of young employees inside for a night of laser-blasting, exploding head carnage. The film delivers exactly what its title promises. Shopping mall mayhem with practical effects that remain satisfyingly visceral. The robots, designed by Robert Short, are clunky but menacing, rolling through abandoned stores while delivering deadpan threats in monotone voices. The infamous head explosion sequence became a highlight of 80s horror effects. Practical work that still impresses. Kelly Maroney brings genuine charm as the final girl, while Barbara Crampton adds Scream Queen credibility. The film moves briskly through its 77-minute runtime, understanding that concepts this simple work best when executed efficiently. Chopping Mall represents Roger Corman-produced exploitation at its most entertaining, high-concept, low-budget, maximum practical effects. It's pure video store gold. From an era when titles sold themselves and delivery mattered more than depth. The Funhouse, 1981. The Funhouse takes the familiar teenage slasher formula and traps it inside a carnival, a space designed for fun that becomes a maze of neon-lit terror. 4 teenagers decide to spend the night inside a carnival funhouse as a prank, but they witness something they shouldn't. Now trapped inside with a killer and his equally twisted family, survival means navigating a labyrinth of mechanical horrors and hidden passages. Hooper treats the carnival setting with remarkable attention to atmosphere. The funhouse itself becomes the film's true monster. All flickering lights, distorted mirrors, animatronic grotesques, and hidden machinery that could crush you as easily as entertain. Cinematographer Andrew Laszlo bathes everything in lurid carnival colors, creating a visual nightmare that's both garish and beautiful. The setting feels genuinely disorienting, like being lost inside someone else's twisted childhood memory. Elizabeth Berridge leads the cast as Amy, the final girl who must use intelligence and determination to survive. The supporting teens feel like real people rather than slasher archetypes, which makes their predicament more affecting. Sylvia Miles brings carnivalesque menace as the fortune teller, while the deformed killer, credited as the monster, is played with tragic animalistic intensity. Unlike the raw brutality of Chainsaw or the gothic elegance of Salem's Lot, the Funhouse represents Hooper exploring pure cinematic craft. The film moves with patience, building dread through environment and suggestion before unleashing violence. It's a reminder that Hooper could work within genre conventions while still making something distinctly his own. Trauma, 1993. Argento's first American production follows a young anorexic woman who witnesses her parents' beheading by a serial killer using an automated decapitation device. She teams with a TV news cameraman to investigate murders connected to a group therapy session years earlier, where someone is systematically eliminating the participants. Shot in Minneapolis rather than Argento's usual Italian locations, the film loses some of his typical visual flair, but maintains his interest in elaborate murder set pieces. The automated decapitation device is memorably grotesque practical effect, heads rolling in rain-soaked sequences. The mystery involves repressed memory and identity, with Argento exploring trauma's impact on perception and the lengths people go to bury painful truth. The film's American production brought English-language dialogue and more conventional thriller pacing, making it accessible to broader audiences while sacrificing some of Argento's trademark excess. Trauma marked his attempt to conquer the American market, with mixed results. The film works as effective thriller but lacks the visual poetry and operatic intensity of his Italian masterworks. Intruder, 1989. It's closing time at a small-town supermarket, but for the overnight stock crew, the night is just beginning, and it won't end well. As they restock shelves and prepare for the next day, a mysterious killer lurks in the aisles, turning the store into a bloody hunting ground. One by one, employees are picked off in increasingly gruesome fashion, leaving only a few to fight for survival. Directed by Scott Spiegel, Intruder is a late 80s slasher that has earned a reputation for its inventive kills and wild camera work. The cast features Elizabeth Cox as the lead, alongside appearances from Renee Estevez, Dan Hicks, and even cult icons Bruce Campbell and Sam Raimi in small but memorable roles. What makes Intruder unforgettable are its set pieces. Spiegel and his crew find creative ways to turn everyday supermarket equipment into instruments of carnage. Box bailers, meat slicers, and power saws are all used to horrifying effect. The gore, handled by KNB-EFX Group in one of their early projects, is over-the-top and practical, cementing the film as a splatter classic. Visually, the film is stylish and experimental, with Spiegel using extreme camera angles, POV shots, and clever edits that give the slasher formula fresh energy. It's both brutal and playful, a mix that makes the mayhem oddly entertaining. Though modest in scope, Intruder thrives as a VHS-era favorite, delivering everything slasher fans crave: a tight setting, memorable kills, and just enough camp to balance out the horror. It's proof that sometimes the most ordinary places can hide the deadliest nightmares. Shrunken Heads, 1994. Three teenage friends are murdered by local gang members in their rough New York neighborhood, their deaths just another statistic in a city that's stopped counting. But when a Haitian newsstand owner retrieves their bodies and performs an ancient voodoo ritual, the boys return as floating, wisecracking shrunken heads with supernatural powers, and a serious score to settle with the criminals who killed them. Produced by Full Moon Entertainment and directed by Richard Elfman, Shrunken Heads is pure early 90s, straight-to-video insanity. A film that somehow mashes together urban crime drama, voodoo horror, and dark comedy into something that feels like a fever dream cooked up during a marathon session at the video store. The premise is absurd, but the film commits to it with surprising sincerity, never winking too hard at its own ridiculousness. The shrunken head effects are exactly what you'd expect from Full Moon's Creature Shop: practical, grimy, and just convincing enough to sell the concept. They fly through the streets like demonic guardian angels, delivering justice with a mix of supernatural vengeance and teenage attitude. Eric Egan brings warmth to the role of Mr. Sumatra, the mystical newsstand owner who becomes the boys' unlikely savior and guide. The film doesn't shy away from its gritty urban setting, treating the neighborhood violence with unexpected weight before pivoting into its gonzo supernatural revenge plot. There's a weird earnestness beneath all the B-movie spectacle, a genuine attempt to tell a story about friendship and protection, even if the method involves reanimated heads shooting energy beams. It's the kind of high-concept oddity that could only come from Full Moon's golden era, when no idea was too strange to greenlight. The House with Laughing Windows, 1976. In a small Italian village surrounded by swamps and silence, a restorer is hired to uncover a church fresco painted by a long-dead artist known for disturbing imagery. As he begins his work, whispers spread through the town, stories of madness, murder, and the painter's obsession with capturing real suffering. The further he digs into the art, the more he realizes that the horror behind it never truly ended. Pupi Avati's The House with Laughing Windows is one of the great slow-burn mysteries of Italian horror, a film steeped in dread rather than spectacle. Instead of giallo-style excess or flashy violence, it builds unease through atmosphere. Decaying buildings, strange villagers, and the constant hum of something unseen. The beauty of the Italian countryside becomes a trap, its warmth concealing rot beneath the surface. Avati directs with painterly precision, blending mystery, folklore, and psychological terror into a seamless whole. Every clue feels cursed, every smile conceals something sinister. By the time the truth is revealed, the viewer feels as trapped as the protagonist, surrounded by darkness, hiding in plain sight. Unearthed by horror fans decades later, The House with Laughing Windows has earned its place as a masterpiece of mood and suggestion. Proof that true fear doesn't need spectacle, only silence and time to take root. 9 Guests for a Crime, 1977. A wealthy family retreat to a private island to celebrate, reconcile, and quietly settle old scores. The tide rises, the boat leaves, and the smiles turn brittle. When the first guest goes missing, everyone discovers the worst part about a luxury getaway. There's nowhere to go. This is the elegant, poison champagne side of 70s thrillers, sunlit coves, white linen, and resentments that date back decades. The film uses the island like a stage, every terrace a trap, every corridor a confession booth. Motives pile up as secrets spill, inheritance disputes, romantic histories, and the kind of grudges money can't bury. The cast leans into suspicion with sharp glances and clipped lines. No one is quite innocent, and that's the fun. Direction favors clean compositions and measured reveals, more cat and mouse than splatter. Each disappearance recalibrates the puzzle until the guest list has more questions than names. It functions both as a whodunit and a morality play about wealth, entitlement, and the reckoning that waits offshore. By the time the truth surfaces, it feels both inevitable and nasty, a final reminder that, on a small island, the past has perfect aim. Mutant, also known as Night Shadows, 1984, brothers Josh and Mike Cameron are just passing through a quiet southern town when trouble finds them. A barroom fight, hostile locals, and strange illnesses set the tone, but nothing prepares them for what lies ahead. The townspeople are changing, their skin blistered, their bodies twisted, turning into violent zombie-like creatures with an unstoppable hunger. As the infection spreads, the brothers are caught in a desperate struggle to survive and uncover what caused the outbreak. Directed by John Bud Cardos, Mutant blends zombie horror with small-town paranoia. Wings Hauser commands the screen as hot-headed Josh, while Bo Hopkins brings gravitas as the weary sheriff who becomes an unlikely ally. Their performances give the film an edge that rises above its modest production. The setting amplifies the terror. Fog-choked back roads, creaking barns, and abandoned fields, all drenched in an atmosphere of isolation. The infected are brought to life with unsettling makeup effects, pustule-covered faces, and staggering movements that make even familiar townsfolk terrifying to behold. What sets Mutant apart is its fusion of horror and science fiction. The roots of the plague lie not in the supernatural, but in something disturbingly human: the consequences of tampering with chemicals in the environment. It creates a horror story that feels as much cautionary as it is chilling. Though overshadowed by bigger genre titles of its era, Mutant delivers atmosphere, memorable performances, and a sense of doom that lingers. The Video Dead, 1987. When a mysterious television set is mistakenly delivered to a suburban home, it doesn't just play late-night movies. It unleashes the undead. Soon zombies crawl out of the screen and into the real world, bringing bloodshed to the neighborhood while a new family moving in becomes their target. Directed by Robert Scott, The Video Dead is a true VHS-era cult film, built around its love of low-budget ingenuity and surreal horror. Roxana Augustin stars as Zoe, the teen daughter forced to confront the nightmare, while Rocky Duvall and Michael St. Michaels round out the cast of unlucky neighbors and zombie fodder. The film is remembered for its creative concept, the idea of a cursed TV bridging the gap between horror fiction and reality. The zombies here aren't your typical brain eaters. They're bizarre, almost dreamlike figures who toy with their victims before tearing them apart. Practical effects bring the carnage to life with plenty of gore and rubbery grotesqueries. What makes The Video Dead so enduring is its scrappy charm. It may not have had the polish of studio horror, but it makes up for it with energy, imagination, and a premise tailor-made for video store shelves. Its iconic box art, featuring a ghoul crawling from a TV screen, became a magnet for curious renters. While it never hit theaters, the video dead thrived in the VHS boom, gaining a reputation as one of the era's strangest and most inventive zombie films. It's a movie that embodies the spirit of late-night rentals, rough around the edges, but impossible to forget once you've seen it. Scream and Scream Again, 1970. Few films capture the chaotic identity crisis of early 70s horror quite like Scream and Scream Again. On paper, it looks like a dream project. Vincent Price, Christopher Lee, and Peter Cushing together for the first time. But the result is something stranger and harder to pin down. Directed by Gordon Hessler and loosely based on a Peter Saxon novel, the film collides sci-fi conspiracy, police procedural, and serial killer thriller into a feverish hybrid that feels more like a bad dream than a coherent narrative. The story weaves between three seemingly unrelated threads: a killer draining victims of blood in London, a totalitarian government plotting world domination, and a scientist performing grotesque human experiments. None of it makes perfect sense, but that's part of its charm. Scream and Scream Again isn't about logic. It's about tone. Cold laboratories, steel corridors, and late-night city streets blur into a world where identity and humanity are literally being dissected. Hessler's kinetic editing and distorted pacing give the film an almost hallucinatory rhythm, as if it's channeling the anxiety of a world losing faith in both science and authority. Price, Lee, and Cushing's screen time is brief but symbolic. The old guard of Gothic horror trapped in a new mechanized nightmare is less a traditional horror film than a transitional artifact, one where vampires, spies, and cyborgs coexist uneasily. It's messy, stylish, and utterly unique. The exact kind of ambitious misfire that made 1970 such a fascinating, fractured year for horror. Cemetery of Terror, 1985. On Halloween night, a group of medical students decide to break into an abandoned mansion and steal a corpse for a prank. Their idea of fun takes a gruesome turn when they unwittingly resurrect the body of a notorious serial killer. Soon the night spirals into chaos, as the killer rises from the grave and unleashes terror on anyone in his path, while an entire cemetery begins to stir with the dead. Directed by Ruben Galindo Jr., Cemetery of Terror is one of the standout Mexican horror films of the 1980s. Hugo Stiglitz stars as Dr. Carden, a psychiatrist who knows the truth about the killer and races to stop the carnage. The young cast of pranksters, along with a group of trick-or-treating kids caught in the wrong place at the wrong time, round out the doomed ensemble. The film leans heavily on atmosphere, with misty graveyards, shadowy mausoleums, and plenty of undead rising from the earth. The violence is grisly and relentless, blending slasher-style kills with zombie mayhem, while the Halloween setting ties it all together with an eerie seasonal backdrop. What makes Cemetery of Terror especially memorable is its ambition. It combines elements of slashers, zombie flicks, and supernatural horror into one chaotic package, delivering non-stop action once the dead begin to rise. Originally overlooked outside of Mexico, it gained a cult following on VHS, where horror fans discovered its mix of energy, gore, and Halloween spirit. Today it stands as a hidden gem of international horror that captures the wild, anything-goes spirit of mid-80s fright films. X-Ray, 1982. When Susan Jeremy checks into a hospital for a routine medical exam, she ends up trapped in a sterile maze of madness. Somewhere in the building, a masked killer has switched her records and begins stalking her through endless white corridors, turning the entire hospital into a death trap of fluorescent lights and surgical steel. Also known as Hospital Massacre, this early 80s slasher takes one of the safest, most clinical environments imaginable and makes it feel deeply unsafe. Directed by Boaz Davidson and starring Barbie Benton, the film turns medical horror into something dreamlike and disorienting, more fever nightmare than reality. Every hallway looks the same, every face feels slightly off, and the sense of paranoia builds with every scene. What's fascinating about X-Ray is how it merges the early slasher formula with psychological unease. It's bloody and exploitative, sure, but it's also strangely hypnotic, lingering on details that make you feel trapped right alongside the victim. The lighting, the sound, even the hospital machinery itself starts to feel alive. It's not one of the most famous slashers of its era, but it's one of the most memorable in texture. A gleaming antiseptic nightmare that makes you look twice the next time you see an empty hospital hallway at night. The Reptile, 1966, Hammer offered something unusual with this creature feature, set in a remote Cornish village where unexplained deaths leave victims with darkened skin and no clear cause. A young couple who move into a nearby cottage discover their reclusive neighbor is hiding a tragic secret. His daughter has been forced into a transformative state that periodically turns her into a snake-like creature, with no memory of her actions afterward. Director John Gilling uses the foggy rural setting to build tension, emphasizing superstition, isolation, and fear of the unknown. The film hides the creature for much of its runtime, relying on eerie aftermaths and gradual clues until the final reveal. Roy Ashton's makeup effects are striking and distinctive. Jacqueline Pierce gives the cursed daughter a sympathetic presence, portraying someone torn between her normal life and something she can't control. Noel Willman brings gravitas to the father, trying desperately to contain the situation. Ray Barrett and Jennifer Daniel provide grounding as the couple slowly piecing the mystery together. Hints of a Malaysian backstory and the father's past involvement with unfamiliar rituals add subtle commentary about colonial guilt and cultural misunderstandings, giving the film more depth than its surface premise suggests. The Reptile remains one of Hammer's most unique monster creations, combining strong atmosphere with emotional undertones. Blood Rage, 1987. If you were flipping through the horror section of your local video store in the late 80s, chances are the lurid cover of Blood Rage caught your eye. Set around Thanksgiving, a holiday rarely touched by horror, it delivers a family gathering gone horribly wrong, where twin brothers, one institutionalized and the other hiding his murderous streak, turn a suburban apartment complex into a blood-soaked battleground. Mark Soper pulls double duty as both twins, the unhinged Terry and the wrongly accused Todd, giving the movie its central hook. Louise Lasser plays their increasingly unstable mother, whose breakdowns add a bizarre layer of dark comedy to the chaos. But the real draw for late-night audiences and horror hounds was the gore. With outrageous kills, severed limbs, and gallons of fake blood, Blood Rage went all in on the splatter. Its campy dialogue and over-the-top violence made it exactly the kind of cult favorite that thrived on VHS shelves and midnight marathons. Though dismissed by critics at the time, Blood Rage has since earned its place as one of the most outrageous slashers of the decade. For fans of offbeat 80s horror, it's a messy, bloody, and oddly entertaining reminder that sometimes the weirdest movies are the most fun to discover. Castle of Blood, 1964. Italian Gothic horror reaches peak atmosphere in this story of a journalist who accepts a wager to spend the night in a supposedly haunted castle where several people once lost their lives. As the night passes, he encounters the spirits of the castle's former residents. Not traditional ghosts, but figures trapped in a cycle of replaying their final moments. Their survival depends on drawing new victims into the pattern. Antonio Margheriti, with uncredited work by Sergio Corbucci, creates an elegant visual style, using black and white photography to enhance the castle's decayed and shadow-filled interiors. Barbara Steele contributes her signature intensity, portraying one of the spectral figures with a blend of allure and sorrow. Her presence alone elevates the film's emotional tone. Georges Rivière plays the journalist, whose skepticism gradually dissolves as the supernatural becomes undeniable. Each apparition represents a different form of Gothic tragedy, giving the castle a layered and melancholy history. The film explores ghostly existence as a kind of purgatory. The spirits are bound to the castle not out of malice, but because their violent pasts anchor them there. This philosophical angle gives the story greater weight than a typical haunting. Castle of Blood remains one of the most atmospheric and visually refined Gothic films of the 1960s. Prom Night 2, Hello Mary Lou, 1987. Prom Night 2 is one of those sequels that barely connects to its predecessor. And that's exactly why it works. Instead of continuing the original's slasher storyline, this one reinvents the series as a slick, supernatural revenge tale with a mischievous streak. Set in the late 80s but haunted by the ghosts of the 50s, it turns a simple prom night setup into a stylish blend of teen melodrama, possession horror, and campy flair. The story centers on Mary Lou Maloney, a rebellious prom queen from 1957 whose tragic death becomes local legend. Decades later, her spirit is unleashed during prom season at the same high school, possessing an unsuspecting student and wreaking havoc on anyone who gets in her way. Director Bruce Pittman fills the movie with surreal dream sequences, fiery visuals, and practical effects that rival much bigger productions of the time. What makes Hello Mary Lou stand out is its confidence. It's playful but genuinely eerie, leaning into visual flair and gallows humor without ever losing its edge. Lisa Schrage's performance as the vengeful Mary Lou is magnetic, equal parts seductive and terrifying, and the film's high school setting gives it that perfect mix of nostalgia and danger. Over the years, Prom Night 2 has earned its place as one of the best horror sequels of the 80s. Bold, self-aware, and dripping with attitude. It's a reminder that sometimes the best follow-ups are the ones that throw the rulebook out the window and just have fun haunting the halls. Lips of Blood, 1975. A man at a promotional event glimpses a photograph of a mysterious castle and becomes obsessed with recovering a buried childhood memory connected to the ruins. His search leads him to a beautiful young woman he believes he met years ago, a quest that awakens a coven of female vampires and forces him to confront a past his family tried desperately to erase. Directed by Jean Rollin, Lips of Blood is pure dream state vampire cinema, a film that moves with the logic of memory and desire rather than traditional narrative structure. Rollin, a French auteur known for his poetic approach to horror, crafts a love story wrapped in gothic atmosphere and erotic melancholy. This is vampire cinema at its most romantic and mournful, where death and love are indistinguishable. Jean-Louis Philippe plays Frederic with genuine vulnerability, portraying obsession not as madness, but as an almost spiritual calling. Annabelle is ethereal as the vampire Jennifer, appearing and disappearing like a half-remembered dream given form. The supporting cast of female vampires moves through nighttime Paris like ghosts, their presence more sad than threatening. Rollin shoots Paris at night with remarkable beauty. Empty streets, ancient cemeteries, and crumbling ruins bathed in blue moonlight. The film has an improvised, almost accidental quality that somehow enhances its atmosphere. The budget was minimal, the locations were often borrowed or stolen, but these limitations force creativity that gives the film its unique texture. There's barely any violence, little traditional horror, just longing, memory, and the ache of trying to return to something lost. Lips of Blood won't satisfy anyone looking for conventional scares, but for those willing to surrender to its melancholic rhythm, it's hypnotic. Beyond the Door, aka The Devil Within Her, 1974. Back in the 1970s, after The Exorcist took the world by storm, a wave of possession movies followed. One of the most infamous is Beyond the Door, directed by Ovidio G. Assanitis. Released in 1974, this Italian-American production leans into the same themes of demonic control and family unraveling, but it has its own strange energy that helped it carve out cult status. The story follows Jessica Barrett, played by Juliette Mills, a young woman in San Francisco who suddenly finds herself under the influence of a dark force during her pregnancy. At first, it's little things, odd behavior, violent outbursts, but soon it's clear she's being overtaken by something evil. Her husband Robert, played by Gabriele Lavia, is caught in the middle, trying to protect their kids, while Jessica becomes less and less herself. Richard Johnson shows up as Dimitri, a mysterious man who seems like he's there to help, but his real intentions are questionable from the start. What makes Beyond the Door memorable isn't just the possession sequences, though it delivers plenty of creepy faces, demonic voices, and supernatural chaos. It's the weird little touches, Jessica's kids, for example, have some of the strangest, almost comedic dialogue you'll hear in a horror movie, and it gives the film this bizarre tone where you're not sure if you're supposed to be scared or laughing. That offbeat mix has helped it stand out from being just another Exorcist knockoff. Warner Brothers even sued the filmmakers, claiming it borrowed too heavily from their hit, but the controversy only fueled its reputation. Audiences were curious, and over time, the film developed a loyal following among fans of Italian horror and campy cult cinema. It's not a polished movie. The pacing is uneven, and some scenes are unintentionally funny. But that's exactly why people still talk about it today. Beyond the Door is one of those so bizarre it works horror relics from the 70s, a mix of possession chills, family drama, and oddball moments that stick in your memory long after the credits roll. Blood and Donuts, 1995. In the middle of Toronto's neon-lit streets and late-night diners, a vampire awakens after decades of sleep. Rather than terrorizing the city, he's drawn to its quiet corners, befriending a cab driver and a donut shop waitress, while struggling with his thirst for blood. But his attempt at living on the margins of humanity doesn't go unnoticed, as old enemies and new dangers start closing in. Directed by Holly Dale, Blood and Donuts puts a quirky spin on vampire mythology. Gordon Curry plays Boya, the reluctant bloodsucker, while David Cronenberg makes a memorable appearance as a ruthless gangster. The film blends melancholy, romance, and dark humor, making it less about gothic castles and more about late-night loneliness. The visuals lean into dimly lit diners, urban backstreets, and that feeling of a city half asleep, the perfect setting for a vampire who just wants to be left alone. It's a small, strange, and very Canadian take on the genre that gives its monster more heart than horror. While never a mainstream hit, Blood and Donuts has earned a reputation as one of the more unusual cult vampire films of the 1990s. Black Roses, 1988. The quiet town of Mill Basin isn't ready for what's about to hit its high school auditorium. A new heavy metal band called Black Roses rolls into town, promising thunderous riffs, wild shows, and the kind of energy that gets teenagers flocking to every performance. But behind the music lies something far more sinister. The band isn't just here to melt faces, they're here to claim souls. Black Roses is pure late 80s excess, fusing horror and heavy metal into a headbanging fever dream. The setup feels almost innocent, with skeptical parents and curious kids, but once the amps get cranked, reality starts to warp. Students fall under the spell of the music, their personalities changing, their darkest impulses surfacing. It's rock and roll possession at its loudest and most outrageous. The film doesn't hold back on visuals. Rubber-suited monsters erupting from speakers, surreal transformations mid-guitar solo, and gooey practical effects that embody the era's love for over-the-top spectacle. One minute you're watching a glam metal concert, the next you're in the middle of a demonic feeding frenzy. The concert sequences themselves are a blast, capturing the sweaty, neon-lit energy of the time before turning it into a nightmare. Beneath the leather, smoke, and pyrotechnics, Black Roses is a morality tale dressed in spikes. It taps into the anxieties of the Satanic Panic era, where music was feared as a corrupting influence, and pushes that fear into literal monster territory. The result is campy, outrageous, and deeply entertaining, especially for anyone who loves both horror and metal. Black Roses doesn't just play loud, it screams shreds and claws its way into cult classic territory. It's the kind of movie that proves sometimes the scariest thing isn't what's lurking in the dark. It's what's blasting from your stereo. Rosemary's Baby, 1968. Roman Polanski's Rosemary's Baby is a landmark of psychological horror, blending paranoia, isolation, and the uncanny terror of pregnancy into one of the most unsettling films of its era. Adapted from Ira Levin's best-selling novel, it begins innocently enough. Young couple Rosemary and Guy Woodhouse move into the Bramford, a historic New York apartment building with a shadowy reputation. Their new neighbors, the eccentric Roman and Minnie Castevet, seem overbearing but harmless until Rosemary becomes pregnant and her world begins to unravel. Mia Farrow gives a career-defining performance as Rosemary, capturing both the fragile hope of impending motherhood and the suffocating dread of losing control over her own body. Her vulnerability is amplified by Polanski's claustrophobic framing, keeping her trapped within cramped rooms and intrusive conversations. John Cassavetes plays Guy with chilling subtlety, a struggling actor whose ambition makes him disturbingly complicit in the sinister events unfolding. And Ruth Gordon, who won an Academy Award for her performance, steals scenes as Minnie Castevet, at once comical, nosy, and deeply unsettling. Polanski's direction is masterclass in restraint. Much like Robert Wise's The Haunting, the horror in Rosemary's Baby lies not in what is seen, but in what is suggested. Strange dreams, whispered conspiracies, and ominous medical advice create a suffocating sense of dread. The audience, like Rosemary, is left questioning what is real and what might be the product of stress, isolation, or madness. By the time the truth reveals itself in the infamous climax, the sense of betrayal and inevitability is devastating. Released in 1968, the film shocked audiences with its blend of satanic horror and social commentary. At its core, Rosemary's Baby is a story about control, over women's bodies, over personal freedom, and over the delicate line between faith and fear. Polanski's meticulous craft, combined with Farrow's haunting vulnerability, ensures that the film remains as powerful today as it was upon release. Rosemary's Baby isn't just a horror classic. It's a cultural touchstone that redefined what the genre could be. It proved that terror didn't need monsters or gore. Sometimes the most frightening thing of all is not being believed, even as the walls close in. Visiting Hours, 1982. After a televised debate where journalist Deborah Ballin takes a firm stand on women's rights, she attracts the attention of a violent stalker. Brutally attacked in her own home, she survives and is rushed to the hospital. But her nightmare is only beginning. The attacker isn't finished, and as Deborah struggles to recover, the hospital itself becomes the hunting ground for a relentless killer. Directed by Jean-Claude Lord, Visiting Hours is a Canadian slasher that leans into suspense and atmosphere as much as gore. Lee Grant stars as Deborah, bringing strength and vulnerability to a role that grounds the film in realism. Michael Ironside is chilling as the disturbed killer, delivering one of his most unsettling performances, while William Shatner appears in a smaller but memorable role as Deborah's network producer. The sterile hospital setting gives the film a unique edge. Bright hallways and bustling wards become spaces of dread once the killer begins stalking them. The tension builds not just through the attacks, but through the constant unease that nowhere feels safe. What makes Visiting Hours endure is its cast. Grant and Ironside's dynamic elevates the material, turning what could have been a standard stalk and slash into something far more intense. The cat-and-mouse pacing keeps the danger ever present, while the performances give it weight. While it didn't gain the mainstream recognition of other 1982 slashers, Visiting Hours thrived on cable and VHS, remembered for its strong leads and unnerving realism. It remains one of the decade's more distinctive thrillers, balancing exploitation with a surprising amount of gravitas. The Night Stalker, 1972. A Las Vegas reporter investigates a series of murders where victims are drained of blood, gradually realizing the killer is an actual vampire. Dan Curtis's television movie became a phenomenon, drawing massive ratings and proving horror could dominate primetime. Darren McGavin plays Carl Kolchak, the rumpled journalist whose dogged investigation puts him at odds with authorities more concerned with covering up supernatural truth than protecting citizens. McGavin's performance defines the film. Cynical, persistent, delivering sardonic narration that makes Kolchak feel lived in rather than heroic. He's a working-class reporter chasing truth even when it costs him everything. The vampire, played by Barry Atwater, is genuinely frightening. Not romantic or seductive, but monstrous predator with superhuman strength. Richard Matheson's script balances procedural investigation with mounting horror, treating the vampire as solvable problem, requiring research and methodology. Curtis shoots Las Vegas with documentary-like attention to actual locations, the city's glittering facade hiding predatory darkness. The confrontations between Kolchak and the vampire are staged with real tension, emphasizing the creature's physical superiority. The Night Stalker's success led to sequel The Night Strangler and eventually a television series, establishing template for investigative horror that influenced The X-Files and countless others. It proved television horror could be genuinely effective and commercially successful. Night of the Demons 3, 1997. A group of teens on the run from the police takes shelter in Hull House, the same cursed funeral parlor where the evil first began. But what they don't realize is that Angela is waiting, ready to unleash her demons once again and drag anyone foolish enough inside straight to hell. Directed by Jim Kaufman, this third entry keeps Amelia Kincaid front and center, once again reprising her role as Angela. By this point, she had become a true horror icon, and the film leans heavily on her wicked charisma. The cast of teens, including Larry Day, Kristen Lee, and Joel Gordon, serve as fresh victims, their chaotic night escalating from a police chase to a demonic bloodbath. The film delivers plenty of 90s direct-to-video charm, practical gore effects, cheesy one-liners, and a grungier tone compared to its predecessors. Hull House itself remains a star. The boarded-up windows, candlelit hallways, and blood-stained walls turning the mansion into a haunted maze of death. While the third film never gained the cult status of the original or its sequel, it remains a fun continuation for fans who couldn't get enough of Angela's wicked smile. It's the kind of VHS-era sequel that may not break new ground, but still delivers exactly what the cover art promised: demons, gore, and Halloween night terror. Magic, 1978. Years before Silence of the Lambs, Anthony Hopkins delivered another chilling performance in this psychological thriller, directed by Richard Attenborough. Hopkins plays Corky, a struggling magician who finds success only after adding a ventriloquist act with a dummy named Fats to his routine. But as Corky's star begins to rise, the line between performer and puppet starts to blur in disturbing ways. Written by William Goldman and produced on a $7 million budget that allowed for top-tier talent, Magic takes what could have been a simple killer doll story and transforms it into a sophisticated character study. The film features strong supporting performances from Anne Margaret as Corky's high school sweetheart and Burgess Meredith as his agent. But it's the unsettling dynamic between Hopkins and his wooden co-star that steals the show. What sets Magic apart from other ventriloquist horror films is its focus on psychological deterioration, rather than supernatural elements. Fats, designed by former Disney artists, became one of the most memorable dummies in cinema history. Not because he comes to life, but because of how he represents the fracturing of Corky's psyche. Shot partially at Blue Lakes, California, the film's isolated location adds to its claustrophobic atmosphere. There's a reason this film earned multiple award nominations. It takes familiar elements and crafts them into something uniquely disturbing. Sometimes the scariest monsters aren't the ones that come to life. They're the ones we create ourselves. Eyes Without a Face, 1960. Georges Franju's Eyes Without a Face is one of the most haunting films of its era, a lyrical nightmare that combines beauty, tragedy, and horror in equal measure. The story follows Dr. Génessier, played by Pierre Brasseur, a brilliant but obsessed surgeon determined to restore the face of his disfigured daughter, Christiane. Hidden behind a porcelain mask, Christiane drifts through the family's mansion like a ghost, her delicate presence both heartbreaking and eerie. What makes the film unforgettable is the way it balances dreamlike poetry with moments of shocking brutality. The surgical sequences, graphic for their time, were notorious, leaving audiences unsettled across Europe. Yet these moments are framed within a film that otherwise feels elegant and melancholic, as though horror were unfolding inside a tragic fairy tale. Edith Scobb's performance as Christiane is central. Barely speaking a word, she conveys immense sorrow and fragile humanity through her eyes and movement. Her masked figure has since become one of the most iconic images in world cinema, influencing filmmakers from Jesus Franco to John Carpenter. Though controversial in its release, Eyes Without a Face is now celebrated as a masterpiece of art horror. It's a reminder that horror can be graceful and horrifying all at once. A film that lingers not just for its shocks, but for its beauty. ZPG, Zero Population Growth, 1972. In a future ravaged by pollution and overpopulation, the world's governments impose the harshest law imaginable. No more children. For 30 years, childbirth is outlawed, and couples must make do with lifelike robotic dolls instead of raising families. But when one couple dares to defy the ban and secretly bring a child into the world, they set themselves against a system willing to do anything to maintain control. Directed by Michael Campus, ZPG, also released under the alternate title Dead Planet, stars Geraldine Chaplin and Oliver Reed as the desperate parents, balancing their love for their child with the terror of being discovered. Don Gordon and Diane Salento appear as neighbors whose suspicion slowly closes in, tightening the noose around the couple's fragile secret. The film is steeped in bleak imagery, smog-choked skies, sterile living spaces, and the eerie presence of replacement dolls, all reinforcing a future drained of humanity. The tension builds not through spectacle, but through the everyday paranoia of hiding something as natural as a child in a world that has outlawed it. Though critics at the time were divided, the movie struck a chord with audiences who discovered it later, particularly during the VHS era, as an unsettling reflection of environmental and political anxieties of the 1970s. Today, ZPG endures as a haunting dystopian vision, a story about control, survival, and the fundamental human drive to keep life going, even in the bleakest of times. Contamination, 1980. When a mysterious shipment of coffee beans arrives in New York, authorities discover the cargo holds a deadly secret: pulsating green eggs that explode with lethal force. Anyone splattered by their contents dies in gruesome fashion, and the investigation leads to a conspiracy stretching from South America to NASA itself. At the center of it all is an alien creature pulling the strings, its influence infecting the human race, one victim at a time. Directed by Italian filmmaker Luigi Cozzi, working here under the name Louis Coates, Contamination is a bold attempt to ride the wave of Ridley Scott's Alien while creating something entirely its own. Ian McCulloch, fresh from Lucio Fulci's Zombie, stars as Colonel Holmes alongside Louise Marlowe and Marino Massey, who lend credibility to the pulpy chaos. The film's set pieces are unforgettable. Dimly lit warehouses stacked with glowing eggs, hazmat-suited investigators facing splattering doom, and the climactic reveal of a massive alien overlord. The practical effects, though rough around the edges, create a sense of grotesque spectacle that fans of Italian exploitation cinema treasure. What makes Contamination memorable is its blend of science fiction paranoia and graphic horror. It captures the anything-goes energy of Italian genre cinema, delivering wild ideas, over-the-top violence, and a pounding score by Goblin that elevates every scene. Dismissed by critics as a cheap knockoff, it instead earned cult status for its audacity and sheer entertainment value. Contamination may have borrowed inspiration, but it turned those ideas into something stranger, gorier, and impossible to forget. Beyond the Darkness, 1979. Italy's Beyond the Darkness is one of those horror films that feels like it shouldn't exist, a mix of melodrama, decay, and raw shock value that pushes even the most jaded horror fan to the edge. Released in 1979 and directed by Joe D'Amato, it's both disgusting and oddly beautiful. A film that turns grief into obsession and obsession into rot. The story centers on a man named Frank, who becomes unhinged after the death of his girlfriend. Unable to let her go, he digs up her corpse, preserves it in his home, and tries to carry on life as normal. But as his sanity collapses, his house becomes a tomb, filled with blood, embalming fluid, and madness. D'Amato shoots it all with uncomfortable intimacy. Bright lighting, long takes, and close-ups that don't flinch. There's a sense of domestic calm that makes the violence even harder to watch. It's not a movie about monsters. It's about loneliness so deep it rots from the inside out. The score by Goblin gives it a strange elegance, and that clash, beautiful music over horrifying imagery, makes Beyond the Darkness feel more tragic than exploitative. By the time it made its way onto home video, it had already built a reputation as one of the most disturbing Italian horror films of the decade. It's not for everyone, but for those who can handle it, Beyond the Darkness is unforgettable. A grim reflection on grief, death, and what happens when love refuses to die. The New Barbarians, 1983. The year is 2019, and nuclear war has reduced the planet to scorched desert and broken metal. Civilization has collapsed, and what's left of humanity drives armored vehicles through the wasteland in search of fuel, food, and something resembling order. But for the ruthless gang known as the Templars, the only future they believe in is one without survivors. The New Barbarians, also released as Warriors of the Wasteland, is one of the crown jewels of Italy's 80s post-apocalyptic boom. Directed by Enzo G. Castellari, the man behind 1990, The Bronx Warriors, and The Last Shark, this 1983 blast of chrome and carnage stands out for just how far it pushes the genre's style. Think gleaming white jumpsuits, bubble domes, crossbows, and explosions so frequent you start to lose count. The story follows Scorpion, played by Giancarlo Prede, a weary wanderer who reluctantly steps up to protect a small band of survivors from the Templars. Along the way, he joins forces with Nadir, played by none other than Fred Williamson, whose bow-wielding swagger practically steals the movie. The dynamic between the two gives the film a buddy-action rhythm that keeps it moving even when logic flies out the window. What really defines The New Barbarians is its look. Castellari shot the film in wide, open stretches of desert and filled the screen with customized cars built from scrap metal and imagination. The stunts are wild, the explosions real, and the soundtrack alternates between heroic synth and pulsing tension. Sure, it's rough around the edges, but that's part of its charm. It's stylish, strange, and sincere in its belief that a good explosion can solve any problem. Among 80s wasteland movies, The New Barbarians isn't just another imitation. It's one of the purest distillations of the genre's energy, excess, and end-of-the-world optimism. Phantom of the Mall, Eric's Revenge, 1989. When a brand new shopping mall opens on the site of a mysterious house fire, not everyone's excited to hit the food court. Beneath the escalators and security cameras, something is hiding in the ventilation system. A disfigured man with a grudge and a knack for setting elaborate traps. Phantom of the Mall. Eric's Revenge takes the classic Phantom of the Opera story and slaps a neon 80s sheen on it. There's a killer lurking in the air ducts, a mall filled with synth-pop energy, and even a young Pauly Shore playing a breakdancing sidekick. It's part slasher, part soap opera, and completely soaked in that late 80s mall culture excess. What makes it fascinating is how earnestly it tries to blend tragedy and teen melodrama. The result feels both absurd and strangely endearing. Explosions, love stories, and heartfelt monologues about lost dreams, all set against the glow of fluorescent lights and mall music. It's the kind of movie that couldn't exist in any other decade. Overproduced, underwritten, and completely in love with its own style. Phantom of the Mall isn't scary so much as surreal, a time capsule of when even revenge tales came with food courts, fashion shows, and too much Aquanet. Berserk, 1967. Joan Crawford headlines this circus-set thriller as Monica Rivers, a ringmaster whose struggling show suddenly attracts attention when performers begin dying in stage-like mishaps. As the tragedies continue, the question becomes whether these are accidents, sabotage, or the work of a hidden killer. The circus community, full of rivalries and grudges, gives investigators plenty of suspects. Crawford delivers a commanding performance, portraying Monica as confident, calculating, and focused on keeping the circus afloat, even as danger surrounds her. Ty Harden co-stars as a charismatic new performer whose arrival coincides with the turmoil, raising suspicion about his motives. Director Jim O'Connelly uses real circus acts to heighten authenticity, staging sequences that blur the line between performance and peril. The film's set pieces, from tightrope acts to knife-throwing displays, provide natural tension, and the deaths are presented without graphic detail, relying instead on timing and atmosphere. With its carnival setting, colorful visuals, and Crawford's presence, Berserk fits comfortably within the grand dame thriller trend of the era. It's modest but engaging entertainment that uses its circus backdrop to deliver a steady stream of suspense. The Nest, 1987. On a quiet island community, residents suddenly find themselves under attack by a swarm of genetically engineered cockroaches. These aren't your average pests. They bite, they swarm, and they adapt in horrifying ways, sometimes even merging with their victims. As the infestation spreads, the small-town sheriff, scientists, and locals must fight for survival against a plague that seems impossible to contain. Directed by Terrence H. Winkless, The Nest is a gooey creature feature throwback with plenty of late 80s gore. Robert Lansing stars as the hard-edged exterminator brought in to battle the bugs, while Lisa Langlois and Frank Luz round out the human side of the fight. Their performances give the film a grounded center amid the chaos. What makes the film stand out are its effects. Practical gore sequences filled with twitching mandibles, grotesque mutations, and bodies consumed in stomach-churning detail. One of the most infamous scenes involves a human-roach hybrid that delivers exactly the kind of nightmare fuel VHS renters were looking for. The setting, a sunny, seemingly idyllic island, contrasts sharply with the horror crawling through kitchens, sewers, and bedrooms. This clash between the everyday and the monstrous gives The Nest its punch, turning the ordinary fear of cockroaches into something far more grotesque. Though dismissed as a B-movie bug flick on release, The Nest found its audience on VHS shelves, where its mix of schlocky, fun, and disturbing effects made it a cult favorite. It's a film that proves even the smallest creatures can deliver the biggest scares. Possession, 1981. Andrzej Żuławski's Possession is one of the most disturbing and uncompromising films of the 1980s, a work that blurs the line between psychological drama and supernatural horror. Set in divided Berlin, it tells the story of a marriage disintegrating in the most nightmarish way imaginable. What begins as a tale of jealousy and betrayal spirals into madness, violence, and something far darker lurking beneath the surface. Sam Neill plays Mark, a spy whose life unravels when his wife Anna demands a divorce. Isabelle Adjani's performance as Anna is nothing short of extraordinary, raw, unhinged, and terrifying. Her infamous subway scene, where she convulses in a violent breakdown that feels almost inhuman, is one of the most shocking sequences ever put on film, and it remains one of the most fearless performances in horror history. What makes Possession unique is its refusal to be categorized. On one hand, it's a searing portrait of a toxic relationship, the paranoia, the obsession, the self-destruction. On the other, it's a surreal descent into body horror, complete with grotesque creature effects designed by Carlo Rambaldi, the artist behind Alien Xenomorph. The other lover that emerges in Anna's life is something out of a fever dream, fusing sexuality and monstrosity in ways that still disturb audiences today. Żuławski directs with a feverish intensity, using long takes, off-kilter camera movements, and Berlin's bleak landscape to create a sense of constant unease. The film feels unstable, like it might collapse at any moment under the weight of its own madness, which is exactly what makes it so effective. Possession is not an easy film to watch, nor was it meant to be. It's harrowing, surreal, and unforgettable, a horror film that digs into the darkest corners of human emotion and refuses to let go. Tower of Evil, 1972. Investigators arrive at a remote lighthouse island where archaeological students were found dead or catatonic, uncovering evidence of ancient Phoenician treasure and ritualistic violence. As a new expedition explores the ruins, the survivors' flashbacks reveal what happened during the first visit, while present-day investigators face the same threat. Jim O'Connelly's British horror blends slasher elements with archaeological mystery. The dual timeline structure builds tension as past horrors inform present danger. The lighthouse setting creates effective isolation, the island becoming trap where escape proves impossible once violence begins. The practical gore effects are surprisingly brutal for 1972 British horror, with explicit violence that pushes beyond typical restraint. The Phoenician angle provides mythology justifying the carnage while hinting at ancient evil protecting buried treasure. O'Connelly stages the attack sequences with real intensity, the killer moving through cramped lighthouse interiors with methodical efficiency. The film's structure influenced later slasher cinema, particularly the summer camp isolation and archaeological expedition setup that would become common. Tower of Evil represents British horror, embracing more explicit violence and American-style body counts while maintaining Gothic atmosphere, creating transitional work between hammer elegance and grindhouse brutality that would dominate later in the decade. Alucarda, 1977. Alucarda, directed by Juan Lopez Moctezuma in 1977, is one of the most hallucinatory and intense entries in VHS-era horror. The story takes place in a remote convent, where two young women, Alucarda and Justine, forge a bond that quickly spirals into dark obsession. Their curiosity and defiance awaken a malevolent supernatural force that infects the convent with chaos, blood, and ritualistic terror. The film thrives on its surreal, operatic visuals. Every frame is saturated with color and shadow, from blood-soaked ceremonies to candlelit corridors that twist and bend in ways that feel almost dreamlike. Alucarda herself is a force of nature, beautiful, chaotic, and terrifying. Her presence transforms the convent into a place where the lines between innocence and evil, love and destruction, are blurred beyond recognition. What sets Alucarda apart is how it combines traditional horror with transgressive themes. It explores repression, religious fanaticism, and forbidden desire, creating tension that is both psychological and visceral. The convent becomes a prison, and the girl's growing connection with darkness adds a sense of inevitability to the carnage that unfolds. For fans of strange, ambitious horror, Alucarda is a cult treasure. It's a film that's as unnerving as it is hypnotic, offering a VHS-era experience where imagery, atmosphere, and shock collide. By the end, viewers are left both mesmerized and unsettled, reminded of a time when horror could be unapologetically wild, surreal, and unforgettable. Nothing Underneath, 1985. A young forest ranger in Wyoming receives a terrifying psychic vision of his twin sister, a fashion model in Milan, being murdered. Racing overseas to find her, he's thrust into the glamorous but cutthroat world of high fashion, where beauty and danger walk hand in hand. As models begin turning up dead, he must navigate a web of secrets, lies, and killers, hiding behind the glittering lights of the runway. Directed by Carlo Vanzina, Nothing Underneath is an Italian giallo updated for the 1980s, trading shadowy alleys for glossy catwalks. Tom Shanley stars as the determined brother, while Renee Simonson and Donald Pleasance add international flair to the cast. Pleasance in particular brings eccentric gravitas as the inspector trying to unravel the mystery. The film is drenched in 80s style, neon lights, pulsating synths, and runway sequences that double as backdrops for murder. The killings are staged with suspenseful flair, blending classic giallo stylization with the era's obsession with fashion and image. What makes Nothing Underneath stand out is its mix of sleaze and sophistication. It carries the DNA of earlier gialli, but packages it for a new generation, fusing mystery, glamour, and slasher-style shocks. Long overlooked outside of Italy, the film became a cult favorite on VHS, for fans drawn to its stylish blend of fashion world intrigue and violent set pieces. Today it's remembered as a late-era giallo that captures both the elegance and the excess of 1980s horror. Razorback, 1984. The Australian outback is a place where everything can kill you. Heat, thirst, isolation. In Russell Mulcahy's 1984 film Razorback, that danger takes monstrous form in the shape of a giant wild boar, a predator so ferocious it feels less like an animal and more like a nightmare dragged into reality. The story begins with Jake Cullen, a farmer whose life is shattered when his grandson is snatched away by the beast. Accused of murder and left without justice, Jake dedicates himself to hunting the creature, driven by grief and obsession. Years later, journalist Beth Winters arrives to report on kangaroo hunting, but finds herself caught in the crossfire between violent locals and the razorback itself. When she disappears, her husband Carl travels from America in search of answers. What he finds is a land that doesn't forgive weakness, and a creature that doesn't stop once it has the scent of blood. Carl joins forces with Jake and a scientist named Sarah, and together they face not just the razorback, but the brutal reality of survival in the outback. Mulcahy transforms the landscape into something mythic. Sweeping shots of empty plains, jagged cliffs, and burning skies make every encounter with the beast feel inevitable, like nature itself is conspiring against the characters. The razorback isn't just a monster, it's an embodiment of the wild, unstoppable, and indifferent to human suffering. Though critics were divided on its release, Razorback has grown into a cult favorite. Its mix of stylized visuals, relentless suspense, and raw creature feature thrills make it stand out in the horror genre. By the end, the message is clear. In the outback, man is never at the top of the food chain. And when nature decides to strike back, survival becomes the only story worth telling. Spasms, 1983. A wealthy man plagued by terrifying visions brings a deadly secret back to North America, a psychic connection to a massive supernatural snake. When the serpent is captured for study and inevitably breaks free, its rampage leaves a trail of mutilated victims, each attack mirrored in the man's tormented mind. Directed by William Fruet, Spasms combines creature feature thrills with psychic horror. Oliver Reed plays Jason Kinski, the cursed millionaire, while Peter Fonda lends a quieter presence as Dr. Tom Brazilian, the scientist desperate to understand the link. Both men elevate the material, their performances grounding the film's wilder ideas. The creature itself is ambitious for its budget. With point-of-view shots, bloody aftermaths, and flashes of the giant snake brought to life through practical effects, the film delivers moments of grisly spectacle. The kills are vicious, leaving mangled corpses in their wake, and the psychic bond adds a surreal layer as man and monster spiral toward destruction. On video shelves, Spasms was hard to ignore. Its unforgettable cover art promised reptilian mayhem, and the presence of two major stars gave it instant cult appeal. While uneven, the film remains a fascinating mix of exploitation excess and star-driven horror. Today it survives as one of the stranger hybrids of the decade, where animal attack thrills meet supernatural paranoia. Phantasm, 1979. Don Coscarelli's Phantasm operates on dream logic and nightmare fuel. Mike, a teenage boy still grieving his parents' death, begins investigating strange occurrences at the local mortuary. What he discovers defies explanation. A tall mortician called the Tall Man is stealing corpses, compressing them into dwarf-sized slaves, and sending them through dimensional portals. Oh, and he's got flying silver spheres that drill into skulls. The film's power comes from its surreal, disjointed atmosphere. Scenes flow like a fever dream rather than traditional narrative. Coscarelli shoots suburban California as a place where the familiar becomes alien, where mortuaries hide interdimensional gateways and marble mausoleums contain cosmic horror. The practical effects, accomplished on a minuscule budget, remain striking. The silver sphere attack is genuinely shocking, and the tall man's supernatural abilities feel genuinely otherworldly. Angus Scrimm's performance as the Tall Man created an instant horror icon, tall, imposing, speaking in ominous tones that suggest vast malevolence behind a thin veneer of civility. Michael Baldwin and Bill Thornberry play the brothers trying to survive and understand what's happening, while Reggie Bannister provides grounded comic relief as the ice cream vendor turned reluctant hero. The film's low-budget origins force creativity that becomes its strength. Ambiguity replaces explanation, atmosphere trumps exposition, and the surreal imagery lingers long after viewing. Phantasm spawned multiple sequels that expanded its mythology, but the original remains the most unsettling, a film that feels like navigating someone else's nightmare, where the rules keep changing and nothing is safe. Ms. 45, 1981, Abel Ferrara shoots Thana's transformation from mute garment worker to avenging angel across grimy early 80s Manhattan with raw, documentary-like intensity. Two attacks in one day, first in an alley on her way home from work, then in her own apartment by a burglar, break something fundamental inside her. She ends the second assault with fatal violence, takes the deceased attacker's pistol, and begins hunting predatory men across New York City. Zoe Lund's entirely physical performance carries the film, delivering one of the most powerful silent performances in exploitation cinema. Her muteness becomes weapon rather than weakness, as she learns to weaponize men's underestimation. The film operates as both exploitation and feminist statement, while refusing comfortable messaging. Thana's justified rage transforms into something more disturbing as violence becomes increasingly indiscriminate. She starts targeting genuine threats, but gradually her definition of predator expands to include any man who looks at her wrong. Joe Delia's synth score adds dreamlike quality to sequences that feel nightmarish and cathartic simultaneously. Ferrara captures New York at its grittiest: Times Square peep shows, garment district sweatshops, streets where danger lurks in every interaction. The city becomes hunting ground where gender dynamics are literally matters of life and death. The Halloween party climax delivers spectacular carnage and devastating emotional payoff. Thana dressed as a nun while dispensing final judgment. Ms. 45 remains one of the most powerful and controversial revenge films ever made, refusing to sanitize trauma or provide easy catharsis. Exploitation cinema that genuinely earns its transgressive reputation through Lund's committed performance and Ferrara's unflinching direction. Spellbinder, 1988. On a rainy Los Angeles night, a chance encounter pulls a young attorney into a world he can't begin to comprehend. When Jeff rescues the mysterious Miranda from an abusive boyfriend, he thinks he's stepped into a simple romance, the kind of meet-cute born from danger. But Miranda's no ordinary woman. She's running from something darker, something that has nothing to do with love and everything to do with ancient power. Spellbinder thrives on atmosphere, mixing the sleek modern city with the shadows of occult ritual. At first, Jeff is swept away by Miranda's vulnerability and beauty, but cracks begin to show. Whispers of strange practices, unexplained phenomena, and the looming presence of a secretive cult build a sense of dread. The film lures the viewer in with the promise of passion, then gradually shifts the ground beneath your feet until every moment feels like a trap being sprung. The visuals are striking: candlelit ceremonies, figures cloaked in darkness, and sudden bursts of violence cutting through the calm. There's a seductive quality to the imagery, mirroring the way Miranda herself entrances both Jeff and the audience. The tension lies not in jump scares, but in the unease of knowing that something ancient and inescapable is drawing closer with each passing scene. Beneath the surface, Spellbinder is a story about the dangers of desire and the blind spots love can create. Jeff's willingness to follow Miranda into the unknown becomes both his strength and his undoing. It's a cautionary tale that blends romance, supernatural horror, and thriller elements into something uniquely unsettling. By the time the credits roll, Spellbinder leaves you with that lingering chill, the sense that fate can be rewritten, but never truly escaped. The Majorettes, 1986. Some horror movies from the 80s stuck to the slasher formula, but The Majorettes is remembered for breaking it wide open. Released in 1986, it starts as a small-town murder mystery with a masked killer targeting a high school majorette squad, the kind of setup you'd expect to find on any rental shelf at the time. But halfway through, the story takes a sharp left turn into vigilante action, complete with shotguns, biker gangs, and all-out gunfights. The film was produced by John A. Russo, co-writer of Night of the Living Dead, which gives it a scrappy Pittsburgh horror feel. The early kills are typical slasher fare, stalking locker rooms and practice fields. But once the focus shifts, it feels like you've dropped into an entirely different movie. That unpredictable mix of genres gave it an edge that made horror fans remember it long after returning the tape. The acting is uneven, and the tone is all over the place, but that chaos is part of its charm. Viewers looking for straightforward scares got a movie that suddenly turned into a grindhouse revenge flick, which made it stand out from dozens of more formulaic slashers of the era. For collectors and late-night movie hunters, The Majorettes is the definition of a cult oddity. It may not be a polished classic, but its willingness to jump the tracks makes it a true hidden gem of the rental era. Mind Warp, 1992. In a post-apocalyptic future where reality is just another program to run, Bruce Campbell and Angus Scrimm face off in a twisted nightmare that feels like the Matrix fell into a meat grinder. When Judy, Marta Martin, gets ejected from her virtual paradise into the real world, she discovers that unplugging comes with a heavy price, namely dealing with cannibalistic mutants in a nuclear wasteland. Director Steve Barnett doesn't just flirt with body horror, he takes it out for dinner and brings it home to meet the parents. The practical effects team unleashes a parade of grotesque mutations and graphic violence that would make David Cronenberg proud. Underground tunnels teem with creatures that were human once, and the line between survival and savagery grows thinner with each passing minute. What elevates this beyond simple shock value is its exploration of escapism and reality. The sterile virtual world versus the brutal real one creates a compelling argument for both salvation and damnation through technology. Campbell brings his signature charm to a surprisingly serious role, while Scrimm looms over the proceedings like a radioactive specter. For fans of philosophical horror that isn't afraid to get its hands dirty, Mind Warp offers a blood-soaked meditation on humanity's addiction to artificial paradise. Whoever Slew Auntie Roo, 1972. Shelley Winters plays a wealthy American widow living in England who's never recovered from her daughter's death, keeping the child's mummified corpse in a locked nursery. Each Christmas she invites orphans to her mansion for elaborate parties, but when two resourceful children discover her secret, they become convinced she's a witch planning to fatten and eat them like Hansel and Gretel. Winters delivers characteristically unhinged performance, playing grief and madness with theatrical commitment that makes Auntie Roo simultaneously pitiable and threatening. Mark Lester and Chloe Franks play the orphans whose imaginations transform tragedy into fairy tale horror. Their certainty that she's a witch becoming self-fulfilling prophecy. The film operates as darkened version of Hansel and Gretel, where the children's assumptions drive them to increasing cruelty toward a woman who's damaged but not actually dangerous in the ways they imagine. Curtis Harrington directs with gothic atmosphere, shooting the mansion's Christmas decorations and elaborate parties with visual richness that contrasts with the emotional decay beneath. The mummified child is genuinely disturbing practical effect, Roo's preservation of her daughter's corpse crossing from grief into grotesque delusion. The film's tragedy comes from misunderstanding escalating into violence, children's storybook logic meeting adult mental illness with horrific results. Whoever Slew Auntie Roo represents early 70s horror's interest in psychological damage and grande dame guignol, using a fading star's intensity to explore grief's destructive power. The Shout, 1978. In a quiet, windswept English village, Anthony Fielding, a composer fascinated by the boundaries of sound, and his wife Rachel live a life of serene routine until a stranger arrives, bringing with him a claim so outlandish it chills the soul. Charles Crossley is no ordinary traveler. He professes to wield a terrible ancient power, the ability to kill with a single piercing shout. What begins as polite hospitality quickly spirals into a tense, psychological dance as the couple is drawn into a world where logic and reason are pushed to their limits. The film's atmosphere is unforgettable. The Devon coastline stretches wide and lonely, its rugged cliffs and misty landscapes serving as a perfect backdrop for escalating dread. Inside their home, shadows gather in the corners, and everyday sounds, the hum of a refrigerator, the scratch of a piano key, take on a sinister weight. The score, crafted by Genesis members Tony Banks and Mike Rutherford, pulses with an eerie, otherworldly energy, amplifying the tension in ways that are subtle but unforgettable. Each frame seems to whisper that danger is always just beyond perception, that the mind can be both a sanctuary and a prison. At its core, The Shout is a study of power, control, and the fragility of human consciousness. Crossley's presence forces Anthony and Rachel, and the audience, to confront the terrifying possibility that the unseen can dominate the known, that fear itself can become a weapon. The performances are hypnotic, with Alan Bates's enigmatic menace and John Hurt's restrained terror anchoring the story in a way that feels almost tangible. By the time the story reaches its unsettling conclusion, the film has done more than just scare. It lingers, echoing in the imagination, like the very shout it portrays. The Shout is a masterpiece of psychological horror, a film that uses silence, suggestion, and atmosphere to haunt long after the credits roll. The Relic, 1997. The Relic brought classic monster movie energy into the world of glossy 90s thrillers. Directed by Peter Hyams, it's part aliens, part museum mystery, and all atmosphere. A rare creature feature that still feels ambitious. The story follows a police detective, played by Tom Sizemore, investigating a string of gruesome murders inside Chicago's Field Museum. The culprit turns out to be a hybrid beast, created by a mix of tribal ritual and genetic mutation, smuggled back from the Amazon. When the museum's gala night locks the doors with hundreds of guests inside, the film becomes a confined space horror that plays out like Jurassic Park on one floor. What makes The Relic stand out is its craft. The creature, designed by Stan Winston Studios, looks incredible even today. Part reptile, part insect, and entirely terrifying. Hyams, who also served as his own cinematographer, shoots with rich shadows and gleaming marble, giving the museum a gothic beauty. It underperformed in theaters, released between bigger studio horrors like Scream and The Devil's Advocate, but it thrived on VHS. Horror fans loved that it didn't wink at the audience. It played the monster movie straight, and that made it timeless. The Relic feels like one last great gasp of the practical effects era, when studios still spent millions making you believe the monster was really in the room. Dead End, 2003. Some horror movies trap their characters in haunted houses. This one traps them on a road that refuses to end. On Christmas Eve, a family takes an unfamiliar shortcut through a dark forest, only to find themselves driving in circles, encountering increasingly disturbing figures along the way. Each mile strips away logic, safety, and any sense of direction. The setup is deceptively simple, but Dead End thrives on escalation. A pale woman wandering the roadside, a sinister hearse, and sudden violent encounters chip away at the family's unity. What makes the tension work is the claustrophobic setting. The car becomes both shelter and prison, forcing arguments, fear, and grief into close quarters. No one gets space to breathe, including the audience. Director Jean-Baptiste Andrea and Fabrice Canepa balance dread with bleak humor. Lin Shaye delivers one of the film's standout performances, playing a sharp-tongued matriarch whose sarcasm becomes a shield against mounting terror. Ray Wise anchors the film with a grounded, desperate performance as a father who insists on staying in control even as reality collapses around him. The visuals emphasize isolation, endless trees, empty roads, and darkness pressing in from every direction. The film avoids over-explaining its mythology, allowing the nightmare to unfold with dream logic, rather than clear rules. By the time the destination finally reveals itself, Dead End has transformed a family road trip into a cruel, inescapable loop. It's lean, mean, and quietly devastating. The kind of roadside horror that feels impossible to shake once you've taken the wrong turn. The Dorm That Dripped Blood, 1982. On a college campus during Christmas break, a handful of students stay behind to help clean out a condemned dormitory. The quiet task quickly turns into a nightmare as an unseen killer begins stalking them through the empty halls and shadowy basements. One by one, the volunteers are picked off in grisly fashion, turning the abandoned dorm into a slaughterhouse. Directed by Stephen Carpenter and Jeffrey Obrow, The Dorm That Dripped Blood is a prime example of the early 80s slasher wave. The cast features future stars in early roles, including Daphne Zuniga, later of The Fly 2 and Spaceballs. Lori Lipinski and Steven Sachs round out the core group of students caught in the carnage. The film leans on atmosphere more than polish. The dark, echoing dorm setting creates a claustrophobic tone, while the practical effects bring a grim, gritty edge to the kills. Baseball bats, drills, and blunt instruments replace elaborate setups, keeping the violence raw and unsettling. What gives the film lasting power is its downbeat tone and infamous ending. Instead of going for slick thrills, it embraces a grim, almost nihilistic streak that sets it apart from more mainstream slashers of the era. Released under multiple titles, including Pranks, the film's raw atmosphere and grim violence made it stand out on VHS shelves. It remains a cult staple for slasher fans who appreciate their horror uncompromising and drenched in shadows. The Island, 1980. When journalist Blair Maynard sets out to investigate a series of mysterious boat disappearances in the Caribbean, he discovers the last thing he expected: a hidden colony of modern-day pirates. Descendants of 17th-century buccaneers, they live in isolation, raiding ships and leaving no survivors. But when Maynard and his young son are captured, the reporter must fight to survive and protect his child against a society ruled by blood and brutality. Directed by Michael Ritchie and based on the novel by Peter Benchley, author of Jaws, The Island blends adventure and horror with a savage edge. Michael Caine stars as Maynard, bringing intensity to the role of a father pushed to his limits, while David Warner delivers a chilling turn as the ruthless leader of the pirate clan. Their performances give weight to a story that could have easily veered into pulp, grounding the savagery with genuine stakes. The film is notable for its atmosphere. Sunlit beaches that hide unspeakable violence, ramshackle pirate villages, and sudden bursts of bloodshed that shatter the tropical calm. Unlike traditional seafaring adventures, this is no swashbuckling fantasy, but a brutal vision of survival against a society frozen in time. Though it baffled critics and audiences on release, The Island has since found appreciation as a dark, offbeat thriller that dared to twist the adventure formula into something far more sinister. With its mix of sun-drenched beauty and shocking brutality, it stands as one of the more unusual horror hybrids of 1980. The Nesting, 1981. The story centers on Lauren Cochran, a writer suffering from agoraphobia, played by Robin Groves. In search of peace and inspiration for her latest book, she rents a secluded Victorian house, unaware of its dark history as a former brothel haunted by the ghosts of murdered prostitutes. As Lauren begins to settle in, she experiences eerie occurrences and strange visions, all tied to the tragic past of the house. The film delves into themes of fear, isolation, and the supernatural, as Lauren grapples with her own psychological struggles, while confronting the vengeful spirits that inhabit her new home. The supporting cast features notable actors like John Carradine as Colonel LeBrun, who provides a mix of humor and exposition, and Gloria Graham in her final role as a ghostly madam. Their performances add depth to the narrative, enriching the atmosphere of suspense and intrigue. While the film starts strong with an engaging premise and some genuinely creepy moments, it has received mixed reviews. It currently holds an IMDb rating of 4.9, reflecting its status as a lesser-known entry in the horror genre. Critics have pointed out that the pacing slows in the second half, and the narrative can feel formulaic at times, but it still offers a few memorable set pieces and atmospheric visuals. The Nesting is visually intriguing, utilizing its haunting setting to create a sense of dread. The film effectively combines elements of gothic horror with psychological tension, making it an interesting watch for fans of supernatural thrillers. With its unique blend of horror and character-driven storytelling, The Nesting remains a notable entry in early 80s horror cinema, appealing to those who enjoy haunted house tales and psychological drama. A Blade in the Dark, 1983, Bruno, a young composer, takes up residence in a secluded villa to write the score for a horror film. At first, the isolation seems ideal, but the villa holds secrets of its own. One by one, people around him are brutally murdered, each death tied to the house's hidden past. With every discovery, Bruno realizes he's trapped inside a real-life horror story, with a killer who could be watching his every move. Directed by Lamberto Bava, A Blade in the Dark pushes the Italian giallo tradition into bloodier territory, blending mystery with explicit slasher violence. Andrea Occhipinti stars as Bruno, whose growing paranoia mirrors the audience's, while Valeria Cavalli and Stanko Molnar appear among the colorful cast of potential victims and suspects. What makes the film stand out is its stylization. The villa's twisting staircases, shadowy corners, and blood-red lighting create an almost theatrical space for the murders to unfold. The kills are drawn out and vicious, each one filmed with an unflinching eye that lingers on the brutality. By 1983, giallo was evolving, and Bava's film embraced the changing landscape, combining the elegance of the genre with the graphic intensity that slasher fans craved. On VHS, its lurid title and shocking cover art made it a must-rent, rewarding viewers, with a story that blurred the line between cinema and reality. Today, it remains one of the more notorious examples of late-era giallo excess, part mystery, part nightmare, and entirely unforgettable. Night of the Howling Beast, 1975. Paul Naschy's 10th appearance as his signature character, Waldemar Daninsky takes the cursed werewolf to Tibet, where an expedition searching for the Yeti discovers something far more dangerous. Waldemar's lycanthropy becomes secondary to Gothic adventure, involving mad scientists, vampiric women, torture dungeons, and Himalayan mysteries. Naschy, who also wrote the script, plays Waldemar with tragic nobility, a man cursed to transform who seeks either cure or death but finds only more horror. The film careens between genres with gleeful abandon: expedition adventure, torture chamber gothic, creature feature, and tragic romance all collide in ways that shouldn't work, but somehow do through sheer commitment. The practical werewolf makeup is Naschy's signature look: thick fur, pronounced fangs, and bestial facial structure that emphasizes the curse's dehumanizing effect. The transformation sequences are brief but effective, focusing on Waldemar's anguish rather than elaborate process. When the beast emerges, the attacks are brutal and animalistic. Director Miguel Iglesias Bonds shoots the Spanish locations as convincingly Himalayan, using rocky terrain and mountain vistas to sell the exotic setting. The film's gothic elements, underground lairs, sadistic experiments, vampire women draining victims, feel transplanted from European horror traditions into adventure framework. Night of the Howling Beast represents Spanish horror's unique approach to genre filmmaking, unconcerned with logic or tonal consistency, prioritizing atmosphere and spectacle over narrative coherence. It's gloriously messy Euro horror that delivers exactly what Naschy fans wanted: their favorite tortured werewolf suffering through another cycle of transformation and tragedy. Q: The Winged Serpent, 1982. Larry Cohen's Q combines monster movie spectacle with New York crime thriller, creating something uniquely strange. A flying serpent, an Aztec god, nests atop the Chrysler Building and begins snatching victims from Manhattan rooftops. A small-time crook accidentally discovers the creature's lair and tries leveraging the information for profit, while police detective David Carradine investigates both the monster and a series of ritual slayings connected to ancient Aztec practices. Michael Moriarty delivers a fascinatingly erratic performance as the crook, playing desperate comedy and genuine menace with equal conviction. His character negotiates with city officials over monster information like a hostage situation, creating absurd tension. Carradine brings grounded detective work to increasingly bizarre circumstances, treating Aztec mythology as seriously as any other case. The creature effects by David Allen and Randall William Cook are impressively achieved through stop-motion animation and practical work. Q looks genuinely serpentine and massive, with attack sequences that blend the creature seamlessly into New York locations. Cohen shoots the city with documentary eye, making the fantastic feel grounded in recognizable reality. Q represents Cohen's ability to smuggle weird ideas into genre frameworks, creating B-movies with genuine personality and unexpected depth. It's monster movie, crime thriller, and character study simultaneously. Proof that low-budget filmmaking could be ambitious, strange, and thoroughly entertaining without compromising any element. Devil's Nightmare, 1971. Belgian horror from Jean Brismet follows 7 tourists stranded overnight in a Gothic castle whose owner harbors dark family history, a curse requiring one family member per generation to serve as succubus. As the guests settle in, a beautiful woman arrives and begins systematically targeting each visitor, exploiting their specific sins to claim their souls. Each death corresponds to one of the 7 deadly sins in this morality play, disguised as exploitation horror. Erica Blanc plays the succubus with seductive menace, appearing to each guest in forms that appeal to their particular weaknesses: greed, lust, pride, envy. The tourists are drawn broadly enough to embody their assigned sins while remaining functional characters rather than simple archetypes. Daniel Emilfork brings sinister presence as the castle's owner, clearly complicit but helpless, to stop the curse claiming new victims. The castle setting provides appropriately Gothic atmosphere. Stone corridors, shadowy chambers, and hidden passages where the succubus stalks her prey. The death sequences are creative, each tailored to both the victim's sin and their personal fears. The film's religious framework gives the horror moral dimension beyond typical slasher logic, though it never becomes preachy or heavy-handed. The practical effects range from subtle to spectacular, particularly the succubus's true demonic form revealed in brief glimpses. The film's pacing allows each guest their moment before the inevitable fall, building dread as the survivors realize the pattern. The climax involves genuine theological stakes as a priest among the guests attempts to combat demonic forces. Devil's Nightmare represents European horror's willingness to blend religious allegory with exploitation elements, creating something that's simultaneously morality tale and creature feature. It's modest but effective Gothic horror that takes its theological framework seriously while delivering genre thrills. Mikey, 1992. The movie wastes no time introducing its premise: a small boy whose soft exterior hides a calculating mind. He engineers the deaths of his adoptive family with the precision of someone who understands exactly how adults rationalize tragedy, then eases into a new household where no one can imagine him capable of harm. From that point on, the tension comes from watching the adults talk themselves out of believing their own doubts. Brian Bonsall gives a chilling performance, not by acting monstrous, but by playing Mikey as eerily relaxed. His expressions barely change, whether he's charming teachers or staging an accident. The film keeps his motives deliberately blank. No trauma, no grand plan, just a child who views people as obstacles and opportunities. Director Dennis Dimster frames the violence with a detached eye, showing Mikey using whatever lies around: sports gear, bathwater, electrical outlets. These sequences aren't flashy. They're disturbing because of how methodical and emotionless they feel. Adults, meanwhile, struggle with the moral impossibility of suspecting a kid. The movie landed during a brief wave of killer kid thrillers, though it arrived before The Good Son rather than after. Its release was limited due to concerns over child violence, especially in the wake of real-world events in the UK that made the premise feel too provocative at the time. That notoriety kept it circulating in video stores, even after its distribution shrank. As a thriller, it's lean and unsentimental. The film never redeems Mikey or provides an origin story. It simply portraits an unfeeling predator, hidden in plain sight, and the adults who never see danger until it's too late. Deranged, 1974. In the quiet Midwest, a lonely man named Ezra Cobb lives under the shadow of his domineering mother. When she dies, Ezra cannot let go, literally. He exhumes her corpse, and soon begins a grotesque spree of grave robbing and murder, fashioning a macabre world from the remains of the dead. Directed by Alan Ormsby and Jeff Gillen, Deranged is loosely based on the crimes of Ed Gein, the same real-life killer who inspired Psycho and the Texas Chainsaw Massacre. Roberts Blossom delivers a haunting performance as Ezra, capturing both his childlike awkwardness and his descent into monstrous obsession. The film doesn't hold back on its grim details, using stark rural settings and practical effects to build an atmosphere of decay. The makeup, supervised by Tom Savini, is especially unsettling, giving the corpses a disturbingly lifelike presence. Unlike more sensationalized takes on the Gein story, Deranged plays almost like a grim docudrama, with a narrator guiding viewers through Ezra's crimes. This approach gives the film a chilling realism that makes it linger long after the credits roll. Often overshadowed by its more famous counterparts, Deranged remains one of the most disturbing and authentic interpretations of America's most infamous grave robber. Parasite, 1982. In a bleak post-apocalyptic future, science has gone too far. A young researcher named Paul Dean flees a government syndicate after creating a grotesque parasite that now lives inside his own body. To make matters worse, another specimen escapes into the world, threatening anyone who crosses its path. As Paul searches for a cure, he's hunted by mercenaries and stalked by the very monster he helped bring to life. Directed by Charles Band, Parasite is a mix of sci-fi dystopia and creature horror, shot in 3D to capitalize on the early 80s revival of the format. Robert Glaudini stars as Paul, the tormented scientist on the run, while Demi Moore makes one of her earliest film appearances as a small-town survivor who reluctantly joins the fight. The film leans heavily on atmosphere. Barren landscapes, neon-lit hideouts, and grim industrial ruins set the stage for its parasitic terror. Practical effects by Stan Winston give the monsters their slimy, grotesque presence, turning even the smallest encounters into moments of shock. What makes Parasite stand out is its combination of exploitation grit and sci-fi ambition. It's low budget but ambitious, with its mix of body horror, mutant creatures, and post-apocalyptic styling making it a VHS-era staple. While critics were dismissive, Parasite thrived in video stores, its 3D gimmick and striking cover art pulling in curious renters. Today it's remembered not just as an early Charles Band production, but also as a showcase of Stan Winston's effects work and a glimpse at Demi Moore before she became a household name. Lisa and the Devil, 1973. Lisa and the Devil, directed by Mario Bava in 1973, is a surreal, nightmarish exploration of gothic horror that thrives on ambiguity and dreamlike terror. The film follows Lisa, a young woman trapped in a mansion filled with sinister figures, ghostly apparitions, and cryptic rituals. Time and space distort as she moves through the house, creating a disorienting sense of inescapable doom where reality bends and the living coexist uneasily with the dead. Bava's visual mastery dominates every frame. Candlelit halls, deep shadows, and vivid, almost painterly colors immerse the viewer in an environment that feels both beautiful and dangerous. Figures appear and vanish without explanation, and the narrative is intentionally fragmented, enhancing the dreamlike quality. The mansion itself becomes a character, labyrinthine, oppressive, and alive with malevolent intent. The film thrives on psychological tension rather than overt violence. Lisa's journey is as much about navigating fear and isolation as it is about escaping literal danger. Themes of repression, forbidden desire, and fate intertwine, making every encounter feel layered and unpredictable. The combination of horror, surrealism, and the Gothic aesthetic places Lisa and the Devil squarely in the realm of VHS-era oddities, films meant to captivate, disturb, and leave a lasting impression. By the end, the mansion's horrors linger in the mind, not just through fear but through fascination. Lisa and the Devil is a hypnotic, unsettling experience, a prime example of the type of strange, unforgettable horror that make obscure movies so endlessly compelling. Fright, 1971. Peter Collinson's Fright is a lean British thriller that anticipates the babysitter in peril subgenre. A young woman accepts a babysitting job at an isolated house, unaware that the child's psychotic father, recently escaped from an asylum, is returning to reclaim his son. As night descends, the house becomes a trap where she must protect both herself and the child from a man whose mental breakdown makes him unpredictable and dangerous. Susan George plays the babysitter with escalating terror that feels earned rather than performed. She's not a helpless victim, but a resourceful young woman, facing a threat she's unprepared for in an environment designed to isolate her. Ian Bannon portrays the escaped patient with unsettling intensity, playing genuine mental illness rather than movie madness. His character is both pitiable and terrifying, damaged by trauma and obsession. Collinson keeps the tension ratcheted high through the confined setting and single-night time frame. The house itself becomes a character. Locked doors that provide temporary safety, windows that become potential entry points, phones that may or may not connect to help. The supporting cast includes Honor Blackman as the child's mother, whose own fear of her ex-husband adds backstory that makes the threat feel real. The film works because it treats its premise seriously, avoiding exploitation excess in favor of sustained psychological tension. The violence, when it comes, is brief and shocking rather than prolonged. The babysitter's growing awareness that she's trapped with a deeply disturbed man builds genuine dread through Collinson's patient direction. Fright represents British thriller cinema, efficiently delivering genre goods, well-crafted, tightly paced, and anchored by committed performances. It's workmanlike in the best sense, prioritizing craft and suspense over gimmicks. The Addiction, 1995. The Addiction is a thought-provoking horror film directed by Abel Ferrara, combining elements of philosophy and body horror within the vampire genre. The film follows Kathleen Conklin, played by Lily Taylor, a philosophy graduate student in New York City who becomes entangled in a dark and surreal journey after a fateful encounter with a mysterious woman Casanova, portrayed by Annabella Sciorra. Set against the backdrop of a gritty urban landscape, the film opens with Kathleen experiencing disturbing visions and a sense of existential dread. After being bitten by Casanova, she finds herself grappling with an insatiable thirst for human blood. This transformation serves as an allegory for addiction, exploring themes of sin, morality, and the darker aspects of human nature. With a runtime of 1 hour and 22 minutes, The Addiction uses striking black-and-white cinematography to enhance its bleak and haunting atmosphere. The film's unique visual style complements its philosophical undertones, as Kathleen's struggle reflects broader questions about existence and the human condition. Christopher Walken delivers a memorable performance as Pena, a fellow vampire who offers insights into the nature of their condition, adding depth to the narrative. The film is filled with philosophical musings, making it both intellectually stimulating and unsettling. Critically, The Addiction holds an IMDb rating of 6.5 out of 10. While some viewers may find its pacing slow or its themes heavy-handed, others appreciate its ambitious approach to horror. The film challenges conventional vampire tropes, opting instead for a more cerebral exploration of addiction and morality. As the film reaches its climax, Kathleen confronts the reality of her transformation. In a poignant final scene, she stands at the crossroads of her new existence, caught between the seductive allure of her vampiric nature and the remnants of her humanity. The screen fades to black just as she makes her choice, leaving viewers to ponder the consequences of her decision. The film closes with a haunting question echoing in the silence. Can one truly escape the darkness within, or does it become an inseparable part of us? Witchboard, 1986. Few 80s horror movies capture the occult meets party energy quite like Witchboard. Released in 1986 and directed by Kevin Tenney, it takes a simple premise, a Ouija board that opens a door to the spirit world and turns it into a weirdly stylish, surprisingly emotional supernatural thriller. The story follows Linda, played by Tawny Kitaen, whose curiosity with a spirit board at a house party goes sideways when she begins communicating with a ghost named David. At first, the messages seem harmless, even comforting, but as the contact deepens, a darker presence slips through. One that isn't David at all. What follows is a slow spiral into possession, murder, and paranoia, wrapped in pastel lighting and 80s fashion so bright it almost hurts. Tenney wrote and directed the film after years of hearing urban legends about Ouija boards causing real hauntings, and he took it seriously. There's no tongue-in-cheek irony here. The tone walks that perfect 80s line between melodrama and menace. The effects are practical and smartly restrained, relying on moving objects, cold drafts, and the idea that something unseen is watching. When Witchboard hit VHS, it became a massive rental hit, especially with teenage audiences. It was just supernatural enough to feel dangerous, but polished enough for repeat viewing. The movie spawned two sequels, Witchboard 2, The Devil's Doorway, and Witchboard 3, The Possession. But the original still holds the most charm. Part ghost story, part romantic tragedy, Witchboard sits in that perfect 80s pocket where horror didn't need to explain itself. It just needed atmosphere, mystery, and a few good scares to make you think twice about ever touching a Ouija board again. And now the screaming starts, 1973. An idyllic marriage turns into a gothic nightmare in this eerie slice of British horror from Amicus Productions. Set in the late 18th century, it follows a young bride who arrives at her husband's ancestral estate, a grand, decaying mansion where the past refuses to rest. What begins as a romantic escape quickly spirals into terror as she's haunted by visions of a vengeful specter and the brutal secrets buried within her new family's walls. And now the screaming starts, delivers the lush atmosphere and brooding dread that defined Amicus at its peak. Director Roy Ward Baker builds a sense of creeping unease, letting each corridor and candlelit room feel soaked in guilt and decay. Peter Cushing, Herbert Lom, and Patrick Magee add gravitas to the madness, grounding the supernatural story in a sense of aristocratic rot. Unlike the studio's anthology horrors, this is a single sustained tale, one steeped in gothic melodrama, bloody curses, and psychological unraveling. Every detail serves its sense of claustrophobia and doom. And now the screaming starts, stands as one of the last great gasps of classic British horror before the genre fully descended into modern brutality. Elegant, ghostly, and soaked in old-world terror. Jaws, 1975. Steven Spielberg's Jaws is often credited with inventing the modern blockbuster, but at its core, it's a masterclass in suspense-driven horror. Loosely adapted from Peter Benchley's novel, the story follows the small town of Amity Island as it's terrorized by a massive great white shark. What begins as isolated attacks escalates into a full-blown nightmare, forcing police chief Martin Brody, oceanographer Matt Hooper, and grizzled shark hunter Quint to face the creature head-on. Roy Scheider grounds the film as Brody, a man caught between duty and fear, while Richard Dreyfuss brings sharp wit and scientific curiosity as Hooper. Robert Shaw's Quint is unforgettable, his hardened fisherman persona culminating in the haunting USS Indianapolis monologue, one of the film's most chilling moments. Together, the trio becomes the heart of the story, their uneasy alliance as tense as the shark hunt itself. Spielberg's brilliance lies in what he doesn't show. Mechanical problems with the shark forced him to suggest its presence through music, editing, and point-of-view shots, and the result is far scarier than a constant visual. John Williams's iconic score, two simple notes building into a relentless crescendo, has become shorthand for approaching danger, turning the unseen into pure terror. When the shark does appear, the payoff is monumental. The final showdown aboard the Orca is both thrilling and horrifying, with the vast ocean becoming a stage for primal survival. Even now, Jaws retains its ability to make audiences hesitate before stepping into the water. By blending human drama, technical innovation, and primal fear, Spielberg created a film that's both terrifying and endlessly rewatchable. Jaws isn't just about a killer shark. It's about the fragility of control when nature bares its teeth. The Prophecy, 1995. The Prophecy might be the most quietly powerful supernatural film of its decade, not because it's loud or violent, but because it takes angels and makes them terrifying. Directed by Gregory Wyden, who also wrote Highlander and Backdraft, the film imagines a second war in heaven, fought over the fate of human souls. Christopher Walken plays the Archangel Gabriel, leading a rebellion against God. Instead of light and grace, these angels are soldiers, ruthless, arrogant, and trapped on earth. Elias Koteas plays the weary detective caught in the middle, and Viggo Mortensen steals the third act as Lucifer himself, delivering one of his most chilling performances before the Lord of the Rings made him famous. The movie's tone is cold, strange, and almost literary, more theological noir than horror. But its imagery sticks with you. Angels that drop from the sky like meteors, corpses that speak through borrowed souls, and a universe where faith feels like a burden. The Prophecy was modestly budgeted but looked far bigger, thanks to stark lighting and grounded effects. It spawned 4 direct-to-video sequels, none of which touched the first film's mood. On video shelves, though, it was everywhere, the kind of movie people rented expecting an exorcism flick and got a meditation on free will instead. It's horror with weight, a film that asks what happens when angels lose faith in their creator. The answer apparently looks a lot like 1995 Los Angeles at night. Amityville 3D 1983. Skeptical journalist John Baxter buys 112 Ocean Avenue to debunk its legends. With his estranged wife Nancy and partner Melanie, he dives in, only to unleash real danger. Walls bleed, objects fly, appliances rebel. What starts as research spirals into desperate survival as the evil fights back against scrutiny. Richard Fleischer embraces 3D spectacle, hurtling threats, immersive shadows, gimmicks that burst from the screen. Tony Roberts' rational Baxter unravels in an irrational nightmare, while Tess Harper's Nancy provides emotional depth, and Candy Clark's Melanie adds grounded vulnerability. The house feels aggressively alive, every room a potential ambush, with breathing walls and shifting staircases. Effects mix practical stunts with playful 3D flair, slamming doors, floating knives, kinetic chaos. It amplifies the claustrophobic unpredictability of haunted spaces. It shifts from psychological depth to visual thrills while preserving the cursed mythology. Themes of hubris, curiosity, and persistent evil endure across occupants. A bold, chaotic entry that stands out for its innovative spectacle and relentless energy. The Dead Zone, 1983. Adapted from Stephen King's novel The Dead Zone, showed a different side of David Cronenberg, one that could explore empathy and tragedy without losing his fascination with the human mind under strain. Christopher Walken stars as Johnny Smith, a small-town schoolteacher who wakes from a 5-year coma with psychic abilities that allow him to see a person's future through touch. What begins as a gift quickly becomes a curse, as Johnny realizes he can prevent terrible things from happening, but only through acts that destroy his own life. Unlike the bodily mutations of Videodrome or The Brood, the transformation here is internal, psychological. Cronenberg strips away the surrealism and replaces it with cold emotional clarity. The wintry landscapes of rural Maine mirror Johnny's isolation, and Walken's fragile, haunted performance gives the story its aching center. This is horror without monsters. Only fate, consequence, and unbearable moral weight. The film's slow pacing and restrained direction give its final act devastating power. Johnny's confrontation with Martin Sheen's apocalyptic politician feels prophetic, capturing both the paranoia and cynicism that would define late 20th century politics. Yet even amid the bleakness, The Dead Zone is one of Cronenberg's most human works, a meditation on sacrifice, purpose, and the limits of power. Released the same year as Videodrome, it proved that Cronenberg could do more than shock. He could devastate. The Dead Zone is about the horror of knowing too much, of seeing the future and realizing there's no way to escape it. Spiral, 2000. Some horror stories grow louder as they go. This one tightens quietly, like something coiling around the edges of the frame. Set in the foggy town of Kuruzu-cho, the film follows a series of strange events, connected by one unnerving motif. Spirals appearing in shells, pottery, smoke, even the way people move. At first, it feels like an odd pattern. Then it feels like a warning. Kiri, a local high school student, begins noticing how obsession spreads through the town. Her friend Shuichi's father becomes the first to crack, losing himself to a fixation he can't explain. From there, the strange behavior multiplies. Classmates transform in ways that defy biology. Townsfolk fall into trances, drawn toward spirals like moths to a flame. The movie unfolds in eerie vignettes, each suggesting the town is slipping into a slow, surreal collapse. Director Higuchinsky leans into dreamlike visuals, unnatural movements, distorted perspectives, and scenes that feel both quiet and deeply wrong. The performances stay deliberately understated, giving the bizarre imagery room to breathe. There's no grand showdown or tidy mythology to cling to. Instead, the horror grows in the spaces between explanations, feeding on the sense that something inevitable is twisting everything out of shape. Spiral lingers not because of shock, but because of its mood, a creeping dread that maintains its grip long after the final frame tightens shut. The Mangler, 1995. The Mangler is pure, unapologetic B-movie madness. Tobe Hooper adapting a Stephen King short story about a possessed industrial laundry machine that's literally eating people. Set in a decaying small-town laundry, the film follows a detective investigating a series of gruesome accidents involving the facility's massive folding machine. What he discovers is something far stranger. The machine has become possessed, requiring human life to maintain its owner's dark bargain. Robert Englund plays the laundry's owner, Bill Gartley, with theatrical malevolence, a man literally twisted by disease and darker forces, hobbling through his factory like a broken puppet. Ted Levine brings grounded determination as the detective trying to make sense of industrial horror that defies logic. The cast plays everything completely straight, which somehow makes the absurdity more entertaining. Hooper leans into the premise's inherent ridiculousness without winking at the camera. The Mangler itself becomes genuinely menacing through sound design, practical effects, and Hooper's framing, all grinding gears, steam, and mechanical violence. The film's climax involves demonic possession, exorcism rituals, and a runaway industrial machine embracing full gonzo energy. Released during the mid-90s when horror was dominated by self-aware slashers and J-horror, The Mangler felt like a relic from another era. Earnest, strange, and unapologetically exploitation-minded. Critics savaged it, audiences ignored it, but there's something endearing about its commitment to the bit. Hooper was making the kind of unpretentious creature feature that had become unfashionable, refusing to modernize or apologize. The Mangler is Hooper at his most defiantly B-movie, proving he could still find horror in the most unlikely places. Cemetery Man, 1994. Cemetery Man, also known by its original title Delamore to Delamore, is one of the strangest and most stylish horror films of the 90s. Directed by Michel Soavi in 1994, it blends gothic atmosphere, surreal humor, and bursts of graphic horror into something that feels equal parts art film and midnight movie. Rupert Everett stars as Francesco Della Morte, the caretaker of a cemetery where the dead don't stay buried. Within 7 days, they rise again, and it's his job to put them back down, usually with a gunshot or a shovel to the head. His only companion is Nagi, a simple-minded assistant who says little but proves unexpectedly loyal. At first, it plays like a quirky zombie tale, but the film quickly becomes more surreal. Delamort falls in love with a mysterious widow who seems to die and return in different guises, each time reshaping his obsession. The boundaries between life and death blur, dreams and reality overlap, and the story drifts into territory that feels mythic, poetic, and deeply unsettling. The film is visually stunning, drenched in gothic imagery. Fog-draped graveyards, candlelit chambers, and decaying corpses that are equal parts grotesque and beautiful. Soavi uses these elements not just for scares, but to build a meditation on love, mortality, and the absurdity of existence. Cemetery Man is often described as one of the last great Italian horror films, carrying forward the legacy of directors like Dario Argento and Lucio Fulci while carving out its own unique identity. It's darkly funny, grotesque, and oddly romantic, leaving viewers unsure whether they've just watched a zombie film, a love story, or a surreal existential nightmare. More than a cult classic, it's a reminder of how wild and unpredictable the VHS era could get, where even a movie about re-killing the dead could transform into something haunting, absurd, and unforgettable. Prey, 1977. They arrive in the English countryside like a rumor, a couple living in isolation, and a strange man who appears at their door with a story that doesn't hold together. He's polite, he's curious, and he isn't from around here. What starts as awkward hospitality slides into a test of power, desire, and survival. The film is intimate, almost stage-bound, turning a house and its grounds into a pressure cooker. Meals, cigarettes, glances through curtains, every small gesture matters. The visitor studies human behavior with the cool patience of a biologist. The couple studies him right back, unsure if he's prey, predator, or both. The tension is erotic and ominous, with bursts of dark humor that make the next silence feel twice as loud. Performances are prickly and fearless, shifting alliances scene by scene. The direction lets quiet rooms breathe while the score pricks at the edges. When violence comes, it's not a set piece so much as a consequence, something that grows out of character rather than crashing in from outside. It's sci-fi horror in a tailored jacket. Small, strange, and memorable. The sort of film that burrows under your skin with ideas first, blood second. When the visitor's true nature is revealed, it reframes everything you've seen and makes the last look out over the fields feel chillingly final. Black Sunday, 1960. Few films announce the arrival of a new horror master as boldly as Black Sunday. Mario Bava's directorial debut tells the story of Princess Asavajda, a witch condemned to death who returned centuries later to take revenge on the descendants of those who executed her. Barbara Steele, in a career-defining dual role, embodies both the vengeful witch and her innocent relative, cementing her as one of horror's greatest icons. What makes Black Sunday unforgettable is its style. Bava's mastery of black and white cinematography creates images that feel carved in shadow, swirling fog, ruined castles, and Steele's wide, hypnotic eyes. The opening sequence alone, with the spiked death mask hammered onto Ace's face, set a new standard for Gothic horror and pushed the limits of on-screen violence for its time. Though banned in several countries and heavily censored in others, the film's reputation only grew. Critics hailed its artistry, fans praised its brutality, and its influence can be seen everywhere, from Hammer's Gothic cycle to American International Pictures' rise in the 1960s. Black Sunday stands at the crossroads of old-world Gothic tradition and modern cinematic horror. It remains one of the most stylish, atmospheric, and important genre films of the decade. A film that not only launched Barbara Steele's reign as a horror queen, but also Mario Bava's legacy as one of the great architects of Italian horror. Puppet Master 3, Toulon's Revenge, 1991. Full Moon's Puppet Master series found its creative peak in the third entry by doing something unexpected, making the puppets the heroes. Set in 1941, Berlin, the film reveals André Toulon's origins, showing how his living puppets became weapons against the Nazis who threatened him and his wife. When the Third Reich discovers his animation secrets and wants them for their own purposes, Toulon's creations become instruments of revenge against fascist officers. Guy Rolfe takes over the Toulon role and makes it his own, playing the puppeteer with quiet dignity and barely contained rage. The period setting allows the film to explore Toulon's motivations while positioning the puppets as anti-Nazi resistance fighters, which gives the violence moral weight it lacked in previous entries. Watching tiny assassins take down SS officers becomes genuinely satisfying. The puppet designs by David Allen remain impressive. Blade with his knife hands, Tunneler with his drill head, Pinhead with his superhuman strength, and newcomer six-shooter with revolvers built into his body. Each gets memorable action sequences showcasing their unique abilities. The stop-motion and puppetry blend seamlessly, giving the creatures personality and menace. Director David DeCoteau handles the period setting convincingly, despite obvious budget constraints, using German locations and careful production design to sell 1940s Berlin. The film balances horror, action, and surprising emotional depth as Toulon's personal tragedy fuels his war against the Third Reich. Puppet Master 3 proved that direct-to-video horror could improve upon its predecessors through smart storytelling choices. By making Toulon sympathetic and his enemies genuinely despicable, the film transforms killer puppet premise into something with actual stakes and emotional investment. Alone in the Dark, 1982. When a power outage plunges a city into darkness, a psychiatric hospital's most dangerous patients seize their chance to escape. Led by a group of unhinged killers, they descend on the home of Dr. Dan Potter, a new psychiatrist they've irrationally decided to blame for the disappearance of their previous doctor. What follows is a siege of escalating tension as Potter and his family fight to survive against unpredictable maniacs armed with brutality and cunning. Directed by Jack Shoulder, Alone in the Dark stands out as one of the first slasher films to feature killers working together as a group rather than a single-masked figure. The cast is stacked with genre heavyweights. Donald Pleasance plays the eccentric head of the hospital, Martin Landau is chilling as a religious zealot turned murderer, and Jack Palance brings menace as the group's calculating leader. Dwight Schultz, later known for the A-Team, stars as Dr. Potter, the unlikely target of their madness. The film balances suspense and violence, with the killers each bringing their own twisted personalities and methods to the siege. The suburban home invasion setting contrasts sharply with the larger citywide blackout, giving the attacks a sense of isolation despite the chaos beyond. What makes Alone in the Dark memorable is its blend of strong performances and its inventive twist on the slasher formula. It plays more like a survival thriller than a body count movie, keeping viewers on edge with the unpredictability of its villains. It never had the profile of the decade's marquee horror films, but Alone in the Dark earned lasting cult status through its atmosphere and powerhouse cast. It remains a sharp reminder of how fragile safety can feel once the lights go out. Arcade, 1993. Before virtual reality was cool, Albert Pyun dove into the dark side of gaming with this techno-horror tale about an arcade machine that literally won't take no for an answer. When a group of teens test out a new VR game, they discover that losing doesn't just mean game over. It means your consciousness becomes trapped in the machine's digital hell. Megan Ward leads the cast as Alex, a troubled teen who realizes the game isn't just reading players' moves, it's feeding on their fears and traumas. The virtual world combines early 90s CGI with practical effects to create a surreal digital landscape where the rules of reality don't apply and death comes in bits and bytes. What makes Arcade stand out is its understanding of gaming culture and teenage alienation. The film taps into genuine anxieties about technology's growing influence, while delivering creative death scenes that blur the line between virtual and actual reality. Peter Billingsley shows up as a sketchy game company representative, adding to the mounting paranoia about who's really controlling the game. For anyone who enjoys their horror with a side of silicon, Arcade serves up a digital nightmare where the continuous screen might be the last thing you ever see. Deadly Eyes, 1982. If there's one movie that proves Canadian horror could get as wild as anything coming out of the States, it's Deadly Eyes. Released in 1982, this Toronto-shot creature feature adapts James Herbert's novel, The Rats, and turns it into one of the strangest killer animal movies of the VHS era. The setup is pure pulp. Toxic grain gets dumped, the city's rat population mutates, and soon the tunnels beneath Toronto are crawling with giant, hungry rodents. But the real charm comes from the production itself. The rats are actually small dogs in fursuits, scampering through miniature sets and chewing on actors. It's bizarre, cheap, and completely unforgettable once you've seen it. Director Robert Klaus, best known for Enter the Dragon, shoots it straight, which only makes the insanity hit harder. The tone bounces between eco-horror and soap opera, with city officials covering up deaths while the body count rises. It captures that perfect early 80s energy where horror didn't have to make sense. It just had to move. There's also something very Canadian about the setting. Subway systems, winter coats, and a kind of urban claustrophobia that gives the whole movie an odd, authentic atmosphere. Deadly Eyes, also known as Night Eyes or simply Rats, may not be elegant, but it's unforgettable. A mix of cheap effects, weird sincerity, and VHS-era absurdity that could only have come from Canada. The kind of film that makes you laugh, squirm, and immediately want to tell your friends, "You're not going to believe what I just watched." From Beyond, 1986. From Beyond is Stuart Gordon and Brian Usna pushing Lovecraftian horror to extremes. Jeffrey Combs returns, but this time as a man consumed by the Resonator, a machine that awakens unseen dimensions and grotesque entities just beyond human perception. Barbara Crampton anchors the narrative with intelligence and emotional depth, her character a psychiatrist whose curiosity and desire blur ethical lines. The creature design is outrageously imaginative. Slime-coated appendages, pulsating forms, and impossible anatomies suggest entire unseen ecosystems overlapping our world. Gordon's camera work mirrors the character's altered perceptions, with bold colors, kinetic framing, and surreal set pieces that heighten disorientation. Themes of obsession, addiction, and psychosexual tension intensify as the film progresses, culminating in a finale where transformations, creatures, and chaos collide. From Beyond is uncompromising and audacious, a film that earned its cult following by daring to challenge boundaries, blending visceral horror, psychological depth, and technical ingenuity in a way that remains striking even decades later. Hell Comes to Frogtown, 1988. In post-apocalyptic America, fertile men are rare commodities, and Sam Hell is one of the last. Problem is, he's also a stubborn loner who the government must coerce into a rescue mission. Infiltrate Frogtown, a settlement controlled by mutant amphibians, and recover fertile human women being held captive. Oh, and they've locked an electroshock device to his groin to ensure cooperation. Roddy Piper stars fresh off They Live, bringing the same everyman charisma to a premise that's somehow both sexploitation and genuine sci-fi adventure. The film plays the absurdity mostly straight. Mutant frogmen are treated as legitimate threats. The post-apocalyptic wasteland feels genuinely desolate, and the mission has real stakes despite the ridiculous setup. Sandal Bergman and Sek Varel play the government agents escorting him, providing both action competence and romantic tension. The frog mutant designs by Steve Wang are impressively detailed. Full creature suits with articulated faces that allow for actual performances. The inhabitants of Frogtown feel like characters rather than just monsters, with their own culture, hierarchy, and motivations. The practical effects work elevates what could have been cheap rubber suits into something memorably strange. Director Donald G. Jackson and R.J. Kaiser balance action, comedy, and surprisingly earnest world-building. The film delivers desert car chases, creature fights, and exploitation elements while maintaining internal logic. Hell Comes to Frogtown represents that brief moment when post-apocalyptic action met creature feature horror, and nobody questioned why. It's absurd, entertaining, and committed enough to its weird premise to actually work. Salem's Lot, 1979. Tobe Hooper brought Stephen King's vampire epic to television and somehow made it more terrifying than most theatrical horror of the era. Originally a two-part miniseries, Salem's Lot follows writer Ben Mears returning to his childhood hometown, only to discover that an ancient vampire has taken residence in the long-abandoned Marston house. As the undead spread through the community, the entire town becomes infected, neighbors, children, friends, until no one can be trusted. Working within network television restrictions, Hooper couldn't rely on gore, so he leaned into atmosphere and dread. The result is genuinely chilling. Slow burn horror, where every shadow feels threatening and every window could hide something waiting. The film's most iconic image, the Glick boy floating outside his brother's window, scratching to be let in, remains one of horror's most effective jump scares, made terrifying through simplicity and timing. David Soul plays Ben with haunted determination, while James Mason brings aristocratic menace as Straker, the vampire's human familiar. But it's Reggie Nalder's Count Barlow who haunts the film, a grotesque rat-faced creature inspired by Nosferatu rather than suave Dracula interpretations. His appearances are brief but unforgettable, transforming him into pure nightmare fuel. Hooper proves he could build dread without relying on explicit violence, using long takes, ominous framing, and Harry Suckman's unsettling score to create pervasive unease. Salem's Lot demonstrated that television horror could compete with theatrical releases when given the right vision. It remains one of the best King adaptations and proof that Hooper's talent extended beyond backwoods brutality into gothic elegance. Mausoleum, 1983. When Susan Nomed inherits her family estate, she also inherits a centuries-old curse. From childhood, she has been marked by evil, and as an adult, the demonic force inside her begins to take control. At first, it manifests in strange moods and violent urges, but soon her possession becomes impossible to hide, leading to grisly deaths and monstrous transformations. Directed by Michael Dugan, Mausoleum is a possession horror filled with over-the-top spectacle. Bobby Breezy stars as Susan, balancing tragic vulnerability with sinister menace, while Marjo Gortner plays her psychiatrist, helpless to stop the supernatural force devouring her from within. The film is notorious for its practical effects: glowing eyes, grotesque claws ripping through flesh, and wild transformation sequences that push its budget to the limit. Some moments are campy, but others are genuinely unsettling, showing just how much early 80s horror leaned into excess. What sets Mausoleum apart is its willingness to fully embrace outrageousness. It's part soap opera, part gore fest, with a mix of melodrama and splatter that made it a perfect fit for VHS discovery. While it may never have reached mainstream audiences, its blend of demonic possession, bizarre mythology, and gleefully gory set pieces gave it staying power among collectors. Wolfen, 1981. Michael Wadley's Wolfen abandons traditional werewolf mythology entirely, imagining intelligent wolves as urban predators and Native American spirits, rather than cursed humans. A New York detective investigates brutal attacks where victims are torn apart with surgical precision, gradually realizing he's hunting something that possesses near supernatural intelligence and territorial awareness. Albert Finney brings weathered credibility as Detective Dewey Wilson, while Edward James Olmos delivers a haunting performance as a construction worker who understands what's hunting but knows no one will believe. The film explores urban decay, class warfare, and indigenous spirituality with surprising depth, positioning the wolves not as monsters but as survivors reclaiming territory destroyed by development. The visual approach is remarkably innovative. Cinematographer Jerry Fisher created Wolf Vision using thermographic photography that shows heat signatures, transforming New York City into alien hunting ground observed by non-human intelligence. The abandoned tenements of the South Bronx become territories where forgotten homeless victims disappear unnoticed. The creature effects wisely rely on trained animals and suggestion rather than elaborate prosthetics, understanding that the thermographic POV creates more effective dread than extended creature shots. The attacks are swift and brutal, emphasizing pack coordination and predatory intelligence. Wolfen was overshadowed by The Howling and An American Werewolf in London's transformation spectacle, but it represents intelligent horror filmmaking using genre framework to explore serious themes, treating its creatures with respect rather than as simple antagonists. Alien, 1979. Ridley Scott's Alien is the perfect fusion of science fiction and horror, a film that took the haunted house formula and launched it into deep space. A commercial spaceship crew responding to a distress signal unknowingly brings a deadly organism on board, turning their ship into a claustrophobic death trap. What follows is equal parts creature feature and slow burn suspense, unfolding with chilling precision. The cast feels grounded and real, more like weary blue-collar workers than sci-fi heroes. Sigourney Weaver as Ripley delivers one of the greatest performances in horror and sci-fi alike, her strength emerging gradually as the alien threat grows. Ian Holm, Yaphet Kotto, Harry Dean Stanton, and John Hurt add texture to the crew dynamics, while Veronica Cartwright's Lambert captures the raw panic of facing the unimaginable. The true star, though, is H.R. Geiger's alien design. From the grotesque facehugger to the chestburster's shocking eruption and the fully grown xenomorph stalking the ship, the creature feels disturbingly organic, a nightmare born of both biology and surreal artistry. Combined with Scott's meticulous production design, every corridor of the Nostromo feels alive, damp, and hostile. Alien thrives on tension. Long stretches of silence, punctuated by sudden bursts of violence, keep the audience on edge. Jerry Goldsmith's eerie score adds to the sense of unease, but often the scariest moments come from what isn't shown. A shadow in the rafters, a hiss in the dark, the steady pulse of a tracking monitor. Alien redefined both horror and science fiction, proving that the two genres could merge seamlessly. It spawned a franchise and countless imitators, but none have captured the sheer dread of the original, where in space, no one can hear you scream. Voices from Beyond, 1991. Lucio Fulci's Voices from Beyond finds the Italian horror maestro in more restrained mode, crafting a supernatural mystery about a wealthy patriarch who dies under suspicious circumstances. From beyond death, his spirit reaches out to his daughter through visions and whispers, guiding her investigation into his demise. As she digs deeper, she uncovers family secrets, corporate conspiracy, and evidence suggesting everyone close to him had motive for patricide. Duilio del Prete plays the deceased father in extended flashback sequences that reveal his cruel manipulation of family members, making him simultaneously victim and villain. Karina Huff portrays the daughter torn between grief and growing suspicion, navigating a web of lies from relatives who each harbor secrets. The investigation structure gives the film procedural backbone, while supernatural elements add gothic atmosphere. Fulci tones down his typical extreme gore in favor of psychological horror and mystery plotting, though his fascination with death and decay still manifests in morgue sequences and decomposition imagery. The film's visual approach emphasizes shadows, distorted perspectives, and unsettling framing that creates pervasive unease without relying on explicit violence. The supernatural communication between father and daughter provides the film's most effective moments, his ghostly guidance leading her toward truth while protecting her from those who'd silence her. The climax delivers both mystery resolution and supernatural payoff, revealing the extent of the conspiracy while allowing the spirit's vengeance. Voices from Beyond represents Fulci working in more accessible register, proving he could craft suspenseful mystery thrillers without abandoning his gothic sensibilities. It's a minor work in his filmography, but demonstrates range beyond the extreme horror that made him infamous. Jack Be Nimble, 1993. New Zealand might not be the first place you think of when it comes to early 90s horror, but Jack Be Nimble proves that terror can bloom anywhere, even in the quiet countryside. Written and directed by Garth Maxwell, this dark, dreamlike film follows a pair of psychic twins separated at birth. Jack, raised by abusive adoptive parents, grows into a broken young man twisted by trauma. When he finally escapes and sets out to find his sister Dora, the reunion brings something far more dangerous than healing. What starts as a moody family drama turns into a surreal nightmare. Jack's psychic abilities and his fractured mind drive him toward revenge, leading to one of the most unsettling scenes in 90s horror, involving a homemade mind control device in a house full of victims. It's violent, poetic, and weirdly tragic. Jack Be Nimble has the offbeat tone that made New Zealand horror stand out in this era, the same strange energy that ran through The Quiet Earth and Heavenly Creatures. Alexis Arquette, in one of his most haunting early performances, gives Jack both vulnerability and menace, while Sarah Smuts Kennedy grounds the film with real emotional depth. Shot on a small budget but filled with eerie visuals, it feels like a fairy tale warped by trauma and loss, half gothic, half psychological thriller. There's a slow, hypnotic pace to it, and by the time the credits roll, you realize it's not about monsters or murder, but about what happens when love and obsession blur together. Jack Be Nimble is one of those films that slipped past most viewers in the rental days, but it deserves a second look. It's sad, strange, and unforgettable, a quiet masterpiece from the edge of the world. Waxwork 2, Lost in Time, 1992. Instead of repeating the original film's wax museum gimmick, the sequel barrels into a dimension-hopping adventure where the survivors are forced to gather evidence, proving they didn't cause the museum's destruction. Each portal drops them into a new world modeled after classic horror stories, sci-fi movies, and fantasy tropes, giving the film structure closer to an anthology than a straightforward narrative. Zach Galligan returns as the beleaguered hero, plunging through one cinematic parody after another with earnest energy. Monica Schnara replaces the original's female lead and gamely jumps between genres alongside him. Their chemistry keeps the tone breezy even as they face everything from medieval monsters to alien threats. Bruce Campbell shows up for memorable comedic bits, embracing the exaggerated style. The film relies on practical effects for nearly every creature, weapon, and set piece. The Frankenstein-style segment feels lovingly crafted, complete with period lighting and costume design. The alien sequence knowingly leans into 1950s sci-fi aesthetics, right down to stiff movements and retro lab gear. Despite a limited budget, the imagination on display keeps each vignette lively. While the humor is broad, the affection for genre filmmaking is genuine. Director Anthony Hickox celebrates the pulp traditions that inspired the original film. The pacing never lingers too long in one timeline, giving it a momentum that mirrors flipping channels across decades of horror history. Its release on home video allowed it to find its ideal audience: fans who enjoy playful practical effects, quick genre riffs, and sequels that swing for the fences instead of retracing old steps. Shockwaves, 1977. Paradise curdles fast when a tour boat runs aground near a decaying resort. The caretaker warns them to leave. The ocean goes unnaturally still. And then the figures appear, rising from the water in formation, goggle-eyed and silent, as if the sea itself is returning the past to shore. This is aquatic horror by way of war ghosts, disciplined, relentless, and eerily quiet. The movie trades jump scares for procession. Those slow, implacable marches through surf and mangrove, always closing distance, never hurrying. Sunlight is no protection here. The brightness only makes the shapes clearer. Performances sell the panic as options dwindle. Engines fail, radios die, and every path seems to lead back to the waterline. The cinematography builds a suffocating calm, lingering on horizon lines, and the mechanical precision of the stalkers. Sound design matters. No roar, just the slap of waves and the grind of old metal. Its lasting power is simple, an image you can't forget. The idea that something disciplined and dead has found you and will not stop. By the final act, escape feels like a math problem with no solution, just a countdown you hear in your own pulse. Daughters of Darkness, 1971. Harry Kummel's Daughters of Darkness is vampire cinema as stylish, erotic nightmare set in an off-season Belgian seaside hotel. A newlywed couple arrives and encounters Countess Bathory and her young companion, elegant travelers whose timeless beauty and predatory interest transform the honeymoon into psychosexual horror. As the Countess seduces both husband and wife, their relationship fractures and hidden perversions surface. Delphine Seyrig plays the Countess with aristocratic elegance and barely concealed menace, her performance all-knowing smiles and theatrical gestures that suggest centuries of experience manipulating mortals. Danielle Ouimet and John Carlin portray the couple with appropriate naivety that gradually reveals darker currents. Andrea Rao brings otherworldly beauty as the Countess's companion, silent witness and occasional participant. The hotel setting is crucial. A grand Art Deco palace emptied for winter, all gleaming surfaces and vast spaces where the four characters play out their twisted games. Cinematographer Giuseppe Pinori bathes everything in rich colors and elegant compositions, creating visual beauty that contrasts with the emotional and physical violence. The film's approach to vampirism is ambiguous. Are they supernatural creatures or simply ageless predators who've perfected their hunting? Kumail blends vampire mythology with psychosexual exploration, treating bloodlust and desire as inseparable. The violence, when it erupts, is sudden and shocking against the film's measured elegance. The Countess represents both liberating transgression and predatory corruption, offering freedom that comes with terrible cost. Daughters of Darkness remains one of the most stylish vampire films ever made, prioritizing atmosphere and eroticism over traditional horror mechanics. It's European art cinema, using vampire mythology to explore power, desire, and the thin line between seduction and destruction. Bad Dreams, 1988. In the late 1970s, a young woman named Cynthia narrowly survives the fiery destruction of a cult known as Unity Fields, led by the fire-obsessed Franklin Harris. Burned and traumatized, she spends the next 13 years in a coma, only to awaken in a psychiatric hospital where reality and nightmare blur. As Cynthia struggles to piece her life back together, members of her therapy group begin dying in violent, seemingly self-inflicted ways. And she swears she sees Harris, long dead, lurking in the shadows, urging her to join him. Bad Dreams is often called a cousin to A Nightmare on Elm Street, and the comparison makes sense. Surreal deaths, dreamlike visuals, and a villain who can reach across the boundary of life and death. But what sets it apart is its tone, grim, psychological, and steeped in the trauma of surviving a cult. Jennifer Rubin, fresh off Elm Street 3, gives Cynthia a haunted vulnerability that makes her struggle deeply human, even as the horror around her escalates. The imagery is powerful. Scorched figures rising from the flames, Harris appearing with a preacher's calm amid chaos, and sudden transitions from the safety of a hospital ward into fiery visions of destruction. Practical effects sell both the gore and the dreamscapes, with burns, blood, and fire creating a tactile atmosphere of dread. At its heart, Bad Dreams is about guilt and survival. Cynthia's fight isn't just against a cult leader's lingering spirit, it's against the weight of memory and the scars of abuse. The film uses horror to explore the difficulty of reclaiming life after tragedy, even as it delivers the shocks and bloodshed audiences crave. Though overshadowed in its time, Bad Dreams stands as a sharp, unsettling entry in late 80s horror. It's part supernatural slasher, part psychological thriller, and it lingers long after the final flames fade. Satanico Pandemonium, 1975. A young nun begins experiencing intense visions of violence and temptation after a mysterious encounter in the convent garden. As demonic forces invade her every thought, she descends into sin, blasphemy, and acts of violence, unable to distinguish between hallucination and reality, as Satan himself seems determined to claim her soul. Directed by Gilberto Martinez Solares, Satanico Pandemonium is Mexican nunsploitation at its most unhinged, a film that blends Catholic guilt, psychological horror, and surreal imagery into something that feels genuinely transgressive, even by exploitation standards. The film doesn't shy away from its provocative premise, delivering a parade of blasphemous imagery and forbidden desires while maintaining an oddly serious tone. Cecilia Pazé plays Sister Maria with remarkable commitment, navigating the character's psychological unraveling with genuine intensity. Her performance grounds the film's more outrageous moments, making the descent feel tragic, rather than purely exploitative. Enrique Rocha appears as the demonic tempter, equal parts seductive and sadistic, pushing Maria toward increasingly horrific acts. The film's visual approach leans heavily into religious iconography turned profane, crucifixes, sacred spaces, and devotional rituals transformed into sites of corruption. The hallucination sequences are lurid and dreamlike, shot with garish colors and distorted compositions that emphasize Maria's fractured mental state. The Mexican locations provide appropriately Gothic backdrops, ancient convents and desolate landscapes that feel removed from time. Satanico Pandemonium walks a difficult line between exploitation and examination of religious repression, never quite settling on one or the other. It's simultaneously exploitative and genuinely interested in the psychological damage of extreme devotion and denied desire. The result is uncomfortable, excessive, and undeniably memorable. Of unknown origin, 1983. Some horror movies go big. Monsters, mayhem, cities in flames. Of unknown origin goes the other way, trapping all that tension inside a single brownstone and turning one man's house into a battlefield. Released in 1983 and filmed in Montreal, this Canadian thriller stars Peter Weller as Bart Hughes, a clean-cut businessman whose perfect life starts to fall apart when a massive rat moves into his home. At first, it's just small things, chewed wires, food gone missing, but soon the creature becomes a full-blown obsession. Bart's sanity starts to unravel as he tears his own house apart, trying to destroy something that might just be smarter than him. Director George P. Cosmatos treats the story like a psychological war film. The cinematography turns the house into a claustrophobic maze of vents, crawl spaces, and shadows, while Weller's performance slowly shifts from calm professional to sleepless madman. By the final act, it's less about a man fighting a rat, and more about a man fighting the parts of himself that crack under pressure. There's a raw, sweaty intensity to it, the kind of unglamorous, working-class dread that gives Canadian horror its edge. No supernatural twist, no conspiracy, just the slow breakdown of a man who can't admit he's losing control. Of unknown origin might sound like a simple creature feature, but it's one of the most grounded, unnerving horror films of its decade. A movie that turns domestic frustration into primal terror, and proves that sometimes the scariest monsters are the ones we invite inside. The Keep, 1983. There's nothing quite like The Keep. Directed by Michael Mann in 1983, yes, the same man who'd later make Heat, this film feels like a gothic dream trapped inside a World War II movie. Based on F. Paul Wilson's novel, it tells the story of a Nazi platoon that occupies a massive stone fortress in the Carpathian Mountains, only to awaken something ancient sealed within its walls. The entity, Molasar, isn't a traditional movie monster. It's a luminous, shape-shifting presence, sometimes protector, sometimes destroyer. As soldiers start dying, a mysterious stranger, played by Scott Glenn, arrives to stop what's been unleashed. The result is half horror, half metaphysical allegory, a collision of myth, religion, and existential dread. Visually, The Keep is staggering. Man fills it with fog, shafts of light, and impossible architecture that looks more dream than reality. The electronic score by Tangerine Dream adds an otherworldly pulse, music that makes the entire film feel like you're watching someone else's nightmare. Production, however, was a disaster. A massive fire destroyed sets. Key sequences were unfinished, and studio cuts removed nearly an hour from Mann's intended version. The final film runs barely 90 minutes, but what's left is haunting. Fragments of a masterpiece that somehow feel more powerful in their incompleteness. On cable and VHS, The Keep became a cult enigma. Viewers didn't know what they'd just seen, only that it looked and sounded like nothing else. Its horror filtered through poetry and smoke, a reminder that sometimes mystery is scarier than explanation. The Ultimate Warrior, 1975. In a crumbling post-apocalyptic New York, small bands of survivors cling to life inside fortified enclaves, battling starvation, disease, and violent gangs roaming the ruins. One such community, led by the Weary Baron, played by Max von Sydow, seeks a way out of the city. Their hope arrives in the form of Carson, a lone fighter portrayed by Yul Brynner, who becomes their protector and guide through the hostile wasteland. Directed by Robert Klaus, The Ultimate Warrior blends dystopian grit with a classic Western structure. Von Sydow brings quiet dignity as the leader trying to hold his people together, while Brinner's physical presence and stoic delivery make Carson a mythic figure, the warrior who will lead them to safety. Joanna Miles appears as the Baron's daughter, adding a human thread to the community's struggle. The film's action is rough and direct, with knife fights and ambushes staged against the desolate backdrop of decaying city streets. Its depiction of New York transformed into an urban jungle of ruins is haunting, and the contrast between the struggling enclave and the savage gangs reinforces its survivalist tone. While not as flashy as later post-apocalyptic adventures, The Ultimate Warrior carved out its own niche. On home video, it was embraced by fans of both dystopian science fiction and gritty action, admired for its stripped-down storytelling and powerful performances. Today, it's remembered as an early entry in the wave of survivalist sci-fi, a stark, tough film where hope rests on the strength of one man against a dying world. Jack Frost, 1997. Not the wholesome Michael Keaton family film, this is the slasher about a serial killer who dies in a chemical accident and returns as a homicidal snowman. Jack Frost, the murderer, transforms into Jack Frost, the anthropomorphic winter nightmare, terrorizing the small town where he was originally captured. He can freeze victims, impale them with icicles, or just roll over them with his snowy bulk. Writer-director Michael Cooney commits to the absurd premise with surprising sincerity, creating genuine slasher atmosphere despite the ridiculous antagonist. The snowman design walks the line between charming and unsettling. Clearly a person in a costume, but given menacing personality through practical effects and Scott MacDonald's vocal performance. Jack delivers terrible winter puns while ending lives, self-aware enough to acknowledge his ridiculousness without winking too hard. Christopher Allport plays the sheriff haunted by Jack's original crimes, bringing real gravity to a film about a carnivorous snowman. The supporting cast treats everything with appropriate seriousness, which makes the horror comedy tone actually work. The practical effects for the demises range from creative to outrageous, particularly a notorious bathtub sequence that pushes the premise to its absolute limit. Jack Frost found cult status through home video, where audiences appreciated its low-budget charm and commitment to the bit. It spawned an even more absurd sequel, and represents a specific brand of 90s direct-to-video horror comedy that embraced ridiculous concepts without apology. The film understands it's silly, but respects the audience enough to deliver genuine creature feature entertainment, rather than just ironic detachment. Death Machine, 1994. A weapons corporation's latest prototype, a hulking, nearly indestructible killing machine designed by their most brilliant and unstable engineer, goes catastrophically wrong when a group of activists breaks into the facility to expose the company's unethical experiments. Locked inside with a predator that learns and adapts with every encounter, the survivors must navigate a high-tech labyrinth where every corridor could be their last. Written and directed by Stephen Norrington in his feature debut, Death Machine is a love letter to 80s sci-fi horror wrapped in 90s cyberpunk aesthetics. The film wears its influences openly, shades of Alien, RoboCop, and The Terminator. But Norrington brings enough visual flair and manic energy to make it feel like more than just homage. The titular machine itself is a practical effects marvel. A skeletal, multi-limbed nightmare that moves with unsettling fluidity. Through the corporate shadows, Brad Dourif steals every scene as Jack Dante, the psychotic inventor whose obsession with horror films and death has manifested in his grotesque creation. He plays the role with unhinged glee, delivering monologues that veer between tech-speak and pure madness. Ely Pouget anchors the film as the corporate executive caught between conscience and survival, while William Hootkins and John Sherian round out a solid ensemble trapped in a steel coffin. The production design transforms abandoned industrial spaces into a near-future nightmare. All flickering monitors, steam-filled corridors, and blood-streaked metal. Norrington's camera work is kinetic and claustrophobic, keeping the tension ratcheted high even when the budget shows through. It's the kind of ambitious, effects-driven thriller that carved out its own niche on rental shelves. Smart enough to engage, brutal enough to satisfy. The Night of the Hunted, 1980. On a lonely stretch of road, a man rescues a disoriented young woman who seems to have lost not only her way, but also her memory. He brings her to a mysterious high-rise clinic, where she joins others suffering from the same strange condition. Their identities fading, their thoughts slipping away. But this is no ordinary hospital. Surveillance, confinement, and sudden acts of violence hint at something sinister behind the walls. Directed by French filmmaker Jean Rollin, best known for his surreal vampire films, The Night of the Hunted takes a different path. One of psychological decay and dreamlike unease. Brigitte Lahaye stars as Elizabeth, giving the film a haunting center as her confusion and vulnerability gradually transform into dread. Alain Duclos plays the man who tries to help her, caught in a situation far darker than he imagined. The imagery is stark and unsettling. Patients wandering blank-eyed through sterile corridors, faces pressed against glass, and sudden bursts of violence that pierce the slow, hypnotic rhythm. Rollins strips away Gothic trappings, replacing them with a cold, modern landscape that feels just as otherworldly. What makes The Night of the Hunted memorable is its mood. It's less about jump scares than it is about the horror of losing yourself, piece by piece, while under the control of unseen forces. The film blends exploitation elements with genuine atmosphere, creating something at once bleak and strangely poetic. Though overshadowed by Rollins' more famous works, this 1980 entry endures as one of his most chilling experiments, a horror film that turns amnesia into a slow-motion apocalypse of the mind. Ghost Keeper, 1981. On a snowy winter trip, three friends veer off the beaten path and stumble upon a deserted lodge deep in the Canadian Rockies. Seeking shelter from the storm, they find the building isn't as empty as it looks. A mysterious woman lives there with her son, hiding a dark secret tied to the mountain and the ancient spirit that watches over it. Directed by Jim Makichuk, Ghost Keeper is a moody slice of Canadian horror that leans heavily into isolation and unease. Reva Spear stars as Jenny, whose suspicions grow as her companions vanish one by one, while Georgie Collins brings a chilling presence as the lodge's unsettling caretaker. The film thrives on its remote setting, with endless snowdrifts and abandoned hallways creating a creeping sense of entrapment. Long silences, strange rituals, and sudden bursts of violence make the lodge feel like a place where time has frozen, along with anyone unlucky enough to enter. Though made on a small budget, Ghost Keeper has gained a reputation as a haunting winter horror. It's the kind of movie that lingers not because of non-stop action, but because of its cold, eerie stillness. Netherworld, 1992. A young man arrives at his late father's Louisiana estate, expecting to settle affairs, only to learn his father delved deeply into local occult practices before dying. Rumors suggest he sought a second life through a ritual involving a powerful priestess, and the son begins unraveling the web of secrets left behind. Michael Bendetti plays the inheritor drawn into a maze of bayou mysticism, prostitution rings tied to spiritual transactions, and a hidden community where wealthy men attempt to transfer their souls into younger bodies. Denise Gentile portrays a woman who shifts between ally and enigma, with ties to supernatural forces. The film's standout feature is its atmosphere. Director David Schmeller uses the region's swampy landscapes to create an environment where magical practices feel ingrained in the land. Practical effects and optical work visualize soul transference and ritual magic with restrained but evocative style. As mysteries stack up, the protagonist realizes his father's intentions extend far beyond simple resurrection. The plot grows increasingly dense, layering conspiracies until reality feels porous. The pacing is slow and deliberate, emphasizing mood over action, but the world building gives the story an identity distinct from more straightforward full-moon features. Netherworld lands somewhere between occult thriller and Southern Gothic fever dream. It's uneven but ambitious, offering a mix of sultry atmosphere, mystical intrigue, and the kind of supernatural melodrama that made it stand out in the video store era. Hide and Go Shriek, 1988. When a group of teenagers decides to celebrate their high school graduation with an after-hours party inside a sprawling furniture store, it seems like harmless fun. Drinks, dares, and even a few forbidden hookups are all on the agenda. But once the lights go out and the doors are locked, the party takes a deadly turn. A killer is stalking the aisles, turning the store's mannequins, mirrors, and showrooms into tools of terror. Hide and Go Shriek takes the slasher formula and gives it a unique setting that's both playful and unnerving. The endless rows of beds, wardrobes, and mannequins create a labyrinth where shadows play tricks, and hiding places can quickly become death traps. It's a clever twist on the classic locked-in overnight premise, grounding the suspense in a setting everyone recognizes but suddenly can't trust. The film thrives on its atmosphere, fluorescent lights flickering above, mannequins seeming to breathe in the dark, and the eerie quiet of a building that should be empty. When the violence erupts, it's raw and brutal, punctuating the tension with a grim reminder that this isn't just a game of hide and seek. What makes it linger is the way it edges into darker territory than expected. Beneath the surface-level thrills, the killer's motives and identity bring a disturbing twist, tying the murders into themes of repression, sexuality, and hidden identity. That layer of subtext makes the film stand out from its peers, elevating it from a simple slasher to something more memorable. Hide and Go Shriek may not have broken through to mainstream horror fame, but for fans of inventive 80s slashers, it delivers exactly what the title promises: a deadly game where every corner hides the possibility of bloodshed. Re-Animator, 1985. Stuart Gordon's Re-Animator is a wild fusion of splatter horror and pitch-black comedy, loosely adapted from H.P. Lovecraft's Herbert West, Re-Animator. It tells the story of Herbert West, a brilliant but unhinged medical student who develops a glowing green serum capable of bringing the dead back to life. What begins as scientific ambition quickly spirals into chaos, gore, and madness. Jeffrey Combs steals the film as West, playing him with manic intensity and deadpan arrogance. His obsession with conquering death turns him into both the film's hero and its villain, a man as dangerous as the creatures he creates. Bruce Abbott provides the straight man as Dan Kane, the fellow student reluctantly drawn into West's experiments, while Barbara Crampton adds both humanity and vulnerability as Dan's girlfriend, Megan. What makes Re-Animator unforgettable is its audacity. The film doesn't just push boundaries, it smashes through them with gallons of blood and outrageous set pieces. From severed heads with a mind of their own to morgue corpses exploding into grotesque violence, Gordon leans into practical effects that are both shocking and darkly hilarious. Composer Richard Band's tongue-in-cheek score, riffing on Bernard Herrmann's Psycho theme, sets the perfect tone for the madness. Beneath the over-the-top gore lies a clever streak of satire. Re-Animator pokes fun at the arrogance of science, the institutions that enable it, and the fragile line between genius and insanity. It's messy, outrageous, and utterly fearless, a midnight movie classic that embodies the wild, anything-goes energy of 1980s horror. The Manitou, 1978. The Manitou is a supernatural horror film directed by William Girdler that blends Native American mysticism with campy thrills. Released in 1978, this 104-minute film features a unique storyline where a psychic's girlfriend discovers that a lump on her neck is actually the reincarnation of a 400-year-old demonic spirit. With an IMDb rating of 5.4, the film stars Tony Curtis as Harry Erskine, a con artist psychic who finds himself entangled in a battle against a powerful evil force. Supporting performances by Susan Strasberg and Michael Ansara add depth to the cast, while Burgess Meredith delivers a memorable turn as a quirky professor. The film's premise unfolds as Strasberg's character, Karen, experiences increasingly bizarre and terrifying events related to the growth on her neck. As the situation escalates, it becomes clear that an ancient spirit is attempting to return to the physical world, leading to a series of bizarre and often humorous confrontations. Girdler's direction is a mix of serious horror elements and unintentional comedy, making it a cult classic among fans of 70s cinema. The visual effects and practical effects, while dated, contribute to the film's charm, creating memorable and outrageous sequences, including a climactic showdown that takes the audience into a surreal confrontation with the supernatural. The Manitou stands out for its unique blend of genres and its exploration of themes like reincarnation and spiritual conflict. It's an entertaining ride filled with absurdity and unexpected moments, perfect for those who appreciate campy horror. As you watch, you'll find yourself immersed in a bizarre world where the lines between reality and the supernatural blur, leaving you with a mix of laughter and chills. Don't Open Till Christmas, 1984. Set in a quaint English town during the festive season, a masked killer stalks a group of friends as they prepare for Christmas. The juxtaposition of cheerful decorations, twinkling lights, and cheerful carols with brutal murders creates a jarring, unnerving tension. Every corner of the town feels suspect, from empty streets to silent classrooms, amplifying the sense that nowhere is safe during the holidays. The film leans heavily into slasher conventions of the mid-80s, with creative kills and suspenseful build-ups. Characters are drawn with enough personality to keep viewers invested, while the killer's masked anonymity keeps the threat looming. The holiday setting isn't just decorative, it plays into the narrative with gifts, stockings, and festive rituals, becoming ironic symbols of fear. The VHS-era production adds a distinctive texture. Slightly grainy visuals, stark lighting contrasts, and practical effects that feel immediate and grounded. These elements make the tension palpable, as if the viewer is stepping into a snow-covered town where danger could be hiding behind every door. Though not widely remembered today, Don't Open Till Christmas captures the chaotic energy of 80s holiday slasher cinema. Its blend of festive cheer and violent suspense makes it a standout example of how even the most joyous season can mask terrifying darkness. Night of the Demons, 1988. On Halloween night, a group of teens gathers at Hull House, an abandoned funeral parlor with a sinister past. What begins as a rowdy party quickly descends into hell when a seance unleashes a demonic force. One by one, the guests are possessed, turning on each other in a night of blood, gore, and twisted revelry. Directed by Kevin Tenney, Night of the Demons is a perfect slice of late 80s horror excess. Kathy Podewell stars as Judy, the final girl trying to survive, while Amelia Kincaid steals the show as Angela, whose transformation into a snarling, dancing demon became instantly iconic. Linnea Quigley also leaves her mark with one of the most outrageous and memorable set pieces in VHS-era horror. The film thrives on Halloween atmosphere, flickering jack-o'-lanterns, fog-draped cemeteries, and costumes that turn deadly. Practical effects provide gory kills and grotesque demonic makeups, creating a blend of camp and terror that feels like a carnival ride gone wrong. Though it wasn't a theatrical hit, Night of the Demons became a home video staple, passed around for its outrageous set pieces and unapologetic energy. Today it stands as one of the ultimate Halloween horror films, wild, gory, and dripping with seasonal spirit. Night Beast, 1982. When a spaceship crashes in a small Maryland town, the locals are unprepared for what's inside. A reptilian alien emerges from the wreckage, armed with laser weapons and an insatiable appetite for destruction. As the bodies pile up, a sheriff and a handful of survivors struggle to stop the creature before it wipes the town off the map. Directed by Don Dohler, Night Beast is a no-budget sci-fi horror that became a staple of regional filmmaking. The cast includes Tom Griffith as Sheriff Cinder, leading the charge against the extraterrestrial menace, with Anne Frith and Jamie Zemerel rounding out the human side of the fight. What the film lacks in budget, it makes up for in enthusiasm. The alien is brought to life with rubber suit practical effects and laser blasting pyrotechnics that give the attacks a pulpy energy. The film also features an early music score contribution from J.J. Abrams, adding another layer of curiosity to its legacy. The charm of Night Beast lies in its scrappy ambition. Shot in backyards and local neighborhoods, it leans on creativity and heart rather than resources, giving it a distinct personality that big-budget creature features often miss. While it never reached theaters nationwide, Night Beast thrived on late-night TV and VHS rentals, where its mix of gore, camp, and sci-fi mayhem made it unforgettable for fans who stumbled across it. It remains a cult favorite, celebrated as a true outsider horror film that turned limitations into a badge of honor. Humanoids from the Deep, 1980. Few films caused as much controversy behind the scenes as Barbara Peters' Humanoids from the Deep. Producer Roger Corman wanted more exploitation, leading to additional scenes directed by Jimmy T. Murakami that Peters reportedly objected to. The result is a deeply problematic creature feature where genetically modified salmon produce amphibious offspring that emerge from the ocean with violent reproductive intent. A coastal fishing town becomes ground zero as the attacks escalate toward the annual festival. Doug McClure plays a fisherman caught between corporate interests and creature attacks, while Ann Turkel's scientist investigates the mutations. Vic Morrow adds intensity as a racist antagonist whose prejudices become insignificant when faced with the greater threat. The human conflicts, corporate greed, racism, economic desperation, provide surprising depth before the monsters arrive. Rob Bottin's creature effects are impressively realized, humanoid fishmen that are both absurd and genuinely menacing. The suits allow for physical performances that sell the threat, particularly during the beach attack climax where dozens of creatures storm the festival. The film mixes eco-horror and monster mayhem with deeply uncomfortable themes, sparking controversy even in the permissive early 80s. Humanoids from the Deep remains a contentious entry in exploitation history, a film where ecological warnings collide with boundary-pushing content that many find objectionable. Deadly Games, also known as 3615 Code Père Noël, 1989. Before there was Home Alone, there was this intense French horror thriller that takes the kid defending his home premise in a much darker direction. Released in 1989, a full year before Macaulay Culkin ever set foot in that Chicago suburb, 3615 Code Père Noël tells the story of Thomas, a resourceful young boy who loves playing Rambo and spending Christmas with his beloved grandfather Pappy in their Gothic mansion. On Christmas Eve, Thomas's mother goes to work at the department store, leaving him with his grandfather. Meanwhile, a deeply disturbed man dressed as a mall Santa is fired from his job, and something snaps. This psychotic Santa, played with genuinely unsettling intensity by Patrick Fluersheim, invades Thomas's home, turning the holiday into a deadly game of cat and mouse. What sets this apart from typical home invasion films is its style. Director René Manzor crafted something visually striking. Think tilted camera angles, dramatic slow-motion sequences, a pulsing synth score, and a mansion that looks like Dracula's castle from the outside. The film has this gothic, almost dreamlike atmosphere that gives it a unique identity. It's part thriller, part action film, part horror, with legitimately tense sequences and surprisingly graphic violence. Thomas isn't your typical movie kid. He's smart, prepared, and uses his Rambo-inspired traps and gadgets to fight back. But this isn't played for laughs. The Santa is brutal, relentless, and terrifying, with virtually no backstory or dialogue, just pure menace in a costume that should bring joy. Director René Manzor was so convinced that Home Alone plagiarized his film that he threatened legal action against its producers. While the basic setup is similar, the tone couldn't be more different. This is no family comedy. It's a stylish, violent thriller that earned its reputation as one of the more unique Christmas horror films of the VHS era. The French title refers to the Minitel system, France's pre-internet text service, which plays into the plot. Deadly Games is proof that not all Christmas intruder movies need to be fun and games. Sometimes Santa comes to kill, and sometimes a kid has to fight for his life. Colossus, The Forbidden Project, 1970. In a bid to end the threat of nuclear war, the United States unveils Colossus, a massive supercomputer designed to control the nation's nuclear arsenal. Its creator, Dr. Charles Forbin, played by Eric Braeden, believes he's built the ultimate safeguard for humanity. But when Colossus discovers a Soviet counterpart and the two machines link up, the system quickly evolves beyond its programming, deciding that the only path to peace is absolute control. Directed by Joseph Sargent, the Forbin Project is a chilling vision of artificial intelligence decades before it became a real-world concern. Braden gives Forbin a cool intelligence that slowly unravels as he realizes he's become a prisoner of his own creation. Susan Clark and Gordon Pinsent round out the cast, caught between loyalty to their government and fear of the machine that now holds the world hostage. The film is spare but deeply unsettling, relying less on spectacle and more on the escalating tension between man and machine. Colossus never needs a face or a body. Its disembodied voice and relentless logic are more terrifying than any monster. The final revelation, where Colossus promises a future of enforced peace, lingers long after the credits roll. Though overshadowed by flashier sci-fi of the era, Colossus endures as one of the most intelligent and unnerving takes on technology run amok. It remains a stark reminder of the thin line between protection and control, and the dangers of building something you can't shut down. Time Bandits, 1981. Time Bandits is a whimsical fantasy sci-fi film directed by Terry Gilliam, released in 1981. This imaginative adventure follows an 11-year-old boy named Kevin, played by Craig Warnock, who dreams of escaping his mundane life. His wish comes true when he stumbles upon a group of time-traveling dwarves who are on a quest to steal treasures from various historical figures. The film begins with Kevin discovering the dwarves, who have escaped from the Supreme Being, portrayed by Ralph Richardson. They take him on a wild journey through time and space, encountering famous characters such as Napoleon, played by Ian Holm, and Robin Hood, portrayed by John Cleese. Each destination is filled with humor, creativity, and surreal visuals, showcasing Gilliam's signature style. As the group travels through different eras, they face challenges and adversaries, including the menacing evil genius, played by David Warner. The film cleverly explores themes of greed, morality, and the absurdities of history, all while maintaining a lighthearted tone. The dwarves' antics and Kevin's innocent perspective provide a delightful contrast to the darker elements of the story. The production design is visually stunning, featuring imaginative sets and costumes that bring the fantastical world to life. The blend of practical effects and creative storytelling creates a unique viewing experience that resonates with audiences of all ages. With a runtime of 110 minutes, Time Bandits is both entertaining and thought-provoking. It encourages viewers to reflect on the nature of time, adventure, and the consequences of one's choices. The film invites audiences to embrace their imagination and consider the possibilities that lie beyond the ordinary. As you watch Time Bandits, prepare for a journey that is as humorous as it is profound, filled with memorable characters and a story that will leave you contemplating the true meaning of adventure. Dark Age, 1987. The Australian outback is a place of extremes. Blazing heat, endless plains, winding rivers, and a wilderness that's as beautiful as it is unforgiving. It's here that Arch Nicholson's 1987 film Dark Age unfolds, blending suspense, creature thrills, and cultural tension into something more than just another killer crocodile movie. At the center is Steve Harris, a park ranger and herpetologist played by John Jarrett. His assignment seems straightforward: track down and stop a giant saltwater crocodile named Numenwari, blamed for a string of attacks. But this isn't just an ordinary predator. To the local Aboriginal community, Numenwari is sacred, a living vessel for ancestral spirits. For Harris, the mission quickly shifts from a matter of public safety into a moral crossroads. Does he protect people by killing the crocodile, or honor the traditions that demand its survival? That conflict deepens with the arrival of poachers like John Besser, who view Numunwari only as a payday. Harris is pulled between competing forces: opportunists seeking profit, communities fighting for respect, and the primal reality of nature itself. All the while, the crocodile remains an imposing and unpredictable presence, less a monster than a reminder of humanity's fragility in the wild. What makes Dark Age stand out is its atmosphere. The Australian outback isn't just a backdrop, it's a character in itself, shaping every moment with isolation and tension. Nicholson lingers on quiet stretches of land and water, ratcheting up suspense before releasing it in bursts of sudden violence. The crocodile effects are effective, but it's the pacing and mood that keep the danger looming. Beyond the thrills, the film weaves in themes of cultural respect, environmental responsibility, and the uneasy balance between progress and tradition. It may not have been a mainstream hit, but over time Dark Age has earned a reputation as one of the more thoughtful entries in the creature feature genre. By the end, it's not just a story of man against beast. It's a reflection on how we choose to live alongside nature, and the cost when that balance is broken. Lemora, A Child's Tale of the Supernatural, 1973. In the quiet shadows of the Depression-era South, a young girl named Lila Lee receives a letter from her estranged father, a fugitive hiding in a forgotten town, surrounded by swamps and secrets. Her journey to find him leads her far from innocence and into the clutches of a mysterious woman named Lemora, whose Gothic mansion hides something ancient, alluring, and unspeakably corrupt. Lemora, A Child's Tale of the Supernatural, is unlike anything else from the 1970s horror scene, a haunting mix of Southern Gothic, fairy tale, and fever dream. Directed by Richard Blackburn, it walks a razor's edge between beauty and decay, mixing religious imagery with dreamlike menace. Leslie Taplin's performance as Lemora radiates both charm and danger, while Cheryl Smith brings heartbreaking vulnerability to Lila's descent into darkness. The film's low budget only adds to its atmosphere. Grainy textures and soft lighting create a hazy, otherworldly feel, like a nightmare half-remembered. Beneath its strange elegance lies a coming-of-age story twisted into something deeply unsettling, where purity and corruption blur into the same haunting vision. Lemora isn't for everyone, but for those drawn to ethereal, uncanny horror, it's a rare gem, a hypnotic journey through innocence lost, faith tested, and the seductive power of the unknown. Dawn of the Dead, 1978. George A. Romero's Dawn of the Dead is more than just a sequel to Night of the Living Dead. It's a sprawling, ambitious expansion that cemented the modern zombie as both a source of terror and biting social commentary. Where the first film trapped its survivors in a farmhouse, this one takes the apocalypse to a shopping mall, turning consumer culture itself into a backdrop for horror. The story follows a small group of survivors, a TV news producer, her pilot boyfriend, and two SWAT officers, as they escape the chaos of civilization collapsing outside and fortify themselves inside the mall. At first, the brightly lit corridors and endless goods feel like paradise, a refuge from the violence consuming the world. But the illusion of safety crumbles as the dead break through. Rival survivors invade, and the group begins to fracture under the weight of their own isolation. Romero balances shocking gore with sharp satire. The zombies shuffle through the mall, not just as predators, but as mindless echoes of their former selves, drawn instinctively to the temples of consumerism they once worshipped. It's a critique of modern life that feels as relevant today as it did in the late 1970s. Special effects maestro Tom Savini brought groundbreaking practical gore to the film, making each bite, wound, and explosion of blood both horrifying and strangely exaggerated, like a comic book come to life. Combined with Romero's unflinching direction, the violence hits with both shock and dark humor, creating a tone that swings between bleak and playful. Dawn of the Dead endures not just for its scares, but for its scope. It's epic, grotesque, funny, and tragic all at once, a film that proves horror can carry both entertainment and commentary without losing its edge. The mall becomes a microcosm of society, a place where survival, greed, and the inevitability of death all collide. The Killer Nun, 1979. The Killer Nun is one of those movies that could only have come out of Italy in the late 70s. A mix of religious guilt, psychological breakdown, and lurid exploitation that somehow manages to feel both shocking and sincere. Released in 1979 and directed by Giulio Berruti, it sits right at the intersection of art house melodrama and grindhouse scandal. The film follows Sister Gertrude, a nun recovering from brain surgery, who begins to spiral into madness. Her faith unravels, her behavior becomes erratic, and soon she's lashing out in increasingly violent and immoral ways. The convent around her turns into a maze of repression and desire, where prayer, addiction, and murder start to blend together. Anita Ekberg gives the film its strange gravity. Her performance walks a tightrope between tragic and unhinged, turning what could have been pure exploitation into something oddly sympathetic. You feel the sickness, the confusion, and the slow moral decay creeping into every scene. Like much of Italy's nunsploitation wave, The Killer Nun uses shock to explore themes the church would rather avoid: hypocrisy, temptation, and the human weakness beneath devotion. The cinematography is clinical and detached, full of sterile corridors and cold light that make the violence feel even more disturbing. It's easy to dismiss a title like The Killer Nun as trash, but there's more going on under the surface. It's about control, guilt, and what happens when the institutions meant to save us are the ones that break us. When it arrived on home video in the 80s, it became infamous, banned in several countries, and lumped in with the video nasties. But over time, it's gained recognition as one of the smarter, moodier entries in the genre. A film that shocks you first, then leaves you thinking afterward. The Killer Nun isn't subtle, but it's unforgettable. A strange collision of faith and madness that could only have been born in 1979 Italy. The Blood Rose, 1970. Obsession has always been one of horror's favorite subjects, but The Blood Rose takes it somewhere far more decadent and unsettling. Directed by Claude Mulot, this French fever dream follows a wealthy artist whose wife is horribly disfigured in a fire. Unable to accept her ruined beauty, he turns to a mysterious surgeon who claims he can restore her face through experimental grafts. But his methods come at a terrible cost. What follows is a descent into guilt, lust, and artistic madness, filmed with the detached beauty of a nightmare painted on canvas. Often cited as one of the first color French horror films, La Rose Écorchée looks less like a genre movie and more like an art installation slowly rotting from within. The mansion setting is all marble floors and floral arrangements, but the colors bleed: deep reds, sickly greens, and pale flesh tones that seem to vibrate with unease. Mulot's background in erotic cinema shows through, but instead of cheap titillation, the sensuality becomes part of the horror. Beauty and death are inseparable here, each feeding off the other. The pacing is languid, hypnotic, and disorienting, much like the films of Jean Rollin or Jess Franco, yet Mulot keeps his story grounded in tragic obsession. The Blood Rose isn't about monsters. It's about the monstrous things people do in the name of love and perfection. In 1970, that blend of eroticism, surrealism, and despair felt new and transgressive. Decades later, it still looks like something unearthed from a dream too beautiful and too broken to survive in the light. Massacre at Central High, 1976. High school becomes a war zone in this sharp, subversive cult thriller that turns teenage angst into political allegory. When a new student transfers to Central High, he finds a campus ruled by a trio of bullies who control the halls through intimidation. But when he finally strikes back, the social order collapses. And what replaces it is even more disturbing. Part revenge film, part moral fable, Massacre at Central High takes the familiar teen drama and twists it into something brutal and intelligent. Director René Dalder strips away adult authority entirely, leaving the students to form their own twisted hierarchy. What starts as rebellion quickly turns into a study of corruption, and the cycle of power, a clever reflection of how easily victims can become oppressors. The film's low-budget production only enhances its stark, almost dreamlike tone. There's no music blasting or flashy editing, just quiet tension, empty hallways, and an atmosphere of inevitable collapse. It's the kind of movie that snuck into midnight programming and stuck with anyone who stumbled across it. Long before Heathers or Battle Royale, this film was already exploring how peer pressure and revenge can curdle into something apocalyptic. Massacre at Central High might wear the look of a simple exploitation flick, but beneath the surface, it's one of the most cynical and thought-provoking teen horror stories of its era. The Junkman, 1982. Cars crash, planes explode, and cameras roll in this wild meta-action spectacle from writer-director H.B. Halicki, the same mind behind Gone in 60 Seconds. The Junkman blurs the line between movie and reality, following a stunt-filled chase through California as a filmmaker becomes the target of assassins during the premiere of his own car crash epic. What unfolds is a demolition derby on a grand scale, a film about making car movies told entirely through wreckage. Halicki practically reinvented independent stunt cinema with this one. Every sequence was done for real. Cars tumbling end over end, helicopters clipping power lines, entire highways shut down just to be destroyed. There's no CGI, no tricks, just raw nerve and physics pushed to their limits. While the story exists mostly as a backdrop for mayhem, the Junkman captures something rare, a genuine sense of danger. Every frame feels like it could go wrong at any second, and often did. Halicki's obsession with speed and destruction turns the film into a chaotic love letter to movie-making itself. It's loud, reckless, and unapologetically excessive. The ultimate VHS-era adrenaline rush. The Junkman isn't just about crashing cars. It's about living fast, filming faster, and leaving nothing unbroken behind you. Killer Workout, 1987. At a Los Angeles health club, fitness isn't the only thing making people sweat. A killer is on the loose, turning spandex and aerobics into a bloody nightmare. As instructors push their clients through high-energy routines, bodies begin piling up, and the flashy neon-soaked gym becomes a hunting ground for a murderer with a taste for sharp objects and skin-tight targets. Directed by David A. Pryor, Killer Workout, also known as Aerobicide, perfectly captures the excess of the 80s fitness craze while twisting it into slasher territory. Marcia Carr stars as the tough-as-nails Rhonda, while Ted Pryor and David James Campbell round out the cast of gym regulars caught in the chaos. The film is remembered for its non-stop workout montages, filled with thumping synth beats, leg warmers, and choreographed aerobic sequences that feel straight out of a music video. Between the flashy dance numbers, the killer strikes, often with a giant safety pin, adding an odd but memorable signature weapon to the slasher canon. What makes Killer Workout so enduring is its blend of camp and commitment. It never winks at the audience, even as it delivers outrageous kills alongside endless montages of exercise routines. The sincerity makes the absurdity even more entertaining. Though it didn't make waves in theaters, Killer Workout found its true calling on VHS, where its mix of slasher violence and aerobics nostalgia earned it cult status. It's a perfect time capsule of the era. Equal parts deadly and neon bright. Ticks, 1993. Ticks, directed by Tony Randall in 1993, is a slimy creature feature delight that takes the backwoods survival trope and injects it with grotesque body horror. The story follows a group of troubled teens sent to a wilderness retreat, only to discover the woods are crawling with oversized, mutated ticks. The culprit: illegal steroid experiments on marijuana crops that have turned the parasites into relentless predators. What makes Ticks so effective is its mix of camp and genuine nastiness. The practical effects are wonderfully disgusting. Oozing transformations, bursting skin, and crawling infestations that make your skin itch just watching. Each attack escalates the tension, but there's also a streak of dark humor, the film never taking itself entirely too seriously. It's a movie about survival, yes, but also about facing fears both external and internal. Each character is tested by the grotesque creatures, but also by their own insecurities and conflicts. For horror fans, though, the real star is the sheer creativity of the monster effects. Gooey, over the top, and unforgettable. Tix is pure 90s VHS horror. Gross, pulpy, and endlessly entertaining. It's the kind of movie you put on knowing it'll make you squirm and laugh in equal measure. The Fly, 1986. The Fly isn't just Cronenberg's most famous film. It's one of the greatest examples of how horror can be both grotesque and deeply human. A remake in name only, it reimagines the 1958 classic as a tragic love story wrapped in mutation and decay. Jeff Goldblum stars as Seth Brundle, an eccentric scientist whose teleportation experiment goes horribly wrong after a housefly slips into the machine with him. The fusion transforms him cell by cell as his genius and arrogance dissolve into something primal and monstrous. Cronenberg approaches the transformation with both fascination and pity. The makeup effects, created by Chris Wallace, remain among the most convincing and stomach-turning in film history. But the real horror isn't the slime or deformity, it's Brundle's awareness of what's happening to him. His slow loss of humanity, physically and mentally, becomes a metaphor for disease, obsession, and the erosion of identity. Goldblum's performance is heartbreaking, playful, brilliant, then desperate, while Gina Davis grounds the film with warmth and vulnerability, making the tragedy feel painfully real. Their relationship gives the story emotional weight, turning what could have been just another effects showcase into a modern monster classic. What began as pulp becomes poetry. The Fly is about the terror of change, of the body, of love, of mortality. It's the ultimate expression of Cronenberg's belief that transformation is inevitable, and that all flesh, no matter how beautiful or intelligent, eventually breaks down. Be afraid, Brundle says. Be very afraid. He's not just talking about science, and he's talking about being alive. The Resurrected, 1991. When a private investigator is hired by a worried wife to follow her reclusive husband, he uncovers more than marital secrets. The man, Charles Dexter Ward, has become obsessed with ancient texts and forbidden experiments, spending his nights in a remote farmhouse where terrible screams and strange smells drift into the air. What begins as a case of possible infidelity turns into a confrontation with forces beyond life and death. Directed by Dan O'Bannon, The Resurrected adapts H.P. Lovecraft's The Case of Charles Dexter Ward with a modern noir edge. John Terry plays investigator John March, while Jane Sibbett brings determination to the role of Claire Ward. Chris Sarandon delivers a standout dual performance as Charles and his sinister ancestor Joseph Kerwin, anchoring the film with intensity. The movie mixes detective story grit with gothic horror, blending shadowy investigations with grisly effects. Practical gore and twisted reanimations stand alongside themes of obsession and the dangers of tampering with forbidden knowledge. Though it never reached mainstream audiences, The Resurrected remains one of the most faithful and effective Lovecraft adaptations, fusing pulp detective thrills with supernatural dread in a way few films have managed. Nemesis, 1992. Welcome to the chrome-plated fury of Nemesis, where Albert Pune unleashes a cyberpunk fever dream that plays like the Terminator had a violent love child with Hong Kong action cinema. Olivier Gruner stars as Alex Rain, a cyborg cop whose remaining human parts are more liability than asset in a world where flesh and steel have become interchangeable currencies. This isn't your typical future noir. Pune orchestrates action sequences that defy both gravity and sanity, with cybernetic warriors crashing through walls, leaping impossible distances, and unleashing enough firepower to level a small country. The film's relentless pace barely gives you time to process one explosive set piece before hurling you into another, all while Rain's humanity literally slips away piece by piece. What sets Nemesis apart is its commitment to practical effects and stunt work that makes every bone-crushing impact feel real. The world is a dirty, dangerous fusion of neon-lit alleys and sun-bleached wastelands where tomorrow's technology serves yesterday's violence. And beneath the chaos, There's a genuine attempt to explore what makes us human when our bodies become battlegrounds for technological enhancement. This is peak VHS-era action sci-fi that delivers more ideas, attitude, and ammunition than most mainstream blockbusters would dare. For fans of cyberpunk violence and philosophical body horror, Nemesis is a chrome-knuckled punch to the senses that never lets up. My Bloody Valentine, 1981. The mining town of Valentine Bluffs carries a dark secret beneath its blue-collar exterior. 20 years ago, a tragic mining accident led to a series of Valentine's Day murders, forcing the town to cancel its traditional holiday dance. Now, as young miners decide to revive the celebration, someone in full mining gear is making sure history repeats itself. What sets My Bloody Valentine apart is its authentic working-class setting. Unlike other slashers set in summer camps or suburbia, this film digs into the gritty reality of a mining community. The characters feel genuine. These aren't stereotypical teenagers, but hardworking miners dealing with real relationships and responsibilities. The film takes time to show the actual workings of the mine, making the setting a character in itself. The killer's outfit, complete with gas mask, helmet, and pickaxe, creates one of horror's most distinctive silhouettes. There's something primal about the way the breathing apparatus echoes through the tunnels, turning a familiar piece of safety equipment into an instrument of terror. The mining gear isn't just a costume, it's a symbol of how the town's lifeblood is turned against its people. Director George Mihalka uses the claustrophobic mine tunnels to masterful effect. The darkness isn't just for atmosphere, it's a workplace hazard these characters deal with daily. When the kills come, they're brutal and inventive, using mining equipment in ways that would make OSHA representatives faint. The film's original cut was heavily censored, but even the trimmed version maintains its impact through suggestion and staging. The Valentine's Day setting isn't just a holiday gimmick. It ties into themes of love, betrayal, and the way trauma echoes through generations. The town's attempt to reclaim joy becomes a catalyst for violence, while candy heart motifs take on sinister new meanings. My Bloody Valentine brings class consciousness to the slasher genre, creating a horror film that's as much about community identity and industrial trauma as it is about creative kills. It proves that sometimes the scariest monsters come from the everyday world of hard work and harder choices. Breeders, 1986. Young women across Manhattan are being attacked and left in catatonic states, their bodies unmarked but their minds shattered. A detective and a doctor investigate the pattern, uncovering evidence that points toward something not human. An alien presence using the city as a breeding ground, selecting hosts for a grotesque reproductive cycle that defies all biological logic. Tim Kincaid's Breeders is New York City exploitation horror that aims for alien-style body violation and lands somewhere far grimmer. The film operates in that uniquely 80s space where sci-fi concepts meet unflinching exploitation, delivering creature effects and disturbing imagery with zero subtlety. It's rough, cheap, and relentlessly nasty in ways that feel genuinely transgressive. The creature itself is a practical effects creation by Ed French, a slimy, insectoid nightmare that's more disgusting than frightening. Underground lair sequences, set in what appears to be New York's forgotten tunnel systems, create genuine claustrophobia, with industrial decay meeting organic horror in the breeding chamber sequences that remain memorably revolting. Breeders traffics in exploitation that many will find objectionable, but it commits fully to its repulsive premise without apology. It's grimy 42nd Street horror that existed purely for the grindhouse and late-night cable crowd who wanted their creature features as uncomfortable as possible. Repo Man, 1984. Otto gets recruited into the surreal world of automobile repossession in Alex Cox's Los Angeles, where repo men chase cars for a living, government agents hunt a Chevy Malibu containing something radioactive and alien, and punk philosophy collides with consumer capitalism. Emilio Estevez brings perfect disaffected youth energy, his punk cynicism gradually giving way to something resembling purpose. Harry Dean Stanton's veteran repo man, Bud, becomes unlikely mentor, spouting philosophy about the work while demonstrating ruthless efficiency. Cox shoots LA as sun-bleached wasteland where strip malls create visual monotony characters rail against. The generic product labels, food, drink, beer, emphasize consumer culture's soullessness. The punk soundtrack, featuring Black Flag, Circle Jerks, and Iggy Pop, becomes integral identity. The supporting cast populates a Los Angeles that feels simultaneously realistic and completely alien. The science fiction elements remain deliberately ambiguous, glowing trunk contents becoming MacGuffin, driving increasingly bizarre situations without full explanation. Tracy Walter delivers memorable performance as Miller, spouting theories about cosmic unconsciousness between repo runs. The film balances satire, punk aesthetic, and genuine emotion without overwhelming any element. Repo Man captured Reagan-era alienation and punk ethos in ways that feel timeless, despite being utterly of its moment. Instant cult classic proving low-budget independent cinema could be genuinely subversive. Long Weekend, 1978. If you're ready for horror that creeps up slowly, scratches at your unease, and takes a dramatic turn when you least expect it, Long Weekend is a late 70s gem that grabs you with its quiet dread. It's Australia's take on ecological horror, a marriage in need of repair, and a wilderness that seems ready to strike back. The story follows Peter and Marcia, a bickering couple driving out of the city in hopes that a camping trip might patch things up. But from the start, their actions rub against the natural world. They litter, destroy, and lash out with thoughtless cruelty, unaware that their surroundings are watching and waiting. The tension doesn't come from traditional jump scares, but from the unnerving sense that every tree, every wave, every animal in the bush has turned against them. The coastal landscapes are shot in ways that make nature feel alive and hostile: sweeping beaches, dark forests, and the eerie presence of a dugong corpse that seems to inch closer each time it appears. The sound design only adds to the unease. Bird calls, rustling branches, and strange cries echo in the distance, transforming the ordinary into something menacing. What makes the film unforgettable is its message. Writer Everett DeRush and director Colin Eggleston crafted a story where the real antagonist is not a mass killer or supernatural force, but the natural world itself. The couple's selfishness and carelessness become their undoing, a sharp reminder that nature has its limits, and its own ways of striking back. Long Weekend stands out because of its patience, its bleak mood, and the way it leaves you uneasy long after the final frame. It's not just a horror movie, it's a cautionary tale that feels more timely today than it did when it first hit VHS shelves. Spasmo, 1974. Umberto Lenzi's Spasmo is Italian giallo that starts as playboy thriller and descends into paranoid nightmare where reality itself becomes suspect. Christian encounters a woman on the beach, and their flirtation leads to affair, until he finds her apparently dead. As he investigates, more bodies appear, mannequins positioned at crime scenes complicate evidence, and Christian realizes he can't trust his perception, his memories, or anyone around him. Robert Hoffman plays Christian with appropriate confusion as events spiral beyond comprehension. Susie Kendall brings ambiguity as the woman who may be victim, accomplice, or something else entirely. The supporting cast populates a world where everyone seems to know more than they reveal, keeping Christian and the audience off balance throughout. Lenzi shoots the Italian coastal locations with sun-drenched beauty that contrasts sharply with the mounting paranoia. The mannequins are genuinely unsettling. Lifelike figures positioned to suggest violence, their blank faces and posed bodies creating disorienting crime scenes. The practical gore effects are minimal, but effective when violence erupts, emphasizing psychological horror over exploitation. The film's structure deliberately confuses chronology and perspective, making viewers question what's real versus hallucination or false memory. The giallo elements, mysterious killer, amateur investigation, psychological unraveling, blend with thriller conventions about identity and manipulation. Ennio Morricone's score adds layers of unease, his music shifting between romantic and nightmarish. Spasmo's climax delivers revelation that recontextualizes everything preceding it, forcing viewers to reassess every scene. It's Lenzi working in more cerebral register than his later exploitation work, creating giallo that prioritizes disorientation and mystery over elaborate set-piece violence. The film remains underseen even among giallo completists, representing the subgenre's willingness to experiment with narrative structure and audience expectations. Four Flies on Grey Velvet, 1971. A drummer believes he's killed a man in self-defense, only to discover someone photographed the incident and begins blackmailing him. As people around him start dying and his paranoia escalates, he realizes he's being framed for crimes he didn't commit while the photographer remains hidden. Argento completes his Animal trilogy with his most paranoid and technically ambitious early work. The protagonist's life unravels as the mysterious blackmailer tightens the noose, his marriage fracturing under pressure and trust evaporating. Argento achieves remarkable technical sophistication, including a legendary point-of-view shot from a knife plunging into a victim, achieved through elaborate camera rigging. Rome becomes maze of suspicious spaces and potential threats through lush, stylized color cinematography. The Four Flies reference comes from a dream sequence where the protagonist imagines himself on trial in a coffin, four flies representing the deaths he's accused of causing. The finale's revelation recontextualizes everything, delivering one of giallo's more surprising killer identities. Four Flies on Grey Velvet disappeared from circulation for decades due to rights issues, becoming one of the most sought-after titles in Argento's filmography. Ravenous, 1999. Few horror films feel as truly one-of-a-kind as Ravenous. Directed by Antonia Bird, it's a darkly comic, savage, and strangely beautiful story about hunger. For food, for power, and for survival. Set during the Mexican-American War, it follows a disgraced soldier, played by Guy Pearce, who's sent to a remote mountain outpost in the Sierra Nevada. When a stranger, Robert Carlyle, arrives claiming his wagon party was attacked by cannibals, the soldiers head into the mountains to investigate, and quickly realize the real danger isn't behind them. Carlyle's performance is electric, alternating between charming and monstrous, and the film morphs from historical drama into blood-soaked nightmare. What sets Ravenous apart is its tone. It's a cannibal movie, yes, but it's also slyly funny, using dark humor to explore human greed and consumption. The score, by Damon Albarn of Blur and composer Michael Nyman, shifts from playful banjo rhythms to dissonant horror cues, keeping you off balance. The film's production was chaotic. Two directors left before Bird was hired, yet somehow it became one of the most unique horror films of the 90s. It flopped in theaters, but critics and fans have reappraised it as a masterpiece of mood and metaphor. Watching it now, Ravenous feels like a gothic fever dream. Funny one moment, horrifying the next. It's the kind of film that couldn't exist today when everything needs to fit a formula. In 1999, it didn't fit any, and that's what makes it unforgettable. Christmas Evil, 1980. Obsessed with the idea of a perfect Christmas, a toy factory worker begins spiraling into darkness as his fixation turns violent. Every meticulously wrapped gift and glowing Christmas tree contrasts sharply with his unraveling mind, creating an uneasy tension that lingers throughout the film. The horror isn't just in physical acts, but in watching someone's obsession consume them, turning something joyful into something terrifying. Streets lined with decorations, children playing in the snow, and holiday music playing faintly on radios create a backdrop of warmth that only heightens the sense of unease. As the protagonist's fixation intensifies, the juxtaposition of cheer and chaos becomes increasingly disturbing, making ordinary holiday rituals feel threatening. Performances ground the story in realism. The central character's meticulous attention to holiday detail, paired with his slow descent, makes the violence feel like the natural progression of a disturbed mind. The film's VHS-era aesthetic, grainy visuals, tight framing, and synth-tinged score enhances the discomfort, giving it a tangible, almost voyeuristic quality. Though it initially polarized audiences, Christmas Evil has gained cult recognition for its unflinching look at obsession and seasonal dread. It proves that horror during the holidays doesn't require monsters or supernatural forces. Sometimes the scariest figure is someone driven to extreme by the very traditions meant to inspire joy. The Sentinel, 1977, an apartment in a beautiful brownstone, becomes the gateway to a different kind of neighborly. A model looking for a quiet life signs the lease. Soon, upstairs, parties get strange, the building's history leaks through the walls, and the kindly priest down the hall seems to be guarding something more than his privacy. This is urban Gothic. Sun through lace curtains, old wood that creaks like it remembers, and a cast of tenants who don't add up. The film works in layers: seduction, then discomfort, then outright dread as the building reveals its true job. The city outside is lively and indifferent. Inside, time gets sticky, and the rules change. Performances capture the pull between glamour and decay, innocence and initiation. The camera lingers on corridors and staircases, as if the architecture itself is exerting pressure. Religious imagery threads through in ways that feel both classical and transgressive, pushing the story toward a confrontation that's less battle than acceptance of a role no one would choose. By the end, the apartment is less a place than a position. The film leaves you with the unsettling thought that some guardians don't retire. They're chosen, seated, and expected to watch forever. Short Night of Glass Dolls, 1971. Aldo Lotto's directorial debut is Italian giallo filtered through Kafkaesque nightmare. A journalist awakens to discover he's completely paralyzed, mistaken for dead, and about to be autopsied. Conscious but unable to move or communicate, he lies in the morgue while his mind races through the events that led to this moment: his girlfriend's disappearance in Prague, and his investigation into a conspiracy involving powerful figures and missing young women. The film's structure is brilliantly unsettling. We experience the protagonist's helpless terror in the present, while flashbacks reveal his doomed investigation. Jean Sorel plays the paralyzed journalist with voiceover narration that conveys mounting panic as medical examiners prepare to dissect his living body. The Prague locations provide Cold War atmosphere. Beautiful but oppressive, a city where Western journalists asking wrong questions tend to vanish. Lotto builds dread through the ticking clock structure. Each flashback brings us closer to understanding the conspiracy, while the present tense sequences show doctors moving methodically toward the autopsy. The film's treatment of institutional power and conspiracy feels genuinely paranoid, suggesting corruption that extends from street level to the highest echelons of society. The giallo elements, mysterious disappearances, amateur investigation, conspiracy, blend with body horror and political thriller. Ennio Morricone's score adds layers of unease, his music shifting between melancholic and nightmarish as the dual timelines converge. The practical effects for the paralysis sequences make the protagonist's condition viscerally uncomfortable. Short Night of Glass Dolls represents giallo at its most cerebral and disturbing, prioritizing psychological horror and conspiracy paranoia over elaborate kill sequences. The climax delivers both narrative resolution and visceral horror that justified the film's patient buildup. The Outing, 1987. When a group of teens sneaks into a museum after hours, they stumble across an ancient lamp that holds a deadly secret. Instead of wishes, it unleashes a vengeful genie, a supernatural force that preys on their fears and turns the museum into a trap filled with blood, shadows, and strange illusions. Directed by Tom Daly, The Outing, also released as The Lamp, is a supernatural slasher that fuses Middle Eastern mythology with classic 80s teen horror. The young cast includes Andra Saint-Ivany as Alex, the lead caught in the genie's curse, while Deborah Winters and James Houston provide the adult anchors as the archaeologists tied to the artifact's discovery. The museum setting is the film's biggest strength. Glass cases, stuffed animals, and eerie artifacts become backdrops for supernatural attacks. From spear impalements to ghostly visions, the kills lean into creativity, giving each death a bizarre, mystical flavor. The genie itself, brought to life with practical effects, shifts between unseen menace and full-on creature reveal, delivering both atmosphere and monster movie thrills. While the pacing can be uneven, the moments of surreal violence keep the energy high. What gives the outing its cult status is the mix of familiar 80s slasher beats with an unusual villain. It's not another masked killer. It's a supernatural entity that turns curiosity into punishment. Though overlooked on release, the outing carved its place in VHS-era horror as a one-of-a-kind oddity, remembered for its unique premise and wild creature effects. Return of the Living Dead 3, 1993. Return of the Living Dead 3 takes the familiar zombie genre and gives it a darker, more emotional twist. Directed by Brian Yuzna, this 1993 installment follows Kurt Reynolds and Julie Walker, a young couple whose love is tested in the midst of a deadly outbreak caused by a military experiment gone wrong. When Julie is accidentally killed during the experiment, Kurt makes a desperate choice. He uses the reanimation serum on her. Unlike typical zombies, Julie retains fragments of her human emotions and memories, creating a haunting and complex bond between the two. Their struggle is no longer just about survival. It becomes a story of love, grief, and the terrifying consequences of defying life and death. The film doesn't shy away from its horror roots. Practical effects and makeup bring Julie's transformation to life in vivid, sometimes grotesque detail. As her body deteriorates, the tension rises, blending elements of body horror with the emotional weight of her struggle to cling to humanity. These sequences are both unsettling and strangely poignant, giving the film a unique edge compared to standard zombie fare. Mindy Clark delivers a standout performance as Julie, capturing both vulnerability and the eerie menace of a creature caught between life and death. J. Trevor Edmonds' Kurt anchors the story, portraying the desperation of a man trying to save the woman he loves while grappling with the unintended consequences of his actions. The tone of the film balances horror with emotional depth. It's darker and more serious than its predecessors, but it still carries the series' signature blend of macabre humor and social commentary. By the end, the film leaves a lasting impression, exploring themes of love, sacrifice, and identity in the face of overwhelming circumstances. Return of the Living Dead 3 may not have reached the iconic status of the original, but it stands out as a thoughtful and chilling entry in the series. It's a horror film that lingers, asking viewers to consider what it truly means to be alive and what we're willing to risk for the people we love. Prom Night, 1980. When people talk about the golden age of slashers, Prom Night often gets overshadowed by louder American titles. But this Canadian production helps shape the template just as much as any of them. It's a time capsule of disco, paranoia, and small-town secrets, wrapped in one of the most iconic horror setups of the era. The story begins with a tragedy, a young girl's accidental death during a cruel game. Years later, her classmates, now teenagers, are preparing for prom, unaware that someone hasn't forgotten what happened. As the night unfolds, a masked killer begins crossing names off the list, and the celebration turns into a slow, stylish panic. Jamie Lee Curtis headlines the cast, fresh off Halloween, and she grounds the movie with real charisma. But what makes Prom Night stand out is its atmosphere. Director Paul Lynch leans heavily on suspense and misdirection rather than gore, and the result feels more polished and moody than many of its American peers. Add in that unforgettable disco-drenched prom sequence, complete with full choreography, and you've got something that feels both ridiculous and hypnotic in the best way possible. There's also a subtle Canadian restraint beneath all the glitter and blood, a quieter tone, colder lighting, and a sense of guilt that gives the film its staying power. It's not just about revenge, it's about memory, shame, and how tragedy lingers long after the lights fade. Prom Night may look like another early 80s slasher, but there's something more deliberate and mature underneath. It's slick, sad, and surprisingly classy, a perfect example of how Canadian horror could dance to its own beat, even when drenched in disco lights. The Texas Chainsaw Massacre 2, 1986. 13 years after the original, Hooper returned to Leatherface and the Sawyer family. But this time, he was laughing. The Texas Chainsaw Massacre 2 abandons the first film's grim realism for pitch-black comedy and over-the-top gore. A radio DJ accidentally records a chainsaw attack and becomes the target of the cannibalistic family, now operating out of an abandoned amusement park and selling their special chili at cook-offs. A former Texas Ranger obsessed with the family joins her to finally bring them down. Where the original was suffocating and brutal, the sequel is theatrical and manic. Dennis Hopper brings unhinged energy as the revenge-obsessed Ranger, chainsaw dueling his way through the finale. Caroline Williams plays the DJ with real toughness and humor, refusing to be just a victim. But it's Bill Moseley as Chop Top, Leatherface's Vietnam vet brother, who steals the film, delivering one of horror's most quotable, deranged performances. Tom Savini's gore effects are spectacular and excessive, finally delivering the explicit violence the first film only implied. The abandoned amusement park setting becomes a grotesque funhouse, all decay and neon, where the Sawyer family performs their madness like demented entertainers. Hooper leans into the absurdity, turning cannibalism into dark satire about American consumption and family values. Critics and audiences expecting Chainsaw's intensity were confused by the sequel's comedic tone, but it's aged remarkably well. Hooper was exploring different territory, using horror comedy to comment on Reagan-era excess while still delivering genuine shocks. The Texas Chainsaw Massacre 2 proves he could revisit his most famous creation and find something new to say, even if it meant laughing at the darkness instead of drowning in it. Battle Truck, 1982. After the oil wars have wiped out civilization, what's left of humanity roams the wasteland in convoys, scavenging for fuel, food, and freedom. Among them rides Colonel Straker, a ruthless warlord who rules the open road from his massive armored vehicle, known simply as the Battle Truck. But when he crosses paths with a lone drifter named Hunter, the wasteland finally meets its match. Released in 1982 and filmed in New Zealand, Battle Truck, also known as Warlords of the 21st Century, takes the post-apocalyptic road movie formula and gives it a unique down-under twist. Directed by Harley Cokeliss and produced by Roger Corman's New World Pictures, it's a slicker, more grounded entry in the Mad Max clone wave that swept the decade. Instead of chaos for chaos' sake, it builds a believable world where resources are scarce, technology's failing, and decency is a rare commodity. Michael Beck, fresh off The Warriors, plays Hunter, a quiet, determined hero with a moral code and a customized dirt bike that can outrun just about anything. Opposite him, James Wainwright brings menace and charisma to Colonel Straker, a villain who sees himself as the last authority in a lawless world. Their duel plays out across dusty valleys, makeshift outposts, and of course, the unstoppable metal fortress of the title. While many imitators leaned on camp, Battle Truck plays it straight. Its tone is serious, its action practical, and its world feels oddly prophetic. There are echoes of westerns throughout. Lone gunslinger versus the tyrant, only this time the horses are motorcycles, and the frontier is radioactive. With solid performances, impressive stunts, and genuine atmosphere, Battle Truck stands as one of the better-built worlds of the VHS wasteland era. It's not as flashy as its Italian cousins, but it's tougher, more disciplined, and packed with the kind of grit that sticks with you long after the engine's cool. The Borrower, 1991, John McNaughton followed up Portrait of a Serial Killer with something completely different, a sci-fi horror comedy about an alien criminal whose punishment involves being transformed into human form and exiled to Earth. Problem is, the transformation is unstable. His head keeps exploding, forcing him to steal replacement heads from victims to survive. A detective investigates the bizarre string of headless bodies, while the alien borrower stumbles through human society, accumulating heads like outfits. The premise is gloriously absurd, and McNaughton plays it with deadpan seriousness that makes the dark comedy land. Ray Don Chong stars as the detective trying to make sense of forensic evidence that defies logic, while the alien, played by various actors as he switches heads, lurches through encounters that highlight the absurdity of human behavior through extraterrestrial eyes. The practical head explosion effects are spectacularly messy, each transformation delivering splatter-heavy gore that's both shocking and darkly funny. The film's tone walks a tightrope between genuine horror and satirical comedy, using the body-swapping premise to comment on identity, criminality, and social dysfunction. The borrower's attempts to blend into society while literally falling apart create scenarios that are simultaneously disturbing and hilarious. Shot with more style and craft than typical early 90s creature features, The Borrower benefits from McNaughton's directorial skill and willingness to embrace the premise's inherent weirdness. It's the kind of high-concept B-movie that could only exist in the early 90s direct-to-video market. Too strange for mainstream audiences, but perfect for genre fans seeking something genuinely odd. Amityville, 1992. It's About Time, 1992. Architect Jacob Sterling returns from a trip to demolished 112 Ocean Avenue with an antique clock as a souvenir. Placed on the mantle, it warps time and reality. Hallucinations, violent visions, distorted hours bleed past and present. Family and neighbors spiral into chaos as the curse corrupts creativity and choice. Tony Randell mixes thriller tension with temporal mind bends. Stephen Mack's Jacob battles possession, while Sean Weatherly and Megan Ward ground the family amid escalating dread. Editing tricks, clock manipulations, and practical distortions build relentless unease. It innovates by making evil adaptive and time-bound, turning inspiration toxic and inevitability suffocating. The film reinforces the franchise's core. The Amityville curse evolves, invades new forms and objects, enduring across settings and generations. Event Horizon, 1997. Paul W. S. Anderson's Event Horizon is a sci-fi horror nightmare that blends the aesthetics of Alien with the dread of supernatural possession. Set in deep space, it's a film that asks a terrifying question. What if faster-than-light travel opened not to distant stars, but to a dimension of pure hell? The story follows a rescue crew sent to investigate the Event Horizon, a spaceship that vanished during its maiden voyage and suddenly reappears near Neptune. On board, they discover evidence of the crew's violent deaths and a malevolent force tied to the ship's experimental gravity drive. What begins as a search and rescue quickly devolves into a battle for survival against something beyond human comprehension. Lawrence Fishburne leads the cast as Captain Miller, a pragmatic leader torn between duty and survival. Sam Neill delivers one of his most chilling performances as Dr. Weir, the scientist obsessed with the ship and slowly consumed by its darkness. The rest of the ensemble, including Kathleen Quinlan, Jason Isaacs, and Richard T. Jones, ground the film with a sense of weary realism that makes the horrors all the more impactful. Visually, Event Horizon is striking. The ship itself is designed like a Gothic cathedral in space, filled with shadowy corridors and unsettling architecture. The flashes of the crew's fate, glimpses of torture, mutilation, and madness, are brief but shocking, leaving much to the imagination while still suggesting unspeakable horrors. Coupled with the film's oppressive sound design and eerie score, the atmosphere is unrelenting. Though dismissed on release, Event Horizon has since earned cult status as one of the boldest blends of science fiction and supernatural horror. It's a film where technology and the occult collide, proving that in the void of space there may be things far worse than aliens waiting in the dark. Blood Freak, 1972. Few films are as bizarre or as delightfully absurd as Blood Freak, directed by Brad Grinter in 1972. It tells the story of Herschel, a Vietnam vet struggling with addiction, who eats a chemically altered turkey and transforms into a turkey-headed murderous monster. The premise is outrageous. The effects are low budget and shocking, and the result is a movie that is as funny as it is horrifying. The horror is visceral, but it's the sheer oddity that makes Blood Freak so memorable. Scenes of Herschel rampaging through the countryside, his grotesque transformation, and the chaotic practical effects make it a spectacle of pure VHS-era weirdness. The film also carries a moralistic undertone, warning against drugs and addiction in a way that feels both earnest and completely absurd. Blood Freak is a perfect example of a cult treasure, strange, grotesque, and entirely unclassifiable. It's a movie that challenges expectations at every turn, mixing dark humor, gore, and social commentary into an experience that's impossible to forget. Watching it today is like discovering a lost tape in a rental store back in the 70s, unpolished, shocking, and endlessly entertaining. Jacko, 1995. On Halloween night, a centuries-old curse is unleashed when a vengeful spirit rises from the grave, taking the form of a monstrous scarecrow with a jack-o'-lantern for a head. Armed with a scythe, the creature known as Jacko stalks the small town of Oakmore Crossing, cutting down anyone unlucky enough to cross its path. Directed by Steve Latshaw, Jacko embraces its B-movie roots, delivering a mix of low-budget charm and seasonal atmosphere. The cast includes Linnea Quigley, who brings her trademark Scream Queen energy, while the rest of the ensemble leans into the campy material with earnest performances. The film thrives on Halloween imagery, pumpkin patches, trick-or-treaters, and foggy suburban yards, turning the holiday itself into the star. Jacko's design, with its glowing pumpkin head and looming figure, gives the monster a distinct identity, even when the effects reveal the limitations of the budget. While critics dismissed it as cheap and uneven, Jacko found a second life on VHS and late-night television, where its blend of goofy scares and genuine seasonal spirit earned it cult status. It's far from polished, but it captures the kind of scrappy DIY horror that made the 90s video era fun for fans willing to dig a little deeper. Eve of Destruction, 1991. Gregory Hines faces off against a military android gone rogue in this sci-fi thriller that plays like The Terminator meets Fatal Attraction. When Eve 8, a feminine combat droid with the memories of her creator Doctor, Eve Simmons, suffers a malfunction, she transforms from advanced prototype to unstoppable killing machine with some serious emotional baggage. Renee Suitendijk pulls double duty as both the reserve scientist and her unhinged mechanical duplicate, creating a fascinating study in contrasts as Eve 8 acts out her creator's repressed desires with lethal efficiency. The android's programming combines military precision with raw human emotion, making her unpredictable and genuinely threatening as she cuts a path through anyone who reminds her of past traumas. Director Duncan Gibbons crafts a solid chase thriller that uses its sci-fi elements to explore themes of identity and suppressed rage. The action sequences hit hard, with Eve 8 demonstrating why giving military hardware access to human emotions might not be humanity's brightest idea. Hines brings gravity to his role as the terrorist expert tasked with stopping her, creating genuine tension in their game of cat and mouse. For action fans who like their killer robots with psychological complexity, Eve of Destruction delivers a unique spin on artificial intelligence gone wrong. The Uncanny, 1977. A horror author insists cats are the real villains of history, and he's got stories to prove it. Three tales unfold, different eras, different houses, the same soft-footed menace, before the framing present catches up with him in ways he probably should have expected. This is an anthology in cozy cruel mode, fireplaces, parlors, and claws. Each segment gives the cats a new angle, silent witnesses to greed, instruments of revenge, or something older and stranger. The fun is in the tonal shift from genteel to nasty, watching respectable rooms turn hostile one paw step at a time. Performances are arch and enjoyable, with actors leaning into the macabre, bedtime story vibe. Practical animal work and careful staging keep the set pieces playful and eerie, rather than outrageous. The direction treats cats not as jump scares, but as presences, appearing in doorways, on banisters, always looking, always waiting. Its charm lies in commitment, taking a premise that sounds whimsical and playing it straight enough to unsettle. By the final tag, you'll be side-eyeing the nearest pair of green eyes and wondering who's keeping secrets about whom. Blue Monkey, 1987. When a mysterious insect bite sends an elderly man to the hospital, doctors are baffled by his rapid decline. Soon, a strange larva is discovered, growing at an alarming rate, and before long, the hospital itself becomes ground zero for a monstrous outbreak. Quarantined inside, doctors, patients, and police must fight for survival as the creature mutates into something far deadlier. Directed by William Fruet, Blue Monkey, retitled Insect in some markets, is a Canadian creature feature that embraces its B-movie energy. Steve Railsback leads the cast as Detective Stenning, alongside Gwyneth Walsh and John Vernon, who add grit and authority to the escalating chaos. The effects are practical and gooey, with puppetry and prosthetics bringing the oversized monster to life. Hospital corridors become hunting grounds, while flickering lights and sterile labs add to the sense of containment and claustrophobia. Though often overlooked in favor of bigger-budget 80s monster movies, Blue Monkey delivers the kind of slimy, over-the-top thrills that made late-night VHS rentals unforgettable. Harlequin, 1980. In Harlequin, Simon Winsor's 1980 supernatural thriller, the ordinary and the extraordinary collide in unsettling ways. It begins with a child's birthday party, innocent enough, until a stranger named Gregory Wolfe arrives and seemingly cures the boy's terminal illness. From that moment on, Wolfe, played with magnetic intensity by Robert Powell, becomes a figure impossible to ignore. Wolfe isn't just a healer. He's enigmatic, charismatic, and deeply unsettling, a man who slips seamlessly into the lives of Senator Nick Rast and his wife Sandra. At first they welcome him, even rely on him. But the more influence he gains, the more uneasy those around him become. Doc Whelan, a calculating political kingmaker, sees Wolfe as dangerous, not just to the balance of power, but to the very control he's built over the senator's career. What unfolds is less about miracles and more about manipulation, faith, and the way influence spreads when wrapped in mystery. Wolfe's role in the story clearly echoes Rasputin, the mystic who captivated and destabilized Russian royalty. Like Rasputin, Wolfe straddles the line between savior and menace, his motives impossible to pin down. The film leans heavily on atmosphere. Cinematography drenches scenes in unease, and Brian May's score reinforces the sense that something unnatural is always lurking just beneath the surface. Rather than relying on shocks or spectacle, Harlequin draws tension from power struggles, political, personal, and spiritual. Though critics at the time weren't sure what to make of its mix of supernatural mysticism and political drama, the film has since found its audience. Today it's admired for being bold, strange, and unwilling to fit neatly into one genre. By the end, Harlequin leaves its central question unresolved. Is Gregory Wolfe a miracle worker, a manipulator, or something in between? That ambiguity makes the film not just a thriller, but a haunting meditation on how power, real or imagined, can reshape the world around it. The Chosen, also known as Holocaust 2000, 1977, power plants promise progress, until an industrialist learns his global project might be the blueprint for something apocalyptic. Each new accident feels less like chance and more like design. Prophecies start lining up with modern headlines, and a father begins to wonder if the heir to his empire is destined for something far darker. This is slick, international, occult thriller territory. Jets, boardrooms, desert construction sites, and cathedrals full of warnings he'd rather ignore. The tension comes from confidence cracking. Watching a man who thinks he controls everything realize he may be a piece on someone else's board. The film balances political intrigue with supernatural dread, letting symbols and coincidences stack until denial is no longer possible. Performances carry that corporate gravitas turned brittle. The sun's calm is as alarming as any omen. Direction favors glossy surfaces punctured by moments of brutality or revelation. Modern architecture doubles as ritual geometry, suggesting the future can be corrupted long before it arrives. It plays like a cautionary tale about hubris dressed in sensational clothing, the idea that the end could be built with contracts and steel, right on schedule. When the final choices present themselves, they don't look like heroics. They look like damage control in a world already tipped. Graduation Day, 1981. Released at the height of the early slasher boom, Graduation Day was one of those tapes you'd spot sandwiched between bigger titles at the video store. The kind of movie you rented when you wanted something bloody and fast-paced. It kicks off with the sudden on-field death of a student-athlete, and soon her classmates and teachers are being picked off by a mysterious killer in the days leading up to graduation. What sets it apart from the dozens of slashers flooding theaters and rental shelves at the time is its quirky mix of sports imagery and traditional stalk-and-slash formula. Death scenes range from knives and swords to a fencing foil, keeping things inventive and unpredictable. The kills are often absurd, but that only added to its appeal for late-night audiences looking for fresh ways to see the formula twisted. Like many slashers of the time, the acting can be uneven, but the film makes up for it with energy and variety in its set pieces. Graduation Day may not have broken new ground, but it delivered exactly what rental-era horror fans wanted. A high body count, a bit of mystery, and a streak of dark humor. For anyone digging through the shelves in the early 80s, it was the kind of hidden gem that promised, and delivered, a night of gory fun. Inseminoid, 1981, Chislehurst Caves in Kent, England, transformed into an alien planet for Norman J. Warren's brutal sci-fi horror film. The limestone tunnels provide genuinely claustrophobic locations as an archaeological expedition uncovers ancient technology and something still alive. When a team member is attacked and impregnated by an extraterrestrial presence, she becomes a violent threat to the rest of the crew. Judy Geeson delivers a committed performance transitioning from victim to predator, driven by alien instincts to protect her rapidly gestating offspring. Stephanie Beacham and Victoria Tennant navigate increasingly dire circumstances as the small crew dynamic collapses. Survival depends on trust, and that evaporates once the attacks begin. Warren's approach to the premise is unflinching, treating the forced impregnation and its aftermath with exploitation directness. The practical effects for the alien sequences and birth scene are crude, but effective, emphasizing visceral horror. Creative lighting and minimal set dressing transform the underground caves into convincingly alien environments on a fraction of Alien's budget. This is pure survival horror, stripped of cosmic mystery or deeper meaning, focusing entirely on immediate physical threat. Inseminoid operates as grim, cheap British exploitation that delivers exactly what its provocative title promises without pretense. Invitation to Hell, 1984. Matt Winslow thinks he has found the perfect life. A new job at a cutting-edge tech company brings him, his wife, and their children to a polished suburban community. But there is one catch. Everyone insists that the family join the local country club. At first, it seems like harmless peer pressure, until Matt realizes the club is hiding something far more sinister, and membership might cost his family everything. Directed by Wes Craven, the film delivers suburban horror with a supernatural twist. Robert Urich plays Matt as the determined outsider, refusing to surrender his principles no matter the pressure. Opposite him is Susan Lucci, unforgettable as Jessica Jones, the glamorous and commanding figure who embodies the club's temptations. Joanna Cassidy and Soleil Moon Frye round out the family, adding both warmth and vulnerability to the story. The imagery is striking. Ordinary streets and manicured lawns give way to fiery visions, glowing gateways, and a climactic descent into a hellish dimension that pushes the boundaries of a made-for-television production. Craven uses suggestion and atmosphere in place of gore, proving that dread can come just as easily from what we imagine as what we see. What makes Invitation to Hell memorable is the way it twists the comforts of suburban life into a trap. Beneath the polished smiles and promises of success lurks a nightmare that feels inescapable once you've stepped too close. The Brotherhood of Satan, 1971. Bernard McEveety's The Brotherhood of Satan traps travelers in a small California town where children are disappearing and adults are dying in bizarre accidents that seem to involve toys come to life. As the protagonists investigate, they discover a satanic coven of elderly townspeople attempting to achieve immortality by transferring their souls into the children's bodies through a cult ritual. The film's premise is genuinely unsettling. Senior citizens as satanic cultists, using innocent children for supernatural life extension. Strother Martin leads the coven with quiet menace, playing the group's leader as someone who believes absolutely in what they're doing. The elderly cultists aren't cackling villains, but desperate people facing mortality and choosing damnation over death. The practical effects for the toy-related deaths are creatively executed. A man crushed by a giant toy tank, others killed by oversized dolls and soldiers. These sequences blend dark whimsy with genuine horror, transforming childhood objects into instruments of occult violence. The children themselves are portrayed as innocent victims, slowly falling under the coven's influence through rituals and conditioning. The small-town setting creates effective isolation. Our protagonists can't leave, and outside help seems impossibly distant. The community's complicity, whether through fear or active participation, makes trust impossible. The film's low budget forces creativity in staging the supernatural elements, using suggestion and careful framing rather than elaborate effects. The Brotherhood of Satan represents early 70s occult horror finding American voice, blending satanic panic with folk horror isolation. It's modest but effective genre filmmaking that takes its premise seriously while delivering creative scares and genuine unease about community secrets and the corruption of innocence. Someone's Watching Me, 1978. Imagine John Carpenter turning Hitchcockian suspense into a primetime thriller. Stylish, shivery, and surprisingly sharp for television. Someone's Watching Me begins innocently. Lee Michaels moves into a high-rise apartment in Los Angeles, stepping away from all she's known for a fresh start in TV directing. The scenery is sleek, the daylight feels false, and something in the air whispers, "Not everything's as it seems." Soon Lee starts receiving anonymous phone calls, odd gifts, and letters announcing a free vacation. Her apartment doesn't feel private, her new job doesn't feel safe, and each detail, an unlocked door, a flickering light, a strange noise, feels amplified, like the walls themselves are watching. The stalker is closer than she thinks, peering through her windows from across the courtyard with a telescope, singular in his obsession, eerily calm in his stalking. Carpenter leans into look and mood over jump scares, using panning shots of towering buildings and peek-through framing to make the city feel claustrophobic even by day. Lee's world is both glamorous and dangerous. She's pulled between the masculinity of her male co-workers' advances, the fierce friendship of Sophie, and the encouragement of Paul, an appealing outsider who may be the only one to see how deep her peril goes. When the authorities offer little help, Lee refuses to cower. She pushes back against invisibility, tracking the messages, confronting the apartment inspector, refusing to be frightened into silence. And in that tension, the film reveals its strength. A smart, stylish heroine standing up to a faceless predator, her every tense breath framed in Carpenter's precise, bulb-lit shots. Someone's Watching Me may not have the famous name-brand impact of Halloween, but it's a compelling, quietly vicious thriller that thrives in shadows and LED glow. It's the lost Carpenter gem that belongs on your shelf if you love slow-burn paranoia, smart female protagonists, and a stalking story that feels dangerously real. Killer Clowns from Outer Space, 1988. Clowns from Outer Space operates on pure nightmare logic. What if clowns were actually aliens who hunt humans using circus-themed weaponry? A small town is invaded by extraterrestrials who look like grotesque circus clowns, arriving in a spaceship disguised as a big top. They cocoon victims in cotton candy, hunt with acidic pies, and use balloon animals as tracking dogs, all played completely straight. The practical creature effects are the film's soul. Each clown has a distinct design and personality, brought to life through elaborate costumes, puppetry, and animatronics. The Kyoto brothers' background and effects work shows in every frame. These aren't just monster suits, but fully realized characters with unique movement and behavior. The spaceship interior is a carnival funhouse nightmare, all twisted corridors and bizarre architecture. Grant Kramer and Suzanne Snyder play the young couple trying to convince authorities about the invasion, while John Allen Nelson adds heroism as an ice cream truck driver who becomes unlikely savior. The cast navigates the escalating chaos with appropriate urgency, treating the clown threat as genuinely dangerous rather than playing for laughs. This sincerity makes the horror comedy balance actually work. The film's tone is remarkably consistent. Scary enough to unsettle, weird enough to fascinate, and creative enough in its premise to remain memorable. Each clown weapon and hunting method feels like a twisted carnival game brought to life. Killer Clowns from Outer Space became an instant cult classic, representing everything great about 80s creature features: practical effects mastery, wild imagination, and commitment to ridiculous premises. Vanishing Point, 1971. A white Dodge Challenger blazes across the American desert, hunted by police and haunted by purpose. Behind the wheel is Kowalski, a former cop, racer, and soldier on a one-way run from Denver to San Francisco, with nothing left to lose. His journey turns into a mythic test of endurance, fueled by speed, defiance, and the open road itself. Vanishing Point isn't just a car chase movie, it's a rebellion on four wheels. Director Richard C. Sarafian strips away exposition and sentiment, leaving only the pure rhythm of motion. Each dusty mile becomes a statement, a push against conformity and authority, with the landscape itself swallowing the story whole. Cleveland Little's radio DJ Super Soul turns Kowalski into a legend over the airwaves, narrating his run like a modern outlaw ballad. The film moves with hypnotic energy, fast yet dreamlike, reckless yet deliberate. Every crash and spin-out feels like part of something bigger, a fight between man and the machine he's become. Decades later, Vanishing Point still feels alive, raw, mysterious, and untamed. It's the purest expression of freedom the 1970s ever burned onto film, a high-octane meditation on the need to escape, even when there's nowhere left to go. Wheels of Fire, 1985. When the world ends, only the fastest survive. Wheels of Fire drops us into a sunburned wasteland ruled by roving gangs, slave traders, and gasoline-thirsty marauders who treat the open desert like their personal battlefield. In the middle of it all is Trace, a lone warrior armed with a supercharged car and a mission to rescue his kidnapped sister from a brutal warlord named Scourge. Directed by Cirio H. Santiago, the king of Filipino exploitation cinema, this 1985 gem is one of the wildest Mad Max imitators to roll off the assembly line. Santiago had a knack for doing a lot with very little, combining recycled car parts, real explosions, and dangerous stunts with a fearless cast willing to eat sand for the shot. The movie's action sequences are fast, loud, and completely unhinged, filled with high-speed collisions and gunfights in blazing heat. Gary Watkins leads the charge as Trace, playing the stoic desert hero with just enough grit to make you believe he's seen it all. His car, loaded with flamethrowers, spikes, and a serious grudge, feels like its own character, a rolling tank of vengeance. Linda Wiesmeyer, best known from Playboy and a few other cult titles of the era, adds a surprisingly grounded emotional layer amid the chaos. The film's setting, shot in the rocky, sun-scorched landscapes of the Philippines, makes the apocalypse feel both exotic and brutal. There's dust everywhere, the sound of engines never stops, and the sense of danger is constant. It's a movie that doesn't waste time on backstory or politics. It just throws you headfirst into the fight for survival. Wheels of Fire may not have the budget or polish of its Australian inspiration, but it makes up for it with relentless energy and pure VHS-era charm. It's loud, fast, and unapologetically explosive, a road warrior fever dream that deserves every bit of its cult reputation. Malevolence, 2003. Stephen Mina strips slasher filmmaking to essentials. A bank robbery goes wrong, forcing criminals to hide in a house adjacent to property where a kidnapped child has been raised as a killer. The film operates in near silence for extended stretches, building tension through patient observation as the two groups collide. The visual approach recalls Carpenter's Halloween deliberately: long takes, Observational framing, a killer who moves with methodical purpose. Mina shoots rural setting with genuine isolation, making the abandoned slaughterhouse feel genuinely remote. Minimal dialogue forces communication through image and sound design. Brandon Johnson's adult victim of childhood abduction is an emotionless killing machine created through systematic abuse. Mina treats backstory with surprising seriousness, understanding that creating monsters requires breaking humans completely. The criminals and hostages provide variety, their own moral compromises making survival uncertain for everyone. Practical gore is brutal when violence erupts. But Mina understands tension comes from anticipation. The killer's presence builds through glimpses and growing awareness that something is watching. Designed as the middle chapter of a trilogy with Bereavement serving as prequel, Malevolence creates a slasher that respects genre conventions while building larger mythology through craft rather than gimmickry. The Redeemer, Son of Satan, 1978. The Redeemer, Son of Satan, kicks off in eerie silence. Then an unexpected choir boy emerges from a lake as if summoned. Suddenly, 6 former classmates receive golden invitations back to their alma mater. Does it feel celebratory? Not for long. Once they arrive, the tone flips. The host is a man in a mask and robes, right out of a religious fever dream, lecturing them in sermons dripping with venom, preaching redemption for sins they haven't even remembered committing. Before they can catch their breath, he's picked them off one by one. Trapped in the corridors, hunted inside their own high school, these alumni become targets of chilling judgment. What sets this film apart is its strange soul. The killer isn't your shadowy slasher in a patterned mask. He's a preacher, and he switches costumes mid-kill. Janitor, inspector, clown. He reappears to deliver homilies before each murder. The film looks and feels like it was shot in a time capsule. A low-budget theater turned horror stage, lit in flickering antiseptic halls, grainy yearbook photos, and distorted hymns echoing through dusty hallways. The visual layers crackle with chaos, molded face masks, a crazy puppet in a school auditorium, and a preacher whose two-thumbed hand fades back into normality after the carnage. It's bizarre, disorienting, and beautifully unhinged. Even with its flaws, ragged pacing, absurd plotting, and cringe-inducing theology, The Redeemer endures because it leans hard into its own bizarre logic. It doesn't try to justify its stranger elements. It revels in them. It's the kind of film you'd discover at the bottom of the VHS rental bin, expect nothing, and end up haunted by its morbid confidence. In the realm of cult horror, The Redeemer, Son of Satan, stands out as a ritual disguised as a slasher. It doesn't just kill, it punishes, with twisted faith, theatrical flair, and a disturbing kind of poetic justice that lingers long after the tape ejects. Iced, 1989. By 1989, slashers were everywhere, but Iced managed to carve out its own identity with an unusual setting: the snowy slopes of a ski resort. Instead of summer camps or suburban neighborhoods, this one strands a group of old friends in a winter getaway where a masked killer starts turning the icy landscape into a hunting ground. The kills lean into the setting. Ski poles, hot tubs, and ski lifts all become weapons of choice, giving the film a novelty that set it apart from the endless parade of masked killers. Combined with neon ski suits, big hair, and melodramatic love triangles, it's pure late 80s excess, wrapped in a slasher package. Like many low-budget horror titles of the era, the acting is stiff and the pacing uneven, but that didn't matter to fans discovering it on late-night cable or at the back of the rental shop. What mattered was that it offered something different: a snowy backdrop, creative kills, and the kind of campy energy that made it perfect for a group movie night. Iced never broke into the mainstream, but it stuck in the memories of those who stumbled across it during the waning years of the slasher cycle. For fans of oddball horror from the rental era, it's a frosty deep cut that still delivers a good time. The Man Who Fell to Earth, 1976. In The Man Who Fell to Earth, we meet Thomas Jerome Newton, portrayed by the iconic David Bowie. This film, released in 1976, blends elements of drama and science fiction, creating a narrative that is both intriguing and complex. Newton, an alien from a dying planet, arrives on Earth with a mission to find a way to transport water back home. But as he navigates human society, he encounters challenges that stem from his own alien nature, a burgeoning romance with Mary Lou, played by Candy Clark, and the greed of those around him. The film's unique visual style captures the essence of the 1970s, with Rogue's bold editing and striking cinematography immersing viewers in Newton's disorienting experience. Throughout the film, we see a deep exploration of themes like isolation and the corrupting influence of capitalism. Notably, the film's structure is non-linear, often leaving audiences with more questions than answers. The juxtaposition of time and the surreal imagery heighten the sense of alienation, making it a true cult classic. Despite mixed reviews upon its release, The Man Who Fell to Earth has garnered a dedicated following over the years, attributed to its artistic ambition and Bowie's enigmatic performance. With a runtime of 2 hours and 19 minutes, it's a film that invites reflection and discussion long after the credits roll. If you're looking for a thought-provoking journey through the lens of sci-fi and art, this film is a must-watch. Prison, 1987. When a long-abandoned penitentiary is reopened, the walls don't just echo with history. They're alive with vengeance. As new inmates move in and guards take their posts, strange occurrences begin to plague the prison. Lights flicker, shadows move, and soon the violent ghost of an executed inmate returns to exact revenge on anyone within the crumbling fortress. Directed by Rennie Harlin, just before he broke into Hollywood with A Nightmare on Elm Street 4 and Die Hard 2, Prison is a stylish supernatural horror set against the backdrop of steel bars and locked cells. Viggo Mortensen stars in one of his earliest roles as Burke, a mysterious prisoner drawn into the haunting, while Lane Smith plays the warden, whose past sins may have awakened the wrath now stalking the halls. The setting itself is a character. Filmed in a real, decommissioned Wyoming prison, the cold stone walls and endless corridors give the film an authentic, oppressive atmosphere. Special effects from John Carl Buechler bring the haunting to life with fiery apparitions, gruesome deaths, and sequences that push the boundaries of late 80s practical gore. What makes Prison memorable is the blend of gothic horror and gritty realism. It's part ghost story, part revenge tale, and part prison drama, with Harlan's flair for visual style making it feel larger than its modest budget. While it didn't find major success on release, Prison has grown into a cult favorite, celebrated for its strong performances, moody setting, and striking effects. It's a hidden gem of 1987 that shows horror can thrive even in the most unlikely and unforgiving places. Transmutations, 1985. Clive Barker's script meets action thriller framework in George Pavlov's grimy urban nightmare. A mercenary is hired to rescue a woman from underground criminals, but the job becomes far stranger when he discovers London's sewers hide a community of mutated humans, people transformed by experimental narcotics into something caught between addiction and evolution. Denholm Elliott brings intensity to the Doctor, whose research created the mutants, playing guilt and desperation with trademark skill. Larry Lamb's mercenary provides action hero physicality, while navigating increasingly bizarre circumstances, and Nicola Cowper's kidnapped woman displays more agency than typical damsel roles. Practical locations and moody lighting transform sewers and industrial spaces into a gothic underworld. The mutant designs emphasize tragedy over pure monstrosity. These are victims of exploitation, not mindless creatures. Action sequences blend shootouts with horror elements as the descent continues deeper into this hidden world. Released in the US as Underworld, the film struggles with budget limitations that prevent Barker's vision from fully materializing. Still, the concepts and atmosphere remain compelling, a bridge between straightforward action cinema and the mythological horror Barker would explore more successfully later, offering a glimpse of his unique perspective, filtered through genre constraints. Shadow Builder, 1998. By the late 90s, most Canadian horror had shifted toward television or low-budget genre experiments. and Shadow Builder is one of the weirdest relics from that era. Loosely based on a Bram Stoker short story, it's part supernatural thriller, part action horror, and entirely drenched in that straight-to-video atmosphere that defined the decade. The film stars Michael Rooker as a priest turned demon hunter, tracking a creature born from a satanic ritual gone wrong. The Shadow Builder itself is a being that thrives on darkness, growing stronger with every soul it consumes. As it spreads across a small rural town, Rooker's character and a local sheriff team up to stop it before it manifests fully and wipes out humanity. Shot in Ontario, the movie has that unmistakable late 90s Canadian genre look, a mix of moody lighting, overcast skies, and practical effects bumping up against early digital work. The creature is rendered in lo-fi CGI that actually adds to its charm today, giving it the feel of something you'd stumble upon in a rental store and wonder, why have I never heard of this? What keeps Shadow Builder interesting isn't its polish, but its energy. It's a mix of the prophecy, phantasm, and a little Hellraiser thrown in for good measure, all filtered through that earnest Canadian approach to horror. Ambitious, strange, and totally committed. It's not refined, but it's never dull. Shadow Builder is the kind of film that makes you nostalgic for the days when you'd pick up a VHS box based solely on the cover art, and sometimes end up with a surprisingly fun piece of end-of-the-century weirdness. Silent Running, 1972. In a future where Earth's forests have been destroyed, the last remnants of nature are preserved in massive greenhouse domes floating in space. Freeman Lowell, a botanist aboard one of these ships, devotes his life to protecting the fragile ecosystems inside. When orders come down to destroy the domes and return the vessel to commercial use, Lowell makes a desperate choice that sets him on a solitary journey to preserve what's left of Earth's wilderness. Directed by Douglas Trumbull, the special effects wizard behind 2001, A Space Odyssey, Silent Running is both a technical marvel and an emotional story. Bruce Dern delivers a powerful performance as Lowell, a man whose passion for the forests slowly gives way to obsession and loneliness. His only companions are three drone robots, Huey, Dewey, and Louie, whose simple, almost childlike presence adds both humor and heartbreaking poignancy. The film's visuals are striking, with lush gardens floating against the cold backdrop of space. Trumbull's effects, combined with a haunting score by Peter Schickele and songs performed by Joan Baez, create a mood that is equal parts beautiful and melancholy. While not a box office hit on release, Silent Running grew in stature over time, especially on television and home video, where its environmental message resonated with new generations. Today it stands as one of the most thoughtful science fiction films of the 1970s, a meditation on isolation, ecology, and the human cost of progress. Its imagery of fragile forests drifting through space remains as haunting as ever. White Line Fever, 1975. Carol Jo Hummer just wants an honest living, a truck, a route, and a shot at the American dream. But when he returns from the Air Force and discovers that the freight business is rotting from the inside, he finds himself up against a syndicate that runs the roads through corruption and intimidation. When they push too far, he pushes back, with his rig as his weapon. White Line Fever is part action film, part working-class rebellion. Jan Michael Vincent gives one of his best performances as a man whose decency turns to fury, taking on a system that's stacked against him. Director Jonathan Kaplan brings the world of long-haul trucking to life with grit and realism. The clanking of gears, the endless highways, the loneliness of the cab. When the movie erupts into action, it's with the force of someone who's had enough. The truck itself becomes an extension of Hummer's defiance, crashing through roadblocks and corrupt power structures alike. It's a story about justice, but also pride, about what happens when the people holding everything together decide they won't be pushed anymore. Like many great 70s action films, it's rough around the edges and full of conviction. White Line Fever may be about trucks, but at its core, it's a story about resistance, a reminder that sometimes the only way forward is straight through the barricade. In the Mouth of Madness, 1994, reality bends and crumbles in John Carpenter's In the Mouth of Madness, a 1994 descent into cosmic horror and madness. The story follows insurance investigator John Trent, played by Sam Neill, hired to track down missing horror novelist Sutter Kane. Kane's books are said to drive readers insane, and as Trent digs deeper, he realizes fiction and reality are beginning to merge. The film unfolds like a labyrinth. Small cracks in the world widen into gaping fissures, readers go mad, towns appear and vanish, and Kane's words seem to rewrite existence itself. Trent, skeptical at first, finds himself pulled into a world that refuses to obey logic. Carpenter builds the tension through surreal imagery and escalating paranoia, making the audience question every scene just as much as Trent does. In the Mouth of Madness is deeply indebted to Lovecraft's legacy of cosmic horror, where human understanding is dwarfed by forces too vast and alien to comprehend. But Carpenter adds his own flair. Dark humor, a relentless pace, and a willingness to push the nightmare to its breaking point. By the film's climax, Trent's grip on reality has fully unraveled, leaving the audience trapped in the same disorienting spiral. It's not just a horror story, it's a story about horror itself and the dangerous power of stories to reshape the world. In the Mouth of Madness is unsettling, imaginative, and one of Carpenter's most enduring cult classics. A film where the scariest part isn't the monsters, but the realization that you can no longer trust what's real. Split Second, 1992. In a rain-soaked, flooded London of 2008, Rutger Hauer stalks through the shadows as Detective Harley Stone, a caffeine-addicted cop hunting a killer that might be more than human. Director Tony Maylam crafts a unique hybrid of noir detective story and monster movie that feels like Blade Runner had a violent collision with Predator in a dark alley. Hauer dominates every scene with his trademark intensity, playing Stone as a burnt-out lawman running on coffee, cigarettes, and raw instinct. His pursuit of a supernatural serial killer leads him through a dystopian London where the Thames has reclaimed the streets and darkness hides horrors that science can't explain. When he's paired with a by-the-book partner, Neil Duncan, their odd couple dynamic adds unexpected humor to the growing dread. The film's greatest strength is its atmosphere. Every scene drips with rain and neon, creating a world where the line between modern noir and horror grows increasingly blurry. The creature effects, when finally revealed, deliver satisfying practical gore that stands up against any modern CGI spectacle. For anyone who loves their detective stories with sharp teeth and their monsters with a side of procedural noir, Split Second offers a unique brew of action, horror, and Hauer at his grizzled best. Martin, 1977. He says there's no magic, just needles, razor blades, and a hunger he can't name. In a gray steel town, a quiet young man believes he's a vampire. Or maybe he's just sick and alone. Either way, people keep dying, and he keeps telling himself he's not a monster. Not exactly. The film sticks close to Martin's point of view, building a world of late-night trains, empty kitchens, and bedrooms where fear arrives softly. Black and white reveries cut through the present like faded memories, or fantasies of cloaks and castles that may never have been real. The contrast is the point. The old myths are beautiful, but the truth is clinical, tragic, and human. Performances are delicate, especially from the lead, whose calm voice and stillness make every scene feel like a confession. The direction is intimate and unmannered, letting ordinary spaces carry extraordinary dread. Instead of grand Gothic spectacle, you get hallways, telephones, and the hum of appliances. Its legacy rests in empathy, a horror story that refuses easy answers, neither romanticizing nor demonizing its subject. It's disturbing because it feels possible, a portrait of isolation that lingers long after the credits, asking whether evil is in the blood, the brain, or the world that won't make room for you. Black Christmas, 1974. Long before slashers were a formula, Black Christmas wrote the blueprint and made it terrifying. Directed by Bob Clark, this Canadian classic takes the setup of a sorority house over the holidays and turns it into a slow-motion panic attack. It starts with a phone call, obscene, whispering, and somehow too real. Then, one by one, the girls vanish, their disappearances hidden by the cheer of Christmas lights and carols outside. Margot Kidder, Olivia Hussey, and John Saxon headline a cast that feels lived in, and the film's grainy cinematography makes every shadow inside that house feel colder than the snow falling outside. What really sets Black Christmas apart is how restrained it is. There's no big killer reveal, no final explanation, just a creeping sense that something truly deranged is inside those walls, and no one is coming to help. Clark shoots the point-of-view sequences with unnerving precision, long before Halloween or Friday the 13th turned that perspective into a genre standard. It's a film that's more about dread than violence, and it still feels unnervingly modern in how it uses silence, misdirection, and the idea that horror doesn't need answers, just a phone that won't stop ringing. Black Christmas isn't just one of the best Canadian horror films ever made, it's one of the most influential horror films, period. The kind of movie that makes you check every dark hallway before you turn off the lights. Life Force, 1985. Life Force is Tobe Hooper Unbound, a gonzo sci-fi vampire epic that swings wildly between cosmic horror, body invasion, and apocalyptic chaos. A space shuttle mission discovers a derelict alien spacecraft hiding in Halley's Comet's tail, containing 3 humanoid beings in suspended animation. When brought to Earth, one of them, a beautiful woman, awakens and begins draining life energy from humans, transforming London into a city of desiccated zombies while she searches for something far more sinister. This is Hooper working with a substantial budget, courtesy of Cannon Films, and he uses every penny to create ambitious, absurd spectacle. The film careens between genres, space exploration, vampire mythology, zombie outbreak, and metaphysical madness, rarely pausing to explain itself. Matilda May plays the space vampire with otherworldly presence, while Steve Railsback delivers an increasingly unhinged performance as the astronaut obsessed with stopping her. Patrick Stewart appears in a memorably bizarre supporting role. The special effects by John Dykstra range from stunning to campy, particularly the climactic scenes of naked vampires ascending over apocalyptic London. Henry Mancini's bombastic score adds operatic grandeur to the chaos. The film's tone is impossible to pin down, genuinely frightening one moment, absurdly over-the-top the next, sometimes both simultaneously. Life Force bombed on release and confused critics, but time has revealed it as a glorious mess, a film that refuses to be contained by logic or restraint. It's Hooper embracing maximalism, throwing every wild idea at the screen, and reveling in the madness. Where his early films were claustrophobic nightmares, Life Force is cosmic delirium, proving his vision could scale from Texas farmhouses to the end of the world. Dead Alive, 1992. Before Peter Jackson directed Hobbits to Middle-earth, he made one of the film in cinema history, a zombie splatter comedy where a Sumatran rat monkey bite transforms a New Zealand town into an ocean of blood, guts, and dismemberment. Dead Alive, released as Braindead internationally, follows Lionel, a timid mama's boy whose overbearing mother gets infected at the zoo and transforms into a ravenous zombie. His desperate attempts to hide her condition spiral into absolute carnage as the infection spreads. Jackson approaches the premise with gleeful excess, turning every scene into an opportunity for practical effects mayhem. The film builds from dark comedy to full splatter opera, climaxing in a lawnmower sequence that reportedly used 300 liters of fake blood. Bodies shredded into geysers of gore while Lionel mows through the undead hordes. It's cartoonishly violent, so over the top that it becomes absurdist comedy rather than disturbing horror. Timothy Balmain plays Lionel with remarkable sincerity, making his devotion to his monstrous mother genuinely touching, even as she's literally falling apart. Diana Peñalver brings warmth as his love interest who somehow tolerates the escalating nightmare. The film's heart comes from treating these characters as real people caught in impossible circumstances, which makes the horror-comedy balance actually work. The zombie baby sequence alone, featuring an undead infant wreaking havoc in a park, showcases Jackson's willingness to push taste boundaries while maintaining pitch-perfect comedic timing. The practical effects by Richard Taylor and the Weta Workshop team are spectacular, creative, and relentlessly disgusting. Dead Alive represents splatter comedy at its absolute peak. Technically masterful, narratively coherent, and so committed to gore that it becomes its own form of art. Jackson proved he could orchestrate chaos on epic scale years before Middle-earth, just with significantly more intestines. Invasion of the Bee-Girls, 1973. When a series of mysterious deaths begins to plague a small California town, the victims all share one strange detail. Each man has literally been loved to death. The investigation leads to a secret research facility experimenting with radiation and genetics, where a seductive swarm of women may hold the key to the mystery. These aren't femme fatales in the usual sense. They're something far more dangerous and far less human. Invasion of the Bee-Girls is a strange hybrid of science fiction, erotic thriller, and low-budget paranoia, a kind of drive-in mutation of Village of the Damned and the Stepford Wives. Directed by Dennis Sanders and written by Nicholas Meyer before Star Trek II fame, it turns its pulpy premise into a surprisingly sharp satire about fear of female sexuality and scientific overreach. The film's tone swings from dead-serious investigation to absurd B-movie excess. But it's that inconsistency that gives it life. The crisp 70s cinematography, sterile laboratories, and sun-baked exteriors all hide a pulsing weirdness underneath. It's the kind of movie that feels both trashy and smart. One foot in exploitation, the other in commentary. Invasion of the Bee-Girls isn't subtle, but it's unforgettable. A buzzing, bizarre time capsule of 1970s genre filmmaking at its most unapologetically strange. The Wizard of Gore, 1970. Herschel Gordon Lewis was already known as the godfather of gore by the time The Wizard of Gore hit grindhouse screens, but this one felt different. Stranger, nastier, and more self-aware. On the surface, it's a simple shock show. A traveling magician named Montag the Magnificent performs gruesome illusions on stage, sawing, stabbing, and disemboweling volunteers who miraculously walk away unharmed, only to die horribly later, exactly as he described. But beneath the sleaze and splatter, there's something hypnotic about the way Lewis blurs performance and reality, as if he's cutting into the act of entertainment itself. Ray Sager plays Montag like a deranged carnival prophet, his voice booming with mock philosophy about the nature of illusion, death, and the audience's thirst for blood. The stage sequences are pure exploitation theater. Bright lights, exaggerated gore, and editing so jarring it feels like a nightmare broadcast through static. Yet there's an underlying intelligence to the chaos. Lewis seems to understand that the audience isn't just watching horror, they're complicit in it. The film pushed boundaries of taste and tone, its absurdity giving way to something almost avant-garde. By its surreal finale, where logic dissolves completely, The Wizard of Gore becomes more than a grindhouse gimmick. It's a reflection of 1970s cultural breakdown, where art, horror, and exploitation all started bleeding together. It's garish, cheap, and unforgettable. A carnival of carnage that proved low-budget horror could be both stupid and strangely profound. The Kindred, 1987. The story revolves around Dr. Philip Lloyd, played by Rod Steiger, a geneticist who returns to his late mother's family home with a group of assistants to uncover the secrets of her groundbreaking research on rapid human evolution. As they delve deeper into the mystery, they discover that Philip has a monstrous, tentacled baby brother named Anthony, the terrifying result of his mother's experiments. With a rival scientist also on the hunt for Anthony, the tension escalates as Philip and his team race against time to find the creature before it falls into the wrong hands. The film features a blend of body horror and supernatural elements, with practical effects that create a chilling atmosphere. Alongside Steiger, the cast includes Kim Hunter and David Allen Brooks, whose performances add depth to the suspenseful narrative. The Kindred is noted for its eerie setting and engaging plot, though it has received mixed reviews over the years. It currently holds an IMDb rating of 5.7, reflecting its status as a cult classic among horror enthusiasts. Critics have praised its unique premise, which combines elements of science fiction and horror, and its exploration of ethical dilemmas in scientific experimentation. The film showcases impressive creature effects, particularly in its climax, where the true horror of Anthony is revealed. While some viewers find the setup slow, the payoff is filled with tense and shocking moments, making it a memorable entry in the genre. With its mix of suspense, horror, and drama, The Kindred remains a noteworthy film for those who appreciate 80s horror cinema, exploring themes of family, legacy, and the consequences of playing with nature. Race with the Devil, 1975. Two couples on a recreational RV trip through rural Texas witness a satanic sacrifice in a remote field. When they report what they saw, the local authorities dismiss their claims. But the cultists have no intention of letting witnesses escape. What begins as a vacation quickly becomes a high-speed chase through the Southwest, with devil worshippers closing in from every direction. Directed by Jack Starrett, Race with the Devil is one of the most effective occult thrillers of the 70s, a film that weaponizes American paranoia about rural outsiders and combines it with action movie pacing. The genius of the premise is its simplicity. Nowhere is safe, anyone could be involved, and the hero's best asset is their mobility, which becomes increasingly meaningless. As the conspiracy expands, Peter Fonda and Warren Oates anchor the film, with easy camaraderie and mounting desperation. They're not action heroes or investigators, just regular guys who made the mistake of seeing something they shouldn't have. Loretta Swit and Lara Parker complete the quartet, playing capable partners rather than screaming victims. The group dynamic feels authentic, their banter grounding the escalating supernatural threats. The cultists are genuinely menacing. Not theatrical Satanists, but everyday people who could be gas station attendants, mechanics, or local sheriffs. The film's paranoia comes from this ordinariness, the creeping realization that the conspiracy might be everywhere. The climax delivers one of horror's more nihilistic endings, refusing to provide easy resolution or safety. Race with the Devil taps into deep American anxieties about the unknown spaces between cities and what might be happening there. And it does so with relentless efficiency. Neon Maniacs, 1986. In San Francisco, a group of teens stumbles onto a terrifying secret hidden beneath the Golden Gate Bridge. By day, the city seems normal, but by night, it becomes the hunting ground for the Neon Maniacs. A bizarre gang of mutant killers, each with their own weapons, costumes, and gruesome specialties. From a samurai to a soldier to a slime-dripping monster, these creatures emerge from the shadows to terrorize anyone in their path. Directed by Joseph Mangine, Neon Maniacs thrives on its strange comic book-style energy. The young cast includes Leilani Sorrell, Clyde Hayes, and Donna Locke, who try to rally together after surviving an attack, only to discover that no one believes their story. Their only hope is to face the maniacs directly, but the odds are stacked against them. What makes the film unforgettable is the sheer variety of the monsters. Each maniac feels like it belongs to a different subgenre, turning the group into a traveling sideshow of horror tropes. The film leans into outrageous makeup and creature effects, making every attack feel like a showdown with a new villain. While plagued by production issues and an unfinished feel, Neon Maniacs thrived on VHS. Its colorful poster art, promising an army of monsters in the city streets, drew in curious renters who discovered one of the strangest cult oddities of the 80s. Today it's remembered less for its coherence and more for its ambition, a monster mash that's messy, chaotic, and utterly unique in the horror landscape. Hollow Gate, 1988. Holiday cheer takes a sinister turn in Hollow Gate, a little-seen slasher where a family celebration becomes a nightmare. The story begins at Thanksgiving, when young Mark witnesses his father snap under the pressure of a failed business and mounting debt. Years later, Mark has grown into a killer who disguises his psychosis beneath charm, only to unleash violence when guests arrive at the family estate. Directed by Ray DiZazzo, the film works as a strange hybrid of holiday horror and psychological slasher. Addison Randall stars as Mark, bringing a slick, almost soap opera quality to the role that makes his eventual outbursts even more jarring. The supporting cast fills out the doomed dinner party, with friendships and romances quickly cut short once Mark's rage erupts. What sets Hollowgate apart is its focus on the breakdown of tradition. The sprawling house, once meant for family gatherings, becomes a death trap, with Mark using everyday objects, knives, tools, even holiday decorations, as instruments of murder. The kills aren't flashy, but the tension comes from the increasingly unhinged performance at the center. Though it slipped almost entirely under the radar on release, Hollowgate lingers as one of those obscure VHS finds that horror fans stumble across while digging deep. It's not polished, but it carries that unmistakable late 80s energy. Cheap, mean, and just unsettling enough to stick with you. Suburbia, 1983. Penelope Spheris documents punk youth culture through narrative fiction, following runaways who squat in abandoned tract homes and form makeshift family bound by shared rejection of mainstream society. They call themselves TR, the Rejected, creating their own rules in spaces suburban development left behind. When their presence antagonizes local citizens, particularly a vigilante citizens patrol, the conflict escalates toward inevitable violence. The cast of mostly non-actors brings authentic punk energy, many drawn from the actual LA scene. Spheris treats punk philosophy seriously, understanding it's as much about creating alternative community as rejecting the dominant one. The abandoned suburban development becomes dystopian landscape where the American dream has literally collapsed, leaving empty structures for outcasts to inhabit. Performance sequences featuring D.I., the Vandals, and TSOL capture genuine scene energy, the club becoming temporary sanctuary. Spheris shows the reality: hunger, cold, constant threat of violence from both authorities and vigilantes. The violence, when it erupts, is sudden and brutal rather than stylized, emphasizing real-world consequences. Suburbia captures a specific moment in punk history with documentary authenticity wrapped in narrative framework, earning its status as essential punk cinema through honest portrayal of youth rebellion and the costs of creating your own family when the one you were born into has failed completely. Dahlman vs. Demonic Toys, 1993. Full Moon's first major crossover fused Dahlman, Demonic Toys, and Bad Channels into a compact, action-packed spectacle just over 70 minutes long. Tim Thomerson returns as the 13-inch cop from another dimension, now partnered with the shrunken nurse from Bad Channels to battle malevolent toys in abandoned warehouses. The premise is transparently commercial. Why cultivate three separate fan bases when you can combine them? Yet the collisions of franchises generate genuine fun. Thomerson's gruff charisma grounds absurdity, lending authority to puppet battles and miniature chaos. Baby Oopsie Daisy, Jack Attack, and Grizzly Teddy retain the unsettling charm that made them memorable in their original appearances. Practical effects dominate, with oversized props and miniature sets convincingly establishing scale. The short runtime keeps the story moving relentlessly, delivering action and creature encounters without narrative filler. It's unapologetically a cash-in, but also delivers exactly what fans wanted: fan service, crossover chaos, and Full Moon's hallmark playful inventiveness. For video store regulars, this was a small-scale spectacle done right, a celebration of shared universe imagination that feels both efficient and audacious, a miniature thrill ride packed with energy, menace, and personality. The Last Horror Movie, 2003, a VHS rental gets taped over by a serial killer documenting his crimes. Max Perry addresses the camera directly, philosophizing about violence and media consumption while showing you his work. He wants you complicit, challenging why you keep watching as bodies accumulate. What begins as a cheap amateur horror production slowly reveals itself as something far more unsettling. Max addresses the viewer directly, mocking familiar genre beats: narrating his crimes, and challenging the audience's passive role. The movie becomes less about who survives and more about complicity, how easily spectators accept violence when it's packaged as entertainment. The minimal plot is deliberate, allowing the focus to stay on Max's warped philosophy and unsettling charisma. Director Julian Richards keeps the presentation raw and confrontational. The handheld camera work, unpolished sound, and abrupt edits strip away any sense of cinematic comfort. Mark Featherstone's performance is key here. Charming, smug, and deeply disturbing. He sells Max as someone who genuinely believes he's reinventing horror rather than committing crimes. The climax delivers a gut punch, forcing viewers to confront their own engagement with the material. Arriving before torture films dominated mid-2000s horror, the last horror movie offered something more cerebral and confrontational. Too cold and philosophical for some, too exploitative for others, but undeniably effective at making audiences question their relationship with screen violence. Slaughterhouse, 1987. The local slaughterhouse is about to be shut down, but the eccentric owner has other plans. When developers and lawmen come snooping around, he unleashes his hulking son Buddy to take care of the problem, with meat hooks, cleavers, and whatever else the slaughterhouse floor can provide. The result is a blood-soaked rampage that turns rural decay into a killing ground. Directed by Rick Roessler, Slaughterhouse is pure late 80s slasher exploitation. The cast of teens who stumble into the wrong place at the wrong time round out the body count, their curiosity rewarded with carnage. The film is remembered for its grisly setting. Rusted machinery, blood-stained walls, and the ever-present sounds of livestock and death. It takes the familiar backwoods slasher formula and marries it to industrial horror, giving every kill a uniquely brutal edge. The meat hook and the bone saw become as iconic here as the machete or chainsaw in other franchises. What gives Slaughterhouse its lasting cult appeal is its sincerity. It doesn't parody or soften its edges. It wallows in grime, gore, and grotesque characters, fully embracing its role as a video store shocker. While not as well known as Texas Chainsaw Massacre, it thrives as a companion piece, a rural nightmare where family loyalty and business desperation turn deadly. Slaughterhouse is a grisly reminder that some places were never meant to be explored after dark. Screamers, 1995. Deep in the radioactive wastes of Sirius 6B, humanity's latest weapon has turned the hunter into the hunted. Screamers takes Philip K. Dick's paranoid nightmare and cranks it up to 11, unleashing autonomous killing machines that slice through flesh and metal with equal enthusiasm. But these aren't your typical movie robots. They're evolving, learning, and worst of all, beginning to look just like us. Director Christian Duguay transforms this mineral-rich hellscape into a pressure cooker of suspicion, where every friendly face could be hiding serrated steel beneath synthetic skin. Peter Weller leads a band of hardened soldiers who quickly learn that their thermal scanners and automatic weapons mean nothing against an enemy that can wear their dead friends' faces. The real horror of Screamers isn't in its blood-soaked corridors or mechanical menace. It's in watching these battle-hardened veterans crack under the weight of constant paranoia. Every handshake could be your last. Every smile might hide cold circuitry. And in the end, you have to wonder, how human are we when fear turns us into machines ourselves? This is vintage 90s sci-fi horror that burrows under your skin and stays there, asking questions about humanity's future that feel more relevant with each passing year. For anyone who likes their action served with a side of existential dread, Screamers is a razor-sharp slice of VHS-era terror that still cuts deep. Forbidden Zone, 1980. A suburban family accidentally stumbles into a dimension beneath their home, a chaotic underworld where logic melts away and musical numbers erupt without warning. This realm, known as the Sixth Dimension, is ruled by a jealous king and an ambitious queen whose whims shape the bizarre world around them. The film unfolds like a living cartoon, driven by exaggerated performances, surreal imagery, and a non-stop parade of eccentric characters. Richard Elfman fills every frame with energy, treating the screen like a stage where anything can happen. Sets look handmade in the most charming way, painted with bold colors and designed to feel like comic book panels come to life. The sight gags, dance sequences, and theatrical staging give the movie an unpredictable rhythm that keeps pushing forward. A major part of its personality comes from its soundtrack, filled with offbeat songs that set the tone for each new sequence. Whether characters are bursting into dance, arguing with royalty, or stumbling through labyrinth-like corridors, the music becomes as important as the visuals. What makes the film memorable isn't just its wild ideas, but the commitment behind them. It's a movie that fully embraces its own strangeness, turning budget limitations into creative strengths. Over time, audiences have embraced it for exactly that reason. Its refusal to play by any rules but its own. The Awakening, 1980. An archaeological dig in Egypt uncovers the tomb of Queen Kera, a mysterious figure shrouded in legend. When Egyptologist Matthew Corbeck insists on opening the tomb, he unleashes a curse that follows him home. Soon after, his daughter is born, and as she grows older, strange events suggest she may be carrying the spirit of the long-dead queen, a reincarnation bound to bring death and destruction. Directed by Mike Newell, who would later helm Four Weddings and a Funeral, and Donnie Brasco, this early entry in his career takes inspiration from classic mummy tales, but blends them with a creeping psychological edge. Charlton Heston leads as Corbeck, bringing gravitas to a father unraveling under forces he cannot control, while Susanna York adds intensity as his increasingly estranged wife. Stephanie Zimbalist, as the daughter caught between life and legend, gives the film a haunting presence as the true weight of the curse emerges. The imagery is steeped in dread. Ancient tombs and artifacts carry menace. Visions blur the line between reality and possession, and the quiet inevitability of fate casts a shadow over every scene. Unlike the pulpier mummy films that came before, The Awakening aims for atmosphere, tension, and tragic inevitability. What makes the film memorable is its fusion of archaeological horror with family drama. It is as much about a father's obsession destroying his family as it is about ancient curses and reincarnated evil. Though overshadowed by bigger horror releases of 1980, it lingers with its slow burn, unsettling mood and a finale that closes the loop on a story steeped in fatalism. The Awakening is a reminder that sometimes horror doesn't come with jump scares or gore. It comes from the weight of history, pressing down on the present until it breaks. Captain Kronos, Vampire Hunter, 1974. Hammer Films attempted to launch a new franchise with Brian Clemens's Captain Kronos. Kronos travels the countryside with his hunchbacked assistant, Professor Grost, hunting vampires using knowledge accumulated across cultures and centuries. When a village reports young women aging to death overnight, they investigate a local aristocratic family whose members might be draining youth rather than blood. Horst Janssen plays Kronos with athletic charisma, treating vampire hunting as noble profession, requiring both swordplay and scientific methodology. John Cater brings dark humor as Grost, the scholar who understands that vampire rules vary by region and bloodline. Caroline Munro provides both romantic interest and capable partnership, refusing to be simple damsel. The film's approach to vampire lore is refreshingly flexible. Kronos and Grost test various methods to determine what works on these particular creatures, acknowledging that crosses, stakes, and garlic aren't universal solutions. The sword-fighting sequences are impressively choreographed for Hammer production, with Kronos dispatching both human and undead opponents with swashbuckling flair. The vampire attacks drain youth and vitality rather than blood, creating victims aged decades in moments through effective makeup work. The aristocratic villains operate with entitled menace, treating peasants as renewable resources for their immortality. Clemens directs with energy and wit, clearly intending to establish Kronos as ongoing hero. The film blends genres confidently: gothic horror, adventure serial, mystery, creating something that feels both fresh and respectfully traditional. The period setting and practical effects give everything tactile quality, despite obvious budget constraints. Captain Kronos was designed as franchise starter, but Hammer's financial troubles prevented sequels. It remains a cult favorite for its inventive approach to vampire mythology, an action-oriented hero who treats supernatural threats as solvable problems, requiring proper tools and knowledge. Vigilante, 1982. When his wife is beaten and his son killed during a home invasion, and when the perpetrator receives a lenient sentence from a judge more interested in clearing dockets than delivering justice, Eddie Marino's faith in institutions dies with his child. William Lustig follows the factory worker as he joins an organized vigilante group dispensing street justice across New York City. Robert Forster brings blue-collar authenticity to a man whose entire world collapses in a courtroom, capturing the specific rage of someone who played by society's rules only to watch those rules protect criminals instead of victims. Fred Williamson steals the film as Nick, charismatic leader of the vigilante squad who's already embraced extra-legal justice. Their dynamic shifts from mentor-student to equals as Eddie fully commits to vigilantism. Early 80s New York is shot as urban war zone, where crime is omnipresent and authority either corrupt or impotent. The courtroom sequences are particularly effective, showing a system that treats violent crime as administrative inconvenience. Action sequences are brutal and direct. Lustig favors visceral impact over stylization, showing violence as ugly necessity. Jay Chataway's score adds urban tension without romanticizing vigilantism. Arriving during the early 80s revenge film cycle, Lustig's film is grimier and more nihilistic than most. It offers no easy answers about justice versus revenge, instead presenting a broken system and asking what rational people do when legal remedies fail completely. Psycho Cop, 1989. Six friends head out to a remote cabin for a carefree getaway. But their plans are cut short by the arrival of Officer Joe Vickers, a cop with a badge, a gun, and a taste for murder. What looks like a routine camping trip quickly turns into a fight for survival, as the deranged policeman begins stalking the group one by one, leaving behind grisly scenes and darkly comic one-liners. Directed by Wallace Potts, Psycho Cop takes the slasher formula and gives it a wicked twist by making the killer an authority figure. Robert R. Schaefer steals the show as Officer Vickers, playing the role with over-the-top menace and campy charm. His presence turns the film from a straightforward slasher into something both violent and darkly humorous. The kills are bloody and creative, with everyday objects and police gear twisted into instruments of terror. The remote forest setting adds to the tension, giving the film that classic cabin-in-the-woods feel, while the villain's police persona brings an unsettling sense of inescapable authority. What makes Psycho Cop memorable is its tone. It doesn't just lean into horror, it winks at the audience while doing it. The film isn't polished, but it's unapologetically entertaining, with Schaefer's performance anchoring it as a cult favorite among slasher fans. While it never gained mainstream traction, Psycho Cop lives on as one of the more outrageous slasher oddities of the 80s. It proves that sometimes the scariest thing isn't the masked killer in the shadows. It's the smiling officer in uniform, ready to write you a ticket you won't survive. Mountaintop Motel Massacre, 1983. On a desolate highway in rural Louisiana sits the Mountaintop Motel, a roadside stop that hides a sinister secret. Its caretaker, Evelyn Chambers, has recently been released from a mental institution. Still tormented by her inner demons, Evelyn begins stalking the motel's guests through a network of hidden crawl spaces and underground tunnels, turning their rooms into death traps. Directed by Jim McCullough Sr., Mountaintop Motel Massacre leans into its Southern Gothic roots. Anna Chappelle gives a chilling performance as Evelyn, mixing moments of fragile calm with bursts of sadistic violence. The supporting cast of unsuspecting travelers, a preacher, a drifter, a newlywed couple, become pawns in her deranged game. The film creates tension through its unusual setting. The creaking floorboards, dimly lit rooms, and suffocating crawl spaces make the motel feel like a living trap. Each kill is staged with grim patience, showing Evelyn's madness more than outright gore. Though barely noticed in theaters, it became notorious on VHS for its lurid title and unsettling tone. Horror fans looking for backwoods chills and unhinged villains found plenty to remember here. Today, Mountaintop Motel Massacre holds its place as one of the creepier low-budget slashers of its era, anchored by an unnerving central performance and a setting tailor-made for nightmares. The Night Flyer, 1997. There's something quietly haunting about The Night Flyer, a Stephen King adaptation that never made much noise but lingers long after you've seen it. Directed by Mark Pavia, it follows Richard Dees, a tabloid journalist played by Miguel Ferrer, chasing what he believes is a serial killer flying a private plane between small airports. The twist? The killer might actually be a vampire. It's a grimy, cynical story, King's world of bottom-rung journalists and the monsters they create. Ferrer plays Dees as a man already rotted from the inside, chasing a story not to reveal the truth, but to own it. As his investigation spirals, the film builds a sense of dread that feels closer to noir than horror, culminating in one of the most effective vampire reveals of the decade. The practical effects, handled on a small budget, deliver more impact than most big studio horrors of the time. There's no glamour to this vampire. It's a decayed ancient predator hiding in hangars and moonlight. While it didn't get the attention of other King adaptations like Thinner or The Green Mile, The Night Flyer quietly became a cult favorite. It's a rare film that understands the horror of curiosity, of looking too long into something you can't unsee. It's grim, stylish, and unflinching. The Night Flyer doesn't care about jump scares. It's about obsession, decay, and the slow rot that comes from chasing monsters until you become one. The Pit, 1981. Few Canadian horror films capture pure, unfiltered weirdness like The Pit. Released in 1981, it plays like a family drama, a coming-of-age story, and a creature feature all at once, and somehow manages to feel completely wrong in the best possible way. The story follows Jamie, a socially awkward young boy who's bullied by everyone around him, his classmates, his babysitter, even the adults in town. His only friend is a teddy bear he talks to in private. But when Jamie discovers a pit in the woods filled with carnivorous creatures he calls tralalogs, things start to spiral from strange to sinister. Shot in Wisconsin but funded and produced in Canada, The Pit embodies the low-budget Canadian horror scene's knack for combining sincerity and insanity. The performances are awkward, the tone constantly shifts, and the whole thing feels like it was made by someone who couldn't decide whether they were filming a children's fantasy or a psychological horror film. The result is mesmerizing, a movie where every scene feels slightly off, where reality and imagination start to blur. It's unsettling not because of gore or violence, but because of how wrong it all feels. The teddy bear might be talking, the creatures might be real, or maybe Jamie's just gone too far into his own head. There's nothing else quite like The Pit. It's part monster movie, part character study, and part fever dream from the bottom shelf of a video store. A film that proves Canadian horror didn't need big budgets or stars to leave you feeling uneasy. It just needed a dark hole in the woods and a kid with a secret. Ringu, 1998. Hideo Nakata's Ringu is the film that ignited the J-horror boom of the late 1990s and introduced a new kind of terror to global audiences, one rooted in atmosphere, folklore, and creeping inevitability. Adapted from Koji Suzuki's novel, it takes a simple urban legend, a cursed videotape that kills its viewer 7 days after watching, and transforms it into one of the most chilling horror experiences of the decade. The story follows journalist Reiko Asakawa, played by Nanako Matsushima, who begins investigating the mysterious death of her niece and stumbles across the cursed tape. When she and her ex-husband watch the recording, they trigger the curse themselves, setting off a desperate race to unravel its origins before their time runs out. Ringu thrives on restraint. The tape itself is eerie and abstract, a collection of surreal, disturbing images that feel like fragments from a nightmare. Nakata's direction avoids cheap scares, instead building dread through silence, empty spaces, and the oppressive weight of time ticking away. The result is horror that feels inescapable, less about sudden shocks than the crushing certainty of doom. At the heart of the curse is Sadako, the vengeful spirit whose long black hair and slow, unnatural movements would become an icon of Japanese horror. Her final emergence from the television is one of the most unforgettable scenes in the genre, a moment that redefined how horror could use suggestion and stillness to terrify. Ringu's influence was seismic. It inspired countless imitators, a successful American remake, The Ring, and a wave of J-horror exports that reshaped the international horror landscape. More than just a scary movie, it tapped into deep cultural anxieties about technology, memory, and the way the past refuses to stay buried. Pumpkinhead 2, Blood Wings, 1993. Pumpkinhead 2 shouldn't work as well as it does. A lower-budget continuation that manages to carry forward the mythic atmosphere of the original while creating its own twisted identity. Gone is Lance Henriksen's tragic revenge arc, but in its place comes a different kind of Southern Gothic horror, one that leans into small-town legends, backwoods secrets, and moral decay hiding under the surface. The film follows a group of reckless teenagers who stumble onto an old ritual and accidentally resurrect the creature known as Pumpkinhead, this time tied to the vengeful spirit of a wronged outcast named Tommy. What begins as a prank quickly spirals into something darker, as the demon's return unearths the sins of the town and the violence people thought they'd buried decades earlier. Director Jeff Burr gives Blood Wings a moody, fog-soaked tone that feels right at home in the early direct-to-video era. The creature effects remain impressive, the kills are inventive, and there's a tragic undercurrent running through it all that keeps it from feeling disposable. It may not have the emotional depth of the first film, but Pumpkinhead 2 succeeds by expanding the mythology and giving the monster a strange, sorrowful edge. It's part rural ghost story, part creature feature. The kind of late-night horror sequel that might not have had a wide release, but stayed burned into the memories of anyone who stumbled across it after dark. Night of the Seagulls, 1975. A young doctor and his wife arrive in a remote coastal village to take over the local medical practice, only to discover the community harbors a dark secret. Every 7 years, the villagers sacrifice young women to ancient creatures that emerge at night, drawn by tolling bells and centuries-old rituals that no one dares break. Directed by Armando de Osorio, Night of the Seagulls is the fourth and final entry in the Blind Dead series. What it lacks in the iconic imagery of the earlier films, it compensates with a pervasive sense of dread and a community horror setup that predates the Wicker Man's influence on the genre. Victor Petit and Maria Costi play the outsider couple with appropriate bewilderment and mounting horror as they realize the village's true nature. The locals, bound by fear and tradition, are portrayed not as villains, but as victims of a curse they're too terrified to challenge. This moral complexity gives the film unexpected weight. These aren't evil cultists, just desperate people making terrible choices. De Osorio builds tension through atmosphere rather than action. Fog-shrouded beaches, crashing waves, and the ominous sound of bells cutting through the night. The creatures themselves are effectively grotesque creations that feel genuinely ancient and malevolent. The ritualistic sacrifice scenes are staged with Gothic formality, emphasizing ceremony over exploitation. The film serves as a somber conclusion to the Blind Dead saga, ending the series on a quieter, more fatalistic note. It's less about spectacle and more about inevitability, the weight of history and how some evils become so entrenched that breaking them seems impossible. I Drink Your Blood, 1970. David Durston's I Drink Your Blood is drive-in exploitation madness, about a satanic hippie cult that terrorizes a small town. When a young boy seeks revenge after the cultists assault his grandfather, he injects rabies-infected blood into meat pies they eat. The cultists transform into frothing, homicidal maniacs who spread the infection through the town, turning rural America into a gore-soaked nightmare of rabid violence. The film's premise is gleefully absurd, and Durston commits completely. The cultists, led by Bhaskar Roy Chowdhury's Horace Bones, are counterculture stereotypes cranked to exploitation extremes, satanic rituals, free love, and violent contempt for straight society. Once infected, they become rabid animals, frothing and attacking with savage intensity. The practical gore effects are impressively messy for the era, with axe attacks, impalements, and rabies-induced carnage. Shot guerrilla style in upstate New York with minimal budget, the film captures authentic small-town locations that ground the outrageous premise. The cast of unknowns throws themselves into the material with commitment that makes the absurdity work. The infection spreads with exponential speed, transforming more victims into rabid killers, until the town descends into complete chaos. I Drink Your Blood arrived during the early 70s explosion of violent exploitation cinema, pushing boundaries alongside Night of the Living Dead in demonstrating how far independent horror could go. The film was heavily cut for its initial release, with the original version's extreme violence restored only years later. It represents drive-in horror, at its most unhinged, cheap, violent, and gleefully offensive. The film spawned the equally outrageous I Eat Your Skin as a double bill, though the two films are completely unrelated. It remains a cult favorite for audiences seeking early 70s exploitation that delivers exactly what its lurid title promises. Scissors, 1991. Frank DeFelitta's psychological thriller casts Sharon Stone as a traumatized woman whose repressed memories and crippling fear of men make her vulnerable when she becomes entangled with a mysterious stranger. After a violent attack, she finds herself trapped in an apartment where reality becomes increasingly unstable. The film blurs the line between psychological breakdown and genuine conspiracy. Stone delivers a raw, vulnerable performance that predates her basic instinct stardom, playing a woman whose mental state makes her an unreliable narrator. Steve Railsback brings unsettling intensity as the stranger whose intentions remain ambiguous, while Ronnie Cox appears as the therapist trying to help her distinguish reality from delusion. The film keeps audiences off balance about what's real and what's psychological manifestation. DeFelitta, working from his own script, constructs a claustrophobic nightmare that traps both character and audience in confined spaces where trust evaporates. The apartment becomes a prison where every sound suggests threat, and every shadow could hide an attacker. The film's depiction of trauma and its aftermath feels surprisingly serious for early 90s thriller territory. The mystery structure keeps revealing new layers. Each explanation creates more questions, and the film withholds definitive answers until the climax forces revelation. The confined setting and small cast create intimacy that makes the psychological horror more immediate and personal. Scissors arrived during the early 90s psychological thriller boom, but got lost among bigger releases. It represents a specific strain of paranoia cinema that explores female trauma and mental instability with more complexity than typical exploitation, though it never quite escapes thriller genre conventions. Nightmare Beach, 1989. Spring break in Florida promises sun, parties, and freedom, but this year it also brings death. As thousands of college students flood the beaches, a mysterious biker in a black helmet begins terrorizing the crowd, leaving bodies electrocuted in his wake. Rumors spread that the killer is the vengeful ghost of a gang leader executed in the electric chair, returned to settle scores during the wildest week of the year. Directed by Umberto Lenzi, though often credited to Harry Kirkpatrick, Nightmare Beach is a blend of slasher mayhem and sleazy spring break atmosphere. Nicholas DeToth and Sarah Buxton star as vacationers caught in the chaos, while John Saxon and Michael Parks lend genre credibility as lawmen trying to stop the bloodshed. The kills are what make the film stand out. The masked biker uses his motorcycle as both a weapon and a stage for executions, turning the already chaotic party scene into a carnival of danger. The mix of neon lights, pulsing music, and crowded beaches creates a backdrop that feels both festive and sinister. Part slasher, part biker revenge flick, the film leans heavily into its setting. Beer-fueled concerts, rowdy bars, and sun-drenched streets filled with oblivious partiers. It's a snapshot of late 80s excess colliding with horror, and the result is as bizarre as it is entertaining. Nightmare Beach never reached the heights of bigger slashers, but it's a cult favorite for its mix of camp, energy, and wild kills. For fans of offbeat horror, it's a reminder that sometimes the scariest thing at spring break isn't the hangover. It's who's waiting for you on the open road. Mark of the Devil, 1970. Few films announced the arrival of the 1970s horror era more violently than Mark of the Devil. Directed by Michael Armstrong and produced by Adrian Hoven, it took the witch-hunting formula popularized by Witchfinder General and stripped away every trace of restraint, leaving behind a film that was less a historical drama and more an endurance test. Set in 18th century Austria, it follows a young witch hunter who begins to question his faith and his mentor as he witnesses the depravity behind their crusade. But morality is quickly drowned in blood. Marketed with vomit bags and the tagline Rated V for violence, the film was designed to shock. Its torture scenes, teeth pulled, tongues torn, women branded, pushed boundaries that mainstream cinema hadn't yet dared cross. Yet beneath the exploitation lies a genuine anger, a disgust at authority disguised as piety. Herbert Lom gives the film weight as the cynical magistrate, while Udo Kier's youthful innocence crumbles under the horrors he helps perpetuate. It became infamous across Europe, banned in several countries and celebrated in others for its audacity. What makes it fascinating today isn't just its cruelty, but its reflection of a world losing faith in institutions, religious, political, even cinematic. Mark of the Devil isn't subtle or elegant. It's raw, confrontational, and deliberately unpleasant. But in 1970, that was exactly the point. Horror was shedding its decorum, and this film lit the pyre, with the witch and the viewer burning together. Sweet 16, 1983. When Melissa Morgan arrives in a small Texas town, she immediately turns heads. But her sudden appearance also coincides with a string of brutal murders, leaving the community torn between desire, suspicion, and fear. As tensions rise, the mystery deepens. Is Melissa an innocent victim, or is she tied to the violence that stalks the town? Directed by Jim Sotos, Sweet 16 mixes slasher elements with a small-town murder mystery. Alyssa Shirley plays Melissa with a mix of allure and vulnerability, while Dawn Stroud takes the role of the sheriff trying to hold the town together. Supporting performances from Bo Hopkins and Susan Strasberg add gravitas, grounding the film with veteran talent. The movie thrives on its contrasts, teenage romance and flirtation colliding with sudden bloody violence. Its Texas setting gives it a dusty, rural feel, setting it apart from the suburban slashers dominating the early 80s. At the same time, the film uses its mystery structure to keep viewers guessing, balancing slasher tropes with whodunit suspense. What makes Sweet 16 stand out is its willingness to tackle darker undercurrents beneath its surface. Prejudice, family secrets, and the danger of small-town gossip all ripple beneath the killings, giving it more layers than many slashers of the era. On VHS, the striking title and mix of familiar faces made it a steady rental for horror fans. While not as famous as its peers, it's endured as an intriguing hybrid, part slasher, part mystery, and part Southern Gothic, remembered today as one of the more unique entries in the crowded early 80s horror landscape. The Being, 1981. Martin Landau and Jose Ferrer in an Idaho creature feature. That's the unlikely hook for Jackie Kong's eco-horror throwback. A small town faces gruesome deaths that point toward toxic waste dumping and something mutated living in the desert, feeding on anyone unfortunate enough to cross its path. Kong updates 50s monster movie templates for 80s gore sensibilities, mixing small-town Americana with environmental horror. The creature effects are the standout achievement, a hideously deformed monster revealed gradually through the runtime. When fully shown, it's an impressive practical creation that delivers genuine grotesqueness. Attack sequences blend creativity and brutality with dark humor that keeps the tone from becoming oppressively grim. The isolated desert community atmosphere feels authentic, capturing that small-town vibe where everyone knows everyone and secrets are hard to keep. Kong stages the monster mayhem with enough craft and heart to rise above typical regional horror fare, delivering straightforward creature feature satisfaction. Videodrome, 1983. If Canadian horror has a masterpiece and something that defines its identity as intelligent, unsettling, and just plain strange, it's David Cronenberg's Videodrome. Released in 1983, it's both a body horror classic and a prophetic look at how media warps our minds. James Woods stars as Max Wren, a sleazy Toronto cable executive always hunting for the next shocking thing to broadcast. When he discovers a pirate signal showing torture and murder that may not be fake, he becomes obsessed. And that obsession starts to reshape him in ways that go far beyond sanity or flesh. Cronenberg's direction makes Videodrome feel like it's crawling under your skin. Television screens pulse like living tissue, VHS tapes breathe, and gun handles merge with human hands. It's grotesque, but it's also philosophical, a film about technology as addiction, and how images can consume us as much as we consume them. Shot in Toronto with a distinctly Canadian coldness, the movie looks both futuristic and familiar, a gray, unglamorous world where the line between reality and hallucination dissolves. Debbie Harry's performance as Nikki Brand adds another layer of unease, mixing sexuality, pain, and curiosity in a way that feels decades ahead of its time. Videodrome wasn't a hit when it was released, but its influence never went away. It's the blueprint for everything from The Matrix to modern digital horror, a film that saw the internet age coming long before it existed. Canadian horror has always had a fascination with transformation, and Videodrome takes that idea to its limit. Long live the new flesh. Dark Waters, 1993. On a remote island cloaked in fog and secrecy, Dark Waters unfolds like a gothic nightmare. Directed by Mariano Bino, the film follows Elizabeth, a young woman drawn to a convent after the death of her father. What seems like a place of refuge quickly reveals itself as something far more sinister. The nuns guard strange rituals, subterranean chambers, and a lurking presence that feels older than the convent itself. The movie is soaked in atmosphere. Candlelit corridors, crashing waves, and eerie chants create an overwhelming sense of dread. Instead of relying on jump scares, Bano leans into mood and suggestion, making the viewer feel constantly on edge, as though danger is always just beyond the frame. Elizabeth's journey becomes less about faith and more about survival, as she uncovers the convent's terrifying connection to an ancient evil. The closer she gets to the truth, the more surreal and dreamlike the film becomes, blurring the line between vision and reality. Dark Waters has been praised for its haunting imagery and Lovecraftian undertones, capturing that feeling of something vast, unknowable, and malignant pressing in on human lives. It's a film that crawls under your skin, not because of what it shows, but because of what it suggests. And once you've seen it, it's hard to shake the feeling that the island's secrets are still waiting, just beneath the surface. Hack-O-Lantern, 1988. Halloween night becomes a family affair in Hack-O-Lantern, a strange mix of satanic panic, slasher, and surreal dream sequences. At the center is Tommy, a young man groomed by his grandfather, played with devilish glee by High Pike, to follow in the family tradition of dark rituals and blood sacrifice. As the town prepares for Halloween festivities, a hooded killer stalks the streets, and it's never clear if the evil comes from the cult, the family, or something even darker. Directed by Jag Mundra, the film captures the wild, low-budget energy of late 80s horror. The kills are delivered with gusto, ranging from electrocution to pitchfork impalements, all wrapped in pumpkins, masks, and firelit ceremonies. Adding to its offbeat charm are bizarre fantasy interludes, including a heavy metal music video sequence that feels ripped straight from a fever dream. The performances lean into camp, with Pike's over-the-top delivery standing out as both unsettling and oddly endearing. What the film lacks in polish, it makes up for in atmosphere. Small-town cemeteries, backroad cult gatherings, and the constant promise that something unholy is lurking nearby. While it never hit mainstream shelves like bigger Halloween-themed slashers, Hack-O-Lantern has carved out cult status for its mix of satanic horror, slasher chaos, and unintentional comedy. It's the kind of movie best discovered late at night, when the line between scary and strange doesn't really matter. Alphabet City, 1984. 24 hours. That's what Johnny has to deliver money to his mob bosses while extracting his girlfriend and younger sister from Manhattan's Lower East Side before his planned exit triggers violent retaliation. Amos Poe follows the young drug dealer through one night attempting escape from the criminal empire he's helped build. Vincent Spano plays street-smart desperation, a kid who rose too fast and now recognizes the trap he's built around himself. Poe shoots the Lower East Side with neon noir aesthetic that transforms the neighborhood into visual spectacle. Colored lighting and atmospheric smoke, turning urban decay into something almost beautiful. Oliver Wood's cinematography makes poverty and crime look striking in ways that serve style over strict realism. The electronic score adds synth-heavy atmosphere that dates the film, but captures its specific moment perfectly. Real-time urgency propels Johnny through dangerous territories, while the clock ticks toward his deadline. The film operates more as character study than straightforward thriller, interested in Johnny's internal conflict and the relationships he's trying to preserve. The violence, when it comes, is swift and brutal. Poe understands that in this world, death arrives suddenly without warning. The film bombed commercially but has gained appreciation as stylish snapshot of pre-gentrification Manhattan, capturing a neighborhood and era before economic forces transformed the Lower East Side entirely. Warlock Moon, 1973. A young college student takes a spontaneous trip with a charming stranger to explore an abandoned spa resort deep in the countryside. The place is beautiful in a faded, ghostly way. Crumbling walls, empty pools, a ballroom still echoing with forgotten music. But the longer they stay, the clearer it becomes that the ruins aren't empty at all, and something within them has been waiting. Warlock Moon is one of those eerie, offbeat relics of early 70s horror, part ghost story, part backwoods nightmare. Directed by Bill Verne, it blends the innocent tone of a made-for-TV mystery with sudden bursts of grindhouse dread. Laurie Walters gives the film a real sense of vulnerability, her curiosity turning slowly into fear, while Joe Spano's easy charm masks something you can't quite place until it's too late. Shot with muted colors and quiet pacing, it feels less like a traditional horror movie and more like a bad dream that keeps changing shape. You're never sure if you're watching a love story, a ghost story, or a trap closing in slow motion. It's cheap, strange, and uneven. But that's what makes it work. Warlock Moon feels haunted by its own uncertainty, caught between the romantic and the macabre, and somehow finding something memorable in the middle of both. Nightwish, 1989. A group of graduate students studying parapsychology head to a remote mansion for a weekend experiment in fear. Led by their eccentric professor, they're tasked with confronting nightmares and testing the boundaries of reality. But what begins as an exercise in the supernatural soon turns into a descent into madness, as shifting dimensions, grotesque visions, and alien terrors rip apart their understanding of what's real. Directed by Bruce R. Cook, Nightwish is a late 80s curiosity that blends supernatural horror, science fiction, and surreal imagery. The cast includes Elizabeth Kai Tan, known from Friday the 13th, Part 7 and Silent Night, Deadly Night Part 2, Brian Thompson as the imposing and unpredictable professor, and Alicia Das as one of the students pulled into the nightmare. The film thrives on atmosphere and unpredictability. One moment the group is debating the nature of dreams. The next, they're plunged into bizarre set pieces filled with slimy creatures, shifting realities, and shocking violence. Practical effects bring to life everything from goo-covered monsters to otherworldly landscapes, giving the movie a hallucinatory feel. What makes Nightwish stand out is its willingness to abandon linear storytelling in favor of a fever dream. It's messy, but in that chaos comes a strange appeal. A patchwork of nightmares that feel ripped from both sci-fi pulp and exploitation horror. Though not widely known, Nightwish has carved out a place as a cult oddity. It's a film that asks its characters and its audience to question what's real, and then gleefully refuses to give a straight answer. The Brain, 1988. In the suburbs of Canada, a small-town TV station hides something monstrous behind its glowing screen. Dr. Blake, the charismatic host of a self-help program called Independent Thinkers, claims he can cure society's ills through the power of positive messaging. But behind his soothing words lies a grotesque secret, a pulsating, ever-growing alien brain that feeds on fear, hallucinations, and human obedience. The Brain is a wild cocktail of sci-fi paranoia and gooey creature horror. At first it feels like a quirky satire of media manipulation, but once the brain itself takes center stage, the film dives headfirst into practical effects mayhem. Tentacles lash out, faces warp in psychedelic hallucinations, and the monster grows larger and more grotesque with every feeding. It's absurd and chilling in equal measure, leaning on rubber and latex nightmares that only the 1980s could deliver. The imagery is unforgettable. Teenagers trapped in warped visions, townsfolk behaving like hypnotized drones, and the brain's throbbing mass looming over it, all like some unholy idol. The film uses these moments to turn television itself into a weapon, suggesting that control doesn't always come from a gun or a knife, but from what flickers in our living rooms. Beyond its schlocky thrills, the brain taps into real anxieties about manipulation, conformity, and the ease with which people surrender their will to a trusted authority. It's a sharp idea wrapped in the skin of a drive-in monster flick, managing to be both entertaining and slyly pointed. Though often overlooked, The Brain has earned cult status for its inventive effects and sheer audacity. It's a film that proves horror doesn't need to make perfect sense to leave a mark. Sometimes all it takes is a giant, mind-controlling brain staring you down. Repulsion, 1965. Roman Polanski's Repulsion isn't just a horror film, it's one of the most chilling portraits of psychological breakdown ever put on screen. Released in 1965, it was Polanski's first English-language feature, and it remains one of his most unnerving works. At the center is Catherine Deneuve as Carol, a young Belgian woman living in London with her sister. When the sister leaves on holiday, Carol is left alone in their apartment, and her fragile state of mind quickly unravels. What begins as subtle unease builds into full paranoia, with Carol hallucinating cracks splitting through the walls, strange noises echoing in the silence, and spectral hands reaching from the shadows to grab her. Deneuve delivers a performance that is both restrained and devastating. With very little dialogue, she conveys Carol's descent entirely through her body language and expressions, shifting from quiet, detached beauty to a figure of absolute terror. It's the kind of role that became career-defining, and she anchors the film with a haunting sense of vulnerability. Polanski amplifies the tension with innovative camera work and sound design. Everyday spaces become warped and threatening, the apartment itself almost alive, reflecting Carol's disintegrating mind. Simple shots of rotting food or unwashed dishes become grotesque, and the claustrophobic setting traps both Carol and the audience inside her nightmare. Upon release, Repulsion shocked audiences with its bold treatment of sexual repression, isolation, and madness. Some critics were horrified by its subject matter, but it has since been recognized as a landmark of psychological horror. It shows that true terror doesn't always come from monsters or killers. Lord of Illusions, 1995. Clive Barker's Lord of Illusions arrived in 1995, and like most of Barker's work, it was too strange to fit comfortably anywhere. Part detective noir, part occult nightmare. Directed by Barker himself, it adapted his short story, The Last Illusion, and starred Scott Bakula as Private Eye Harry D'Amour, a man whose cases always seem to end in blood and magic. When he investigates the death of a stage magician, he uncovers a cult that believes the illusionist Nyx, played by Daniel von Bargen, is a literal god who can reshape reality. What follows is a blend of mystical horror, detective grit, and apocalyptic prophecy, complete with demonic stage tricks, and Barker's trademark fascination with temptation and transformation. Barker fought the studio over cuts, claiming they softened the film's darker religious elements, but even in its theatrical form, it's packed with ideas. It's horror that feels lived in, closer to Angel Heart than Hellraiser. While it never found mainstream footing, Lord of Illusions built a cult following on home video. Fans connected with its sense of dread and moral ambiguity, the idea that there's no clean line between real magic and evil. Watching it now, it's a time capsule from when studios still gambled on directors with imagination, letting them mix genres just to see what might appear from the shadows. Creature, 1985. Klaus Kinski fighting a biomechanical alien on one of Saturn's moons. That's essentially the pitch for William Malone's shameless alien imitator. A salvage crew responds to a distress signal from a research station on Titan and finds an ancient life form that's been dormant for millennia and very hungry after its long sleep. Yes, it borrows the derelict ship setup, corporate betrayal subplot, and even the chest-bursting reveal. But Malone brings enough practical effects craftsmanship to make it more than a simple cash grab. The creature designed by Robert and Dennis Skotak is genuinely impressive, a biomechanical horror that moves with unsettling fluidity through surprisingly effective industrial corridors. Kinski's presence elevates everything considerably, bringing his signature intensity even in limited screen time. The rest of the cast, Stan Ivar, Wendy Schaal, Lyman Ward, and Diane Salinger, play it straight, treating the B-movie premise with appropriate gravity. Malone shoots the Titan research station with real visual flair, understanding that atmosphere can compensate for limited resources. When the violence arrives, it's practical and brutal, with solid gore effects that satisfy. Creature knows exactly what it is and executes with enough skill to stand as entertaining space horror in its own right. Hollywood Horror House, 1970. Hollywood Horror House, released under its original title Savage Intruder, is what happens when the glamour of old Hollywood finally collapses under its own ghosts. Arriving in 1970, it plays like Sunset Boulevard spiked with LSD, a lurid, unsettling vision of fame, decay, and madness wrapped in the glitzy corpse of a gothic thriller. Miriam Hopkins stars as Catherine Packard, a once revered screen queen now locked inside her crumbling mansion, numbed by drink and trapped in memories of her youth. When a young man named Vic appears offering help and attention, her loneliness curdles into danger, and his intentions turn out to be anything but pure. Director Donald Wolfe films the mansion as both palace and prison, a decaying shrine to a vanished era. The colors are oversaturated and hallucinatory, sickly greens, crimson reds, golden light turning toxic by the frame. Hopkins gives the role a tragic dignity, half performance, half confession, while John David Garfield plays Vic with a deranged charm that only deepens the film's sense of rot. It's equal parts exploitation and art horror, with moments that feel improvised, deranged, and hypnotic. By its final act, Hollywood Horror House has stripped away any pretense of glamour. It's a nightmare about what happens when the lights go out and the past refuses to die. In 1970, Gothic horror wasn't fading quietly. It was being reborn in the ruins of the American dream. The Devil's Reign, 1975. The Devil's Reign, directed by Robert Fuest in 1975, is a bold, visually intense horror film that blends supernatural terror with striking, almost hallucinatory imagery. The story follows a family targeted by a satanic cult, leading to a series of grotesque events, melting faces, and ritualistic terror. The film stars Ernest Borgnine and Tom Skerritt, with a hypnotic score by John Travolta's father, adding to the dreamlike, unsettling atmosphere. What makes the film so memorable is its unapologetic visual flair. The cult's ceremonies, the supernatural manifestations, and the intense, fiery color palette all create a world where reality feels warped and threatening. Characters are constantly confronted by forces beyond understanding, and the line between human and supernatural terror blurs with every scene. The Devil's Reign thrives on both spectacle and dread. The melting faces, ritualistic imagery, and psychological torment of the characters amplify tension, making the horror feel simultaneously theatrical and visceral. Themes of sin, temptation, and struggle against overwhelming evil are woven into the narrative, giving the film a sense of mythic stakes alongside its outrageous visuals. As a VHS-era horror oddity, The Devil's Reign exemplifies the type of bold, experimental filmmaking that appealed to cult audiences. It's a fever dream of horror, a film that's simultaneously disturbing, mesmerizing, and impossible to forget. Watching it today, it's clear why these tapes earned a devoted following. Strange, audacious, and entirely unforgettable. Scanners, 1981. With Scanners, Cronenberg moved from intimate horror into the realm of science fiction, but the themes stayed the same. Control, mutation, and the danger of the human mind turned against itself. The film opens with one of the most unforgettable scenes in genre history, a corporate demonstration that ends with a man's head exploding, and somehow only gets stranger from there. The story follows a group of scanners, people born with powerful telepathic and telekinetic abilities after their mothers were exposed to a questionable pharmaceutical drug. At the center is Cameron Vale, a lost soul recruited by a shadowy corporation to hunt down a rogue scanner named Daryl Revok, played with volcanic menace by Michael Ironside. What unfolds feels like a Cold War thriller rewritten as a nightmare about human evolution, the next step in mankind's development gone horribly wrong. Cronenberg's clinical precision gives the film its unique pulse. The sterile labs and corporate offices feel interchangeable, like organs inside one vast, decaying body. The special effects, practical, messy, and tactile, remain some of the most iconic in horror history. Beneath the spectacle lies a deeply Cronenbergian idea. That thought itself can become a weapon. That intellect without empathy leads to annihilation. Scanners became Cronenberg's breakout hit. And for good reason. It's both cerebral and grotesque, the perfect fusion of sci-fi concept and body horror execution. The film's explosive imagery may have made it famous, but its true power lies in its vision of a world where the mind is no longer private, where the ultimate invasion comes from inside your own head. Class of 1984-1982. High school as literal war zone. Mark L. Lester imagines a music teacher trying to maintain order against a gang of students who've turned the school into their criminal empire, dealing narcotics in the hallways and terrorizing anyone who opposes them. When attempts to reach them through education fail and violence escalates to targeting his pregnant wife, pedagogy becomes violent retribution. Perry King's idealistic teacher watches his faith in the system crumble, as administrators prove impotent and police indifferent. Roddy McDowall haunts every scene as the biology teacher who's given up entirely, teaching with a pistol in his desk drawer. A man who's seen too many years of deterioration to believe reform is possible. Timothy Van Patten's gang leader, Peter Steegman, understands that youth and broken systems protect him from consequences, playing calculated psychopathy with genuinely unsettling menace. The high school is decaying fortress overrun by violence, graffiti covering every surface, metal detectors at entrances, hallways that feel genuinely dangerous. Arriving just as news media obsessed over youth crime and urban decay, the film tapped into genuine anxieties about education system collapse. Violence escalates steadily from vandalism to assault to attempted homicide, building toward a climax where the teacher abandons every principle he stood for. Alice Cooper's title song and Lalo Schifrin's score add punk energy to sequences that balance social commentary with exploitation thrills. No solutions offered, only grim acknowledgement that some situations have no good answers. Potent despite dated elements, its core anxieties about institutional failure feeling disturbingly contemporary. Madhouse, 1981. Julia has spent years trying to forget her cruel, unstable twin sister. But as her birthday approaches, she begins to feel watched, and when her sister escapes from the hospital, the memories come back with blood. What follows is a descent into paranoia and violence that turns a quiet southern mansion into a nightmare. Madhouse, also known as There Was a Little Girl, stands out from the early 80s slasher crowd because it leans into gothic unease rather than body count formula. Director Ovidio Giassonitis bathes everything in deep shadows and red light, building tension through dread instead of cheap jumps. Trish Everly gives the movie its heart, grounding the chaos with real emotion, while Michael McRae and Dennis Robertson fill the corners with that offbeat European meets Atlanta energy that defines so much of the era's horror. The film feels like a halfway point between an Italian giallo and an American psychological thriller. Stylish, morbid, and unpredictable. The killer's motives blur into madness, and the violence feels more intimate than exploitative. It's one of those VHS staples that slipped through the cracks, but time has been kind to Madhouse. It's eerie, elegant, and just unhinged enough to remind you how strange and fearless early 80s horror could be. Happy Birthday to Me, 1981. Happy Birthday to Me is one of the strangest and most ambitious Canadian horror films of its era. On the surface, it looks like a standard body count movie, a group of wealthy prep school friends getting picked off one by one, but it quickly becomes something far more unhinged. Directed by J. Lee Thompson, who had once made Cape Fear and The Guns of Navarone, this was his Canadian detour into horror. And you can tell he took it seriously. It's shot beautifully, with rich colors and moody lighting that make it feel closer to a mystery thriller than a grindhouse slasher. Melissa Sue Anderson from Little House on the Prairie stars as Virginia, a girl recovering from a traumatic accident that left her with memory loss. When her classmates start dying in increasingly bizarre ways, she begins to suspect she might be the one responsible. The kills are creative, the tone constantly shifts, and by the time the ending arrives, it's so over the top, it circles back around to brilliance. That finale is pure VHS-era excess, ridiculous, dramatic, and unforgettable. There's also something distinctly Canadian in how it was made, shot in Montreal, filled with local actors, and blending classy cinematography with cheap shock value. It's polished and grimy at the same time, a weird middle ground that only Canadian horror from this period seems to find. Happy Birthday to Me may not have become a household name like Friday the 13th or Halloween, but it's one of the most entertaining hybrids of slasher tropes and psychological mystery the genre ever produced. A film that's part whodunit, part nightmare, and all attitude. Rolling Thunder, 1977. Rolling Thunder, directed by John Flynn, is a powerful revenge thriller that explores trauma, loss, and the consequences of violence. The story follows Major Charles Rain, played by William Devane, a Vietnam War veteran who returns home after 7 years as a prisoner of war. He finds his life irrevocably changed. A violent home invasion claims the lives of his loved ones and leaves Rane physically and emotionally scarred. Devastated and consumed by grief, he embarks on a relentless quest for vengeance against the men responsible. The film examines the psychological and emotional effects of war and violence. Rane's transformation from a broken, traumatized man into a focused and determined avenger drives the narrative. Tommy Lee Jones plays Johnny Voden, Rane's loyal friend and ally, bringing depth and humanity to the story as they navigate a dangerous path of retribution together. Flynn's direction balances intense action with moments of reflection. The pacing allows for the development of character and emotion while building to climactic confrontations that carry weight and impact. The film also explores themes of morality, justice, and the long-lasting effects of trauma. Rolling Thunder is more than a revenge story. It is a deep and compelling look at the costs of violence and the human spirit's response to loss and injustice. For fans of thoughtful, intense 1970s action cinema, Rolling Thunder remains a powerful and unforgettable classic. The Burning, 1981. Summer camp slashers were everywhere in the early 80s, but The Burning carved its own bloody path through familiar territory. When a prank goes horribly wrong at Camp Blackfoot, caretaker Cropsey is left horribly disfigured and burning with revenge. 5 years later, he returns to terrorize a new generation of campers with his razor-sharp garden shears. What elevates The Burning above standard slasher fare is its attention to character and craft. The film takes its time establishing its ensemble cast, including early appearances by Jason Alexander and Holly Hunter, making us actually care about these teenagers beyond their inevitable role as victims. The camp environment feels lived in and authentic, with genuine moments of friendship and drama playing out between the scares. But let's be honest, the real star here is Tom Savini's groundbreaking special effects work. The legendary gore master delivers some of his most impressive practical effects, including the infamous raft scene that ranks among the most shocking mass murder sequences in slasher history. The scene plays out in broad daylight, breaking horror conventions and proving that terror doesn't need shadows to thrive. Cropsey himself is a different kind of slasher villain. While other masked killers of the era were supernatural or simply evil, Cropsey's origin story gives him a tragic dimension. His burns and disfigurement come from a prank gone wrong, making him both victim and villain. The film even takes time to show his painful recovery and rejection by society, adding layers of complexity to what could have been a one-dimensional killer. The Burning also benefits from its gritty, authentic New York locations, and a moody score that builds tension even in quieter moments. While other slashers of the era rushed to copy Friday the 13th's formula, The Burning took risks with its pacing, character development, and unflinching violence that still shocks audiences today. For fans of Golden Age slashers, The Burning remains a high watermark that proves sometimes the best horror comes from mixing familiar elements in bold new ways. Thesis, 1996. If you've ever wondered why people are so drawn to violent images on screen, Thesis is the kind of thriller that pushes that question until it burns. Alejandro Amenabar's debut film doesn't just tease the idea of snuff films, it makes you tiptoe into the shadows of what you're actually watching and why. Angela is a film student at the University of Madrid, working on her thesis about audio-visual violence. When her professor shows her a videotape hidden away in the archives, something she only realizes later could be snuff. Something real, her curiosity pulls her in deeper than she ever intended. With Chema, a fellow student obsessed with violent movies, Angela begins to trace the origins of the tape. Along the way, she discovers connections to missing students, unsettling secrets, and a danger that may be closer to her than she thinks. What makes Thesis stand out are the small details that build up its tension. The dusty university hallways, the dimly lit projection room where reels flicker on a screen, the quiet moments where the tape plays, footage unseen, yet your mind fills in the horror. There's a subdued soundtrack, but when it cracks into sudden noise, it cuts like a blade. The cinematography keeps you off-center, the visuals suggest more than they show, and the pacing pulls back only to propel you forward, making every scene simmer with dread. Beyond its plot, the film rises on its bold commentary. It asks what responsibility we carry as viewers. Do we become complicit simply by watching? And what happens when violence is treated like entertainment? The characters, especially Angela, are drawn into an ethical maze where curiosity, fear, and moral horror intersect. It's not just about finding the killer, it's about confronting the allure of violence itself. If you're into horror that doesn't rely only on jump scares or monsters, Thesis delivers something more cerebral, something that lingers. Its debut status only adds to its impact. A film made by someone hungry for boundaries, willing to let the darkness peek through even in daylight. It's a powerful reminder that some of the scariest stories are the ones reflecting back how we watch, how we look, and how much we can stomach. The Fifth Chord, 1971. Luigi Bazzoni's The Fifth Chord is giallo as Antonioni-influenced art film, a murder mystery more interested in alienation and atmosphere than typical genre thrills. An alcoholic journalist investigates a series of attacks on people connected to his social circle, each victim targeted on days of personal significance. As he digs deeper, the investigation becomes personal odyssey through Rome's empty spaces and hollow relationships. Franco Nero stars as the journalist, playing him with detached cool that barely masks self-destructive tendencies. He's an unreliable protagonist. His drinking, his fragmented memory, his complicated relationships all make him potential suspect as much as investigator. Sylvia Monti and Pamela Tiffin play women in his orbit, each harboring secrets that complicate the mystery. Bazzoni and cinematographer Vittorio Storaro create stunning visual compositions. Rome shot in cold blues and stark architectural frames that emphasize isolation and geometric precision. The city becomes a maze of modern buildings and empty piazzas where characters are dwarfed by their environments. Ennio Morricone's score is jarringly experimental, using industrial sounds and discordant elements that create unease rather than traditional thriller tension. The murder sequences are staged with visual flair, but minimal gore, emphasizing the act's psychological impact over exploitation value. The film's pace is deliberately slow, prioritizing mood and character over plot mechanics. Red herrings and ambiguous clues accumulate without the typical giallo reveals, keeping audiences uncertain about both killer identity and protagonist reliability. The fifth chord divides giallo fans. Some find it pretentious and slow, others consider it the genre's most artistically ambitious entry. It represents Italian thriller cinema, reaching toward art house respectability while maintaining genre framework, creating something beautiful, cold, and genuinely unsettling. Silent Madness, 1984. A clerical mistake at a psychiatric hospital sets a killer loose, his release covered up by administrators more interested in hiding the error than protecting the public. His path of violence leads straight to a college sorority, where the young women inside become the next targets. Psychiatrist Joan Gilmore, played by Belinda Montgomery, discovers the truth and goes undercover to stop the murders before it is too late. Silent Madness stands out as one of the few slashers of its decade shot and released in 3D. The film embraces the gimmick with gusto, staging kills and shock moments designed to jump off the screen. From weapons lunging forward to sudden bursts of violence, the effect adds a unique spectacle to the standard slasher formula. Belinda Montgomery brings strength and determination to Joan, a heroine who refuses to let bureaucracy stand in her way. She is matched by veteran actress Vivica Lindfors, who commands every scene as the menacing Dr. Kruger. Their performances elevate the story beyond its body count, giving the film a sharper edge. The sorority house setting provides classic slasher tension, darkened hallways, tight staircases, and frightened students with nowhere to run. The kills are imaginative, but it is the conspiracy element beneath them that gives the film its identity. What keeps Silent Madness memorable is its mix of exploitation thrills and committed performances. It is equal parts lurid and inventive, a slasher that delivers both spectacle and atmosphere. Carrie, 1976. Brian De Palma's Carrie, adapted from Stephen King's debut novel, is a horror tragedy about cruelty, repression, and revenge. At its heart is Carrie White, a painfully shy teenager tormented at school by bullies and at home by her fanatically religious mother. Played with heartbreaking vulnerability by Sissy Spacek, Carrie is both victim and powder keg, fragile, lonely, and simmering with a power she can barely control. De Palma structures the film like a pressure cooker. Each humiliation Carrie suffers pushes her closer to the breaking point, while her discovery of telekinesis adds a supernatural edge to her struggles. Piper Laurie's performance as Margaret White, Carrie's unhinged mother, is just as unforgettable. A woman so consumed by religious mania that she sees her daughter's growing independence as a sin to be crushed. The film builds to one of the most iconic climaxes in horror history, the prom sequence. What begins as Carrie's one fleeting chance at normalcy collapses into a nightmare of fire, blood, and psychic destruction. De Palma's split-screen shots and slow-motion editing heighten the chaos, turning a moment of teenage cruelty into an apocalypse of rage. Beyond the spectacle, Carrie is a story about the horrors of adolescence, of being different, of being unwanted, of discovering power in a world determined to crush you. It is as much a tragedy as it is a horror film, with Spacek's wide-eyed innocence making the devastation all the more painful. The Zero Boys, 1986. A group of weekend warriors known as the Zero Boys spends their free time competing in survival games with paintball guns and mock battles. But when they head into the woods for a getaway, they stumble onto something far more real, a remote cabin filled with signs of torture and murder. Their harmless games quickly turn into a fight for their lives as a group of sadistic killers emerges from the wilderness. Directed by Nico Mastorakis, The Zero Boys blends action thriller energy with straight-up horror. Daniel Hirsch, Kelly Maroney, and Jared Moses lead the cast, with Maroney standing out as a resilient heroine who refuses to be just another victim. The film makes the most of its unusual premise. The Zero Boys are armed with survival skills and mock weapons, but against the killers, those tactics are put to a deadly test. The wilderness setting is both beautiful and menacing, with the isolated cabin becoming a stage for suspense, traps, and sudden violence. What makes The Zero Boys memorable is its mix of tones. It begins like an action-adventure romp before plunging headfirst into slasher territory, creating a strange but effective hybrid. The killers are faceless, their cruelty disturbing, while the protagonist's camaraderie gives the story more weight than the average body count film. On VHS, the movie stood out for its striking artwork and promise of something different. While it never broke into the mainstream, it built a steady cult, following among fans who appreciated its willingness to mix genres. Today, The Zero Boys endures as a curious but effective blend of action, horror, and survival thrills. Graveyard Shift, 1986. This overlooked slice of Canadian horror feels like it was made for late-night cable and VHS discovery. Released in 1986, it has nothing to do with the Stephen King story. This one's a stylish vampire noir set in the streets of Toronto. Stephen Tsepes stars as a lonely cab driver who only works nights, drifting through the city's neon glow. But his roots take him beyond the ordinary. He's a vampire feeding on lost souls and hiding behind the wheel. When he meets a woman who rekindles his connection to the living, his hunger and guilt begin to collide, setting up a story that's more tragic than terrifying. Directed by Gerard Sicuriti, Graveyard Shift, or Central Park Drifter depending on which tape you find, mixes supernatural horror with a kind of urban poetry. It's full of smoke-filled streets, flickering signs, and melancholy music, the kind of dreamlike atmosphere that defined 1980s Canadian horror. It never leans into cheap thrills. Instead, it feels personal, sad, sensual, and strangely beautiful. And while it got buried under louder, gorier vampire films of its time, there's something about its quiet loneliness that sticks with you. Graveyard Shift, or Central Park Drifter, is the kind of movie that reminds you why digging through VHS bins is still worth it. You never know when you'll find a vampire story that feels this hauntingly human. Day of the Animals, 1977. High in the mountains, a group of hikers signs up for fresh air and weekend adventure, only to find the wilderness no longer playing by the rules. With the ozone thinning overhead and tempers fraying on the trail, nature starts pushing back, patient, relentless, and everywhere at once. The setup is lean, a mixed bag of personalities, a guide who's seen too much, and a storm front of bad decisions. When the first attack hits, it feels like a fluke. When the second comes, it feels like a pattern. Soon it's clear, predators and prey have swapped places, and the forest is calling the shots. The suspense comes from distance closing, the way quiet tree lines turn into eyes, the way a clearing stops feeling safe, the way night brings the soundscapes right up to your ear. Performances lean into survival tension. Fragile egos, stubborn pride, flashes of bravery that arrive a step too late. The filmmaking favors real locations and the unpredictability of animals, trading slick choreography for a rough, immersive texture. You feel wind, rain, and altitude in the framing. By the time the group is whittled down to desperate choices, the movie has made its case. When the balance tips, it tips fast. It's man versus nature done with blunt force, a rugged slice of 70s eco-horror where the trail map won't help, and the ridgeline is just another line you can't hold. Nadia, 1994. The The daughter of a recently deceased vampire drifts through the nocturnal landscape of downtown New York, searching for meaning in an immortal existence that feels increasingly hollow as she reconnects with her twin brother and becomes entangled with a married couple. Old bloodlines and new desires collide in ways that blur the line between predator and prey. Directed by Michael Almereyda and produced by David Lynch, Nadia reinvents vampire cinema as dreamy black-and-white art house poetry. Shot partially on Pixel Vision, a toy Fisher-Price camera that gives certain sequences a ghostly degraded quality, the film feels like it's been unearthed from some forgotten corner of the early cinema vaults, then filtered through a downtown New York sensibility that's equal parts no-wave and gothic romance. Alina Lovenson plays Nadia with magnetic detachment, moving through the film like someone perpetually caught between worlds. Peter Fonda shows up as Van Helsing, reimagined here as a weary, bourbon-soaked vampire hunter who seems just as tired of the chase as his quarry. The supporting cast includes Martin Donovan, Galaxy Craze, and a brief appearance by Jared Harris, all operating in a register that feels more existential than horrific. The film trades jump scares for hypnotic atmosphere, long takes, disorienting edits, and a jazz-inflected score that sounds like it's playing from another room. Almereyda treats vampirism as a metaphor for alienation and obsession rather than monstrosity, giving the whole thing a melancholic weight that lingers. It's vampire cinema for the indie crowd. Moody, elliptical, and defiantly uncommercial in the best possible way. Mosquito, 1994. A crashed alien spacecraft leaks radioactive blood into a remote Michigan marshland, and the local mosquito population discovers a new food source, one that causes them to mutate into dog-sized bloodsuckers with an insatiable appetite. A park ranger, a drifter, and a group of unlucky campers find themselves trapped in the wilderness as the swarm closes in, turning a quiet weekend into a fight for survival against one of nature's most annoying insects, now amplified to nightmare proportions. Directed by Gary Jones, Mosquito is exactly the kind of creature feature that thrived in the mid-90s video market. Scrappy, inventive, and fully aware of its own absurdity without letting that awareness kill the fun, the film delivers on its premise with gleeful commitment, showcasing oversized practical mosquito effects that are equal parts impressive and ridiculous. These aren't CGI creations. They're full-scale puppets and animatronics that physically interact with the actors, giving every attack a tactile, B-movie charm. Gunnar Hansen, yes, Leatherface himself, shows up adding a touch of horror royalty to the proceedings. His presence feels like a knowing nod to the genre's history, while the film carves out its own spot in the creature feature pantheon. The rest of the cast plays it refreshingly straight, treating the threat with genuine urgency even when battling giant rubber insects. Jones keeps the pacing tight and the gore flowing, never letting budget constraints slow down the central spectacle. The mosquitoes are relentless, inventive killers, and the film finds creative ways to showcase their proboscis-based carnage without ever feeling repetitive. It's pure midnight movie comfort food, silly, gross, and earnest in all the right ways. The Exterminator, 1980. The Exterminator is a gritty and intense vigilante thriller that blends action, urban realism, and a dark exploration of trauma and justice. The story centers on John Eastland, a Vietnam veteran and carpenter who becomes a vigilante after his best friend is brutally attacked by criminals. When the authorities fail to hold the perpetrators accountable, Eastland decides to take matters into his own hands. Armed with his carpentry skills and a deep sense of moral outrage, he hunts down the men responsible, leaving a trail of retribution in his wake. Robert Ginty's performance as Eastland is raw and committed. He brings depth and believability to a character who is angry, wounded, and driven by a personal code of justice. The film's urban setting feels tense and threatening, with every street corner and alleyway presenting potential danger. The violence is unflinching, making the stakes feel real and immediate. The film also explores broader themes. It raises questions about morality, justice, and the consequences of taking the law into one's own hands. Eastland is not portrayed as a hero in a traditional sense. He is a man trying to restore balance in a chaotic world, and his actions have both emotional and ethical weight. The Exterminator combines gripping action, compelling character development, and social commentary, resulting in a film that is both entertaining and thought-provoking. For fans of revenge-driven urban thrillers with a dark edge, this film remains a memorable and intense experience. Vamp 1986. Two college students venture into the city seeking strippers for their fraternity party and stumble into a nightclub run by vampires. Grace Jones stars as Katrina, the club's main attraction. A nearly silent performance built entirely on her otherworldly presence and elaborate body paint. What begins as sex comedy quickly shifts into survival horror as the students realize everyone in the club is either undead or about to become dinner. Director Richard Wenk shoots the Vampire Club with striking visual style. All neon lights, deep shadows, and theatrical production design that makes the space feel genuinely otherworldly. The film's 80s music video aesthetics serve the material well, creating a nocturnal underworld that exists just outside normal reality. Grace Jones doesn't need dialogue. Her physical presence and the elaborate makeup effects make her genuinely alien and threatening. Chris Makepeace and Robert Rusler play the students with appropriate fish-out-of-water desperation. Dee Pfeiffer adds humanity as a waitress caught in the vampire world against her will. The practical vampire effects range from subtle to spectacular, particularly the transformations and the climactic carnage. Vamp balances horror, comedy, and style without letting any element overwhelm the others. It's not trying to reinvent vampire mythology, just deliver an entertaining genre mashup with enough visual flair and practical effects to stand out. The film represents mid-80s horror comedy at its most stylish, aware of its B-movie status, but committed to making something visually striking within those constraints. The Apple, 1980. In a glitter-soaked future where entertainment companies control culture, a young musical duo is offered a chance at instant fame. Their new sponsors promise global success, but beneath the surface lies a system designed to shape public behavior and erase individuality. As the pair rise in popularity, they begin to realize the cost of their newfound stardom, leading them to question whether the world they've entered is worth embracing. Director Menahem Golan fills the film with bright colors, theatrical costumes, and elaborate musical numbers that seem to burst from every corner of the screen. The songs serve as commentary on the character's journey, shifting from energetic pop to reflective ballads as the story unfolds. The production design creates a retro-futuristic world where television screens, neon signs, and oversized stage props dominate the landscape. Everything feels intentionally exaggerated to highlight how spectacle can overshadow authenticity. Despite being misunderstood upon release, the film has gained a devoted audience over the decades. Viewers have come to appreciate its boldness, sincerity, and unfiltered enthusiasm. It's a film that embraces its own excess, turning its most daring choices into its lasting charm. The Living Dead Girl, La Morte Vivante, 1982. In the French countryside, toxic chemicals dumped into a crypt disturb the grave of a young woman named Catherine. When she rises from the dead, she isn't a mindless ghoul but a tragic figure, alive yet cursed, with an unquenchable thirst for blood. Her childhood friend Helene discovers her, and, torn between loyalty and fear, tries to protect her from the outside world. But Catherine's hunger only grows, leaving a trail of victims and heartbreak. Directed by Jean Rollin, The Living Dead Girl mixes gothic horror with Rollin's signature dreamlike atmosphere. Françoise Blanchard delivers a haunting performance as Catherine, her pale presence both ethereal and monstrous. Marina Piero co-stars as Hélène, embodying the doomed bond of friendship that drives the film's emotional core. The film is drenched in eerie visuals, crumbling chateaus, misty graveyards, and sunlit countryside twisted into a stage for horror. The violence is shocking in its intimacy, with Catherine's attacks captured in slow, unsettling detail that contrasts with her childlike sadness. What makes The Living Dead Girl linger is its mood. It isn't just about bloodshed, it's about love, loss, and the tragedy of a life stolen and returned in monstrous form. Roland's unique sensibility gives the film a poetic edge that sets it apart from other zombie tales of the era. Over time, it has become one of Roland's most celebrated works, embraced by fans who value horror that is both visceral and strangely beautiful. It endures as a haunting fusion of the macabre and the melancholy. Death Race 2000, 1975. In a twisted vision of the future, America has turned the open road into a blood sport. The transcontinental road race pits leather-clad drivers against each other in a cross-country competition, where speed isn't the only way to score. Hitting pedestrians earns bonus points. The reigning champion, Frankenstein, hides behind his mask and reputation, but underneath the spectacle lies rebellion and rage waiting to explode. Death Race 2000 is what happens when 1970s counterculture collides with drive-in mayhem. Produced by Roger Corman and directed by Paul Bartel, it's part satire, part demolition derby, and entirely unforgettable. David Carradine plays the world-weary racer like a mythic gladiator trapped in his own legend, while a young Sylvester Stallone turns in a hilariously unhinged performance as his rival, Machine Gun Joe. The movie's blend of cartoon violence and political parody makes it more than just pulp. Beneath the absurdity, it's a sharp jab at authoritarianism, media addiction, and our appetite for chaos, all wrapped in leather suits, fake blood, and turbo engines. Few films embody the anything-goes spirit of 70s exploitation like this one. Cheap, bold, and wildly entertaining, Death Race 2000 became a VHS-era rite of passage, the perfect mix of high-speed carnage and rebellious energy that still feels dangerous decades later. Crawlspace, 1986. In a rundown apartment building, tenants begin disappearing under mysterious circumstances. The landlord, Dr. Carl Gunther, seems pleasant enough on the surface. But behind locked doors, he's a sadistic voyeur and murderer who's rigged the entire building with hidden crawl spaces, traps, and secret passages. From his lair, he stalks his residents with cold precision, turning their home into a maze of death. Directed by David Schmoller, Crawlspace is powered almost entirely by the chilling performance of Klaus Kinski. As Dr. Gunther, he blends charm with madness, portraying a former Nazi surgeon whose twisted experiments continue in secret. Kinski's volatile, on-set behavior has become infamous, but on screen, his presence gives the film its disturbing edge. The building itself becomes a character. Dim hallways, dusty vents, and trap-filled crawl spaces create a sense of claustrophobia. Gunther slithers through these tight spaces like a predator, keeping both his tenants and the audience off balance. The voyeuristic shots, combined with sudden bursts of violence, make for an unsettling experience. On VHS, Crawlspace stood out for its stark cover art and reputation as one of Kinski's wildest performances. While the film itself is a lean thriller, its mix of psychological tension, exploitation sleaze, and eccentric villainy turned it into a cult favorite. Today, Crawlspace is remembered less as a body count slasher and more as a showcase for Kinski's unnerving screen presence. A disturbing portrait of paranoia, obsession, and cruelty lurking just behind the walls. Body Parts, 1991. Body Parts is a chilling horror film directed by Eric Red. The story revolves around Bill Trushank, portrayed by Jeff Fahey, a criminal psychologist who faces a life-changing event after a car accident. In a horrific twist of fate, he loses his arm in the crash. Following the accident, Bill undergoes an experimental surgery where his lost arm is replaced with a limb that belonged to a notorious serial killer. This unsettling premise sets the stage for a psychological thriller that delves into themes of identity and morality. As Bill adapts to his new life, he begins experiencing disturbing hallucinations and violent urges. The film raises haunting questions about the nature of the human mind and the consequences of medical experimentation. Is the arm truly just a body part, or does it carry the essence of its former owner? The film features a strong supporting cast, including Lindsay Duncan as Dr. Agatha Webb and Kim Delaney as Karen Cruikshank, Bill's wife. Their performances add depth to the narrative, showcasing the emotional turmoil that arises from Bill's transformation. With a runtime of 1 hour and 28 minutes, Body Parts combines elements of body horror and slasher genres, delivering a mix of suspense and gore. The cinematography captures the unsettling tone, enhancing the viewer's experience as Bill's sanity unravels. Despite its intriguing premise, the film has received mixed reviews, holding an IMDb rating of 5.7 out of 10. Some viewers appreciate its ambitious ideas and the moral dilemmas it presents, while others criticize its execution and pacing. Notably, the movie features impressive stunt work and creative sequences, particularly during the climax where Bill confronts the consequences of his surgery. The film's blend of horror and dark humor keeps audiences engaged, even as it spirals into absurdity. In conclusion, Body Parts offers a unique take on the horror genre, exploring what happens when science and morality collide. The film invites viewers to ponder the implications of identity and the dark side of human nature. Poltergeist, 1982. Poltergeist remains one of the most debated films in horror history, not just for its content, but for questions about who truly directed it. Officially a Tobe Hooper film, produced and co-written by Steven Spielberg, the production was marked by rumors that Spielberg dominated creative control. Regardless of authorship disputes, the final product is a masterpiece of suburban ghost story horror that captures both filmmakers' sensibilities. The Freeling family lives in a planned California community where everything seems perfect, until their youngest daughter Carol Ann makes contact with spirits through the television static. What begins as harmless phenomena quickly escalates into genuine terror as the house itself becomes possessed, and Carol Ann is pulled into another dimension. The family must fight to bring her back before she's lost forever. The film balances Spielberg's warmth and wonder with Hooper's understanding of violation and dread. JoBeth Williams and Craig T. Nelson ground the story as parents whose safe suburban world collapses into nightmare. Zelda Rubinstein steals scenes as Tangina, the spiritual medium who understands what they're facing. The child performances, particularly Heather O'Rourke as Carol Ann, add vulnerability that makes the horror feel genuinely threatening. ILM's special effects remain impressive. The climactic sequence, where the house consumes itself, is spectacular practical work. But the film's real power comes from transforming the familiar into something hostile. Swimming pools, closets, television sets all become potential threats. Poltergeist succeeded as both blockbuster entertainment and genuinely unsettling horror, proving that mass appeal and real scares weren't mutually exclusive. Whether Hooper or Spielberg guided it more, the result captures suburban anxiety in ways that still resonate. Dead of Night, 1974. Bob Clark's Dead of Night, also known as Death Dream, reimagines The Monkey's Paw through Vietnam War trauma. Andy Brooks dies in combat, devastating his family. When he returns home days later claiming he's fine, his mother's joy blinds her to the truth. Her son came back wrong, requiring fresh blood to maintain his reanimation and growing increasingly violent as his body decays. Richard Backus plays Andy with haunting detachment, portraying a young man who's physically present but spiritually absent. He moves with stiff, mechanical precision, his thousand-yard stare, suggesting he's seen things that killed who he was even if his body still functions. Lynn Carlin delivers heartbreaking performance as the mother whose desperate need for her son's return makes her complicit in his crimes. John Marley plays the father who recognizes the truth his wife refuses to accept. Tom Savini's early makeup effects work shows Andy's gradual decomposition. Graying skin, sunken eyes, physical deterioration that makeup can't fully hide. The practical gore effects for Andy's victims are impressively brutal, particularly a nightmare-inducing syringe sequence. Clark shoots Andy's nocturnal hunts with genuine dread, emphasizing his predatory transformation. The film works as both horror and anti-war statement, treating Andy's condition as metaphor for PTSD and the impossibility of returning unchanged from combat. The family's attempts to maintain normalcy while their son literally rots become unbearably tragic. Clark refuses easy catharsis, understanding that some damage can't be healed. Dead of Night remains one of the most effective zombie films ever made, using supernatural premise to explore very real trauma. It's nasty, sad, and uncompromising, proof that exploitation cinema could deliver both visceral horror and genuine emotional devastation. Castle Freak, 1995. The plot follows John Riley, played by Jeffrey Combs, who travels to Italy with his wife Susan, portrayed by Barbara Crampton, and their blind daughter Rebecca, played by Jessica Dollarhide, after inheriting a mysterious castle. As the family explores their new home, they quickly discover that they are not alone. A deformed creature, a product of a dark family secret, lurks in the castle's shadows. This castle freak has been chained away, hidden from the world, but soon begins to wreak havoc on the unsuspecting family. The film explores themes of guilt, family trauma, and the consequences of past sins. John's character is haunted by a tragic accident in which he killed their son while driving drunk. This backstory adds emotional depth, highlighting the family's fractured relationships and the weight of guilt they all carry. With a runtime of 1 hour and 30 minutes, Castle Freak blends elements of drama, horror, and mystery. The film is filled with graphic violence and unsettling imagery, including dismemberment and intense gore, which has garnered it a cult following among horror fans. The cinematography effectively captures the eerie atmosphere of the castle, enhancing the sense of dread as the family confronts both their internal demons and the external threat posed by the creature. The performances, especially by Combs and Crampton, are compelling, bringing authenticity to their characters' struggles. Critically, the film holds an IMDb rating of 5.9 out of 10. While it may not reach the heights of Gordon's previous works like Re-Animator, it is considered one of the more notable horror films of the 1990s. The makeup and special effects are praised for their creativity, particularly the design of the creature, which embodies the film's grotesque horror. In conclusion, Castle Freak stands as a unique entry in the horror genre, combining psychological depth with traditional monster elements. It challenges viewers to reflect on the nature of monstrosity, both physical and emotional, making it a compelling watch for fans of horror. The Children, 1980. A school bus drives through a toxic cloud on a quiet rural road, and when it emerges, the kids inside are no longer the same. Their skin pale, their smiles frozen, and their touch carrying a deadly charge, the children return home. But now they bring death to anyone who embraces them. What should be a symbol of innocence becomes a nightmare, as parents and townsfolk realize that their own children are the killers. Directed by Max Kalmanowicz, The Children takes a low-budget concept and pushes it into shocking territory. The film stars Martin Shakar and Gil Rogers, with Gail Garnett giving a standout performance as a mother forced to confront the unthinkable. While the acting may be uneven, the premise is carried by its audacity and its willingness to go places that other horror films of the era avoided. The imagery is both absurd and disturbing. Tiny figures in school uniforms walking slowly across fields, their hands outstretched, bringing instant death to anyone they touch. The blackened fingernails of the children serve as a chilling visual marker, transforming something mundane into a symbol of horror. What makes The Children stick in memory is its exploitation-style courage to twist the most sacred bonds, family, safety, and trust, into the stuff of nightmares. It was never destined for mainstream success, but its VHS life turned it into a notorious cult title, remembered for both its camp value and its unsettling concept. Equal parts ridiculous and disturbing, The Children proves that sometimes the most frightening monsters are the ones you least expect, the ones sitting at your dinner table, waiting with open arms. The Changeling, 1980. The Changeling is a chilling supernatural thriller released in 1980, directed by Peter Medak. The story centers around John Russell, portrayed by George C. Scott. After the tragic loss of his wife and daughter, John seeks solace in a secluded mansion, hoping to escape his grief. But what he finds instead is a different kind of torment. As John settles in, he begins to experience unsettling phenomena: strange noises, ghostly apparitions, and an overwhelming sense of dread. The atmosphere is thick with tension, drawing the viewer deeper into the mystery. Determined to understand what's happening, John investigates the mansion's dark past. He uncovers a tragic story involving a tormented child, leading to a harrowing confrontation with the supernatural. Joining John on his journey is Claire Norman, played by Trish Van Devere. Together, they delve into the mansion's secrets, unraveling a haunting tale that intertwines love, loss, and vengeance. The film also features Melvyn Douglas as Professor Bennington, who assists John in piecing together the chilling history of the mansion. Douglas's performance adds depth to the narrative, enhancing the emotional stakes. The Changeling is renowned for its atmospheric tension and masterful storytelling. It creates a palpable sense of fear without relying on excessive gore or jump scares, making it a standout in the horror genre. Though not as widely recognized as other horror classics, The Changeling has earned a dedicated cult following. It received nominations for several awards, including a Saturn Award for Best Actor for George C. Scott. With its eerie atmosphere and emotional depth, The Changeling remains a powerful exploration of grief and the supernatural. If you haven't seen it yet, prepare for a haunting experience that lingers long after the credits roll. Waxwork, 1988. A quiet suburb hides a strange attraction, a mysterious wax museum that appears overnight with no warning and no explanation. Inside, the displays are unnervingly lifelike, scenes of horror frozen in time, from werewolves to mummies to the Marquis de Sade himself. But when a group of curious teenagers accepts an invitation to explore, they discover the truth. Each display is a portal, and stepping past the velvet rope means being swallowed alive by the nightmare. Waxwork is gleefully ambitious, a love letter to horror history that doubles as a wild ride through multiple genres. One moment you're watching a gothic vampire tale, the next you're knee-deep in a swamp with a swamp creature, and before long you're face-to-face with chains and sadistic torment. Every set piece feels like its own mini-movie, with tone and style shifting as the museum's twisted worlds come to life. The film thrives on its creativity. The wax figures are uncanny, the transitions from reality to nightmare are seamless, and the practical effects bring each monster to grisly life. From blood-soaked vampire banquets to clawed werewolf transformations, the visuals have a handmade charm that captures the spirit of horror at its most imaginative. Beneath the spectacle, Waxwork is also a sly commentary on the genre itself. It indulges in clichés with a wink, celebrating horror's familiar tropes while still managing to surprise. The museum acts as a shrine to our collective fears, a place where the old stories never die. They just wait for new victims to step inside. With its mix of humor, gore, and sheer invention, Waxwork has earned its cult reputation as one of the most playful horror films of the 80s. It's a cinematic haunted house where every room hides a new nightmare, and once you enter, you may never leave. Ginger Snaps, 2000. Released at the tail end of the VHS era, Ginger Snaps brought Canadian horror roaring into the 2000s with something rare. A film that was clever, emotional, and genuinely bloody. Set in the quiet suburbs of Ontario, it follows two sisters who spend their time staging morbid death photos and alienating everyone around them. When Ginger is attacked by a creature in the woods, her transformation starts slow. Strange wounds, new appetites, and a temper that borders on feral. What begins as a monster movie quickly turns into a dark metaphor for adolescence, body horror, and womanhood. Directed by John Fawcett and written by Karen Walton, the film nails that mix of humor and tragedy that's hard to pull off in horror. It's not just about a werewolf. It's about identity, change, and the fear of losing control, themes that keep it relevant decades later. The tone is unmistakably Canadian. Suburban isolation, dry wit, and a touch of melancholy beneath the gore. The practical effects still hold up, but it's Catherine Isabelle and Emily Perkins who make the movie memorable. Their sister dynamic feels painfully real even as the story goes full creature feature. Ginger Snaps is one of those rare late-era horror films that bridges generations. part teen drama, part feminist parable, and part pure monster movie. It's funny, tragic, and completely sincere. Proof that Canadian horror didn't just define the genre's early years, it helped reinvent it. Strays, 1991. Suburban nightmare arrives on four legs in this made-for-TV creature feature about a family who moves into their dream home, unaware that a colony of feral cats has claimed the house as their territory. What begins as minor nuisances, scratching, hissing, dead animals, escalates into coordinated attacks as the cats defend their domain with intelligence and vicious determination. Kathleen Quinlan and Timothy Busfield play the parents realizing too late that they've invaded something's established hunting ground. The film treats the cats not as supernatural threats, but as territorial predators operating with pack mentality, which makes their behavior feel grounded even as it becomes increasingly extreme. Director John McPherson stages the cat attacks with surprising effectiveness, using quick cuts and practical effects to suggest violence that TV standards wouldn't allow showing directly. The feline cast, actual trained cats supplemented by animatronics for more aggressive sequences, creates genuine menace through numbers and coordination. Watching dozens of cats mass outside windows or infiltrate the house through hidden passages taps into primal unease about nature invading domestic spaces. The film understands that cats' natural hunting behavior, amplified and coordinated, becomes genuinely threatening. The script by Sean Cassidy explores family dynamics and suburban isolation alongside creature feature thrills. The family's attempts to convince authorities about the threat mirror classic horror tropes about not being believed, while their growing paranoia and desperation feel earned rather than manufactured. Strays represents TV horror that maximizes its premise despite limitations, creating effective creature feature tension from ordinary animals behaving extraordinarily. It's nature strikes back horror that works because it commits to treating cats as serious threats rather than camp. Next of Kin, 1982. Some homes carry history. Montclair carries something far heavier. In Tony Williams's 1982 film Next of Kin, the sprawling retirement estate becomes more than just a setting. It's a labyrinth of secrets, dread, and slow-burning terror. The story follows Linda Stevens, played by Jackie Caron, who inherits Montclair after the death of her mother and aunt. On the surface, it seems like a chance to settle into a quiet role as caretaker. But almost immediately, the house pushes back. Strange noises echo in the halls, lights flicker without reason, and scraps of an old diary suggest that Montclair's past hides something sinister. As Linda digs deeper, her sense of reality begins to fray. Is she uncovering family secrets, or is the house itself playing tricks? The line between psychological and supernatural horror blurs, leaving both her and the audience unsure of what to trust. Williams paces the film with patience, letting unease build gradually instead of rushing toward shocks. Gary Hansen's cinematography lingers on shadowy hallways and empty rooms, while Klaus Schultz's eerie electronic score seeps into every frame, keeping tension alive even in silence. By the time Linda uncovers the truth, Montclair feels less like a building and more like a living presence. Something that watches, remembers, and resists. The revelations are unsettling not just for their horror, but for what they say about family, legacy, and the weight of the past. Often described as a hidden gem of Australian horror, Next of Kin has earned its reputation for atmosphere and restraint. It doesn't overwhelm with spectacle, it unsettles with suggestion. And that slow, creeping dread is what lingers long after the credits roll. God Told Me To, 1976. Larry Cohen's God Told Me To, 1976, is an audacious and unsettling blend of horror, sci-fi, and psychological thriller. The story follows New York City detective Peter Nicholas as he investigates a string of bizarre murders. Each killer claims divine command, God told me to. What begins as a seemingly straightforward case gradually spirals into cosmic horror, alien influence, and a deeply philosophical exploration of free will and faith. The film excels at combining gritty, urban realism with surreal horror. Streets, apartments, and subway stations are filmed in a way that emphasizes claustrophobia, tension, and a constant sense of unease. As Nicholas uncovers the truth behind the killings, the narrative expands into a strange, existential realm where human action and divine or alien forces collide. The pacing is deliberate, allowing suspense and disorientation to build, making the ultimate revelations both shocking and thought-provoking. God Told Me To is a quintessential VHS-era oddity because it refuses to stay within a single genre. It's part detective story, part sci-fi thriller, part psychological horror, and all unnerving. The mixture of grounded suspense, shocking imagery, and philosophical inquiry makes the film a uniquely memorable experience, one that feels like it was made for late-night tape rentals and curious cinephiles. By the conclusion, viewers are left questioning morality, fate, and the limits of human comprehension. God Told Me To is a rare example of a film that is as intellectually stimulating as it is frightening, capturing the audacious spirit of VHS-era horror and leaving a lasting impression on anyone who dares to watch. Hell Night, 1981. College hazing takes a deadly turn when four pledges are locked inside Garth Manor for an all-night initiation. The sprawling Victorian estate comes with quite a history. 12 years ago, the owner killed his deformed children before taking his own life. But as our unfortunate students discover, some family reunions never truly end. What separates Hell Night from standard slasher fare is its gothic atmosphere and production design. Trading typical teen hangouts for a genuine gothic mansion gives the film a classic horror feel. The setting is a character itself, all creeping vines, secret passages, and candlelit corridors that would make Vincent Price feel at home. The film takes its time establishing the layout, making the house's geography a crucial part of the survival game. Linda Blair leads the cast as Marty, bringing her horror pedigree to a final girl role that requires more than just screaming. Her character's mechanical knowledge becomes a vital survival skill, while her practical approach to the situation helps ground the supernatural elements. The other pledges aren't just standard victim fodder either. Each gets enough development to make their fate matter. The killers themselves offer a twist on slasher conventions. Instead of a single masked murderer, we get multiple deformed siblings who've been living in the mansion's underground tunnels. Their attacks feel more like a coordinated hunt than standard stalk-and-slash fare. The makeup effects strike a balance between horrific and tragic, reminding us these monsters were once someone's children. Director Tom DeSimone uses the pledge's awareness of the manor's history to play with expectations. Every creaking floorboard could be their fellow students pulling pranks or something far worse. The film maintains tension by keeping both the pledges and audience guessing about what's real threat and what's hazing ritual until it's too late. Hell Night proves that sometimes the scariest initiations are the ones where the urban legends turn out to be true, and the only way to survive is to face the family secrets buried beneath the floorboards. Girly, 1970. Behind the manicured lawns and nursery songs, a family of aristocrats lives in total delusion, a mother, nanny, and two adult children who never grew up. They play childish games, recite nursery rhymes, and lure unsuspecting strangers into their home, only to make them permanent parts of their fantasy. When a man they call new friend arrives, their fragile world begins to fracture, and playtime takes on a far more dangerous tone. Directed by Freddie Francis and originally released as Mumsy, Nanny, Sunny, and Girly, this twisted slice of British horror sits somewhere between dark comedy and psychological thriller. It's part social satire, part fairy tale gone wrong. The kind of movie that smiles sweetly while sharpening a knife behind its back. Francis shoots the estate like a dollhouse, bright and immaculate, yet hollow at the core. Every cheerful song and polite smile hides dependency, repression, and an unspoken rot that runs through the family. Vanessa Howard gives an unnervingly magnetic performance as Girly, charming, naive, and completely untethered from reality. The tension comes not from violence, but from anticipation, watching her navigate innocence and cruelty with the same playful grin. Girly is what happens when the class-bound decorum of 1960s British horror finally loses its mind. It's elegant and perverse, funny and frightening, a perfect example of the kind of psychosexual weirdness that defined the early 1970s, when horror no longer needed monsters, just people who forgot how to grow up. The Cat o' Nine Tails, 1971, Argento's second giallo follows a blind journalist and his young niece who overhear a conversation about blackmail outside a genetics research facility. When a series of connected deaths follow, the journalist teams with a reporter to investigate corporate conspiracy involving genetic research and inherited criminal behavior. The blind protagonist's disability becomes asset rather than limitation in investigation, his heightened hearing and deductive reasoning compensating for lack of sight. Argento's visual sophistication continues from his debut, though the film is generally considered his weakest early giallo. The genetics angle gives the mystery intellectual framework beyond typical giallo motivations, exploring whether criminality can be inherited through chromosomal abnormalities. The nine tails of the title reference both a whip and the nine deaths driving the investigation. The rooftop finale delivers impressive stunt work and genuine tension despite limitations. While The Cat o' Nine Tails is minor Argento, it demonstrates his evolving command of suspense mechanics and visual storytelling. Dark Star, 1974. Dark Star is a cult classic directed by John Carpenter, blending science fiction, parody, and dark comedy. Released in 1974, this 83-minute film takes a humorous and satirical look at space travel and the absurdities of life aboard a spaceship. The story follows a small crew on a decades-long mission to destroy unstable planets. As they drift through the far reaches of space, their mission becomes increasingly chaotic, revealing the crew's interactions and the challenges they face, particularly with an alien creature that causes unexpected troubles. The film is notable for its low-budget charm and creative special effects, showcasing Carpenter's early directorial talent. With a unique blend of slapstick humor and philosophical musings, Dark Star critiques the mundane aspects of space exploration and the human condition. Starring Dan O'Bannon, who also co-wrote the film, the characters are quirky and relatable, making their absurd situations all the more entertaining. The dialogue is filled with memorable exchanges, particularly between Lieutenant Doolittle and the ship's bomb, which leads to some thought-provoking and comedic moments. With an IMDb rating of 6.1, Dark Star has earned a place in the hearts of fans for its originality and humor. It's a film that invites viewers to appreciate the lighter side of sci-fi while also pondering deeper existential questions. If you're looking for a film that combines humor, creativity, and a touch of surrealism, Dark Star is definitely worth a watch. Extro, 1982. British horror sci-fi Extro is deeply, profoundly weird. A film that starts with alien abduction and ends in places most creature features wouldn't dare approach. A man returns 3 years after being taken by extraterrestrials, but he's not quite human anymore. His reunion with his family quickly turns nightmarish as his alien nature manifests in increasingly disturbing ways, including impregnating a woman who births him as a full-grown adult, covered in afterbirth. Director Harry Bromley Davenport creates something that defies easy categorization. The film blends alien invasion, body horror, domestic drama, and hallucinogenic imagery into a narrative that feels like it's constantly mutating. The practical effects are memorably grotesque. The rebirth sequence remains one of the most unsettling in 80s horror, while other transformations involve toys coming to life, a woman turning into an egg-laying creature, and a child developing telekinetic powers. Philip Sayre plays the returned father with appropriate detachment, suggesting something wearing human skin rather than actual humanity. Bernice Stigers portrays his wife caught between relief at his return and growing horror at what he's become. The film treats family dynamics with unexpected seriousness, even as alien horror invades domestic spaces, making the violation feel more personal and disturbing. Extro doesn't explain itself or provide easy answers. Characters make bizarre decisions, events unfold with nightmare logic, and the climax offers no conventional resolution. It's the kind of aggressively strange film that can only come from low-budget horror unencumbered by studio notes or conventional wisdom. Extra remains deeply divisive. Some find it brilliant, others incomprehensible, but no one forgets it. The Incubus, 1982. A small town is shaken by a series of brutal attacks, each more inexplicable than the last. As the bodies mount, it becomes clear that the crimes aren't the work of any ordinary killer, but of a supernatural force, a demonic entity that preys on fear and flesh alike. Directed by John Howe, The Incubus adapts Ray Russell's chilling novel into a mix of psychological thriller and horror. John Cassavetes stars as Dr. Sam Cordell, the town's weary physician who becomes entangled in the investigation, while Carrie Keene plays his daughter, caught in the growing web of terror. Supporting roles from Helen Hughes and Duncan McIntosh add depth to the film's tightly knit community unraveling under the threat. The movie combines clinical detail with nightmarish imagery, using stark hospital rooms, shadowy streets, and sudden bursts of violence to unsettle the audience. There's an emphasis on dread over spectacle, with the true nature of the entity kept elusive until the harrowing conclusion. Though controversial for its disturbing subject matter, The Incubus stands out as one of the more unsettling Canadian horror entries of the early 80s, remembered for its unflinching tone and the gravitas Cassavetes brings to the role. Dog Soldiers, 2002. Neil Marshall's directorial debut is pure adrenaline. A squad of British soldiers on training exercise in the Scottish Highlands encounters a pack of werewolves and must survive the night in a farmhouse with limited ammunition and no reinforcements. Its assault on Precinct 13 meets an American werewolf in London, delivered with breakneck pacing and practical creature effects. Sean Pertwee leads the squad with gruff authority, playing Sergeant Wells as a soldier's soldier who adapts to impossible circumstances with dark humor and determination. The ensemble cast brings authentic military camaraderie, their banter and team dynamics making you care about their survival. Kevin McKidd's Private Cooper provides the audience viewpoint, capable but inexperienced, rising to the challenge as the night progresses. The werewolf designs are spectacular. Massive lupine creatures that move with pack intelligence and predatory coordination. The creatures are realized through practical suits and puppetry that give them real weight and presence. Marshall keeps them partially obscured early on, building dread before unleashing them fully in extended siege sequences. The farmhouse setting becomes increasingly claustrophobic as the werewolves test defenses and casualties mount. Marshall stages the action with clarity and intensity, using the confined space for both tension and creative carnage. The film delivers genuine scares, spectacular gore, and surprising humor without undercutting the stakes. Dog Soldiers proved Marshall as a filmmaker who understood genre mechanics and could execute them with skill and energy. It remains one of the best werewolf films of the 2000s, a reminder that practical effects and committed performances can overcome modest budgets when creativity and craft are present. Torso, 1973. In a quiet Italian university town, a string of brutal murders begins to spread panic among a group of young art students. Someone in a black scarf is stalking women through the winding streets and misty countryside, killing with surgical precision. When a few survivors retreat to a secluded villa for safety, the killer follows, and the real nightmare begins. Sergio Martino's Torso is often considered the bridge between the stylized giallo thrillers of the early 70s and the slasher films that followed. It combines the visual elegance of Italian horror, bold color, hypnotic camera work, and eerie jazz, with a raw intensity that would soon define American exploitation. Susie Kendall leads the cast with quiet vulnerability, grounding the film's violence in genuine fear rather than spectacle. What sets Torso apart is Martino's control of tone. The first half builds with erotic tension and mystery. The second turns into pure survival horror, stripped of music and glamour. What's left is something cold, human, and terrifyingly real. Stylish, shocking, and influential, Torso feels like the moment 1970s horror stopped looking at the killer as art and started feeling their breath on the back of your neck. Wendigo, 2001. Wendigo builds its tension like a cold wind, subtle at first, then sharp enough to cut. The film follows a family escaping city stress for a winter getaway upstate. Snowy woods, long empty roads, and a creeping sense of isolation set the tone before anything supernatural enters the picture. When a car accident sparks a confrontation with a local man, the mood shifts from uneasy to outright dangerous. Their young son begins hearing stories of the Wendigo, a spirit tied to hunger, cold, and ancient warnings, and the line between imagination and reality blurs. Strange sightings in the woods put the family on edge, and the film leaves you guessing whether they're dealing with something mythical or the fallout of human anger left to fester. What makes the story effective is how personal it feels. The creature isn't just a monster, it's a manifestation of fear, guilt, and the way tension can poison a family. Director Larry Fessenden blends folklore with psychological dread, using sparse effects and eerie soundscapes to build atmosphere. The snow-covered landscapes feel vast and claustrophobic at the same time, as if the environment itself is closing in. The performances are grounded, especially from the child actor, whose perspective shapes much of the film's unease. Wendigo doesn't rely on big reveals. It thrives on suggestion and mood, leaving behind a quiet chill that seeps deeper than expected. Deathbed, The Bed That Eats, 1977. Few films are as bizarre or audacious as Deathbed, The Bed That Eats, directed by George Barry in 1977. The premise is simple yet ridiculous, a bed that consumes anyone unlucky enough to lie on it. But the execution is surprisingly surreal and memorable. Herschel, a Vietnam vet struggling with personal demons, encounters the bed and is drawn into a series of horrifying, grotesque events as it claims victim after victim. The movie thrives on absurdity, mixing horror, dark comedy, and a uniquely dreamlike logic. Scenes of the bed, devouring its victims, are both grotesque and strangely mesmerizing. People, clothes, and objects disappear into the mattress, leaving nothing behind, while a ghostly narrator trapped in a painting provides commentary that is equal parts eerie and disorienting. The tension comes not from fast-paced scares, but from the relentless inevitability of the bed itself. It waits, silent and unyielding, for its next victim. The charm of Deathbed lies in its unapologetic strangeness. Low-budget effects, awkward acting, and deliberately off-kilter storytelling all contribute to an experience that feels like stumbling into a fever dream. It's exactly the kind of film that thrived on VHS, weird, experimental, and impossible to categorize. Every viewing feels like discovering a lost artifact, a piece of cinema that refused to play by the rules. Over the years, it has earned cult status, partly for its audacity, partly for its pure, unfiltered weirdness. Deathbed, The Bed That Eats is a perfect example of the VHS era at its most fearless, bold, grotesque, and unforgettable. It's the kind of movie that makes you laugh, cringe, and stare in disbelief all at once, a testament to the odd, wonderful side of horror that only the VHS era could produce. To the Devil a Daughter, 1976. In the waning days of Hammer's horror reign, this dark and atmospheric tale arrived like a final incantation. Based on the novel by Dennis Wheatley, the story follows an excommunicated priest who raises a young girl for sinister purposes. A vessel meant to bring something unspeakable into the world. When an American occult author uncovers the plan, a desperate struggle between faith and darkness begins. Hammer Films had built its legacy on Gothic castles and Victorian monsters, but To the Devil a Daughter shifts the terror into modern times, neon-lit London streets and sunlit exteriors replacing fog and candlelight. Christopher Lee is chilling as the fallen priest, his calm voice concealing pure devotion to evil, while a young Nastasia Kinski gives the film a haunting innocence that makes every scene more unsettling. Director Peter Sykes blends occult mystery with psychological tension, leaning into the paranoia and moral decay of the 1970s. The result is an eerie, elegant descent into corruption and faith, tested to its breaking point. It's a slow burn filled with religious dread and quiet menace, not Hammer's loudest scream, but one of its most mature and unnerving. Released just as the studio's Gothic empire was crumbling, To the Devil a Daughter feels like the last gasp of a dying era, a sophisticated, sinister curtain call that left audiences wondering what new horrors the next decade would bring. Slaughter High, 1986. Once bullied teenager Marty Ranson becomes the target of a cruel prank that goes horribly wrong. Years later, the classmates responsible reunite for what's supposed to be a casual get-together at their abandoned high school, only to find someone waiting, and he's brought a twisted sense of humor to the reunion. Slaughter High is a British-American slasher that somehow feels like it was shot inside a fever dream. The surreal dialogue, the synth-heavy score, and the exaggerated performances walks the line between parody and pure nastiness. Caroline Munro, one of the few familiar faces, gives the movie a strange touch of class amid the chaos. The film's tone is all over the place, in the best way possible. Sometimes mean-spirited, sometimes goofy, and occasionally downright atmospheric. The abandoned school setting feels genuinely haunted, with its decaying hallways and flickering lights giving everything an eerie, artificial glow. It's the kind of slasher that plays like a distorted memory of the 80s. Cheap, loud, and relentlessly odd. Slaughter High might not reinvent the genre, but it nails that VHS-era charm where every kill feels like it came straight off the rental shelf. Body Count, 1986. Deep in the Italian countryside, a group of American teenagers sets out for a weekend of camping and carefree fun. But their getaway takes a grim turn when they cross paths with a deranged killer said to haunt the forest, the spirit of a Native American shaman wronged long ago. What begins as a night under the stars becomes a fight for survival as, one by one, the campers are hunted down. Directed by Ruggero Deodato, best known for Cannibal Holocaust, Body Count is his attempt at the American-style slasher, filtered through Italian sensibilities. The cast includes Bruce Penhall, Mimsy Farmer, and David Hess, whose presence as one of the adults in the story gives the film an edge of menace, even when he's not the one wielding the blade. The kills are staged with brutality and flair, including inventive setups that showcase Deodato's taste for shocking violence. The forest setting becomes a character itself, full of shadows, sudden noises, and the constant sense that danger is just out of sight. Though it borrows heavily from American slashers of the time, Body Count stands out for its European flavor, a mix of pulpy violence, odd pacing, and striking visuals. It never reached the notoriety of Deodato's earlier work, but on VHS it found an audience among horror fans who appreciated its mix of familiar tropes and Italian excess. Today, it remains a cult entry in the slasher boom. Not the most polished, but a wild reminder of how international filmmakers put their own stamp on the genre. Dr. Giggles, 1992. This slasher leans into medical-themed mayhem, with a killer who escaped an institution and returns home wearing his father's doctor coat. The backstory reveals a twisted family legacy. His father attempted unorthodox procedures to save his dying wife, and now the son continues the obsession with violent treatments delivered to anyone unfortunate enough to cross his path. Larry Drake's performance drives the film. He plays Dr. Rendell with theatrical flair, delivering sinister bedside humor and a chilling laugh that gives the movie its title. Every murder incorporates medical equipment or procedures, turning operating room tools into weapons. The effects team delivers practical gore that fits the stylized tone rather than pushing into mean-spirited extremes. Holly Marie Combs portrays a teenager dealing with her own health issues, making her a symbolic and literal target for Rendell's deranged mission. The cast of friends, family, and local officials fills classic slasher roles, but gains a unique twist from the medical context. Director Manny Cotto treats the material with just enough seriousness to make the stakes feel real while embracing dark humor. The hospital set climax features some of the film's best visual moments, with Rendell navigating corridors like a surgeon on a hunt. Released during a lull in slasher popularity, it didn't spark box office enthusiasm, but thrived in video stores thanks to Drake's memorable performance and the creative medical gimmickry. Today, it's fondly remembered as one of the more inventive oddities of early 90s horror. Hellbound, Hellraiser 2, 1988. Hellbound, Hellraiser 2 continues the nightmarish journey introduced in Clive Barker's original Hellraiser, diving deeper into the dark and twisted world of the Cenobites. Directed by Tony Randall, this 1988 sequel follows Kirsty Cotton, played by Ashley Lawrence, as she struggles to recover from the horrific events of the first film. Kirsty wakes up in a psychiatric hospital, still haunted by her encounters with Pinhead and the other Cenobites. The staff question her sanity, but the real danger comes from Dr. Channard, played by Kenneth Cranham, a doctor whose obsession with the lament configuration puzzle box leads him down a path of unspeakable evil. Channard manages to resurrect Julia, the monstrous figure from the first film, setting in motion a series of events that draw Kirsty back into the Cenobites' realm. This film pushes the boundaries of horror, exploring the interplay between pleasure and pain while expanding on the mythology of hell and its nightmarish inhabitants. The Cenobites are more fully realized here, with new layers to their rules, desires, and terrifying presence. Doug Bradley returns as Pinhead, delivering a chilling and commanding performance that reinforces why the character has become an icon in horror cinema. Visually, the film is striking. The practical effects and makeup are grotesque, imaginative, and unforgettable, bringing the twisted world of the Cenobites to life in a way that feels both surreal and horrifying. From the dark corridors of the hospital to the hellish landscapes beyond, every frame builds tension and unease. Beyond the scares, the story gives Kirsty a stronger role, highlighting her determination, courage, and resourcefulness as she navigates impossible threats. The combination of suspense, psychological terror, and body horror keeps the audience constantly on edge. While it initially received mixed reviews, Hellbound, Hellraiser 2 has grown into a cult favorite, praised for its ambitious expansion of the Hellraiser universe. Its mixture of horror, fantasy, and complex mythology ensures that it stands out not just as a sequel, but as a bold and memorable entry in the franchise. By the end, viewers are left with a lingering sense of dread and awe, a testament to the film's ability to terrify while deepening the terrifying world of the Cenobites. The Witch Who Came from the Sea, 1976. The Witch Who Came from the Sea explores how trauma can fester and shape a person in terrifying ways. Directed by Matt Cimber, the film follows Molly, played by Millie Perkins, a woman struggling to navigate adulthood while haunted by a childhood marked by abuse and neglect. As the story unfolds, Molly's inner pain begins to surface in dark and violent ways. She embarks on a murder spree, targeting men who she feels have wronged her, and the film blends elements of horror with psychological drama. It's less about jump scares, and more about the unsettling weight of a mind twisted by past trauma. Cimber's direction, alongside Robert Tom's screenplay, creates a surreal, dreamlike atmosphere that keeps the audience on edge. The coastal settings are captured in all their gritty, windswept eeriness, emphasizing the isolation and emotional turbulence that Molly experiences. Millie Perkins delivers a layered performance, portraying Molly's vulnerability and simmering rage with quiet intensity. The film's shocking moments are punctuated by a sense of melancholy and unease, challenging conventional horror tropes and giving the story a reflective, almost poetic edge. While it courted controversy upon release for its graphic and psychologically intense content, the film stands out in the exploitation genre as something more introspective and disturbing than many of its contemporaries. It's a story about the long shadow of trauma, the complexities of vengeance, and the thin line between victim and perpetrator. By the end, The Witch Who Came from the Sea leaves a lasting impression. It's haunting, thought-provoking, and deeply unsettling, a film that lingers in your mind as you reflect on Molly's journey and the darkness that can arise when pain goes unresolved. Silent Night, Bloody Night, 1972. Also known as Death House, Silent Night, Bloody Night is one of the earliest Christmas horror films ever made, and a genuine proto-slasher that predates Black Christmas by 2 years. Filmed in 1970 but not released until 1972, this atmospheric thriller centers on a former insane asylum turned family estate where a series of brutal murders unfold on Christmas Eve. The plot is deliberately convoluted, involving an escaped axe-wielding killer, dark family secrets, and a twisted backstory about asylum inmates who took over the local town. But that's part of its strange appeal. Director Theodore Gershuni creates an oppressively dark, moody film where you genuinely have to squint to see Christmas wreaths in the gloom. The cast includes horror legend John Carradine and several Andy Warhol factory superstars like Candy Darling and Ondine, appearing in eerie flashback sequences. Lead actor James Patterson was dying of cancer during filming, adding an unintended layer of darkness to the production. Silent Night, Bloody Night never got proper copyright registration and fell into public domain obscurity, circulating for years in poor-quality VHS transfers. It gained a cult following after appearing on late-night horror shows like Elvira's Movie Macabre. While it's slow-paced and deliberately theatrical in ways that feel very 1970s, it established many slasher conventions: POV killer shots, creepy phone calls, family dysfunction as horror that would become standard in films like Black Christmas and Halloween. It's a moody, genuinely unsettling piece of early Christmas horror that deserves recognition as a pioneer of the subgenre. Without Warning, 1980. 7 years before Predator, Graydon Clark made a film about an alien trophy hunter stalking human prey in isolated forest terrain using advanced weapons and camouflage. Teenagers heading to a remote lake become targets for an extraterrestrial using living disc-like weapons that attach and drain victims, while a paranoid veteran desperately tries to warn anyone who will listen. Jack Palance delivers an unhinged performance as the veteran who's encountered the alien before, playing paranoia with zero restraint. Martin Landau appears as the local store owner who understands the threat but can't stop it. The young cast, including David Caruso in an early role, handles escalating terror with appropriate urgency. Kevin Peter Hall, who would later become the Predator, plays the alien in a practical suit that's more bizarre than threatening, a lumpy reptilian thing that's effective despite costume limitations. The disc weapons are memorably grotesque, pulsating, organic things that latch onto victims. Stan Winston contributed creature effects work that elevates the technical aspects. It's straightforward B-movie horror that knows its strengths, offering unpretentious alien hunter mayhem before Hollywood did it with 10 times the budget. Symptoms, 1974. Symptoms is one of those haunting psychological horror films that creeps under your skin slowly, almost without you realizing it. Directed by José Ramón Larraz, the story follows Helen, played by Angela Pleasance, who invites her friend Anne to spend some time with her in a sprawling but isolated English country mansion. At first, everything seems quiet and almost idyllic, but that calm doesn't last. From the moment Anne arrives, it's clear something isn't quite right. Helen's behavior is strange, shifting from warmth to coldness in an instant, and the house itself feels weighed down by secrets. The woods surrounding the estate add to the atmosphere, beautiful but oppressive, almost as if they're hiding something sinister. What makes Symptoms so effective is the way it builds unease through suggestion rather than spectacle. The tension grows out of small details: an odd look, a sudden mood swing, a shadow moving in the background. Angela Pleasance gives a mesmerizing performance, her fragile voice and unsettling presence pulling the viewer into Helen's disturbed world. As the days pass, Anne starts to uncover pieces of Helen's past, and it becomes clear that the mansion holds dark memories of betrayal, loss, and obsession. The line between reality and delusion blurs, and what begins as a quiet retreat spirals into something far more disturbing. Larraz's direction emphasizes atmosphere over shock. Long silences, The muted sounds of nature and the slow pacing combine to create a sense of dread that lingers. When violence does break through, it feels all the more shocking because of the quiet that surrounds it. By the end, Symptoms leaves you with the unsettling sense that you've spent time inside a mind unraveling. It's a film that doesn't just scare, it unsettles, sticking with you long after it's over. For fans of psychological horror, it's a hidden gem, rich in atmosphere and dripping with unease. Girls' Night Out, 1982. On crowded video store shelves in the early 80s, Girls' Night Out grabbed attention with its strange premise. A killer dressed in a giant bear mascot suit, stalking college students during an all-night scavenger hunt. It's a setup that feels both ridiculous and unsettling, the kind of oddball slasher that late-night horror fans couldn't resist renting just to see if it lived up to its bizarre hook. The film delivers the usual campus party atmosphere, cheerleaders, athletes, and plenty of red herrings. But the sight of a smiling bear mascot wielding claws as weapons gives the kills an unnerving edge. The mix of goofy setup and sudden brutality makes it feel like a movie constantly teetering between camp and genuine creepiness. Like many slashers of the era, the acting and pacing are uneven, but that unpredictability is exactly what made it a rental-era gem. For fans who thought they'd seen every masked slasher, Girls' Night Out stood out as something different. Strange, campy, and memorable, it became one of those titles horror enthusiasts would pass along by word of mouth, a cult oddity that feels perfectly at home in the era of scavenger hunts, sorority parties, and late-night discoveries. House 1985. The film follows Roger Cobb, played by William Catt, a troubled writer who moves into his late aunt's creepy old house to work on his next novel. However, he soon discovers that the house is filled with sinister secrets and supernatural occurrences. As Roger attempts to settle in, he encounters a series of bizarre and terrifying events, including ghostly apparitions and nightmarish visions. The house seems to be a portal to his past, bringing forth memories and fears he'd rather forget, including the mysterious disappearance of his son. Joining the adventure are a cast of quirky characters, including Roger's friend, played by George Wendt, who adds a comedic touch to the chilling narrative. The film expertly balances humor and horror, creating a unique viewing experience that keeps audiences engaged. The house is notable for its practical effects and creative set pieces, which contribute to its eerie atmosphere. The film's mix of genres allows for a playful yet spooky tone, making it distinct in the 1980s horror landscape. Despite its lighter moments, the film touches on deeper themes of loss and regret, as Roger confronts his past while battling the malevolent forces within the house. Though it may not have achieved the same level of fame as other horror classics, the house has garnered a cult following. It's remembered for its innovative approach to storytelling and its blend of genres, making it a fun and memorable entry in the horror comedy genre. With its combination of scares, laughs, and heartfelt moments, The House remains a cherished film for fans of 80s horror. Attack of the Killer Tomatoes, 1978. The title tells you everything and nothing. Attack of the Killer Tomatoes is musical comedy horror about sentient tomatoes terrorizing San Diego, and it commits to that premise with absolute sincerity, wrapped in self-aware absurdity. Director John DeBello crafted something that plays like Airplane, crossed with 1950s creature features, where the joke is both the ridiculous concept and how seriously everyone treats it. The film follows a motley team assembled to stop the tomato uprising. A master of disguise, an underwater expert, a parachutist, none of whose skills prove remotely useful against produce. Musical numbers erupt randomly. A helicopter crashes because the production couldn't afford to stage it any other way, so they just kept it in. Tomatoes roll menacingly down streets while orchestral stings play. The special effects are intentionally terrible, which somehow makes everything funnier. What could have been a one-joke premise becomes something more through sheer commitment. The cast plays it straight while surrounded by chaos. Government conspiracies, mad scientists, and vegetables with homicidal intent. The musical sequences are genuinely catchy in their ridiculousness, particularly the theme song that became more famous than the film itself. Attack of the Killer Tomatoes bombed on release, but found its audience through late-night television and home video, spawning sequels and an animated series. It represents B-movie comedy at its purest, taking the most absurd premise imaginable and running with it until the absurdity becomes its own twisted logic. Grotesque, 1988. By the late 80s, horror fans were spoiled for choice in the rental aisles, and Grotesque stood out as one of those titles you grabbed because the cover promised something wild. What you got was a movie that refused to stick to just one lane, part home invasion thriller, part slasher, and part monster movie. The story begins with Linda Blair visiting a friend's mountain home, only for a gang of violent punks to invade and terrorize the family. That alone would have been enough for a gritty exploitation film, but halfway through the movie pivots hard. The family's dark secret is revealed in the form of a disfigured relative, and suddenly it feels like you've stumbled into a different movie entirely. That uneven tone is exactly what gave Grotesque its cult reputation. One moment it's raw and cruel, the next it's drifting into monster movie melodrama. Tab Hunter and Donna Wilkes round out the cast, but it's Blair's presence that anchored the film for horror fans browsing the shelves. Her name alone guaranteed curious renters would give it a shot. Messy and unpredictable, Grotesque may not have the polish of its peers, but that's what made it such a staple of late-night cable and rental oddities. It's a movie you watched not because it was great, but because you had no idea where it was going next. A perfect fit for an era defined by experimentation and excess. Forbidden World, 1982. Roger Corman's New World Pictures, operating at peak efficiency, recycling sets and footage from Battle Beyond the Stars, while delivering fresh creature effects and escalating body horror. Alan Holtzman's Forbidden World wastes no time. A troubleshooter gets dispatched to a remote research facility where genetic experiments have produced something that's evolving faster than anyone anticipated. The metamorphic organism designed to solve food scarcity has become a rapidly mutating predator that's learning, adapting, and consuming everything in its path. Jesse Vint plays the space troubleshooter with appropriate worn-down charisma, a man who's seen enough corporate disasters to know exactly how bad things will get. John Buechler's creature effects are the standout, a constantly morphing monstrosity that changes appearance and abilities as it consumes genetic material. The transformation sequences showcase practical effects work that punches well above the modest budget, genuinely disturbing in their organic fluidity. Corman's influence is evident in every frame. Maximum exploitation value extracted from minimal resources, with gratuitous elements inserted to guarantee rental appeal. The film moves at a relentless pace through grimy industrial corridors, delivering exactly what its title promises. A nasty, efficient creature feature that knows its audience and serves them well. Autopsy, 1975. A young pathologist in Rome begins experiencing disturbing hallucinations as she examines the bodies of apparent suicide victims during a citywide heat wave that seems to be driving the population toward madness. As the line between her professional life and psychological breakdown blurs, she uncovers a conspiracy that suggests these deaths might not be self-inflicted after all. Directed by Armando Crispino, Autopsy, also known as The Victim, is Italian giallo, filtered through forensic horror and existential dread. The film trades the genre's typical masked killer theatrics for something more unsettling. A deep dive into death itself, both literal and psychological. Crispino fills the screen with clinical autopsy footage, paranoid dream sequences, and a Rome that feels like it's slowly cooking under the oppressive heat. Mimsy Farmer delivers a compelling performance as the increasingly unraveled protagonist, playing fragility and determination with equal conviction. Her character exists in a constant state of uncertainty, questioning her sanity, her memories, and the motives of everyone around her. Barry Primus and Ray Lovelock round out a cast that operates in morally gray territory where trust is a luxury no one can afford. The film's visual approach is striking. Crispino juxtaposes sterile morgue environments with hallucinatory sequences that feel like fever dreams. Ennio Morricone's score oscillates between discordant tension and melancholic beauty, adding layers of unease to scenes that already feel off-kilter. The autopsy sequences themselves are genuinely disturbing, shot with documentary-like detachment that makes them all the more uncomfortable. Autopsy never quite became a giallo classic like its contemporaries, but it offers something rarer, a meditation on death, guilt, and societal collapse wrapped in genre clothing. Fatal Games, 1984. At a small athletic training academy, a group of young competitors prepares for the Olympic trials, until someone starts picking them off one by one with a javelin. The killer stalks the locker rooms and practice fields, turning the world of dedication and discipline into a blood-soaked murder mystery. Fatal Games is one of those movies that feels like it was made on pure genre instinct. It's a slasher with no pretense, no high concept, just a bizarre setup, a gym full of red herrings and a string of oddly choreographed kills. The acting is stiff, the dialogue sounds like it was dubbed from another planet, and yet it's impossible not to keep watching. The film has this strangely hypnotic tone, pastel leotards, echoing gyms, and a synth score that sounds more like a fitness tape than a horror soundtrack. Every scene feels both earnest and slightly off, like a parody that doesn't realize it's one. What keeps Fatal Games memorable isn't tension or gore, it's the sheer audacity of it all. A sports slasher about javelin murders sounds like a joke, but this movie commits completely. It's campy, clumsy, and completely sincere. The kind of tape that turned accidental absurdity into cult longevity. Moon 44, 1990. Before Roland Emmerich became Hollywood's disaster king, he crafted this gritty space western that plays like Top Gun meets Outland on a bad acid trip. Moon 44 throws us into a corporate-controlled future where mining companies wage war over precious resources, using convicted pilots and military rejects to defend their claims against space pirates. The film's rain-drenched moon base feels more like a maximum security prison than a corporate outpost, where rookies pilot high-tech helicopters through artificial storms while hardened convicts navigate them from the safety of underground bunkers. It's a recipe for tension that explodes both in the air and on the ground, as loyalty comes with a price tag and survival means watching your back. Michael Paré leads a cast of weathered faces through this industrial nightmare, where every corridor drips with atmosphere and each flight mission could be your last. The visual effects might show their age, but the model work and practical sets create a lived-in world that feels genuinely dangerous and desperate. For viewers who like their sci-fi served with a side of blue-collar grit, Moon 44 delivers a unique slice of VHS-era space action, where the real enemy isn't the pirates. It's the corporate machine that turns everyone into expendable assets. Cry of the Banshee, 1970. Few films embody the tension between old-world Gothic horror and the rising wave of raw 1970s brutality like Cry of the Banshee. Directed by Gordon Hessler and starring Vincent Price, it's a story steeped in witchcraft, hypocrisy, and blood-soaked revenge, the kind of film that feels torn between two centuries, both in its setting and its spirit. Price plays Lord Edward Whitman, a cruel magistrate who delights in hunting and executing supposed witches across the English countryside, but his violent zeal awakens something truly unholy, an ancient spirit of vengeance that takes human form and sets about destroying his family. What unfolds is part supernatural horror, part grim parable about power and corruption. The aristocratic estates and candlelit corridors recall Hammer Films' lush period horror, but Hessler twists that aesthetic into something uglier and more chaotic. The film pulses with a kind of feverish energy. It's full of quick zooms, frenetic cuts, and psychedelic flourishes that feel far removed from the stately Gothic-style audiences expected from Price. This was the moment when horror began shedding its sophistication, when the fog of the past started mixing with the grit of modern exploitation. While not as polished as his earlier collaborations, Price's performance gives the chaos a tragic center. By the end, as the Banshee's wail echoes over the landscape, you can feel the death of the old Gothic order and the birth of something crueler, stranger, and unmistakably 1970. Hellraiser, Bloodline, 1996. Bloodline is one of the most ambitious and unusual entries in Clive Barker's Twisted franchise. Directed by Kevin Yagher, the film attempts to tell the complete history of the Cursed Lament configuration, the infamous puzzle box that summons Pinhead and his legion of Cenobites. What makes it stand out is its sprawling timeline, stretching across centuries and even into the far future. The story begins in the 18th century France, with toymaker Philippe Le Marchand, the creator of the box, whose invention opens the door to hell itself. From there, the film jumps through generations of his bloodline, showing how his descendants are bound to the curse of the box. Each time period offers a different angle: Gothic horror in the past, modern-day suspense in the present, and finally science fiction horror aboard a space station in the distant future. At the center of it all, of course, is Pinhead. Doug Bradley once again brings his cold, commanding presence to the role, embodying both philosophical menace and ruthless brutality. Whether he's stalking shadows in modern Los Angeles or unleashing torment among the stars, Pinhead serves as a constant reminder that human ambition and desire come with horrific costs. Visually, the film blends Gothic imagery with industrial horror and slick sci-fi settings. It's a strange but intriguing mixture, offering everything from candlelit rituals to futuristic corridors filled with chains and hooks. The special effects, while uneven at times, deliver on the grotesque and imaginative body horror fans expect from the series. Despite its ambition, Bloodline was plagued by production troubles, including studio interference that left the director dissatisfied and the final cut heavily altered. Critics weren't kind, but over the years, the film has developed a cult reputation. Fans appreciate its scope and its willingness to expand the Hellraiser mythology beyond a single era or setting. In the end, Bloodline feels like three movies in one: part period piece, part urban horror, part spacebound nightmare. It may not be the most polished entry in the franchise, but its audacity and strange structure make it one of the most fascinating. It's a film that dares to ask not just where horror comes from, but how far into the future it can follow us. Tourist Trap, 1979. Tourist Trap is one of the great underappreciated horror films of the late 1970s. A strange, surreal blend of slasher terror, supernatural horror, and pure nightmare logic. Released in 1979, it feels like a dream you might have rented by accident. Familiar at first, but getting stranger with every scene until you can't quite believe what you're watching. The story follows a group of friends stranded on a lonely stretch of highway after their car breaks down. They stumble upon a rundown roadside attraction, a wax museum filled with eerie mannequins, and meet the friendly but unsettling owner, Mr. Slauson. From there, the film takes a hard turn into madness as the mannequins start to move on their own, and something unseen begins picking off the visitors one by one. Director David Schmoller, in his debut, brings a dreamlike atmosphere that sets Tourist Trap apart from other late 70s slashers. The sound design alone is enough to get under your skin. The creaking mannequins, the warped voices, and the haunting score by Pino Donaggio, who also worked on Carrie and Don't Look Now. Everything feels slightly off, like reality is bending just out of sight. What makes it special is how unpredictable it is. It shifts from creepy to tragic to downright bizarre, all while keeping a strange emotional core. Chuck Connors' performance as Slauson is both sympathetic and terrifying. A lonely man surrounded by his family of lifeless figures, drifting further into delusion. When Tourist Trap hit home video, it became a word-of-mouth favorite, the kind of movie people would stumble across late at night and never forget. It's eerie, imaginative, and way more artistic than its title suggests. Tourist Trap is pure nightmare fuel, a surreal roadside detour into the uncanny, where the mannequins never stop watching, and escape feels like another illusion. Liquid Sky, 1982. In the heart of New York's underground art scene, a young fashion model tries to navigate a world defined by nightlife, ambition, and constant reinvention. Above her apartment, a small unseen visitor arrives, drawn to the emotional energy surrounding her life. As the alien presence observes the people she encounters, tensions rise and relationships become increasingly strained. Director Slava Zuckerman captures early 80s Manhattan with electric style, pulsing lights, sharp angles, and saturated colors. The film blends science fiction with punk aesthetics, creating a world where music, fashion, and identity are constantly shifting. Anne Carlyle delivers a standout performance, playing dual roles that mirror each other in intriguing ways. The soundtrack, driven by synthesizers, gives the film a hypnotic atmosphere. Scenes often unfold with a deliberate rhythm, letting visuals and sound design build tension rather than traditional action. Beneath the stylish surface is a story about loneliness, self-image, and the struggle to find authenticity in a scene built on performance. The alien element becomes a metaphor for how people absorb the emotions of those around them, sometimes gently, sometimes with unintended intensity. The film's distinct look and inventive storytelling have made it a fixture in cult cinema, celebrated for capturing a moment in time with unfiltered creativity. Let's Scare Jessica to Death, 1971. Some horror films rely on monsters, blood, or loud jump scares. Let's Scare Jessica to Death isn't one of them. Instead, it creeps under your skin slowly, leaving you unsure of what's real and what's imagined. The movie follows Jessica, played brilliantly by Zora Lampert, who moves with her husband to a quiet farmhouse in the countryside. She's just come out of a stay in a psychiatric hospital, and this new life is supposed to be a fresh start. But almost immediately, Jessica begins hearing whispers, seeing things she can't explain, and feeling like something or someone is watching her. Soon she crosses paths with a strange young woman who may not be who she seems. Is this newcomer a ghost, a vampire, or just another trick of Jessica's fragile mind? That's the unsettling tension that drives the entire film. What makes Let's Scare Jessica to Death so powerful isn't big flashy scares. It's the atmosphere. The farmhouse and its surroundings are shot in this eerie, dreamlike way where even silence feels threatening. The soundtrack, filled with hushed voices and strange noises, only makes you feel more trapped in Jessica's unraveling world. At its core, the film is about the fear of losing control of your own mind. The horror doesn't come from an external monster, but from not knowing whether what you're experiencing is real. Lampert's performance nails this. Her fragile, haunted presence keeps you hooked and unsettled from start to finish. By the time the credits roll, the film doesn't give you easy answers. Instead, it leaves you with a lingering unease, the kind that sticks with you long after. Let's Scare Jessica to Death is one of those quiet horror gems that proves you don't need buckets of gore to terrify. All it takes is mood, paranoia, and the terrifying possibility that the real horror is in your own head. The Reflecting Skin, 1990. Philip Ridley's debut is not just overlooked. It's actively unsettling, and that's precisely the point. Set in the wheat-scorched plains of 1950s Idaho, it renders childhood trauma as fever dream. The film unfolds like a gothic fairy tale. Adults are either predators or victims, and innocence curdles into something dangerous. Young Seth Dove believes his neighbor is a vampire. She might be. Or she might simply be a widow, mourning in the vast American nowhere. Meanwhile, Seth's world collapses. His father unravels, his older brother returns from the Pacific changed, and the horizon burns with the dread of atomic age anxiety. Ridley frames the endless wheat fields like an ocean you could drown in, scorched gold and blood-red sunsets, while the synth and string score turns pastoral decay into operatic horror. Viggo Mortensen brings unexpected tenderness to a role that could have been archetypal, while Jeremy Cooper sustains a feral intensity rare in child actors. But it's Lindsay Duncan who haunts every frame, fragile, monstrous, and terrifying, depending on whose eyes we're seeing through. Premiering at select festivals and earning a cult reputation in Europe, the film vanished from American screens for years. It flirts with exploitation edges but never fully embraces them. The reflecting skin feels like Terrence Malick directing a grim tale. Beautiful, unbearable, and even 30 years later, defiant of easy categorization. Dahlman, 1991. Tim Thomerson brings his trademark deadpan wit to this sci-fi action romp about an intergalactic cop who finds himself shrunk to 13 inches tall while pursuing a criminal to Earth. Director Albert Pyun turns this size-shifting premise into a clever twist on the fish-out-of-water cop story, where our hero's biggest challenge isn't just catching the bad guys, it's surviving in a world where even house cats are kaiju-sized threats. Brick Bardo might be tiny, but his gun still packs its original dimensional punch, leading to some creative action sequences where our miniature Dirty Harry takes down full-size thugs with explosive results. The film plays its absurd concept completely straight, which makes Thomerson's tough guy one-liners and the over-the-top violence even more entertaining. What really sells Dahlman is its commitment to the bit. Every scene considers the logistics and challenges of being a tiny cop in a full-sized world, from using dental floss as a repelling line to turning cigarette butts into cover during shootouts. Jackie Earle Haley chews the scenery as the villain, creating a worthy adversary for our diminutive detective. For fans of B-movie action who appreciate creative problem-solving and tongue-in-cheek humor, Dahlman proves that when it comes to sci-fi action heroes, size definitely isn't everything. Who Can Kill a Child? 1976. A Quiet Vacation turns into something unspeakable in this deeply unsettling Spanish horror gem. A British couple travels to a remote island off the coast of Spain, searching for sun and peace before the arrival of their third child. But what greets them isn't paradise. It's a town frozen in silence. The shops are empty, the doors stand open, and the only inhabitants left are the children, smiling with an eerie calm that grows more sinister by the minute. Director Narciso Ibáñez Serrador transforms the idyllic setting into something nightmarish, using bright sunlight and open spaces to heighten the unease. There's no darkness to hide in here. Every scene feels exposed, and that's what makes it terrifying. The horror builds slowly, more psychological than visceral, as the couple realizes the true nature of the island's nightmare. It's a story about guilt, human cruelty, and the terrifying idea that innocence can become its own form of violence. Few films from the 1970s feel this morally charged or confident in tone. Serrador weaves tension like a documentary of decay, capturing something primal and unforgettable. Long after it ends, the question in its title continues to echo. Not as a challenge, but as a haunting reminder of what people become when reason gives way to fear. Star Crash, 1978. In a galaxy of flashing lights and wild imagination, space outlaw Stella Star and her partner Acton are recruited to stop a cosmic tyrant whose superweapon threatens the universe. Along the way, they encounter Amazons, stop-motion monsters, and even a robot cop with a southern drawl, all leading to a final battle that feels ripped straight from a pulp magazine cover. Directed by Luigi Cozzi, Star Crash is Italy's most infamous answer to Star Wars. Caroline Munro shines as Stella, clad in eye-catching space gear and embodying the fearless heroine. She's joined by Marjoe Gortner as the psychic Acton, Judd Hamilton as the loyal robot Elle, and a young David Hasselhoff as a prince caught in the fight against evil. Christopher Plummer adds unexpected gravitas as the Emperor, delivering lines with Shakespearean weight amid the chaos. The film thrives on spectacle over logic. Laser battles, colorful planets, and outrageous costumes fill nearly every frame. The effects may be crude, but their charm is undeniable, with Cozzi's love of pulp adventure bursting through the screen. Though dismissed by critics at the time, Star Crash became a cult favorite on late-night TV and VHS shelves, embraced by fans for its unrestrained creativity and campy energy. Today, it stands as one of the most delightfully eccentric sci-fi films of the 1970s, a cosmic fever dream where sincerity and absurdity collide in equal measure. Nightwing, 1979. Nightwing is one of those late 70s studio horror films that tried to mix social commentary with creature thrills, and ended up creating something strangely unique. Released in 1979, it's a blend of ecological horror, Native American mysticism, and small-town paranoia, with killer vampire bats thrown in for good measure. The story is set in a remote desert community in New Mexico, where cattle are dying mysteriously, and the locals are divided between superstition and science. A local tribal deputy begins investigating, uncovering a terrifying truth. A swarm of rabid vampire bats infected by an ancient curse is heading straight for the town. What follows is part monster movie, part spiritual reckoning. Director Arthur Hiller treats the material seriously, almost too seriously, filling the film with sweeping desert landscapes, ritual symbolism, and slow-burn tension. But when the bats attack, all that restraint vanishes in a flurry of shrieks, blood, and chaos. It's a strange tonal clash that somehow works, creating a mood that's both grand and grimy at the same time. Unlike most animal attack movies of its era, Nightwing isn't really about the creatures. It's about people trying to hold on to their beliefs in a world that's changing around them. The clash between modernity and tradition runs through every scene, turning a pulp premise into something unexpectedly thoughtful. When it eventually hit home video, Nightwing found an audience among fans of slow-burn horror and eco-thrillers like Prophecy in the Pack. It's moody, uneven, and often overlooked, but it captures a kind of quiet, end-of-the-decade dread that feels very specific to 1979. Nightwing may have been marketed as a monster movie, but beneath the shrieking bats and desert dust is a story about fear, faith, and the uneasy balance between nature and man. The Carpenter, 1988. When a couple moves into a rundown house in need of major repairs, they hire help to restore it. But the man who shows up is no ordinary carpenter. He's the vengeful spirit of a former builder who was executed years earlier. Now, with hammer and saw in hand, he resumes his work, and anyone who gets in the way of his vision pays the price. Directed by David Wellington, The Carpenter blends supernatural horror with slasher elements. Wings Hauser takes on the title role, bringing both charm and menace to the ghostly handyman, while Lynn Adams plays the troubled wife who finds herself strangely drawn to him despite the carnage he leaves behind. The film delivers plenty of inventive kills, turning everyday tools into instruments of terror. Circular saws, nail guns, and power drills all become part of the carpenter's grim craft. At the same time, the film explores themes of obsession and temptation as the line between attraction and danger blurs. Though not widely released outside video shelves, The Carpenter has earned cult status thanks to Hauser's intense performance and its mix of domestic drama with grisly supernatural violence. Dolly Dearest, 1991. An American family moves to Mexico to revive a failing doll factory, unaware that the property sits atop ancient ruins where a demonic spirit has been imprisoned for centuries. When the spirit possesses the factory's inventory of porcelain dolls, the family's young daughter receives one as a gift. And Dolly has plans that involve much more than playtime. As the possessed dolls multiply and their violence escalates, the family must discover the spirit's origins and find a way to stop it. The film arrived in Child's Play's wake, clearly capitalizing on Evil Doll's success. But director Maria Elise brings enough craft to make it more than a simple cash grab. The Mexican locations provide authentic atmosphere, ancient ruins, dusty factories, and colonial architecture that grounds the supernatural premise. The doll effects blend animatronics and puppetry with varying success, most effective when the dolls move in quick, unsettling bursts rather than extended sequences. Denise Crosby leads the cast as the mother slowly realizing her daughter's beloved toy is something malevolent, while Sam Bottoms plays the father, whose business venture becomes a nightmare. Rip Torn appears as the archaeologist who understands the demonic forces at play, adding veteran presence. The child performance captures genuine creepiness as the daughter falls under Dolly's influence. The film's mythology connecting dolls to ancient demon worship provides more depth than expected, treating the supernatural elements with surprising seriousness. The climax delivers practical effects chaos as multiple possessed dolls attack simultaneously. Dolly Dearest won't replace Chucky in the evil doll pantheon, but it's competently made horror that found its audience through video stores seeking child's play alternatives. Terrorvision, 1986. Terrorvision is a horror comedy film released in 1986, directed by Ted Nicolau. The plot revolves around the Putterman family, who install a new satellite television system that inadvertently receives signals from outer space. This leads to the unintended consequence of an alien monster being transported into their home. As the monster begins to wreak havoc, the film blends slapstick humor with horror elements, creating a unique and campy viewing experience. Notable performances include Diane Franklin as Susie, Garrett Graham as Stan, and Mary Woronov as Raquel, who bring a delightful absurdity to their roles. The film is characterized by its colorful set design, quirky characters, and a distinctive visual style that reflects the 1980s aesthetic. It also features a playful critique of suburban life and media consumption, echoing themes from other cult classics of the era. Terrorvision runs for 85 minutes and has garnered a cult following, currently holding an IMDb rating of 5.5. While it may not have been a commercial success upon release, it has since become a beloved film among fans of B-movie horror and comedy. The film showcases a mix of outrageous special effects and comedic moments, making it a fun watch for those who appreciate campy horror. With its bizarre premise and eccentric characters, Terrorvision remains a memorable entry in the genre, celebrated for its creativity and humor. Puppet Master 2, 1990. Puppet Master 2 continues the darkly imaginative story of André Toulon and his psychically animated puppets, diving deeper into the eerie world where life, death, and the supernatural collide. Directed by David Allen in 1990, this sequel picks up shortly after the events of the first film, following a group of researchers who are drawn into the deadly mysteries surrounding Toulon's creations. Led by the determined Megan Gallagher, played by Elizabeth McClellan, the team hopes to uncover the secrets of the puppets. But curiosity quickly turns into danger as the malevolent dolls, familiar faces like Blade, Pinhead, and Jester, spring to life to protect their master's secrets. Each puppet brings its own terrifying abilities and personality, and the practical puppetry and animatronics make their movements unnervingly lifelike, heightening the tension in every scene. At its core, the film explores more than just horror. Toulon's quest for immortality and the puppet's desire to remain animated give the story a philosophical edge, reflecting on the boundaries between life and death. This adds depth to the narrative, making the stakes feel both supernatural and personal. The sequel builds on the campy charm of the original while upping the suspense and gore. Moments of dark humor are sprinkled throughout, balancing the tension and keeping viewers on edge. The performances, particularly from McClellan, ground the film, making the terror feel immediate as the human characters confront the relentless puppets. While it may not have reached mainstream acclaim, Puppet Master 2 has become a cult favorite. Fans appreciate its inventive premise, memorable characters, and the clever ways the puppets carry out their attacks. It's a film that entertains while expanding the lore of the franchise, setting the stage for future installments with style and creativity. By the end, the movie leaves a lingering sense of both fascination and unease. Puppet Master 2 is a thrilling blend of horror, dark fantasy, and clever storytelling, offering a unique puppet-driven nightmare that horror fans won't soon forget. The New York Ripper, 1982. A serial killer stalks Manhattan, calling police in a bizarre Donald Duck voice while targeting women with blade violence. Lucio Fulci's nasty giallo follows a detective through early 80s. New York's seedier corners, live peep shows, underground clubs, spaces where exploitation and violence feel interchangeable. Jack Headley's burnt-out detective navigates increasingly disturbing case connections to the underground scene and a damaged psyche. The killer's duck voice should be ridiculous, but somehow makes everything more unsettling, suggesting psychological damage so severe it's manifested this vocal tic. The practical gore effects are characteristically Fulci, unflinching, explicit, designed to provoke. The blade violence is staged with clinical precision that makes it more disturbing than stylized slasher sequences. Francesco De Masi's sleazy jazz score provides perfect atmosphere for the Times Square setting. Fulci shoots New York as moral cesspool, his camera lingering on decay and vice with barely concealed contempt. The porn theaters, peep shows, and massage parlors aren't just setting but indictment of urban moral collapse. The climax reveals the killer's identity and motivation rooted in childhood trauma and obsession that doesn't mitigate the preceding exploitation. The New York Ripper remains one of Fulci's most controversial films, accused of profound misogyny even by giallo standards. It's genuinely unpleasant viewing, representing Italian horror at its most transgressive and least concerned with likability. A film that pushes boundaries specifically to provoke reaction. Dr. Mordred, 1992. This one began life as a planned Doctor Strange adaptation until the rights fell through, which explains the familiar setup. A powerful sorcerer living quietly in a modern city, guarding the world from supernatural threats that the public never sees. Instead of Marvel's hero, Full Moon produced their own mystical defender, and Jeffrey Combs steps into the role with focused intensity. Mordred has spent centuries observing humanity while preparing for the return of Cabal, a rival sorcerer bent on bringing monstrous forces into our dimension. Combs plays him as a scholar warrior, serious and slightly alien, while Yvette Nipar's character becomes the grounded presence, reacting to the magical chaos around her. Brian Thompson leans into villainy as Cabal, relishing every dramatic line. Budget limitations inspired clever solutions. The most memorable sequence takes place inside a museum where Mordred and Cabal animate dinosaur skeletons and ancient artifacts in a magical duel. Stop-motion effects and puppetry give the showdown texture and charm that CGI of the era couldn't match. Optical effects fill in the spellcasting and dimensional imagery. Albert Band keeps the story simple and propulsive, avoiding deep lore dumps while building a world that feels larger than the movie's budget. Full Moon intended the film to launch a franchise, and while financial issues halted those plans, Dr. Mordred has endured as one of the studio's most polished and imaginative productions. A glimpse of what they could do when ambition outpaced resources, but the creativity held everything together. Doom Asylum, 1987. A group of friends explores an abandoned mental hospital, only to discover that it's not as empty as it looks. Lurking in the shadows is a disfigured former lawyer turned mad surgeon, still bitter, still bloody, and armed with medical tools that definitely weren't meant for patients. Doom Asylum is one of those movies that feels like it was made entirely out of leftover reels from 10 other slashers. It's chaotic, cheap, and completely self-aware, mixing bad jokes, rubber gore, and over-the-top performances that flirt with parody. The killer monologues, the victims argue about movies, and half the dialogue sounds like it was improvised on the spot. But that's exactly why it works. This isn't about scares, it's about tone. The movie moves like a punk comedy of errors, absurd deaths, screaming metal guitar riffs, and editing that feels more like a fever dream than a script. And somewhere underneath all that chaos, you can tell everyone's having fun with it. It's the kind of horror movie you can't take seriously, but also can't forget. Doom Asylum exists in that special corner of 80s horror, where the line between slasher and spoof completely disappears, and somehow that makes it even more entertaining. Jacob's Ladder, 1990. Adrian Lyne's Jacob's Ladder is a haunting descent into trauma, grief, and the blurred line between reality and nightmare. Unlike the splatter-driven horror dominating much of the decade, this film takes a quieter, more psychological approach, using surreal imagery and emotional depth to unsettle its audience. Tim Robbins stars as Jacob Singer, a Vietnam veteran plagued by terrifying hallucinations and disjointed memories. As he tries to piece together what's happening to him, his world fractures. Shadowy figures lurk in crowds, subway tunnels stretch into grotesque visions, and reality itself becomes slippery. Robin's performance anchors the chaos, capturing Jacob's vulnerability and desperation with heartbreaking sincerity. The film's strength lies in its ambiguity. Is Jacob suffering from PTSD, a government conspiracy, or something supernatural? Line refuses to provide easy answers, leaving viewers adrift in the same uncertainty that consumes Jacob. This ambiguity is amplified by Bruce Joel Rubin's script, which weaves themes of death, guilt, and acceptance into the narrative. The imagery is unforgettable. Twisted faces, vibrating heads, and surreal hospital sequences create a sense of dread that feels both nightmarish and strangely spiritual. These visions would go on to influence everything from Japanese horror to the Silent Hill video game series, cementing the film's legacy beyond cinema. At its core, Jacob's Ladder is about letting go of life, of pain, of the ghosts that haunt us. It's a film that unsettles not just because of what it shows, but because of the questions it raises about death and what might come after. It Lives Again, also known as It's Alive 2, 1978. Imagine the terror of a mutant baby unleashed and then multiplied. It Lives Again picks up the chilling legacy of the original It's Alive, cranking the dread higher with not one, but three razor-toothed infants wreaking havoc in unsuspecting neighborhoods. The story unfolds through Frank Davis, the grieving father from the first film, now on a crusade. He teams up with scientists to protect a new generation of mutant babies born across the country from a government that intends to eliminate them at birth. When he meets Jody and Eugene Scott, a young couple expecting their own child, Frank warns them of a growing conspiracy. What follows is frantic, covert delivery in a mobile lab, a daring escape, and a fight to keep their offspring alive. Larry Cohen doesn't hide his high-concept premise. He leans into it with full force. Split-second shots of the baby's claws, the unsettling crawl of tiny bodies, and explosive bursts of violence give the film the feel of a fever dream that's just one tear away from going full horror exploitation. Cohen mingles socio-political ideas, nature versus society, government intrusion, with old-school horror on a shoestring budget. The trio of mutant infants may look like bizarre puppetry mixed with Rick Baker's creature magic, but they're menacing in their primal fury. One memorable scene turns a serene pool into a battleground, with tiny limbs transforming it into a pool of terror. There's a brutal logic to the horror. These babies aren't evil, just driven by instincts no one can control or predict. The heart of the film lies in its uneasy moral maze. Are these babies monsters, or the next step of evolution? Frank believes they're not evil. They're born, not made, and fight to prove it. But when destruction spreads and loyalties fracture, even he starts to question whether protecting them is worth the cost. It's a sequel that doubles down on the shock value, even if it loses some of the quiet pathos of the original. Still, for aficionados of bizarre, cult horror, It Lives Again is a weirdly compelling ride. Half conspiracy thriller, half creature feature, all unapologetically strange. Shivers, 1975. Cronenberg's first major feature, Shivers, feels like a virus that escaped from both a lab and the filmmaker's imagination. Set in a high-rise apartment complex, it follows the spread of a parasite that turns its victims into violent versions of themselves. What begins as a sterile medical experiment quickly devolves into a contained apocalypse, a world where infection and desire become the same thing. Shot in Montreal on a modest budget, Shivers introduced nearly all of Cronenberg's lifelong obsessions: transformation, the breakdown of the body, and the collision of science and instinct. The building itself becomes a living organism, its plumbing pulsing with infection, its residents shedding civilization one floor at a time. It's clinical and disgusting, intellectual and feral, often in the same frame. The film caused outrage on release, with critics calling it obscene, nihilistic, even dangerous, a warning about how easily technology, science, and human appetite can intertwine. Every scream and every slick crawling parasite paved the way for what would become Cronenberg's defining idea: that the horror of the future isn't something that attacks us from the outside. It grows from within. Shivers wasn't just the start of a career, it was the inflection point for an entire subgenre, the birth of body horror. Begotten, 1989. In a remote, empty landscape, a series of symbolic events unfold like fragments of an ancient myth. Characters move slowly through desolate fields and shadowy structures, acting out rituals that seem older than language. The narrative isn't explained directly. Instead, viewers piece together meaning through gestures, movement, and visual metaphor. The result feels like witnessing a forgotten legend rather than a traditional story. Director Elias Merhige creates a one-of-a-kind visual experience, using a heavily processed, high-contrast style that makes the images look worn and timeless. Grain, scratches, and flickering light give the film the quality of a found artifact. There is no spoken dialogue, only ambient sound and rhythm, which intensify the sense of isolation. The film's strength lies in its commitment to abstraction. Every action is deliberate, every image arranged to evoke emotion or suggest a larger cosmic cycle. As the characters move through barren forests and quiet ruins, the film seems to explore creation, destruction, and renewal on a symbolic level rather than a literal one. Because it avoids traditional structure, it inspires strong reactions. Some see it as an avant-garde meditation on mythology. Others view it as a visual endurance test. But its influence is undeniable. Few films have achieved such a distinctive atmosphere or left such a lasting impression on experimental cinema. The Thing, 1982. John Carpenter's The Thing is a masterclass in paranoia, atmosphere, and body horror. Set in the icy isolation of an Antarctic research station, the film follows a group of scientists who discover that a shape-shifting alien has infiltrated their base. Able to perfectly imitate any living organism, the creature turns friends into threats and trust into a deadly gamble. Kurt Russell anchors the story as R.J. McReady, a helicopter pilot forced into reluctant leadership as suspicion tears the group apart. The supporting cast, including Wilford Brimley, Keith David, and Donald Moffat, bring rugged authenticity, each man slowly unraveling under the psychological pressure of not knowing who to trust. What truly makes The Thing legendary are Rob Bottin's groundbreaking special effects. From the infamous chest chomp to the grotesque spider head, the transformations are a nightmarish showcase of imagination and craft. Even today, the practical effects remain jaw-dropping, a disturbing blend of viscera, surrealism, and uncanny realism that CGI still struggles to replicate. Carpenter amplifies the terror with slow, suffocating tension. Long stretches of silence, broken by bursts of shocking violence, keep the audience on edge. Ennio Morricone's score, with its minimalist, pulsing heartbeat motif, underscores the mounting dread. The Antarctic setting itself is a character, vast, empty, and merciless, ensuring there's no escape from the monster or from each other. More than just a creature feature, The Thing is a study of fear and mistrust. The true horror isn't just the alien lurking in the dark, but the suspicion that anyone, even your closest ally, could already be infected. Its bleak, ambiguous ending leaves viewers unsettled, cementing its status as one of the most chilling and uncompromising films of the decade. The Quiet Earth, 1985. The Quiet Earth is a haunting sci-fi film directed by Jeff Murphy, released in 1985. The story centers around Zach Hobson, a scientist who awakens to find himself inexplicably alone in a world devoid of human life. As Zach navigates through the empty streets of New Zealand, he grapples with the eerie silence and the psychological toll of isolation. The film effectively explores the existential dread that accompanies being the last person on Earth. It raises profound questions. What would you do if you were truly alone? How would you cope with the freedom and loneliness? Zach's desperate search for other survivors eventually leads him to two individuals, Joanne and Appy. Each character brings their own agenda and secrets, complicating the dynamics of their fragile relationships. As they attempt to understand their new reality, tensions rise, and the film delves into themes of trust, survival, and the darker aspects of human nature. Visually, The Quiet Earth is striking, with stunning cinematography that captures the desolate beauty of its New Zealand setting. The atmosphere is thick with suspense, expertly building tension as Zach's mental state deteriorates. The film deftly balances moments of introspection with sudden bursts of action, making for an engaging narrative. The film's climax leads to a thought-provoking and ambiguous conclusion that lingers long after the credits roll. It challenges viewers to reflect on the nature of existence and the human condition, making it a standout piece of cinema. With a runtime of 91 minutes, The Quiet Earth is a unique gem that deserves recognition. It has garnered a dedicated following over the years for its originality and depth, often being hailed as one of the first significant sci-fi films produced in New Zealand. As you immerse yourself in this atmospheric journey, you may find yourself contemplating the fragility of society and the essence of what it means to be human. The Quiet Earth is not just a film about survival, it's a meditation on isolation and the complexities of human relationships. The Midnight Hour, 1985. On Halloween night, a group of teens in a small New England town break into a museum and stumble upon an ancient curse. By reading aloud from a mysterious scroll, they unleash the spirits of witches, vampires, and zombies, turning their holiday into a night of real terror. What begins as mischief quickly becomes a desperate fight for survival, as the dead return to claim the living. Directed by Jack Bender, The Midnight Hour first aired as a made-for-TV movie, but its mix of horror and camp gave it a long afterlife on home video. Lee Montgomery stars as the reluctant hero, with Sherry Belafonte and LeVar Burton among the friends drawn into the chaos. Their performances bring both charm and tension to a story that shifts between lighthearted and genuinely eerie. The film embraces the Halloween spirit, filling its small-town setting with foggy graveyards, haunted houses, and festive costumes. The undead are played both for scares and spectacle, with practical effects that deliver surprisingly effective chills for a television production. A musical number even breaks out, cementing its place as one of the most eccentric entries in 80s horror. What makes The Midnight Hour stand out is its atmosphere. It captures the feeling of Halloween night, playful, spooky, and unpredictable, while leaning into a story that's equal parts campfire tale and creature feature. Once overlooked after its original broadcast, it became a VHS favorite for fans who discovered its quirky charm. Today, it's remembered as a cult gem of Halloween horror, a film that celebrates the season with both frights and fun. Night of the Scarecrow, 1995. Rural horror meets supernatural revenge in Night of the Scarecrow, directed by Jeff Burr in 1995. The story begins when a small town accidentally resurrects a vengeful spirit, bound to a scarecrow. What follows is a grisly series of attacks as the entity exacts revenge for past wrongs, turning the quiet community into a bloody battleground. The scarecrow itself is a striking figure, part monster, part avenger, lurking in cornfields and striking with brutal force. The film embraces classic horror tropes, pitchforks, barns, dark country roads, but infuses them with supernatural flair, making the villain more than just a man in a mask. Instead, the scarecrow feels elemental, a spirit tied to the land itself. As the killings escalate, the townspeople's buried secrets are dragged into the open, revealing that the scarecrow's wrath isn't random. Its justice twisted into something monstrous. The film's pacing keeps the tension high, mixing atmospheric dread with splashes of gory spectacle. Night of the Scarecrow may not have been a mainstream hit, but it has earned a place among cult horror fans who love its blend of rural Gothic mood and supernatural mayhem. At its best, it captures the primal fear of the fields at night. Silent, endless, and hiding something waiting to move just beyond the stalks. Don't Look in the Basement, 1973. Deep in rural Texas, a young nurse arrives at a remote asylum to start a new job, only to discover that the doctor is dead, the patients are running the place, and the line between sanity and madness no longer exists. Every room hides a new kind of danger, and every face seems to wear a mask of calm just waiting to crack. Released under other titles, including The Forgotten, this low-budget shocker from director S.F. Brownrigg became a staple of drive-in horror and late-night TV. Shot on a shoestring and drenched in southern sweat, it feels claustrophobic and unpredictable, where even silence carries a kind of menace. The amateur cast and raw camera work give it a strange authenticity. It doesn't feel performed so much as found. What it lacks in polish, it makes up for in atmosphere and sheer unease. The creaking floors, dim lighting, and chaotic editing make the entire asylum feel alive, pulsing with fear and confusion. Like the Texas Chainsaw Massacre, which came just a year later, Don't Look in the Basement proves that you don't need money to make something that gets under your skin. It's grim, sweaty, and deeply unsettling, a cracked mirror reflecting the madness of 1970s American horror. The Beyond, 1981, Lucio Fulci's masterpiece of metaphysical horror, takes us to a Louisiana hotel built over one of the seven gates of hell. When Liza inherits the Seven Doors Hotel, she unknowingly inherits a legacy of supernatural violence that blurs the lines between our world and the next. As reality begins to unravel, she discovers that sometimes the gateway to hell is a fixer-upper with really bad plumbing. What makes The Beyond unique is its dreamlike approach to horror. Fulci abandons traditional narrative logic for a series of increasingly surreal sequences where cause and effect become meaningless. The hotel exists in multiple times and spaces at once, where opening a door might lead you to a flooded basement, a Gothic library, or directly into hell itself. The film's violence is both extreme and artistic. Each death scene is choreographed like a grotesque ballet, with Fulci's infamous eye trauma fetish taken to new heights. But these aren't just shock moments. They're part of a larger tapestry where the human body itself becomes unreliable, subject to supernatural forces that treat flesh like clay. Katrina McCall brings a grounded presence to Liza, serving as our anchor in a world gone mad. Her performance helps sell the gradual dissolution of reality, as she moves from practical concerns about hotel renovation to cosmic horror about the nature of existence itself. David Warbeck's Dr. McCabe provides the voice of skeptical reason, until reason itself becomes another casualty. The real star might be the atmosphere. Fulci and cinematographer Sergio Salvati create a thick, humid mood where even daylight scenes feel somehow wrong. The hotel's architecture becomes increasingly impossible, while Fabio Frizzi's haunting score emphasizes the spiritual rot beneath the surface. The Beyond isn't interested in explaining its mysteries. Instead, it presents horror as a form of dark poetry, where logic gives way to nightmare, and even death might not be an escape from the horrors that await beyond the seven doors. The Rift, 1990. Dive into the depths of aquatic terror with The Rift, also known as Endless Descent, where director Juan Piquer Simon delivers a claustrophobic nightmare that feels like the abyss took a wrong turn into Event Horizon territory. When a high-tech submarine vanishes in mysterious waters, a rescue team descends into an underwater maze of horrors where science has clearly gone wrong. Jack Scalia leads a crew of expendables into the depths, where they discover an abandoned research facility that harbors monstrosities beyond comprehension. The practical effects bring these creatures to life with gloriously grotesque detail. Think twisted mutations and biological aberrations that would make John Carpenter proud. What really sells the horror is the film's suffocating atmosphere. Every creaking corridor and waterlogged chamber builds tension, while the crushing pressure of the deep adds an extra layer of dread to every encounter. The story might borrow from better-known underwater thrillers, but it compensates with sheer, unrestrained monster mayhem. For creature feature enthusiasts and fans of practical effects wizardry, The Rift serves up deep-sea terror with enough twisted imagination to make you think twice about your next diving expedition. The Deadly Spawn, 1983. A meteor crash lands in rural New Jersey, carrying with it a nest of monstrous worm-like creatures with endless rows of teeth. At first they hide in a basement, But soon the alien spawn multiply and burst into the house, attacking anyone unlucky enough to cross their path. With adults quickly picked off, it falls to a group of kids and teenagers to fight for survival against the creatures before the infestation spreads beyond control. Directed by Douglas McKeown, The Deadly Spawn is a landmark in independent horror, made for almost no money, but packed with imagination. The cast includes Charles George Hildebrandt and Tom DeFranco, though the real stars are the creatures themselves, realized through ambitious practical effects that deliver far more than the film's tiny budget would suggest. The monsters are unforgettable, fleshy tooth-lined maws snapping in the dark, devouring victims in showers of gore. One sequence in particular, involving a kitchen attack, became legendary among VHS fans for its shocking brutality. The combination of inventive puppetry, handmade gore, and non-stop energy makes the film feel bigger than it is. What makes The Deadly Spawn endure is its scrappy determination. It takes the alien invasion concept and distills it into a suburban siege, where every creak in the basement could mean another bloody ambush. Its cover art became iconic on video store shelves, luring renters who were rewarded with a cult classic that delivered on its grisly promise. Today, it's celebrated as one of the great low-budget creature features of the 1980s, a film that proves creativity, passion, and gallons of fake blood can go toe-to-toe with Hollywood's biggest monsters. Curtains, 1983. A reclusive director invites a group of actresses to his isolated mansion, each competing for the same coveted role. But as tensions rise between the hopefuls, someone in a grotesque old woman mask begins stalking them one by one. What should have been a career-making opportunity turns into a fight for survival. Directed by Richard Syupka, Curtains stands out in the Canadian horror wave of the early 80s. John Vernon plays the manipulative director Jonathan Stryker, while Samantha Eggar and Lynn Griffin anchor the cast of actresses caught in his twisted audition process. The film is remembered most for its chilling set pieces. A doll abandoned in the snow, a masked killer gliding across an ice rink, and dim stage lighting that turns the theater into a trap. The blend of theatrical ambition and slasher violence makes it feel both stylish and vicious. Though plagued by behind-the-scenes conflicts and uneven pacing, Curtains has earned cult status thanks to its unforgettable imagery and eerie atmosphere. It's a slasher that thrives on performance, deception, and the danger of ambition. An American Werewolf in London, 1981, John Landis created the definitive werewolf film, balancing genuine horror with pitch-black comedy while delivering the most famous transformation sequence in cinema history. Two American backpackers ignore warnings about the Yorkshire moors, and when a creature attacks, one dies while the other survives, cursed. David Kessler's dead friend appears as a progressively decaying ghost, urging him to end his life before the next full moon. David Naughton plays David with genuine vulnerability, his romance with nurse Jenny Agutter providing emotional weight that makes his curse more tragic. Griffin Dunn steals scenes as the decomposing Jack. Their conversations in London, locations blending absurdist humor with existential dread. The victims David kills appear as undead spirits begging him to die and release them from limbo. Rick Baker's transformation sequence remains the gold standard. David's change in Alex's apartment is agonizingly prolonged. Hands extending into paws, spine elongating, facial structure reforming as snout emerges through stretching flesh. Baker achieved this through mechanical prosthetics, air bladders, and makeup innovation that earned the first-ever Academy Award for Best Makeup. The film's tonal shifts are masterful. The Moor attack is genuinely terrifying. The undead conversation's darkly comic, and the Piccadilly Circus rampage delivers spectacular carnage. Landis balances these elements without undercutting any, creating a film that's simultaneously frightening, funny, and heartbreaking. An American Werewolf in London set the template for modern lycanthropy cinema, proving transformation could be both technical showcase and emotional devastation. The Death Wheelers, 1973. In the grey sprawl of early 1970s England, a motorcycle gang called the Living Dead tears through small towns and open roads like ghosts with nothing left to lose. Led by the arrogant and oddly philosophical Tom Latham, they live fast, die young, and, thanks to a mysterious pact with forces beyond comprehension, come roaring back from the grave to do it all over again. Also known as psychomania, this is British horror filtered through a mod daydream of rebellion and death. Director Don Sharp crafts a world where the afterlife feels oddly mundane, where immortality just means endless wheelies and reckless abandon. Nicky Henson plays Tom with wild-eyed charm, part rock star, part cult leader, while Beryl Reid and George Sanders lend the film an eerie weight as the adults complicit in his dark discovery. The mix of horror, counterculture, and absurdity gives it a one-of-a-kind tone, equal parts stylish and ridiculous. The film's haunting folk soundtrack, bleak English landscapes, and deadpan performances create a surreal mood that's impossible to shake. Few movies capture the strange optimism of early 70s occult cinema like this one, where even death feels like another kind of freedom. The Death Wheelers is both ridiculous and profound, a perfect midnight movie about the price of never growing up. Assault on Precinct 13, 1976. Assault on Precinct 13, directed by John Carpenter, is one of the most influential action thrillers of the 1970s. It is a masterclass in building suspense and creating tension that lingers long after the film ends. The story takes place on a hot summer night in Los Angeles. A police precinct scheduled for closure finds itself under siege by a violent gang. Inside, a small group of officers and civilians is trapped. Lieutenant Ethan Bishop leads the defense with calm determination. He is joined by Napoleon Wilson, a hardened criminal who proves to be a surprisingly reliable ally. With no reinforcements and limited resources, they must hold off wave after wave of attackers. Every hallway, every stairwell, every flickering light adds to the sense of claustrophobia and imminent danger. Carpenter's direction is precise. The film's minimalist setting contributes to the tension, and the haunting synth-heavy score elevates the suspense. Each moment feels charged with anxiety, and even in quiet scenes, there is a sense of unease that makes the action feel even more intense. The pacing is deliberate, allowing character moments to breathe while keeping the audience engaged and on edge. Beyond the siege and the shootouts, Assault on Precinct 13 is a story about loyalty, survival, and the human instinct to persevere in the face of overwhelming odds. It examines the moral complexity of working together when lives are at stake, especially when the lines between lawmen and criminals become blurred. The film's influence on the action genre is undeniable, inspiring countless remakes, homages, and urban siege thrillers in the decades that followed. For anyone who enjoys taut, suspenseful thrillers with memorable characters and relentless tension, Assault on Precinct 13 remains essential viewing. Its combination of smart storytelling, unforgettable atmosphere, and intense action has stood the test of time. The Haunting, 1963. Robert Wise's The Haunting is often hailed as the definitive haunted house movie, not because of what it shows, but because of what it refuses to show. Adapted from Shirley Jackson's classic novel The Haunting of Hill House, it follows a group of people invited to stay in a sprawling, cursed mansion to study its supposed supernatural activity. But as the walls groan and doors buckle, the real horror comes from the fragility of the human mind. Julie Harris delivers one of her greatest performances as Eleanor, a lonely, deeply vulnerable woman who joins the experiment in search of belonging. Harris plays her with such raw intensity that Eleanor's descent feels both heartbreaking and terrifying. Claire Bloom adds complexity as Theo, Eleanor's confident and mysterious counterpart, while Richard Johnson anchors the story as Dr. Markway, the investigator leading the study. Wise, who had cut his teeth as an editor on Citizen Kane and as a director of films like West Side Story, brings technical brilliance to the material. Shooting in black and white CinemaScope, He uses extreme angles, distorted lenses, and experimental sound design to make Hill House feel alive. Doors breathe, walls stretch, and thunderous banging fills the halls. Yet the monsters remain unseen, leaving the audience to imagine what Eleanor believes is closing in around her. At a time when horror often leaned on creatures and gore, Wise created something terrifying out of silence, shadows, and suggestion. It's a film that continues to influence everything from modern ghost stories to psychological thrillers. Hill House isn't just haunted, it consumes the fears and desires of those inside, leaving us with one of the most chilling depictions of loneliness and madness ever captured on film. The Dentist, 1996. In the sun-soaked streets of Los Angeles, Dr. Alan Finestone is the picture of perfection. A respected dentist, a successful professional, and a man seemingly in control of every aspect of his life. But beneath the pristine office and polished demeanor lies a mind teetering on the edge. Obsessive, controlling, and meticulous to the point of obsession, Finestone's world is built on order. And he cannot tolerate betrayal or imperfection. That fragile balance shatters on his wedding anniversary when he discovers his wife, Brooke's infidelity. What begins as personal heartbreak quickly erupts into a dangerous, unhinged spiral. Consumed by rage, Finestone begins to see decay and corruption everywhere, and his patients' mouths become both symbols and instruments of his obsession. Armed with dental tools designed to heal, he turns them into instruments of terror, exacting retribution in a series of shocking and meticulously orchestrated attacks. Each act of violence is cold, precise, and terrifyingly intimate, reflecting a mind unraveling under pressure. The film delves deep into themes of control, obsession, and the fragility of the human psyche. As Finestone's descent accelerates, viewers are drawn into a claustrophobic world where perfection is deadly and paranoia reigns. The tension builds not just through the acts themselves, but through the psychological horror of witnessing a man lose all restraint, turning everyday objects into tools of fear. The Dentist blends visceral terror with psychological intensity, creating a story that is as unsettling as it is unforgettable. Watching Alan Finestone's unraveling is both horrifying and mesmerizing, a glimpse into the darkest corners of obsession and vengeance. For fans of the 90s thrillers that combine character-driven tension with shocking horror, this film is a chilling reminder that sometimes the most terrifying monsters are human, and that madness can hide behind the most perfect smiles. Frightmare, 1983. A group of theater students obsessed with horror films break into the mansion of their favorite movie star, Konrad Razkoff, a legendary actor known for his larger-than-life gothic roles. When they meddle with his body, what begins as a prank becomes a descent into terror as Razkoff's spirit rises from the grave to punish them. Directed by Norman Thaddeus Vane, Frightmare is both a love letter to classic horror and a cautionary tale about fandom gone too far. Veteran actor Ferdinand Maine brings gravitas as Razkoff, oozing menace even in death. Luca Bercovici and Nita Talbot join the ensemble as the reckless students, who quickly regret their trespass. The film's power lies in its mix of Gothic style and modern slasher mechanics. Creaking coffins, mausoleums, and theatrical sets become weapons of fear, while the kills are staged with macabre showmanship befitting a master actor. The idea of a horror icon literally coming back to life to finish one final performance gives the movie its unique hook. Though overlooked in theaters, Frightmare thrived on VHS, where its lurid cover art and meta-concept caught the eye of horror collectors. Today it stands out as a cult gem, part satire, part supernatural thriller, and a reminder of how the lines between art, audience, and obsession can turn deadly. The Hunter from the Future, 1983. Italian director Antonio Margheriti cobbled together his sci-fi television miniseries into a feature film that's somehow both prehistoric adventure and post-apocalyptic sci-fi. Yor is a mighty warrior in a primitive world who discovers he's actually from an advanced civilization, and his quest for identity involves dinosaurs, cave people, laser guns, and a villain who looks like he wandered in from a Flash Gordon serial. Reb Brown plays Yor with muscular sincerity and a magnificent blonde mane, delivering dialogue with earnest intensity that makes the absurdity somehow endearing. The film careens between genres without warning. One moment sword and sandal action, the next robots and spaceships. The special effects range from impressive miniature work to obviously puppet dinosaurs, all treated with equal seriousness by the cast. The film's theme song, Yours World, became infamous for its synthesizer-heavy bombast and declarative lyrics about the titular hero. It plays multiple times throughout, becoming simultaneously catchy and ridiculous. The action sequences are competently staged, with Yor battling everything from giant bats to android warriors using both primitive weapons and futuristic technology. Yor, the hunter from the future, represents Italian genre filmmaking's willingness to throw everything into the mix, without worrying about coherence. It's adventure film, sci-fi epic, and prehistoric fantasy simultaneously, edited together from a longer work with minimal concern for pacing or logic. The result is endearingly bonkers, a film that keeps surprising through sheer audacity and refusal to pick a lane. It's joyfully stupid in the best possible way. Pin, 1988. Leon and Ursula grow up under the strict rule of their physician father, who teaches them life lessons through a medical dummy nicknamed Pin. To the children, Pin seems alive, speaking with their father's voice. But when tragedy strikes, Leon takes the illusion too far, convincing himself that Pin truly is a living companion, one who whispers advice, makes demands, and slowly takes control. Directed by Sandor Stern, Pin is a chilling Canadian psychological horror that blurs the line between childhood imagination and madness. David Hewlett delivers a haunting performance as Leon, while Cynthia Preston plays Ursula, the sister struggling to cope with her brother's unraveling mind. Terry O'Quinn also appears as the stern father whose lessons spark the obsession. The film thrives on quiet unease rather than overt gore, with Pin's eerily lifelike presence creating an atmosphere of constant discomfort. The sterile settings of doctors' offices and suburban homes only make the story more disturbing, showing horror lurking beneath everyday normalcy. Overlooked on release, Pin has since built a cult following, praised for its unsettling concept and Hewlett's intense portrayal. It's a unique entry in the 1980s horror. Disturbing, tragic, and impossible to forget once you've met Pin. Evil Dead 2, 1987. Sam Raimi's Evil Dead 2 is one of the rare sequels that completely reinvents the original, while staying true to its chaotic spirit. Instead of simply continuing the first film's story, Raimi uses the setup as a springboard for something far more inventive, a delirious mix of horror, comedy, and raw creativity that feels like it's sprinting from start to finish. Ash Williams returns to the infamous cabin, but this time the nightmare is even more unhinged. Demonic forces twist reality itself, turning the film into a non-stop barrage of flying cameras, splattering blood, and cartoonish violence. Bruce Campbell throws himself into the role with wild physicality, selling every scream, grimace, and one-liner with the energy of a man possessed. What makes Evil Dead 2 stand out isn't just its blend of tones, but how confident it feels in its madness. Raimi embraces low-budget ingenuity and turns it into a style. Every shot, every gag, every grotesque effect becomes part of the movie's rhythm. It's relentless, funny, and genuinely unsettling all at once. More than a sequel, Evil Dead 2 became a benchmark for creative horror filmmaking, proof that a director's imagination could turn even the simplest premise into something unforgettable. It didn't just expand a cult classic. It redefined how wild and expressive horror could be when rules went out the window. Dirty Mary Crazy Larry, 1974. A small-time crook, his mechanic, and a reckless woman on the run tear across the back roads of California with the police right behind them. Larry and Deke pull off a quick supermarket heist, dreaming of a shot at the racing circuit, but their getaway turns into a full-throttle chase that consumes everything in its path. Mary, wild and unpredictable, isn't supposed to be there, but once she's in the car, there's no turning back. Dirty Mary Crazy Larry is a perfect time capsule of 1970s outlaw energy, the era when every anti-hero had a fast car and a death wish. Peter Fonda and Susan George make the chaos feel alive, their chemistry mixing danger and charm, while director John Howe keeps the action grounded in real stunts and roaring engines. The film's commitment to authenticity, no trick shots, no digital safety net, there's no music video editing or glossy framing here, just the raw thrill of horsepower and asphalt. The final chase with helicopters, roadblocks, and split-second decisions remains one of the great practical set pieces of its decade. It's gritty, fast, and unpredictable, a movie that doesn't promise safety or redemption, just the rush of freedom before the crash. Dirty Mary Crazy Larry is pure, unfiltered 70s car carnage, the kind that could only exist when everything in Hollywood was running on fumes and adrenaline. The Shining, 1980. Stanley Kubrick's The Shining is one of the most iconic horror films ever made. A haunting blend of psychological terror, surreal imagery, and meticulous craftsmanship. Adapted loosely from Stephen King's novel, it tells the story of Jack Torrance, an aspiring writer who takes a winter caretaking job at the remote Overlook Hotel with his wife Wendy and young son Danny. As the snow closes in, the isolation and supernatural forces of the hotel push Jack into a violent descent into madness. Jack Nicholson delivers a performance for the ages, balancing charm, menace, and full-blown insanity. His gradual unraveling, from frustrated father to axe-wielding madman, is both terrifying and darkly mesmerizing. Shelley Duvall, as Wendy, gives an equally powerful performance, her nervous energy and fragility grounding the film in emotional reality. And Danny Lloyd, as Danny, captures the vulnerability of a child burdened with the psychic ability known as the Shining, which makes him a target for the hotel's malevolent forces. Kubrick's direction is meticulous. Every frame feels deliberate, from the vast tracking shots through the hotel's empty corridors to the unsettling symmetry of its rooms. The Overlook itself becomes a character, alive with whispers, visions, and ghostly inhabitants who blur the line between past and present. The chilling score, with its discordant strings and booming tones, adds to the oppressive atmosphere, making the hotel feel like a trap, closing in on its occupants. What makes The Shining endure is its ambiguity. Is Jack driven mad by supernatural forces, or is the isolation enough to unearth his demons? Kubrick refuses to provide easy answers, letting the horror seep into the spaces between what's shown and what's left unsaid. The imagery, the river of blood from the elevator, the ghostly twins in the hallway. Here's Johnny, has become part of cultural memory, endlessly referenced and imitated. At once grand and intimate, The Shining is a meditation on madness, family, and the destructive power of obsession. More than 4 decades later, it remains as chilling and hypnotic as ever, a film that redefined what horror could be and still casts its shadow across the genre. Patrick, 1978. For 3 years, Patrick has lain motionless in a hospital bed, eyes open, body unresponsive, seemingly locked away from the world. To most, he looks like a harmless coma patient. But in Richard Franklin's 1978 film, Patrick, that silence hides something terrifying. An active, calculating mind with psychokinetic powers. Assigned to his care is nurse Kathy Jacquard, played by Susan Penhaligon. At first, she treats Patrick as any other long-term patient. But strange events begin to ripple through the clinic. Equipment behaving oddly, people injured in bizarre accidents, and a creeping sense that Patrick is aware of everything around him. When he begins to communicate through a typewriter, it becomes clear he's not only conscious, but also obsessed, fixated on Kathy in ways that quickly turn dangerous. What sets the film apart is its restraint. Instead of leaning on gore or jump scares, Patrick builds its tension slowly, through atmosphere and psychology. The sterile hallways of the Roget Clinic become unsettling, every silence stretching a little too long, every glance from Patrick's wide, unblinking eyes carrying a threat. His powers make him terrifying, not because they're loud or flashy, but because they're invisible, subtle intrusions into the lives of those around him. There's also an ethical edge to the story. How do you care for someone who can control you without moving a muscle? Where does compassion end and self-preservation begin? That blend of suspense, moral unease, and Hitchcock-inspired pacing is what's given Patrick its lasting cult reputation. By the end, it's not just a story about a man in a coma. It's a story about obsession, control, and the frightening possibility that even the most helpless figure might be the most dangerous one of all. Lurking Fear, 1994. A group of thieves returns to a decaying small town to recover stolen money hidden in a cemetery, only to discover that something ancient and unholy has made the underground catacombs its hunting ground. What starts as a heist quickly becomes a fight for survival against creatures that have been feeding in the dark for generations. Directed by C. Courtney Joyner and produced by Charles Band's Full Moon Entertainment, The Lurking Fear is a loose adaptation of H.P. Lovecraft that trades cosmic dread for grimy, hands-on creature feature chaos. The film leans hard into practical effects and claustrophobic underground sequences, turning its low budget into an asset rather than a limitation. Jeffrey Combs shows up in a supporting role, bringing his trademark intensity to a town doctor who knows far more than he's letting on. His presence alone gives the movie a direct line to Full Moon's Re-Animator legacy, even if this story plays in a very different register. The rest of the cast commits fully to the B-movie energy, delivering performances that feel right at home in a world where logic takes a backseat to atmosphere. The creatures themselves are gnarly, shambling things, part zombie, part something older and nastier. Joyner keeps the film moving at a brisk pace, never lingering too long on exposition, and letting the grimy production design do most of the talking. It's the kind of straight-to-video Lovecraft adaptation that knows exactly what it is: scrappy, visceral, and unapologetically weird. The Lurking Fear might not have the polish of bigger studio horror, but it has the raw, unfiltered spirit of a movie made by people who genuinely love the genre. And that counts for a lot. Braindead, 1990. Not the Peter Jackson splatter film. This is Adam Simon's paranoid mindbender, and one of the most undervalued psychological thrillers of its era. Bill Pullman stars as a neurosurgeon drawn into an experimental brain procedure on a mathematician accused of murdering his family. From that unsettling setup, Simon constructs a reality where each answer peels back another lie, and certainty becomes impossible. This feels like what happens when a Roger Corman protege is given real resources and told to take risks. Simon crafts something that plays like David Cronenberg channeling Philip K. Dick, clinical, controlled, and quietly destabilizing. The sterile research facility dominates the film. White corridors, observation rooms, an artificial calm that may be real, staged, or entirely inside Pullman's fracturing mind. Bill Paxton brings a coiled, antagonistic menace to a supporting role, while Bud Cort's off-kilter presence suggests he may be the only honest character. The score shifts between industrial unease and eerie restraint, refusing to let the audience settle. By the final act, timelines blur, identities fracture, and the film openly challenges whether anything we've witnessed actually occurred. Premiering at Sundance to strong buzz, Braindead was quickly shunted to video, where it quietly found its audience. It remains a cult favorite for viewers who like their thrillers disorienting, intellectual, and willing to leave scars rather than answers. Lair of the White Worm, 1988. On the rolling hills of rural England, an ancient evil slithers just beneath the surface. When an archaeology student unearths a massive snake-like skull, he stumbles onto a legend that refuses to stay buried. The discovery awakens the lingering presence of the Dampton worm, a mythical serpent tied to local folklore, and to the seductive, terrifying Lady Sylvia Marsh. With her fangs, her charm, and her devotion to dark ritual, she embodies the danger of the past bleeding into the present. Lair of the White Worm is the kind of horror that delights in its strangeness. Directed by Ken Russell, the film embraces camp, surrealism, and bold sexuality while never losing its menacing edge. Lady Sylvia, played with wicked glee by Amanda Donahoe, steals the spotlight as a villainess who is as alluring as she is horrifying. Her every scene drips with both menace and charisma, making her one of the most unforgettable figures in late 80s horror. The film's visuals are striking. Hypnotic dream sequences bathed in lurid color, serpentine imagery winding through every frame, and a countryside setting that feels both idyllic and cursed. Russell pushes the boundaries of what a cult horror film can be, blending gothic tradition with outrageous modern flair. Beneath the excess, the story explores the power of myth, how ancient fears survive in stories and symbols, and how easily they can coil around us when given the chance. It's part monster movie, part fever dream, and entirely its own creature. Lair of the White Worm may not be a conventional horror film, but that's its strength. It's weird, daring, and unforgettable, a film that crawls under your skin and stays there, equal parts fright and fascination. Ghoulies, 1985. A story about a young man inheriting his father's mansion and accidentally summoning demonic creatures through black magic rituals. The titular ghoulies, rubbery puppet monsters, cause chaos while darker forces manipulate events towards satanic ends. Director Luca Bercovici creates a tonal mess that somehow works through sheer commitment to practical creature effects and gothic atmosphere. The mansion setting provides appropriately shadowy corridors for supernatural mayhem, while the occult elements, pentagrams, ritual circles, demon summoning, are played surprisingly straight. Peter Liapis portrays the protagonist's gradual corruption with appropriate intensity, while Michael DeBars chews scenery as the warlock manipulating events. The ghoulies themselves are gloriously ridiculous creations, little rubber monsters with expressive faces that combine cute and grotesque. John Carl Buechler's Creature Shop delivered multiple designs ranging from imp-like to reptilian, each brought to life through puppetry and animatronics. They don't do much beyond causing minor havoc and looking weird, but their practical presence gives the film tactile charm. Charles Band's Empire Pictures released Ghoulies during the mid-80s creature feature boom, and while it lacks Gremlins' polish and wit, it found its audience through home video. The film spawned multiple sequels of decreasing budget and increasing absurdity. It represents band-era exploitation perfectly. High concept, low budget, practical creatures, and enough weirdness to stand out on rental shelves. On the Silver Globe, 1988. A group of explorers leaves Earth in hopes of building a new life on a distant world. Their descendants grow up without direct memory of the mission, shaping stories and rituals from whatever fragments remain. Over generations, these fragments evolve into a belief system that influences how the society understands its origins. When a traveler from Earth finally arrives, he's drawn into the expectations placed upon him, unintentionally becoming the figure they've been waiting for. Andrzej Żuławski's production was halted during filming, leaving the project incomplete for years. When he returned, he used surviving footage combined with narrated inserts to fill in the missing pieces. Instead of weakening the story, the contrast between completed scenes and commentary adds emotional depth, turning the film into a reflection on artistic loss and perseverance. The imagery is striking: windswept landscapes, carefully designed costumes, and performances delivered with intensity. Every moment feels larger than life, as if the characters are aware they're living through the creation of their own mythology. The final film is both epic and fragmented, mirroring the society it portrays. That combination has earned it a reputation as one of the most daring achievements in science fiction cinema, an exploration of belief, identity, and the fragile nature of human stories. The Gate 2, Trespassers, 1990. Trespassers is one of those rare horror sequels that dares to go smaller and stranger instead of bigger and louder. Released at the dawn of the 90s, it continues the story from the original cult favorite but shifts the focus inward, exploring the fallout of the first film's events and the lasting temptation of forbidden power. It's darker, moodier, and surprisingly emotional, trading chaos for melancholy as it follows a kid who never quite escaped the shadow of what he unleashed. The story centers on Terry, the awkward, grieving friend from the first film, who now lives a lonely, unstable life. Still haunted by the creatures he helped summon years earlier, he decides to reopen the portal to make things right, or maybe just to get a second chance at controlling his fate. But the moment he tries to bend those demonic forces to his will, things spiral again, and the familiar small-town setting becomes a quiet battleground between guilt, grief, and temptation. Director Tibor Takacs returns with a film that feels like a darker reflection of the first. Gone is the sense of wonder. In its place is something more tragic, a cautionary tale about obsession and consequences, wrapped in practical effects and stop-motion creatures that retain their handmade charm. The Gate, too, might not have the energy of its predecessor, but it has a haunting sincerity that sticks with you. It's a sequel about mistakes that can't be undone, and about the dangerous hope that maybe, somehow, you can make peace with what you've opened. Macabre, 1980. In New Orleans, a grieving mother clings to her past in ways that defy sanity. Jane Baker, devastated by the death of her young son, isolates herself in a boarding house, while her daughter tries desperately to reach her. But Jane's mourning hides a grotesque secret, one that turns love and loss into something horrifyingly unnatural. Directed by Italian filmmaker Lamberto Bava, in his directorial debut, Macabre set the tone for his career in horror. Bernice Stigers stars as Jane, delivering a performance that balances fragility with unsettling obsession. Stanko Molnar plays the blind landlord who begins to suspect what's happening in Jane's room, while Veronica Zinni takes on the role of the increasingly desperate daughter. The film thrives on atmosphere. The sweltering southern heat, the claustrophobic boarding house, and the slow unraveling of Jane's psyche. Unlike the splatter-driven Italian horrors of the time, Macabre leans on psychological unease and taboo-breaking imagery, saving its most shocking revelation for the finale. What makes Macabre stand out is its willingness to push boundaries. While the pace is deliberate, the payoff is unforgettable, cementing the film's reputation as one of the boldest Italian horror debuts. Bava shows a knack for tension and perversity, carving his own identity while nodding to his father, Mario Bava, the master of Italian Gothic cinema. Not as widely known as the later gore spectacles of the decade, Macabre lingers in memory for its unnerving portrayal of grief turned monstrous. It's a film that unsettles, not with jump scares, but with the chilling suggestion of how far someone might go to hold on to the dead. Fascination, 1979. Jane Rawlins' Fascination is one of the most striking and dreamlike horror films of the late 70s, a gothic fever dream drenched in elegance, blood, and surreal eroticism. Released in 1979, it perfectly captures Rawlins' signature blend of sensuality and decay, where beauty and death always seem to exist side by side. The story begins with a thief on the run who takes refuge in an isolated chateau, only to discover it's inhabited by two mysterious women. They welcome him in, but their charm hides something sinister. As the night unfolds, the lines between hunter and prey blur, and what starts as seduction quickly turns into something far darker. Like most of Rawlins' work, Fascination moves at its own pace, slow, hypnotic, and full of quiet menace. The chateau itself becomes a character filled with mirrors, long corridors, and a sense that time doesn't quite work the same way inside its walls. The film's imagery is unforgettable. Black capes fluttering across open fields, scythes glinting in the sun, and crimson blood staining marble floors. There's little dialogue and even less logic, but that's part of its power. Rawlins doesn't want you to understand Fascination. He wants you to fall under its spell. It's equal parts art film and horror movie, sensual and sinister in the same breath. When it found new life on home video, Fascination became one of Rawlins' most celebrated works, not for its story, but for how it feels. It's the kind of film that haunts you, not because of what happens, but because of how it lingers. A slow, beautiful nightmare that never quite ends. Inferno, 1980. The second entry in Argento's Three Mothers trilogy follows a young woman in New York who discovers her apartment building houses one of the three evil witches ruling the world. When she disappears, her brother travels from Rome to investigate, uncovering the building's dark history and the supernatural forces dwelling within. Argento prioritizes surreal atmosphere and visual spectacle over traditional narrative coherence. The brother navigates a nightmare that operates on dream logic rather than rational plotting. Argento creates some of the most visually stunning sequences in horror cinema. The underwater ballroom exploration is gorgeous and terrifying. Colored lighting transforms ordinary spaces into expressionist nightmares, and practical fire effects deliver spectacular climactic destruction. The production design emphasizes the building's architecture as character, Gothic details hiding behind modern facades. The narrative is deliberately fragmented, Argento more interested in creating sustained atmosphere and memorable set pieces than logical plotting. Characters wander through spaces that feel cursed, death arriving suddenly and brutally through rats, broken glass, falling debris, drowning. Inferno divided audiences. Some found it incoherent, others consider it Argento's most purely visual achievement. Blood Diner, 1987. Two brothers inherit more than just a vegetarian diner. They also take on the twisted mission of resurrecting an ancient goddess by serving her a feast of human body parts. Customers think they're enjoying soy burgers and health food, but behind the kitchen door, it's all gore, carnage, and black comedy turned up to 11. Directed by Jackie Kong, Blood Diner is one of the wildest horror comedies of the 80s. Rick Burks and Carl Crews star as the deranged brothers, playing their roles with manic energy, while Drew Goddard adds to the absurdity as their undead uncle's disembodied brain and eyes. The cast leans into the outrageous tone, creating a film that never once plays it straight. The film is notorious for its gleeful use of splatter and satire. Limbs are hacked, heads are served, and musical numbers erupt amid the chaos. Everything from health food culture to slasher tropes gets skewered with a pace that barely gives viewers time to catch their breath. What makes Blood Diner unforgettable is its sheer audacity. It pushes boundaries in every direction, from gore to comedy to social parody, and somehow manages to balance it all without losing momentum. The outrageous kills and over-the-top performances cemented its place as a cult classic. Dismissed by critics on release, Blood Diner found its true audience on VHS shelves, where fans embraced its anarchic spirit. Today, it stands as one of the definitive examples of horror that refuses to play by the rules. A kitchen sink nightmare served with a wink and a splash of blood. Wishmaster, 1997. By the late 90s, most horror icons had worn out their welcome, and then Wishmaster came along, reminding everyone that monsters could still be fun. Produced by Wes Craven and directed by Robert Kurtzman of K&B Effects, the film unleashed one of horror's most underrated villains, the Djinn. The story begins when an ancient jewel releases a demonic genie, played with theatrical menace by Andrew Divoff. Unlike the wish-granting spirits of fairy tales, this one twists desires into carnage. Someone wishes to be beautiful forever and turns to stone. Someone else wishes for eternal life and gets trapped in a nightmare. Divoff makes the movie. His performance walks a perfect line between charming and grotesque, delivering lines with serpentine glee. The makeup design, all latex and detail, is some of the best practical creature work of the 90s. Kurtzman and K&B clearly relished their chance to show off. Cameos from horror royalty like Kane Hodder, Tony Todd, and Robert Englund made it a playground for genre fans. Released in 1997, it didn't make a huge theatrical splash, but its VHS cover, that sinister red gemstone and tagline, "Be careful what you wish for," was impossible to miss. The sequels veered straight to video, but the original remains the standout, equal parts gruesome fairy tale and supernatural morality play. Wishmaster is everything late 90s horror should be: loud, stylish, and proudly unreal. It doesn't wink at the audience. It grins, sharp teeth and all, daring you to make a wish. Rabid, 1977. Rabbit takes the ideas that Shivers introduced and pushes them into the streets. What was once contained within a high-rise has now spilled into the open, infecting the city itself. Marilyn Chambers stars as Rose, a young woman injured in a motorcycle accident who becomes the subject of an experimental surgical procedure. The operation saves her life, but leaves her with a new appetite for blood and a strange mutation growing beneath her arm. Cronenberg uses this setup to explore how infection spreads through a society desperate for control. The parasites in Shivers represented desire. Here, the disease becomes a metaphor for panic, for the collapse of trust in medicine and government. As Rose feeds, chaos blooms. The film moves like a contagion. Sterile clinics, suburban streets, and subway cars all blur together into one sick organism devouring itself. Chambers, known mostly for her work in adult films, gives the movie an eerie vulnerability. She's both victim and vector, unaware of the horror she's causing, which makes her story tragic instead of monstrous. Cronenberg's direction is colder here, more confident, trading shock for inevitability. Rabbit feels like the moment his world fully formed, clean, modern, and quietly diseased. Released during the rise of viral paranoia and bioengineering fears, it caught something in the cultural bloodstream that never went away. Every later film, The Fly, Videodrome, even Crash, owes a piece of itself to the nightmare that began with Rose's new hunger. Night of the Demons 2, 1994. Years after the bloody Halloween massacre at Hull House, the sole survivor's sister attends a strict Catholic boarding school where she's tormented by both her traumatic past and judgmental classmates. When a group of rebellious students decides to sneak out for a Halloween party at the now-abandoned funeral home, they inadvertently awaken Angela, the demon who orchestrated the original carnage, and she's more than ready to throw another party. This one with a higher body count and creative new ways to claim souls. Directed by Brian Trenchard Smith, Night of the Demons 2 takes everything that worked about the 1988 original and cranks it up with a bigger budget, sharper effects, and a darkly comedic streak that sets it apart from most horror sequels. The film balances genuine scares with campy humor, never quite tipping too far in either direction. Amelia Kincaid returns as Angela, and she owns every frame she's in, equal parts seductive, terrifying, and gleefully sadistic. The Catholic school setting adds unexpected layers, giving the film religious iconography to play with as holy water and makeshift weapons become the students' only defense. Christine Taylor leads the young cast with surprising depth, playing trauma and determination without slipping into final girl cliches. The supporting players, including a young Merle Kennedy, give the film energy and personality, making you care just enough before things get inevitably messy. Trenchard Smith, an exploitation veteran, knows exactly how to pace a film like this. The kills are creative and memorable, blending practical gore effects with demonic transformation sequences that still hold up. There's real craft here beneath the surface chaos. It's a sequel that understands its assignment and delivers with style. Pure Halloween mayhem for the rental crowd. The Prowler, 1981. The Prowler brings World War II trauma into small-town America with chilling results. When the sleepy town of Avalon Bay decides to hold its first graduation dance since 1945, they unleash a killer who's been waiting 35 years to recreate his first murderous rampage. Dressed in full military gear and armed with a pitchfork, this Prowler turns the celebration into a night of methodical revenge. What makes the Prowler stand out is its historical context and atmosphere. The film opens with actual World War II footage and a Dear John letter that sets up our killer's motivation. This isn't just another masked slasher, it's a story about how war trauma and betrayal can fester across generations. The killer's military outfit and weapons aren't just costume choices, they're remnants of real-world horror brought home. Tom Savini returns to deliver some of his most brutal and realistic effects work. The kills in The Prowler are notorious for their unflinching intensity, from the infamous shower scene to the underwater discovery that still makes audiences gasp. These aren't just creative deaths, they're executed with a military precision that fits the killer's background. Director Joseph Zito brings a sophisticated eye to standard slasher setups. The film's use of location is masterful, turning the small town's empty streets and shadowy buildings into a hunting ground. The graduation dance sequences mix 1940s nostalgia with mounting dread, while the investigation elements give the film a mystery angle that keeps viewers guessing. Vicki Dawson makes for an engaging final girl as Pam McDonald, bringing intelligence and resourcefulness to her role, rather than just running and screaming. Her interactions with Deputy Mark London create actual stakes beyond simple survival, while the town's dark history slowly unravels around them. The Prowler proves that sometimes the most effective horror comes from mixing real historical trauma with genre thrills, creating a slasher that cuts deeper than most of its contemporaries. Dead Time Stories, 1986. A young boy refuses to go to sleep, so his uncle tries to calm him down the only way he knows how, by telling scary stories. But these aren't your typical fairy tales. Instead, the boy hears three twisted tales of horror, each one darker and stranger than the last. Directed by Jeffrey Delman, Dead Time Stories is a horror anthology with a tongue-in-cheek spin. The first story follows a young man forced into servitude by two witches dabbling in black magic. The second retells Little Red Riding Hood with a violent twist, where the wolf is a dangerous escaped killer. The final segment puts a gruesome spin on Goldilocks and the Three Bears, reimagining the family as a band of deranged murderers. The wraparound story, featuring Michael Mesmer as the reluctant storyteller and Brian DePersia as the insistent nephew, adds a layer of humor that contrasts with the brutality of the tales. The tone shifts from campy to cruel, blending fairy tale imagery with blood-soaked horror. What makes Dead Time Stories stand out is its willingness to mash classic children's tales with the gore and excess of 1980s horror. While not as polished as anthologies like Creepshow, it found its audience on VHS, where its outrageous concept and lurid cover art promised something offbeat. Today it survives as a cult oddity, a mix of gallows humor and fairy tale nightmare fuel that could only have come from the horror boom of the 80s. Berserker, 1987. Deep in the forests of Utah, a group of friends heads out for a weekend of camping, drinking, and general bad decisions. But the woods have a legend. Long ago, Viking settlers cursed the land, and when the berserker rage takes hold, their spirits supposedly return to hunt the living. It's a strange premise. Nordic mythology meets American slasher. But that mix is what makes Berserker so fascinating. On the surface, it's another Teens in the Woods setup, complete with denim shorts, campfire stories, and slow pans through fog. But what sets it apart is its mood. The film feels damp, quiet, and eerie. You can almost smell the pine needles and cold air through the grain. The kills are spaced out, but the tension comes from the atmosphere. Long, moody shots and the unsettling idea that something ancient is stalking just beyond the trees. Berserker never quite decides if it's a supernatural horror movie or a grounded slasher, and that's part of its charm. It's caught in that weird space between myth and grindhouse, where every choice feels slightly off but oddly perfect for the time. The result is a film that feels like a local legend itself, half-remembered, quietly haunting, and unmistakably born from the golden age of VHS horror. Guyver, Dark Hero, 1994. Sean Barker struggles to control the alien bioarmor bonded to his body, searching for answers about the Guyver unit's origins while trying to maintain some semblance of a normal life. When an archaeological expedition uncovers an ancient alien spacecraft in the Utah desert, Sean is drawn into a conflict with the sinister Kronos Corporation and their army of monstrous zoonoids, all while discovering that the Guyver's true purpose may be far darker than he imagined. Guyver, Dark Hero is everything a sequel to a cult manga adaptation should be. Bigger, darker, and vastly superior to its predecessor, Wong ditches the comedic tone of the first film entirely, delivering a serious sci-fi action thriller that takes its source material and characters with genuine respect. The shift in approach pays off immediately. David Hayter steps into the lead role and brings real vulnerability and intensity to Sean, playing a hero genuinely burdened by the weapon he can't remove. The film explores themes of isolation and identity with surprising depth for a creature feature sequel. When the Guyver armor activates, the transformation sequences are visceral and unsettling. Wang's effects work is exceptional, making the biomechanical suit feel like a living thing that's as much parasite as protector. The zoonoid designs are grotesque and varied, each creature rendered through practical suits and animatronics that give every fight scene weight and texture. Wang stages the action with clarity and creativity, understanding how to showcase his monsters while keeping the combat dynamic and brutal. It's a rare sequel that completely reinvents its franchise, trading camp for intensity and delivering one of the most underrated creature features of the decade. The Bird with the Crystal Plumage, 1970. Dario Argento's directorial debut establishes the giallo template while demonstrating fully formed visual mastery. An American writer in Rome witnesses an attempted attack in an art gallery, but becomes trapped between glass doors, able only to watch helplessly. When police make him the primary witness, he begins investigating himself, convinced there's something wrong with what he saw, some crucial detail his mind can't quite access. The writer navigates Italian bureaucracy and mounting danger as his investigation makes him the killer's next target. Argento shoots Rome with stunning visual sophistication for a first feature, his camera prowling through modernist architecture and finding menace in geometric spaces. The gallery attack sequence becomes iconic through its use of glass, space, and helpless observation. The kill sequences are staged with creativity that would define giallo. Straight razor attacks, memorable set pieces, and mounting body count. The title comes from a crucial clue involving a painting, typical of Argento's love of obscure details driving mystery. The finale's revelation delivers one of giallo's more brilliantly constructed solutions. The truth hiding in plain sight throughout. The Bird with the Crystal Plumage announced a major talent, its influence on thriller and horror cinema immediate and lasting. Megaforce, 1982. In a world that looks halfway between a comic book and a fever dream, a secret team of elite soldiers rides into battle on laser-equipped motorcycles and flying dune buggies. Their mission: defend freedom, defeat tyranny, and look cool doing it. Led by Ace Hunter, part daredevil, part disco-era superhero, they take on a warlord's army with more explosions, smoke, and slow-motion hero poses than logic could ever allow. Megaforce is pure 1980s excess, a film so committed to its own fantasy of heroism that it crosses from serious to surreal. Directed by Hal Needham, the legendary stuntman behind Smokey and the Bandit, it feels like a toy commercial turned into a military opera. Barry Bostwick leads the charge with golden spandex confidence, while miniature sets and practical effects turn the desert into a playground for chaos. There's no grit or realism here, just neon patriotism, pyrotechnics, and slogans like "deeds, not words." Every shot feels built for VHS rewind value, from mid-air flips to motorcycles launching out of explosions. Critics laughed it off, but for cult fans, Megaforce became its own kind of legend, a time capsule of optimism, absurdity, and pure spectacle. It's not just a movie. It's what 1982 thought the future looked like, right before the fuel ran out. Ghostwatch, 1992. When Ghostwatch aired on BBC One in 1992, it terrified an entire nation. What looked like a live Halloween broadcast from a haunted house turned out to be one of the most convincing pieces of horror ever shown on television. Written by Stephen Volk and directed by Leslie Manning, Ghostwatch blurred the line between fiction and reality so effectively that thousands of viewers thought they were watching a real supernatural event unfold in real time. The special followed a team of reporters investigating strange activity inside a suburban London home. As they explored the house and interviewed the frightened family, the ghostly presence known as pipes began to make itself known. Viewers at home saw shadows moving, objects shifting, and figures briefly appearing in the background, often unnoticed by the on-screen hosts, which made everything feel disturbingly authentic. The genius of Ghostwatch lies in its presentation. Real BBC personalities like Michael Parkinson and Sarah Green played themselves, lending instant credibility. The show used genuine broadcasting techniques, live call-ins, interviews, studio commentary, to sell the illusion completely. As the haunting escalated, the atmosphere shifted from curious to horrifying, building to a finale that left audiences stunned. What makes it so effective even today is its restraint. There are no big effects or jump scares, just tension, suggestion, and a growing sense that something evil has slipped through the screen. The aftermath was chaos. The BBC phone lines were flooded with calls, and the show was banned from re-airing for years. Ghostwatch is now recognized as a landmark in found footage and mockumentary horror. Long before the Blair Witch Project or Paranormal Activity, it proved that the scariest thing isn't what you see, it's what you believe you're seeing. For anyone who grew up during the VHS era, Ghostwatch wasn't just a movie night. It was a national ghost story. Tetsuo, the Iron Man, 1989. A man finds his body changing in ways he can't control after a strange encounter with a metal-obsessed recluse. What begins as a small, inexplicable injury grows into something far more overwhelming as pieces of metal seem to fuse with him, transforming his skin, movements, and sense of identity. The world around him becomes louder, sharper, and more chaotic, as if the city itself is pushing him into a new form. Shinya Tsukamoto shoots the film with relentless energy, using handheld cameras, rapid editing, and industrial soundscapes to create a sense of mounting pressure. Black and white cinematography gives the imagery a gritty texture, making every alleyway, factory wall, and flickering light feel alive. The film moves at a breakneck pace, cutting between surreal visions and frantic chases that blur the line between nightmare and reality. Under the noise and intensity is a story about how people disconnect from their surroundings and from each other. As the main character changes, he becomes a reflection of the city's machinery, caught between fear of transformation and acceptance of his new identity. Despite its short runtime, the film leaves a lasting impact. It's a rare example of pure cinematic expression, where visuals and sound carry as much meaning as the story. Over time, it has become a landmark of underground film, influencing directors worldwide with its bold style and raw imagination. The Company of Wolves, 1984, Neil Jordan and Angela Carter adapted Carter's short story collection into something that defies easy categorization. A gothic fairy tale about Little Red Riding Hood, reimagined as psychosexual coming-of-age horror. The film unfolds as dream-within-dream structure, where a teenage girl's nightmares explore transformation, desire, and the dangerous allure of wolves, who are also men. Sarah Patterson plays Rosaline with wide-eyed curiosity, gradually giving way to self-awareness and agency. The film presents multiple variations on werewolf mythology through stories told by her grandmother, played with knowing menace by Angela Lansbury. Each tale explores different aspects of transformation. Wedding guests revealed as wolves, a pregnant wolf woman giving birth, a young man whose eyebrows meet in the middle. The practical effects by Christopher Tucker and Rodney Holland are spectacular and disturbing. Transformations happen through snouts, bursting from mouths, bodies splitting to reveal wolves, emerging from human skin, and creatures that are neither fully human nor fully animal. The effects emphasize body horror and violation rather than traditional monster movie spectacle. Jordan shoots everything with lush, painterly beauty, all deep forests, candlelit cottages, and richly detailed costumes. The film operates as fever dream where Freudian symbolism, feminist reclamation of fairy tales, and genuine gothic horror coexist. The wolves represent danger, sexuality, and liberation simultaneously, refusing to be simple metaphors. The Company of Wolves remains polarizing, too art house for horror fans, too horrific for art house audiences. But it's one of the most visually striking and thematically rich werewolf films ever made. Black Moon Rising, 1986. A prototype supercar becomes the most wanted machine in America in this sleek, high-octane techno-thriller. Tommy Lee Jones stars as a professional thief hired to steal corporate secrets. But when he hides the data inside an experimental vehicle called the Black Moon, a bullet-shaped car capable of 300 miles per hour, everyone from the FBI to a ruthless crime boss wants it back. What follows is a race through Los Angeles filled with neon lights, gunfire, and shattered glass. Written from an early story by John Carpenter, Black Moon Rising blends futuristic cool with hard-edged 80s grit. It's part heist film, part chase movie, and part sci-fi daydream, complete with synth scores and skyscraper stunts that feel right at home in the VHS era. Tommy Lee Jones plays it perfectly straight, grounding the film's outlandish premise in world-weary charm, while Linda Hamilton adds sharp energy as the car thief who gets pulled into his orbit. The real star, though, is the car itself, a gleaming piece of concept design that looks born to be wrecked in slow motion. Every chase feels tactile, every crash earned. Black Moon Rising isn't remembered as a blockbuster, but it's the kind of late-night discovery that defined 80s action. Slick, fast, and unashamedly cool, it's a joyride straight into the neon heart of the decade. The Exorcist, 1973. William Friedkin's The Exorcist remains one of the most infamous and influential horror films of all time. Released in 1973, it became a cultural event, shocking audiences with scenes so intense that reports of fainting and vomiting in theaters became part of its legend. But beyond the sensationalism, it's a deeply crafted story about faith, fear, and the battle for a young girl's soul. At the center is Regan McNeil, a 12-year-old girl who begins exhibiting strange and terrifying behavior after playing with a Ouija board. Linda Blair's performance is astonishing, vulnerable, disturbing, and ultimately unforgettable. Her mother, played with desperate intensity by Ellen Burstyn, becomes the emotional core of the film, embodying a parent's helplessness in the face of something she cannot understand. The priests who come to help, Father Karras, a man wrestling with his own crisis of faith, and Father Marin, the seasoned exorcist, bring both human fragility and spiritual gravitas. Jason Miller's portrayal of Karras is quietly heartbreaking, while Max von Sydow's Marin radiates weary strength as he faces a demon he has battled before. Friedkin directs with a documentary-like realism, grounding the supernatural in an everyday world of hospitals, city streets, and quiet homes. That contrast makes the moments of horror, Regan's contortions, her guttural voice, the infamous headspin, feel all the more shocking. Combined with Dick Smith's groundbreaking makeup effects and Mercedes McCambridge's chilling vocal performance for the demon, the film pushes the boundaries of what horror could achieve. Yet The Exorcist isn't just about scares. At its core, it's a story of faith tested by evil, of people confronting forces larger than themselves. The quiet moments, a priest struggling with doubt, a mother begging for help, carry as much weight as the violent clashes with the demonic. More than 50 years later, The Exorcist still unsettles. Not because of shock value alone, but because it taps into universal fears: loss of control, loss of belief, and the terrifying possibility that evil can invade the most innocent of places. It stands as a towering achievement in horror, one that continues to influence filmmakers and haunt audiences around the world. The Cars That Ate Paris, 1974. Peter Weir's debut feature is Australian horror comedy about a small town that survives economically by causing car accidents, salvaging vehicles, and either recruiting or disposing of survivors. Arthur Waldo becomes trapped in Paris after a crash kills his brother, slowly realizing the community's prosperity depends on orchestrated crashes, and that escape might be impossible. Terry Camilleri plays Arthur with appropriate bewilderment, an everyman caught in nightmare community where normal social contracts don't apply. John Millen brings menacing authority as the mayor who maintains Paris's economic model through violence and manipulation. The townspeople treat their predatory lifestyle as simple pragmatism, creating cognitive dissonance between their pleasant small-town veneer and homicidal reality. The modified cars are the film's visual signature. Vehicles transformed into armored, weaponized rolling sculptures that patrol the roads causing accidents. These boy racers operate as town's youth, expressing rebellion through vehicular chaos. their cars bristling with spikes and improvised armor. The practical vehicle modifications and stunt work create genuinely impressive automotive mayhem. Weir shoots the Australian landscape with unsettling beauty, the isolation emphasizing Paris's removal from civilization's oversight. The town itself appears normal, church, hospital, shops, but every institution serves the central economy of controlled crashes. The film's dark humor comes from characters treating monstrous behavior as mundane business practice. The climax delivers automotive carnage as the modified cars rampage through Paris, destroying the town in orgy of metal and violence. Weir balances satire about capitalist predation with genuine horror about communities that normalize cruelty for profit. The Cars That Ate Paris announced Weir as a major talent before Picnic at Hanging Rock confirmed it. The film's bizarre premise and execution create something uniquely Australian, dark, absurdist, and willing to embrace weirdness completely. Hardware, 1990. Hardware is a gripping sci-fi horror film directed by Richard Stanley. Set in a post-apocalyptic future, the world has been ravaged by nuclear war, resulting in a desolate landscape filled with radioactivity and high temperatures. The story follows Moses Mo Baxter, portrayed by Dylan McDermott, a soldier who discovers a cyborg head and hand in the desert. He brings these parts back to his girlfriend, Jill, played by Stacey Travis, who is an artist creating sculptures. Unbeknownst to them, the head belongs to the dangerous Mark 13, a military project designed to be an autonomous killing machine. As Jill incorporates the cyborg head into her art, the machine begins to reassemble itself, using various household items and tools. The film escalates into a terrifying scenario as Mark 13, now fully operational, goes on a violent rampage, targeting anyone in its way. With a runtime of 1 hour and 34 minutes, Hardware combines elements of cyberpunk, dark comedy, and horror. The film's cinematography effectively captures the bleak and oppressive atmosphere of its world, though some viewers have noted that it can be overly dark at times. The film is notable for its innovative special effects, especially given its modest budget of $1.5 million. It has gained a cult following over the years, holding an IMDb rating of 5.9 out of 10. While some critics dismiss it as a B-movie, many fans appreciate its unique style and the thought-provoking themes it presents about technology and humanity. The performances, particularly by McDermott and Travis, add depth to the characters as they face the looming threat of the cyborg. The film also features a memorable score that enhances its tense atmosphere, making it a standout in the genre. As the film reaches its climax, the final confrontation between Mo and the resurrected Mark 13 unfolds in a chaotic battle of survival. In a shocking twist, Mo realizes that the only way to stop the machine is to embrace its technology, allowing it to integrate with him. The screen fades to black as the last remnants of humanity grapple with the consequences of their creations. In the end, Hardware leaves viewers with a haunting question. In a world where technology and humanity collide, what price are we willing to pay for survival? This unsettling conclusion lingers long after the credits roll, inviting contemplation on our relationship with technology and the future that awaits. Dark August, 1976. A quiet Vermont town becomes the stage for paranoia and witchcraft in this overlooked American folk horror gem. After accidentally killing a young girl in a car accident, a man retreats to the countryside to escape the guilt. But peace never comes. Strange figures appear in the woods, animals react to something unseen, and whispers suggest that the girl's grandfather, a local hermit, has cursed him. What begins as grief and isolation slowly transforms into supernatural terror. Dark August thrives on atmosphere rather than spectacle. The rural landscapes, captured in washed-out tones, feel alive with something hidden just beyond sight. Director Martin Goldman keeps the pacing deliberate, allowing each uneasy moment to build upon the last. There's no grand revelation or chaotic climax, just a steady tightening of dread as reality and superstition intertwine. The performances have a naturalistic quality that makes the film's descent into occult fear all the more convincing. J. Barrie's portrayal of a man unraveling under unseen forces is quietly desperate, while Kim Hunter brings a grounding presence as a local psychic who might be his only hope. Though it never gained the recognition of its British folk horror counterparts, Dark August captures the same haunting stillness. The sense that nature itself has turned judgmental. It's a slow, eerie dream of guilt and punishment, the kind of film that lingers like smoke long after the credits fade. The Devil Rides Out, 1968, Hammer Films adapted Dennis Wheatley's occult thriller with rare seriousness. Christopher Lee stars as the Duc de Richelieu, an aristocrat versed in esoteric knowledge, who discovers that his young friend has been recruited by a dangerous occult group led by the refined but threatening Mokata. What follows is a struggle against dark forces treated with unusual authenticity. The symbols, rituals, and terminology aren't embellishments but integral plot elements. Director Terence Fisher applies Hammer's classic Gothic style to a story grounded in occult conflict. Lee, unusually cast as the heroic lead, brings intelligence and authority to a character who relies on knowledge as much as courage. Charles Gray's controlled, soft-spoken performance as Mokata makes him one of Hammer's most effective antagonists. The film's standout sequence, the protective circle scene, showcases restrained but effective visual effects as the heroes endure waves of supernatural assaults. Fisher emphasizes atmosphere over spectacle, letting suggestion enhance the tension. Serious in tone and carefully researched, The Devil Rides Out became one of Hammer's most sophisticated productions. It remains a defining example of British occult cinema done with craftsmanship and respect for its subject matter. Death Screams, 1982. In a small southern town, a local fair brings together teens, couples, and townsfolk for a night of fun. But when the lights go down and the crowds disperse, something far more sinister begins. A mysterious killer stalks the shadows, targeting the young and unwary in brutal fashion. The community's quiet riverbanks and backroads turn into hunting grounds, and by the time morning comes, the night has left more than screams behind. Directed by David Nelson, Death Screams is a regional slasher that captures the raw, unpolished energy of early 80s horror. The cast includes Susan Kiger, a former Playboy playmate, and Martin Tucker, giving the film both local charm and a mix of amateur and seasoned performances that enhance its offbeat appeal. The kills, while sometimes rough around the edges, are staged with creativity, including rope traps, knives, and riverside ambushes. The film also isn't shy about gore, leaning into the exploitation edge that helped it find life on VHS shelves. What makes Death Screams memorable is its atmosphere. The southern small-town setting feels authentic, from the fairgrounds to the lazy riverside, giving the film a texture that big studio slashers often lacked. The sense that horror can creep into even the most ordinary places makes it stick. Though it never reached wide release, Death Screams became a staple of late-night rentals and bootleg trades, its lurid title and striking VHS cover drawing in curious fans. Today it survives as one of those scrappy slashers that may not play by the rules, but delivers enough blood, sweat, and southern grit to earn its cult following. Bloodstone Subspecies 2, 1993. Bloodstone Subspecies 2, directed by Ted Nicolaou, continues the dark vampire saga started in the original Subspecies film. Released in 1993, this sequel follows the terrifying vampire Radu Vladislas, played by Anders Hove, as he grows more powerful and increasingly malevolent. The story picks up after Radu's brutal attack on a group of friends in Romania. Michelle, portrayed by Melanie Shatner, is one of the few survivors, and she remains haunted by the horrors she witnessed. As Radu seeks to reclaim a mystical bloodstone that amplifies his powers and strengthens his control over others, Michelle and her allies must confront not only him, but the supernatural dangers that come with such dark magic. What makes this film stand out is its atmosphere. Nicolaou leans into the Gothic Romanian setting, using shadowy castles, fog-filled forests, and eerie candlelit interiors to create a tense and immersive environment. The practical effects, especially Radu's monstrous transformations and the Bloodstone's mystical energy, highlight the series' commitment to inventive, hands-on horror. The film also explores themes of power, seduction, and survival. Radu is not just a monster. He embodies the tragic, almost hypnotic allure of vampirism, making him both fascinating and terrifying. Michelle's struggle against him provides an emotional core, giving viewers someone to root for amid the dark, supernatural chaos. While it received mixed reviews upon release, Bloodstone Subspecies 2 has earned a cult following for its campy charm, atmospheric storytelling, and commitment to the vampire mythos. Anders Hov's performance as Radu, intense and unrelenting, remains a highlight of the film. By the end, the film delivers a blend of horror, dark fantasy, and gothic romance, immersing viewers in a shadowy world where the line between life and death is blurred, and death, human and monster, is chillingly blurred. Deadbeat at Dawn, 1988. Deadbeat at Dawn, directed by and starring Jim Van Bebber, is a raw, uncompromising film that dives deep into gang violence, revenge, and the emotional toll of a life shaped by crime. The story follows Goose, the leader of the Ravens gang, who is ready to leave his violent past behind and start a new life. That plan is shattered when his girlfriend Christy is brutally murdered by a rival gang called the Spiders. Devastated and enraged, Goose embarks on a relentless quest for vengeance. He knows that each step could lead to his own death, but he is determined to see justice done. From the first scene, Deadbeat at Dawn immerses the viewer in chaos. Van Bebber's direction is fearless and energetic, capturing the grimy, decayed urban landscape where the story takes place. The violence is stylized but visceral, and the cinematography reinforces the tension, making each confrontation feel immediate and dangerous. Van Bebber's performance as Goose is powerful, portraying grief, rage, and determination in a way that drives the narrative forward. The film is a classic of underground 1980s cinema. It is unpolished, unapologetic, and deeply committed to its story. The score enhances the mood, while the gritty setting keeps the tension high from start to finish. Deadbeat at Dawn is about more than action. It is about the emotional weight of loss, the cycle of violence, and the choices people make when pushed to the edge. For anyone who appreciates cult classics with intense action, raw emotion, and a fearless approach to filmmaking, Deadbeat at Dawn is an unforgettable experience that lingers long after the credits roll. Highway Racer, 1977. In the streets of Rome, the line between cop and criminal blurs at 120 miles per hour. A young police driver obsessed with high-speed pursuit risks everything to bring down a gang of expert getaway drivers who treat the city like their racetrack. What follows is a kinetic showdown between skill, obsession, and the pure rush of motion, a love letter to the art of the car chase itself. Released in Italy as Poliziotto Sprint, Highway Racer is one of the crown jewels of the poliziotteschi genre, gritty crime thrillers built around realism, corruption, and reckless stunts. Directed by Stelvio Massi and starring Maurizio Merli, the film's action feels painfully real, with cars skimming walls, smashing through markets, and fishtailing across cobblestone streets. There's no glamour, no slow motion, just speed, risk, and asphalt. Merli's cop isn't a perfect hero. He's stubborn, impulsive, and just as addicted to danger as the criminals he chases. That moral grayness, paired with the roaring engines and 70s European style, makes the film feel alive, in a way modern action rarely does. Though it's not as well known outside Italy, Highway Racer rivals any Hollywood car movie of its time. It's a lean, sweaty adrenaline rush built on burnt tires and shattered glass. The kind of raw energy that defined the golden age of stunt-driven cinema. Shock, Beyond the Door 2, 1977. A young mother tries to start over in a house that remembers more than she does. With a new husband and her son in tow, she's determined to make peace with the past. Until objects shift, doors breathe, and the boy's smile holds something she can't recognize. Grief, guilt, and something supernatural converge in rooms that won't let go. This is possession territory, but filtered through domestic unease, hairbrushes, photographs, a child's whisper at the end of a hallway. The movie keeps its terror close to the body, hands, eyes, a sudden change in posture, suggesting that the haunting might be psychological until it plainly isn't. The pace lets dread accrue, each small anomaly stacking into a pattern you can't unsee. Performances lock onto instability, especially from the lead, whose breakdown feels both intimate and mythic. Direction leans into disorienting edits and tactile sound, turning familiar spaces uncanny. The house is never just a setting. It's a collaborator, a witness, a trap that rearranges itself around the person most vulnerable to it. By the end, moving on has become a cruel joke. The film argues that some houses and some histories don't forgive. It's a tight, unnerving descent where motherhood, memory, and possession overlap until you can't tell where one stops and the next begins. Prince of Darkness, 1987. By the late 1980s, John Carpenter had already given us Halloween, The Thing, and Escape from New York. But in 1987, he took a quieter, stranger route with Prince of Darkness, a film that feels like the world ending in slow motion, inside a crumbling Los Angeles church. The story begins when a priest discovers a sealed cylinder hidden beneath the building. Inside is a swirling green fluid that seems to defy science. A team of graduate students and scientists is brought in to study it, but as the liquid begins to seep into their world, reality itself starts to decay. Dreams become messages from the future. Possession spreads like infection. What they're confronting might not be the devil, but the physical embodiment of evil itself, a concept older than religion, buried beneath mathematics and physics. Donald Pleasance returns from Halloween, this time as a priest trying to rationalize faith against the impossible. Victor Wong and Dennis Dunn, fresh off Carpenter's Big Trouble in Little China, anchor the scientific side, and Alice Cooper appears as one of the church's possessed wanderers, a role inspired by his stage persona. Carpenter composed the score himself, a minimalist synth pulse that mirrors the film's sense of unstoppable dread. Though critics dismissed it at release, Prince of Darkness thrived on video shelves, becoming a favorite for late-night renters who wanted something deeper than slasher fare. It's a movie about the end of reason, where science meets faith and both lose. Few horror films capture that creeping sense that humanity was never meant to understand what's really out there. Out of the Dark, 1988. When a killer clown starts targeting the employees of a phone sex hotline, what follows is part thriller, part black comedy, and entirely soaked in late 80s sleaze. The women who work the night shift become both prey and protagonists as they try to uncover who's behind the clown mask, a mystery that gets stranger with every call. Out of the Dark is one of those unmistakably LA horror films. Neon lights, palm trees, and constant rain on wet pavement that somehow looks straight out of a music video. It's filled with familiar faces from the era. Karen Witter, Tracy Walter, Bud Cort, all delivering performances that teeter between serious and self-aware. The movie plays like a crossover between a slasher, a neo-noir, and a Skinamax fever dream. It's stylish, grimy, and bizarrely confident in its own tone. The killer's clown persona gives it just enough surrealism to elevate it from typical thriller fare, while the score and cinematography scream 1988 in the best possible way. It's not scary so much as hypnotic, the kind of movie you half remember from a late-night cable run and wonder if you dreamed it. Out of the Dark is glossy trash done right, weirdly seductive, unapologetically 80s, and impossible to forget once you've seen that smile. Steel Dawn, 1987. After the Great Wars turned the world into desert, civilization has crumbled into dust and silence. Wandering through it all is Nomad, a swordsman, survivor, and drifter played by Patrick Swayze. He's haunted by the death of his mentor and searching for peace in a place where peace doesn't exist. When he comes across a struggling settlement under attack from a ruthless land baron, Nomad is pulled into one last fight to protect what little hope remains. Released in 1987, Steel Dawn is a curious hybrid, part Mad Max, part Shane, and all 80s fantasy wasteland. Directed by Lance Houle and shot in the parched landscapes of Namibia, it trades in car chases for sword fights, giving the apocalypse a more mystical, almost samurai flavor. The result is a moody, visually rich film that feels like the calm between explosions, where violence and humanity coexist in equal measure. Patrick Swayze brings real weight to the role, right at the height of his 80s fame, and the film's emotional undercurrent is strengthened by the presence of Lisa Niemi, Swayze's real-life wife, as the settlement leader he grows close to. The chemistry between them adds something rare to the genre, genuine warmth in a world gone cold. The villain, Jux, a greedy tyrant obsessed with controlling the land's last underground water source. His army of scavengers and mercenaries keeps the threat constant, and when the final showdown comes, it's a gritty, dust-filled sword duel that feels both Western and wuxia-inspired. While Steel Dawn wasn't a hit at release, it found a second life on VHS shelves and late-night cable. Its mix of stoic heroism, desolate beauty, and restrained action made it stand apart from the louder, more chaotic entries of the era. It's a quieter apocalypse. Not about who has the biggest gun or fastest car, but who still has the will to fight for decency when the world no longer deserves it. The Annihilators, 1985. The Annihilators is a fast-paced, action-packed vigilante film that captures the energy and style of 1980s action cinema. The story follows a group of veterans who are frustrated with rising crime and corruption in their city. They decide to take matters into their own hands and become a force the criminal underworld cannot ignore. Confronting increasingly dangerous criminals, they rely on teamwork, skill, and determination to restore a sense of justice to their streets. Robert Ginty and Steve James bring energy and intensity to their roles, making the action sequences feel immediate and high stakes. The film combines over-the-top violence with tight pacing and a sense of urgency that never lets up. Each encounter increases the tension and builds toward climactic confrontations. Beyond the action, The Annihilators examines themes of justice, morality, and the lengths ordinary people will go to when they feel powerless. It is a classic example of 1980s vigilante cinema, blending explosive action with social commentary. For fans of intense urban thrillers, The Annihilators is a relentless and exciting experience. Deep Red, 1975. Argento's masterpiece follows a British pianist who witnesses the murder of a psychic who'd sensed a killer's presence in the audience. Trying to help, he glimpses something crucial in the moments after the attack. A detail his mind registers but can't consciously access. His investigation with a reporter leads deeper into a mystery involving childhood trauma, repressed memories, and a killer willing to eliminate anyone who gets close to the truth. Argento achieves visual mastery with elaborate camera movements that prowl through spaces with predatory grace. The set pieces are baroque and brutal. The opening murder, with its elaborate staging, the bathroom drowning with scalding water, the elevator decapitation that remains one of horror's most visceral sequences. The practical effects emphasize the physicality and messiness of violence in ways that still shock. The film runs over 2 hours in its complete version, Argento taking time to develop characters and atmosphere before unleashing violence. The mystery solution involves perception and memory. The protagonist's inability to consciously access what he saw becoming central to the plot. Deep Red represents giallo at absolute peak, every element working in perfect harmony. Decoder, 1984. A counterculture enthusiast discovers that the background music playing in fast food restaurants might be influencing people more than anyone realizes. Curious about how sound affects mood and behavior, He begins creating his own audio experiments, tracks designed to interrupt the steady rhythm of corporate soundscapes. As his work spreads through underground circles, larger forces take notice, leading to a quiet struggle between artistic expression and control. Directed by Musha, the film blends political satire, punk aesthetics, and DIY filmmaking into something both unconventional and engaging. The city streets, neon lights, and industrial interiors create an atmosphere of constant tension. Instead of big confrontations, the story unfolds through mood, suggestion, and the ways people interact with their environment. The soundtrack becomes central to the story. Sometimes harsh, sometimes melodic, always tied to the emotional undercurrent of each scene. What makes the film stand out is its exploration of how sound can shape perception. It presents music not just as entertainment, but as a force with the power to disrupt routines and challenge authority. Over the years, this approach has helped the film earn a strong cult following among fans of underground science fiction. The Traveler, 1979, Spain's The Traveler, also known as El Caminante, or The Devil Incarnate, is one of the strangest and most overlooked films of the 1970s, a dark fable that feels part morality tale, part nightmare, and part road movie through hell itself. Released in 1979 and directed by Paul Naschy, it's a film that takes the shape of an allegory but carries the soul of a grindhouse fever dream. Naschy, best known for his werewolf films, plays the devil in human form, wandering the countryside in the 17th century. He's charming, cunning, and quietly cruel, corrupting every person he meets: beggars, merchants, priests, even the desperate and the innocent. Each encounter becomes a twisted parable about greed, lust, and hypocrisy. But as his journey continues, even the devil starts to feel the weight of what he's created. What makes The Traveler so fascinating is its tone. It shifts constantly between grotesque humor, tragedy, and pure surrealism. There's nudity, blasphemy, and moral decay, but also a strange sense of melancholy running through it all. The rural setting, filled with dust and ruin, gives it the feel of a world already abandoned by God. It's not a film of clean storytelling or traditional horror beats. Instead, it plays like a series of vivid, unholy vignettes, a journey through sin and suffering where every soul is already lost. When it eventually surfaced on home video, The Traveler was embraced by fans of Naschy's darker, more personal work. It's less about monsters and more about humanity at its worst, told through the eyes of the one being who understands it all too well. The Traveler is grim, strange, and completely unlike anything else from the period, a walk through damnation that never feels far from the truth. Malatesta's Carnival of Blood, 1973. Malatesta's Carnival of Blood, directed by Christopher Spieth in 1973, is a surreal, low-budget horror experience that thrives on atmosphere, disorientation, and dreamlike terror. The story follows a family searching for a missing son at a rundown carnival, only to discover that the park hides a nightmarish underworld ruled by the enigmatic Malatesta. Within this hidden world, ghouls dwell, preying on the unsuspecting, and the carnival itself feels alive, a labyrinth of fear and decay. The film's visual style is simultaneously eerie and unpolished, enhancing the sense of unease. Flickering lights, shadow-filled corridors, and bizarrely dressed performers create a chaotic, almost hallucinatory mood. The narrative is deliberately fragmented, echoing the unpredictability of a nightmare, where logic bends and the familiar becomes threatening. Every turn of the carnival's corridors and every grotesque tableau feels like a new level of tension and absurdity. Though the effects are simple, the film uses them effectively. The ghouls, the funhouse mirrors, and the claustrophobic spaces heighten the terror without relying on overt gore. Instead, it's the unknown lurking behind every corner, the unpredictability of Malatesta's world, that keeps viewers on edge. The experience is disorienting in a way that's perfect for late-night VHS watching, strange, unsettling, and hypnotically compelling. Over time, Malatesta's Carnival of Blood has become a cult favorite among fans of obscure 70s horror. Its uneven pacing, oddball visuals, and willingness to embrace the bizarre make it a perfect example of the kind of unusual cinema that thrived in the VHS era. For anyone seeking horror that feels both experimental and deeply unsettling, this carnival is one you won't soon forget. Big Trouble in Little China, 1986. John Carpenter's Big Trouble in Little China turns the action hero concept on its head, casting trucker Jack Burton as comic relief, while his friend Wang Chi is the true hero. When Wang's fiancée is kidnapped by ancient sorcerers beneath Chinatown, Jack blunders into the conflict with bravado, repeatedly getting outmatched while Wang does the real work. Kurt Russell plays Jack with oblivious confidence, delivering macho one-liners while misreading situations. Dennis Dunn's Wang Chi is skilled, composed, and continually rescuing Jack. Kim Cattrall's Gracie Law reluctantly joins the adventure, while James Hong's Lo Pan, cursed to exist without a corporeal form, must marry a green-eyed woman to regain flesh. Carpenter populates San Francisco's Chinatown with a magical underworld, complete with elemental warriors and sorcerers wielding lightning and supernatural power. Practical effects, wire work, and optical effects bring the three storms and Lo Pan's transformations to life. The production design makes the streets feel layered, ordinary above, but extraordinary below. The film affectionately pastiches Hong Kong action cinema and supernatural martial arts, filtered through Carpenter's American action sensibility. Pacing is relentless, blending comedy, spectacle, and supernatural threat without tipping into parody. Though a theatrical disappointment, home video cemented it as a cult classic, a unique adventure that deconstructs its own genres while delivering them fully. Funeral Home, 1980. When a young woman named Heather spends the summer helping her grandmother at a rural bed and breakfast, she soon realizes the quiet house hides disturbing secrets. The property was once a funeral home, and despite her grandmother's insistence that those days are long gone, strange noises, whispered conversations, and sudden disappearances suggest otherwise. As Heather digs deeper, she uncovers a mystery that puts her directly in the path of a hidden killer. Directed by William Fruet, Funeral Home, also known as Cries in the Night, is a Canadian horror film that mixes gothic atmosphere with slasher conventions. Leslie Donaldson, known for her Scream Queen roles in Curtains and Happy Birthday to Me, stars as Heather, bringing vulnerability and determination to the role. Kay Hawtrey gives a standout performance as the grandmother, whose stern exterior conceals layers of unease and menace. The film makes effective use of its setting, creaking floorboards, shadowy hallways, and the ever-present reminder of the house's mortuary past. The murders are staged with restraint compared to other slashers of the era, focusing more on suspense and mystery than gore, but the slow-burn pacing leads to a shocking reveal that gives the film its lasting impact. What sets Funeral Home apart is its blending of styles. It borrows the isolated house suspense of gothic thrillers, while leaning into the masked killer formula that was dominating the early 80s. The result is a film that feels familiar yet distinct, carving out its own quiet corner in horror history. Though it never gained the notoriety of other Canadian slashers, Funeral Home lingers as a moody, atmospheric entry from 1980, one that rewards viewers who enjoy their horror with mystery, shadows, and a final sting of tragedy. Nightbreed, 1990. Clive Barker's Nightbreed is a dark fantasy horror hybrid that feels like a twisted fairy tale for the VHS era. Based on Barker's novella Cabal, it flips the usual horror narrative by making the monsters into the heroes and humanity into the true source of evil. It's a film brimming with ambition, strange beauty, and Barker's signature mix of the grotesque and the poetic. The story follows Aaron Boone, a troubled young man who is haunted by visions of a place called Midian, a hidden city where creatures of myth and nightmare live in secret. After being manipulated by his psychiatrist, played with chilling intensity by David Cronenberg, Boone is killed and resurrected, joining the Nightbreed and discovering that they are not the villains, but a persecuted people. What makes Nightbreed so compelling is its world building. Barker fills Midian with an astonishing variety of creatures, each with their own distinct look and backstory. The makeup and practical effects bring this underground society to life, in a way that feels tactile and imaginative, showcasing both horror and wonder. These aren't just monsters, they're outcasts, survivors, and in many ways reflections of humanity's own fears and prejudices. The film is also a fascinating exploration of identity. Cronenberg's Dr. Decker, a masked serial killer hiding behind a facade of respectability, embodies the true face of human cruelty. Though studio interference kept Barker from realizing his full vision at the time, Nightbreed has since been reappraised through extended cuts, becoming a cult classic celebrated for its ambition and heart. It's messy, yes, but gloriously so. A reminder that horror can be about more than fear. It can be about the monsters within and the acceptance we all crave. The Sect, 1991, After Demons and the Church. Director Michel Soavi returned with The Sect, a moody, nightmarish horror film produced and co-written by Dario Argento. Released in 1991, it's sometimes known by its alternate title, The Devil's Daughter, and it carries that unmistakable Italian blend of dream logic, religious imagery, and creeping dread. The film follows Miriam, a quiet schoolteacher living in rural Germany, who accidentally gets tangled up with a secret satanic cult. After a strange old man collapses near her home, she brings him inside to help, only to discover that he's part of something ancient and horrifying. From that moment, Miriam's life unravels into surreal visions, demonic rituals, and a fate tied directly to the rebirth of evil itself. The sect moves like a waking nightmare. Every scene feels slightly off. Doors creak too long, shadows linger too deep, and even everyday sounds feel wrong. Soavi fills the frame with religious symbols, animal imagery, and mysterious machinery, turning a simple possession story into a surreal descent into madness. Kelly Curtis, Jamie Lee Curtis's sister, gives a genuinely strong performance as Miriam, grounding all the surrealism with real emotion. Herbert Lom, best known for the Pink Panther films, appears as the sinister old man whose presence haunts every corner of the film. What really sets the sect apart is its atmosphere. It's not about jump scares, it's about slow, inescapable corruption. The cinematography is drenched in blues and candlelight, and the final act feels like a fever dream that refuses to end. While it never got the same attention as Soavi's other work, The Sect might be his most underrated film. It's cryptic, unsettling, and strangely beautiful, an occult nightmare that sits comfortably between art film and VHS horror. Mother's Day, 1980. Three friends head into the New Jersey wilderness for a weekend reunion, expecting laughter and nostalgia. Instead, they stumble into the clutches of two deranged brothers and their sadistic mother, who rules over them with twisted devotion. What begins as a camping trip quickly spirals into a nightmare of cruelty, survival, and bloody revenge. Directed by Charles Kaufman and produced by Trauma Entertainment, Mother's Day is one of the most notorious exploitation films of its era. Beatrice Ponce delivers a chilling performance as the domineering matriarch, encouraging her sons to torment their captives in the name of family tradition. Nancy Hendrickson, Deborah Luce, and Tiana Pierce star as the women forced to endure the ordeal, bringing raw emotion to roles that shift from victimhood to resilience. The film blends brutality with biting satire, skewering consumer culture, family values, and the darker side of Americana. Its backwoods setting heightens the isolation, while the grim violence pushes boundaries even for the exploitation wave of the early 80s. What sets Mother's Day apart is the balance between shocking cruelty and moments of dark humor. Kaufman creates a film that's as grotesque as it is absurd, leaning into the extremes of horror while planting seeds of commentary beneath the blood and grime. Reviled by critics on release but embraced by cult audiences, Mother's Day remains a disturbing yet fascinating entry in 1980 horror. It's a film that dares viewers to look at family bonds, twisted into something monstrous. Head of the Family, 1996. Head of the Family, directed by Charles Band in 1996, is a strange mix of horror, dark comedy, and B-movie absurdity. The story follows a scheming couple who stumble onto the Stackpool family, a clan of deformed siblings led by the grotesquely oversized head, Myron. Possessing advanced intelligence and telepathic powers, Myron manipulates his family and those unfortunate enough to cross their path. The film embraces its camp with glee, leaning into outrageous characters, exaggerated scenarios, and a tongue-in-cheek tone. While Myron is the focal point, a giant head with genius-level intellect, the other siblings contribute to the film's bizarre humor and unsettling atmosphere. It's part horror, part exploitation comedy, and fully aware of its own outrageousness. Instead of straight scares, Head of the Family entertains through its sheer weirdness, offering a grotesque spin on family dynamics and small-town scheming. As a full-moon production, it's exactly what fans expect. Cheap, trashy, and highly entertaining in its own way. Head of the Family is a reminder that horror doesn't always have to terrify. Sometimes it just needs to be outrageous enough to stick in your memory. The Evil Dead, 1981. Sam Raimi's The Evil Dead is raw, relentless horror, a film that took a tiny budget, a cabin in the woods, and sheer creativity, and turned them into one of the most influential cult classics of all time. What starts as a simple story, the five friends spending a weekend in a remote cabin, quickly escalates into a nightmare of demonic possession and blood-soaked chaos. Bruce Campbell, in his breakout role as Ash Williams, begins as an ordinary guy caught in extraordinary circumstances. Over the course of the film, his transformation from bewildered survivor to reluctant hero lays the groundwork for one of horror's most beloved icons. The rest of the cast, largely unknown at the time, bring a raw authenticity to their roles, their panic and terror heightened by Raimi's unflinching direction. The film's power lies in its inventiveness. With limited resources, Raimi used innovative camera techniques, from rapid low-angle tracking shots racing through the woods to extreme close-ups that distort reality, creating a visual style that felt both frantic and immersive. The practical effects are gloriously over the top. Melting flesh, gushing blood, and grotesque transformations that remain disturbing decades later. Unlike many horror films of the era, The Evil Dead doesn't provide much relief. Once the Necronomicon awakens the dead, the onslaught is constant, turning the cabin into a pressure cooker of violence and paranoia. The relentless pace, combined with Joseph LaDuca's eerie score, makes the film feel like an assault on the senses. Exactly the kind of raw intensity that would help it earn its infamous video nasty reputation overseas. What sets The Evil Dead apart is its mix of brutality and creativity. It proved that passion and imagination could outweigh budget limitations, inspiring countless independent filmmakers. More than just a splatterfest, it's a testament to what horror can achieve when filmmakers refuse to hold back. The Love Butcher, 1975. The Love Butcher, directed by Michael Angel in 1975, is a lurid and gritty slasher that perfectly captures the exploitation horror energy of the 70s. The film follows Edward Stark, a seemingly ordinary man struggling with violent urges that he hides behind a facade of normalcy. As women in the community begin turning up dead, the tension mounts, revealing the dark, obsessive undercurrent lurking beneath the surface of suburban life. Edward is both terrifying and strangely sympathetic, a man battling his own compulsions while manipulating those around him. The film's horror comes as much from his human darkness as it does from the murders themselves. Cinematography emphasizes tight, claustrophobic spaces, creating a sense of unease and keeping viewers constantly on edge. Even small interactions feel fraught with danger, building toward shocking acts of violence that land hard and unexpected. The Love Butcher isn't just a slasher. It's a character study of obsession, control, and moral decay. Despite its low budget, the film's pacing, suspense, and performances make it a compelling watch. It's a quintessential VHS-era horror experience, dark, provocative, and unforgettable. Watching it today feels like rediscovering a hidden corner of horror history, a film designed to shock and linger long after the credits roll. Phase 4, 1974. When a mysterious cosmic event alters the behavior of ants in the Arizona desert, two scientists establish a high-tech research station to study the phenomenon. What begins as a curiosity quickly escalates into terror as the ants evolve new intelligence, forming organized colonies and striking back against humanity with uncanny precision. Directed by legendary graphic designer Saul Bass, Phase 4 is unlike any other sci-fi horror film of the era. Michael Murphy plays the pragmatic scientist James Lesko, while Nigel Davenport portrays Dr. Ernest Hubbs, whose obsession with understanding the ants leads to reckless decisions. Lynn Frederick adds a human dimension as a young woman caught between the two men and the insect onslaught. The real stars, however, are the ants themselves. Bass employed intricate macro photography to capture them up close, turning everyday insects into an alien force. The result is mesmerizing and unsettling, transforming ants into creatures that feel both natural and otherworldly. The film's pacing builds a sense of inevitable doom, with stark desert landscapes and eerie scientific detachment, giving way to hallucinatory imagery. Its surreal ending, especially in its original, rarely seen uncut form, pushes the story into cosmic territory, suggesting a future where humanity may not be the dominant species. Though overlooked at release, Phase 4 gained a cult following for its striking visuals and chillingly original premise. It remains a singular work of science fiction, where the horror doesn't come from monsters of fantasy, but from the natural world itself evolving beyond our control. The Exorcist III, 1990. The Exorcist III is one of the most surprising sequels in horror history, a film that ignores the excess of Exorcist II, and instead returns to the psychological dread and theological weight of the original, but through an entirely new lens. Written and directed by William Peter Blatty, the author of The Exorcist, this entry trades spectacle for atmosphere, crafting a slow, unnerving descent into faith, doubt, and evil that feels more like a detective story than a possession film. The story follows Lieutenant Kinderman, reprised by George C. Scott, as he investigates a string of brutal murders linked to a killer long thought dead, and to events that should be impossible. As his search leads him back to a psychiatric ward, the boundaries between the natural and the supernatural begin to collapse, culminating in one of the most haunting third acts of the decade. Blatty builds his horror through dialogue, silence, and dread instead of cheap scares. The film's pacing is deliberate, almost meditative, allowing every unsettling moment to breathe. When it does strike, it hits hard, including one of the most famous jump scares in horror history, executed with masterful precision. The Exorcist III isn't just a course correction for the franchise, it's a rare example of a sequel that dares to be introspective. It explores guilt, redemption, and the quiet persistence of evil with a sense of intelligence and restraint that make it as haunting today as it was in 1990. Proof that horror can still unsettle the soul without ever raising its voice. Amityville, A New Generation, 1993. Young artist Keys Terry receives a mysterious antique mirror from a homeless man, a forgotten relic from 112 Ocean Avenue. It awakens suppressed memories, drives immoral impulses, and erodes free will. As supernatural influence spreads, friends and lovers face deadly manifestations tied to buried horrors. John Merlowski blends psychological allegory with horror, evil exploits, personal flaws, and trauma. Ross Partridge's Keys descends into obsession, while Julian Nixon's Suki and Lala Sloatman's Laney provide emotional anchors. Mirror effects, warped reflections, independent images create intimate, disorienting dread. It deepens the lore. Malevolence migrates through objects, reshapes hosts, thrives on human weakness and hidden sins. A thoughtful entry that examines how the Amityville evil adapts, infiltrating new lives and forcing confrontation with the past. Night School, 1981. Boston's academic elite gets a deadly lesson in anthropology when a mysterious killer in black leather starts decapitating female students. As Lieutenant Judd investigates the connections between an exclusive women's night school and the mounting body count, he uncovers an anthropological theory being tested in the deadliest possible way. What makes night school, aka Terror Eyes, distinct is its sophisticated approach to the slasher formula. Set against Boston's prestigious academic backdrop, the film explores themes of cultural rituals and primitive violence hiding beneath civilized society. The killer's weapon of choice, a ceremonial curved blade, isn't just for show. It's tied directly to the anthropological studies at the heart of the mystery. Rachel Ward makes her film debut as Eleanor, bringing both intelligence and ambiguity to her role as a teaching assistant, whose expertise in primitive cultures becomes increasingly relevant to the investigation. Leonard Mann's Lieutenant Judd provides a blue-collar contrast to the academic world, his street-smart detective work clashing with the Ivory Tower's theoretical approaches to violence. Director Ken Hughes, known primarily for sophisticated British thrillers, brings an unusual polish to the proceedings. The film's murder sequences are staged with clinical precision rather than exploitation-style excess. Each decapitation is treated almost like a ritual, with the heads later discovered floating in water, a detail that proves significant to the killer's methodology. The Boston setting is used to full effect, contrasting historic architecture with modern violence. Night School captures both the prestigious universities and the working-class neighborhoods, creating a complete picture of a city where old-world education meets new-world savagery. The night scenes in particular have a fog-shrouded quality that recalls Italian giallo films. Night School proves that sometimes the most dangerous theories are the ones that escape the classroom, and that studying primitive rituals doesn't make you immune to primitive impulses. Dead Ringers, 1988. With Dead Ringers, Cronenberg traded parasites and mutations for something far more intimate, psychological decay that feels just as invasive. Jeremy Irons delivers a career-defining dual performance as twin gynecologists Beverly and Elliot Mantle, brilliant doctors who share everything: their practice, their research, and even their lovers. When one of those relationships begins to divide them, the twins' perfect symmetry starts to crumble, and their obsession with control turns inward. Cronenberg treats their descent not as spectacle, but as tragedy. The surgical tools gleam like instruments of ritual, and the cold clinical setting feels detached from the real world, a sterile cathedral where flesh and identity lose meaning. The body horror here isn't about transformation, it's about dependency. The Mantles can't exist apart, and as their lives unravel, their shared madness becomes its own grotesque biology. Irons' dual performance is haunting, subtle, precise, and disturbingly believable. You forget you're watching one actor because he makes both brothers feel whole, yet fractured. Genevieve Bujold adds another layer of sadness as the actress who becomes both muse and mirror, the catalyst for their downfall. Released at the tail end of the 80s, Dead Ringers feels like the culmination of everything Cronenberg had been exploring for over a decade: identity, obsession, and the thin tissue separating mind from body. It's elegant, clinical, and devastating. By stripping away the overt horror, he revealed something far scarier: that self-destruction doesn't always come from mutation or infection. Sometimes it's born from the need to feel whole. Meridian, 1990. Meridian drifts into gothic romance, a curiosity in Full Moon's library that feels like a post-midnight fairy tale. Sherilyn Fenn plays an American artist who inherits her family's Italian castle, only to discover a cursed aristocrat who transforms into a beast each night. This is Full Moon at its most adult, replacing latex monsters with candlelit tension, erotic undercurrents, and slow-burning seduction. The film's greatest strength is its visual authenticity. Real stone corridors, shadowed courtyards, and decaying architecture give a lived-in, romantic texture rarely seen in direct-to-video productions. Transformation effects are surreal, blending makeup and optical illusions to create something dreamlike rather than grotesque. Fenn's performance grounds the story in vulnerability and humanity, while the supporting cast treats the melodrama with serious commitment. The pacing is deliberate, more a slow dance than a sprint, rewarding viewers who value atmosphere over jump scares. It found a niche among renters, seeking horror infused with mood, romance, and nuance, with a score that amplifies its melancholy fairy tale tone. Meridian remains a rare example of band's willingness to explore personal, idiosyncratic visions amid the grind of direct-to-video production. The Oracle, 1985. After moving into a new apartment, a young woman named Jenny stumbles upon a mysterious device, an occult spirit board known as the Oracle. At first, it seems like harmless curiosity, but when Jenny begins communicating with the spirit of a murdered man, she finds herself pulled into a web of supernatural vengeance. Soon, dark forces lash out, and anyone connected to the Oracle faces grisly retribution. Directed by Roberta Findlay, the Oracle blends supernatural horror with the grimy, low-budget charm of New York exploitation cinema. Caroline Capers Powers stars as Jenny, anchoring the film as she's drawn deeper into the Oracle's curse, while Roger Neal and Pam Latesta round out the cast of doomed acquaintances. The film's strongest moments come from its eerie atmosphere, flickering candles, shadowy apartments, and supernatural manifestations that strike without warning. The violence is graphic and often shocking, with practical gore effects that punctuate the occult mystery with bursts of nastiness. What sets the Oracle apart is its mix of occult paranoia and urban grit. It feels both pulpy and atmospheric, capturing the rough edges of independent New York horror while delivering supernatural thrills. While overlooked on release, it became a curiosity on VHS, thanks to its striking cover art and reputation for wild twists. Today, it endures as one of Findlay's most memorable horror films, a low-budget occult shocker that combines sleaze, scares, and supernatural flair. Squirm, 1976. When a brutal storm knocks down power lines in the backwoods of Georgia, something sinister awakens beneath the mud. Thousands of electrified worms rise to the surface, swarming through homes, trees, and bodies, with an appetite that can't be stopped. At first, it's just a strange local curiosity, until the ground itself begins to move. Director Jeff Lieberman brings a raw, grimy authenticity to this creature feature, grounding its absurd premise with an eerie southern atmosphere. The rural setting feels sticky and claustrophobic, and the cast of small-town characters, from the visiting outsider to the suspicious locals, gives the story a lived-in realism. What sets Squirm apart from other nature-gone-wild horror of the era is its texture, the sound of rainfall against tin roofs, the close-ups of writhing movement, the sense that nature itself is reclaiming what humanity has spoiled. While some moments veer toward camp, the film's handmade effects and creeping dread create an unease that's hard to shake. It's the kind of movie that would have played late on a Friday night, something you stumble onto halfway through, unable to look away, even as the horror gets stranger by the minute. Dirty, loud, and crawling with energy, Squirm is pure 1970s drive-in mayhem. The kind that sticks to your skin long after the credits roll. Saturn III, 1980. Saturn III is a sci-fi thriller directed by Stanley Donen, released in 1980. Set in a distant future, the film follows two scientists, Adam, played by Kirk Douglas, and Alex, played by Farrah Fawcett, who are stationed on a remote space station orbiting Saturn. Their peaceful existence is disrupted when a new robotic assistant, Hector, arrives to help them with their research. The film takes a dark turn as Hector, designed to be a highly advanced artificial intelligence, begins to malfunction and exhibit violent tendencies. As the story unfolds, we learn that the robot has been programmed with a sinister directive, leading to tension and horror as it becomes a threat to both Adam and Alex. Kirk Douglas delivers a compelling performance as the strong-willed Adam, while Farrah Fawcett portrays Alex, whose vulnerability adds depth to their relationship. The chemistry between the two characters is central to the film, highlighting themes of love, trust, and survival in a hostile environment. Visually, Saturn III features impressive set designs and special effects for its time, capturing the stark and isolated beauty of the space station. The film's atmosphere is enhanced by a synth-driven score that heightens the suspense and emotional stakes. Clocking in at 97 minutes, Saturn III explores the consequences of technological advancement and the potential dangers of artificial intelligence. As the tension escalates, viewers are drawn into a gripping narrative that examines the fragility of human relationships in the face of existential threats. Despite receiving mixed reviews upon its release, Saturn III has garnered a cult following for its unique premise and memorable performances. It stands as a thought-provoking entry in the science fiction genre, challenging audiences to consider the ethical implications of technology and the human condition. As you watch Saturn III, prepare for a thrilling journey that blends elements of horror and science fiction, ultimately questioning what it means to be truly human in an increasingly mechanized world. Trancers, 1984. Trancers is a sci-fi action film directed by Charles Band, released in 1984. The film combines elements of time travel, noir, and horror, creating a unique narrative that has garnered a cult following. Set in a dystopian future, the story follows Jack Death, played by Tim Thomerson, a hard-boiled cop tasked with eliminating a new breed of criminals known as Trancers. The film begins with Jack Death being sent back in time to the year 1985 to stop the nefarious plan of a sinister criminal named Whistler, portrayed by Michael Stefani. Whistler has the ability to turn people into zombie-like creatures called Trancers, who do his bidding. To combat this threat, Jack must inhabit the body of his ancestor, allowing him to blend into the past while pursuing his target. As Jack navigates the challenges of the 1980s, he encounters a vibrant cast of characters, including a tough-as-nails bartender named Lena, played by Helen Hunt. Their chemistry adds depth to the story as they work together to thwart Whistler's plans. The film effectively mixes action, humor, and science fiction, creating an engaging experience for viewers. The production design reflects the gritty aesthetics of both the future and the past, while the special effects, typical of low-budget films of the era, contribute to its charm. With a runtime of 78 minutes, Trancers packs a lot of excitement into its brief duration, offering a fast-paced narrative that keeps audiences entertained. Trancers explores themes of identity, morality, and the consequences of one's actions across time. Jack Death embodies the classic noir hero, tough, cynical, yet ultimately driven by a sense of justice. As you watch Trancers, expect a wild ride filled with action, humor, and a bit of existential pondering, all set against the backdrop of a uniquely crafted sci-fi world. Dead Girls, 1990. Long before the wave of 2000's metal horror hybrids, Dead Girls brought heavy guitars and slasher blood together on VHS shelves. Released in 1990 and directed by Dennis Devine, this low-budget cult flick follows a fictional all-female rock band called Dead Girls, whose shock-themed lyrics and stage antics take a deadly turn when a masked killer begins picking off the group one by one during a secluded retreat. What starts like a pulpy slasher quickly leans into psychological territory. The surviving band members aren't just running from a killer. They're dealing with guilt, jealousy, and trauma from their fame. There's even a side thread involving cult obsession and moral panic, tapping into the era's real-world fear that heavy metal was corrupting youth. Stylistically, it's pure late 80s hangover. Fog machines, leather jackets, and VHS color bleed everywhere. The acting is rough around the edges, but that's part of its charm. It feels like something you'd find unlabeled in a rental bin and pop in just to see what happens. The kills are creative for the budget, with practical gore and a few genuinely eerie setups. What keeps Dead Girls interesting is how sincere it is. Beneath the camp and power chords, it's trying to say something about exploitation, of women, of art, of fear itself. The mix of horror, music, and moral hysteria makes it a snapshot of its time, right down to the smoky stage lights and echo-heavy synth score. It's not polished, but it's memorable. A rough, loud, oddly heartfelt slice of underground horror that feels tailor-made for fans of cult oddities. Dead Girls might not have broken new ground, but it definitely left a bloody footprint on the VHS stage. Scream, 1996. Wes Craven's Scream didn't just revive the slasher genre in the 1990s, it reinvented it. At a time when horror was seen as tired and predictable, Scream exploded onto the scene with a sharp mix of self-awareness, genuine terror, and a cast of characters who felt real. It was both a love letter to horror and a cutting satire, a film that played with the rules of the genre even as it terrified audiences with them. The story begins with one of the most iconic openings in horror history, a tense phone call to Drew Barrymore's character that ends in brutal violence. This shocking prologue set the tone. No one was safe, and the film was willing to break expectations at every turn. From there, we follow Sidney Prescott, played by Neve Campbell, a teenager dealing with personal trauma who becomes the target of the masked killer, known as Ghostface. Campbell anchors the film with a performance that balances vulnerability and strength, turning Sidney into one of horror's most enduring heroines. She's supported by a memorable ensemble: Courtney Cox as ambitious reporter Gail Weathers, David Arquette as awkward Deputy Dewey, and Skeet Ulrich and Matthew Lillard as Sidney's unsettling circle of friends. Each character feels fleshed out, their personalities and flaws making the mystery all the more engaging. What truly sets Scream apart is Kevin Williamson's screenplay. The characters know horror tropes. They discuss the rules of surviving a scary movie, only to find themselves trapped within one. This meta-awareness doesn't undercut the scares. Instead, it heightens them, making the audience constantly question what will happen next. Craven directs with precision, balancing humor with genuine suspense and staging set pieces, from the high school to the climactic house party, that are as thrilling as they are terrifying. Ghostface himself became an instant icon. Unlike silent slashers of the past, he taunts his victims with sinister phone calls, blending menace with dark humor. The Mask, inspired by Edvard Munch's The Scream, is now one of the most recognizable images in modern horror. Scream reinvigorated an entire genre, spawning sequels, imitators, and a wave of meta-horror that shaped the late 90s and beyond. But even stripped of its cultural impact, it works as a tight, scary, and endlessly entertaining horror film. Smart, stylish, and terrifying, Scream reminded audiences why they loved being scared in the first place. Body Melt, 1993. On Pebbles Court, a quiet cul-de-sac in Melbourne, life looks perfectly ordinary. The lawns are trimmed, the neighbors are friendly, and everyone seems to glow with good health. But all that clean living hides something far darker beneath the surface. Body Melt, directed by Philip Brophy in 1993, takes suburban normalcy and tears it apart through a nightmare vision of wellness culture pushed to the extreme. At the center of it all is Vimuville, a local health retreat promoting a brand new miracle supplement. Marketed as the ultimate boost for strength, beauty, and longevity, it quickly reveals itself as something much more disturbing. The first victims show just how wrong things can go. Cheryl Rand, a pregnant woman, undergoes horrifying changes as her body mutates in grotesque and unpredictable ways. From there, the nightmare spreads through the neighborhood. Each household on Pebbles Court experiences its own gruesome downfall. Explosive deaths, warped transformations, and moments so outrageous they drift into pitch-black comedy. What makes the film stand out is its relentless practical effects. Bob Karen's makeup and creature work are shocking, graphic, and often so over-the-top they feel surreal. One moment you're wincing, the next you're laughing nervously at the sheer absurdity of it all. But Body Melt isn't just splatter for the sake of splatter. Underneath the gore is a sharp satire about society's obsession with health fads and miracle cures. It skewers the blind trust we place in products promising eternal youth or impossible fitness, showing just how dangerous that chase for perfection can become. Over time, this blend of satire, comedy, and unflinching body horror has earned the movie a strong cult following. It's the kind of film that shocks, disgusts, and amuses in equal measure, leaving you unsettled long after it ends. Body Melt doesn't just gross you out, it forces you to think about the cost of obsession and it does it with a wicked grin. Auntie Lee's Meat Pies, 1992. This dark comedy takes place on a rural property where Auntie Lee and her four nieces operate a beloved pie business with a macabre secret ingredient. Wayward men passing through town are invited inside by the seductive nieces, dispatched with creativity, and turned into the filling that keeps the pies in high demand. Karen Black approaches Auntie Lee with charming menace, playing her as a southern hostess whose warm smile never quite hides her ruthlessness. The nieces each act as lures, targeting different types of men: naive tourists, pushy salesmen, and boastful drifters. Michael Berryman, as the handyman, handles cleanup and adds an eccentric presence to the farm. The killings are staged with a sense of mischievous exaggeration rather than shock. The film leans on camp, using over-the-top dialogue and elaborate setups that underline how self-aware the entire premise is. Pie preparation scenes ride the line between grotesque and comedic, refusing to take themselves too seriously. The production is small and the scope narrow, but director Joseph F. Robertson keeps things snappy, ensuring the charm of the performances carries the film. The mixture of Southern Gothic trappings and tongue-in-cheek absurdity gives it a distinct early 90s VHS personality. Auntie Lee's Meat Pies never pretends to be anything other than a playful slice of horror comedy. It delivers exactly the blend of outrageous humor and low-budget mischief that its title promises. Strangeland, 1998. Before social media, Strangeland was warning us what happens when you meet the wrong person online. Released in 1998, it was written by and starred Dee Snider of Twisted Sister fame, playing one of horror's strangest late 90s creations, Captain Howdy. The film follows a small-town detective, played by Kevin Gage, searching for his daughter after she's abducted by a sadistic man who lures victims through internet chat rooms. But Captain Howdy isn't your typical killer. He's a body modification zealot obsessed with ritual pain and enlightenment. What follows is half techno-thriller, half modern gothic freak show. Snyder took inspiration from real-life, body art culture and his fear that the internet would erase accountability. It's not subtle. The soundtrack pounds industrial metal, the visuals drip with piercing needles and suspension hooks, but it feels uniquely of its time. There's a sincerity beneath the shock, a sense that Snyder genuinely wanted to comment on the collision between new technology and old evil. Though critics didn't get it, Strangeland found its audience through late-night cable and word of mouth. It's stylish, uncomfortable, and weirdly prescient, years before the phrase online predator became common. In the end, it's less about gore and more about transformation. What happens when obsession turns physical? Strangeland may not be polished, but it's fearless, a dark relic of the early internet age that hits harder the older it gets. Android, 1982. Android is a sci-fi film directed by Aaron Lipstadt, released in 1982. The story unfolds on a remote space station, where Dr. Daniel, played by Klaus Kinski, conducts secret experiments with androids. His primary creation, Max 404, portrayed by Don Keith Opper, is a curious android yearning to explore the world and experience human emotions. The film takes a sharp turn when a group of criminals seeks refuge on the station, leading to a tense clash between the android and the intruders. As violence erupts, the themes of identity, humanity, and the ethical implications of artificial intelligence come to the forefront. Max, with his childlike innocence and developing emotions, becomes the heart of the film. His interactions with Maggie, a character played by Bree Howard, highlight the complexities of love and desire in a world where androids are designed to serve humans. The dynamic between Max and Dr. Daniel reveals the scientist's obsession and the moral dilemmas surrounding his creations. At just 80 minutes long, Android manages to explore deep philosophical questions while maintaining a sense of urgency. The film's low budget is evident in its production quality, yet it compensates with intriguing storytelling and character development. The synth-heavy score and retro-futuristic visuals capture the essence of early 80s sci-fi. Despite its mixed reviews upon release, Android has garnered a following for its unique premise and engaging performances. Klaus Kinski delivers an unsettling portrayal of the mad scientist, while Don Keith Opper's performance as Max brings depth to the android character. As you watch Android, you'll find yourself reflecting on what it means to be human and the potential consequences of our technological advancements. The film invites viewers to ponder the nature of consciousness and the fine line between creator and creation. Android is an underrated gem that continues to resonate with audiences, making it a must-see for fans of science fiction and thought-provoking cinema. Psycho, 1960. Alfred Hitchcock's Psycho isn't just a horror classic, it's one of the most important films in the history of cinema. With this single movie, Hitchcock shattered audience expectations, reinvented the thriller, and helped define modern horror as we know it. Released in 1960, it arrived at the dawn of a new decade, one that would see the genre grow darker, bolder, and more psychological. Psycho was the spark that lit that fire. The film begins deceptively as a crime story. Marion Crane, played by Janet Leigh, is a secretary who impulsively steals $40,000 and goes on the run. Exhausted, she checks into the Bates Motel, where she encounters the shy and soft-spoken proprietor, Norman Bates. Anthony Perkins' performance is unforgettable, boyish charm masking a tortured soul. What follows is a film that constantly upends expectations, most famously in the shocking shower sequence that left audiences stunned and terrified. Janet Leigh's turn as Marion was groundbreaking, not only for her intensity, but also because Hitchcock kills off his apparent star halfway through the film, a move almost unthinkable at the time. Perkins delivers a masterclass in nuance, creating a character who is both sympathetic and deeply unsettling. Vera Miles and John Gavin add grit as Marion's sister and boyfriend, desperate to uncover what happened, while Martin Balsam's detective provides one of the film's most suspenseful moments. Hitchcock's craft is at its peak here. Working with a modest budget, he used stark black-and-white cinematography, rapid editing, and Bernard Herrmann's iconic, shrieking string score to create an atmosphere of unrelenting tension. The shower scene alone, with its 70 camera setups and razor-sharp cuts, changed the language of film editing forever. Yet beyond technique, Hitchcock tapped into primal fears: guilt, voyeurism, and the terror of hidden secrets lurking beneath ordinary lives. Psycho also broke barriers in how films were released and consumed. Hitchcock insisted that theaters not allow late admissions, forcing audiences to experience the story from the beginning. This bold marketing strategy turned Psycho into an event, one that drew massive crowds and helped make it one of the most profitable films of its era. Psycho earns its place not just for its scares, but for its enduring influence. It paved the way for the slasher genre, inspired generations of filmmakers, and proved that horror could be both artistically daring and commercially successful. More than 6 decades later, the shadow of the Bates Motel still looms large. And as Norman Bates once said, "We all go a little mad sometimes." The Boneyard, 1991. The Boneyard is one of those early 90s horror oddities that feels like it was made for the VHS era, equal parts creepy, weird, and darkly funny. Directed by James Cummins and released in 1991, it starts as a grim supernatural mystery and ends as a full-on monster movie with practical effects so bizarre they're impossible to forget. The film follows Allie, a former psychic investigator played by Deborah Rose, who's pulled out of retirement by a small-town police department. They've discovered a morgue full of strange corpses, children with ancient mummified features, and they need her help to figure out what happened. But once night falls, those corpses don't stay dead for long, and what begins as an eerie procedural turns into an all-out siege inside the mortuary. What sets the Boneyard apart is its tonal shift. The first half is slow, atmospheric, and unsettling, with a serious focus on guilt and trauma. Then, suddenly, it goes completely off the rails, in the best possible way. We're talking mutant zombie children, monstrous transformations, and one of the wildest practical creature designs of the decade, including a giant demonic poodle that became a VHS legend in its own right. The movie features a surprisingly strong cast, including Phyllis Diller and Norman Fell, both of whom throw themselves into the madness without irony. The makeup and effects are top-notch for the budget, leaning into gloopy, rubbery 80s-style gore that was already going out of fashion by '91. The Boneyard is the kind of film you'd rent expecting something straight-faced, only to find yourself laughing, wincing, and rewinding scenes to make sure you actually saw what you think you did. It's grim, goofy, and completely unique, a forgotten gem that defines everything weird and wonderful about early '90s horror on VHS. The Frighteners, 1996. The Frighteners is that weird, thrilling ride. It's supernatural horror mixed with dark comedy and a hint of detective work, wrapped in Peter Jackson's flair for the strange. Frank Bannister, once an architect, is a man haunted by more than loss. After the tragic death of his wife, he gains the ability to see, hear, and communicate with ghosts. He turns this power into a side hustle, staging hauntings so people will pay him to exorcise the spirits. His ghost companions are an uneasy trio: a smooth-talking street gangster from decades past, a nerdy guy stuck in his own old era, and a gunslinger who still carries his cowboy code beyond the grave. Things shift when the hauntings go from fake to fatal. A sinister force, appearing first as an ominous number carved on foreheads, starts claiming victims, living and dead. Frank finds himself in a race to stop a genuine killer spirit that no amount of exorcism theatrics can outsmart. Along the way, he teams up with Lucy, a doctor whose skepticism cracks under supernatural pressure, and faces an FBI agent who's convinced Frank is the culprit. Visually, The Frighteners is a mashup of spectral effects, ghostly distortions, and eerie set pieces. Houses flicker with phantom laughter, wallpaper seems to pulse, and ordinary walls harbor horrors you can't unsee. The special effects blend practical makeup, CGI, and disembodied voices in ways that feel both cheerful and unsettling, a balancing act between "this is spooky" and "this is absurd." The mood is playful until it isn't, then suddenly downright creepy. At its heart, the film wrestles with guilt, grief, and what happens when you pretend to help others before you've helped yourself. Frank is haunted not just by ghosts, but by the unanswered question of what really happened the night his wife died. The film asks, what is redemption? How far will you go to absolve your own guilt? And who leads the dead to justice? The Frighteners isn't perfect. It leans into chaos, tonal shifts, and spectacle. But its odd blend of humor and horror, its inventive ghost design, and its willingness to get bizarre make it unforgettable. It's one of those movies that feels like a weird find. Entertaining, eerie, strange, and something you keep coming back to for its imperfections and its scares alike. Silver Bullet, 1985. Stephen King adapted his own novella cycle of the werewolf into this small-town creature feature where a wheelchair-bound boy becomes the only person who believes a werewolf is responsible for a series of brutal attacks. When adults dismiss his claims, he teams with his alcoholic uncle and protective sister to stop the creature before more people die. Corey Haim plays Marty Kozlaw with genuine kid energy, rather than Hollywood precociousness, making his determination feel earned rather than scripted. Gary Busey brings warmth and volatility as Uncle Red, the family outcast who's the only adult who takes Marty seriously. The sibling relationship between Marty and his sister Jane feels authentic, their rivalry giving way to partnership as the danger escalates. The werewolf design by Carlo Rambaldi is effective if somewhat bear-like, a hulking creature that moves with animal ferocity. The transformation effects are minimal. The film focuses on aftermath rather than process, but the creature's appearances deliver genuine menace. Director Daniel Atias keeps the pacing brisk and the small-town atmosphere convincing. The film captures King's ability to make ordinary communities feel lived in before introducing supernatural threat. Everett McGill's performance as the werewolf's human identity adds tragic dimension, playing a man fighting his cursed nature and losing. Silver Bullet works because it treats its young protagonist with respect. understanding that kids facing monsters require courage and resourcefulness rather than adult rescue. Its King adaptation as accessible creature feature that delivers both heart and horror. Pigs, 1973. On the edge of nowhere sits a crumbling roadside diner run by a quiet old man and his nervous young tenant. The food's cheap, the coffee's stale, and the pigs out back are always hungry. When a string of strangers starts to disappear, it becomes clear that something much darker than bad luck is feeding this farm. Also known under half a dozen titles including The Strange Exorcism of Lynn Hart and Daddy's Deadly Darling, this 1970s grindhouse oddity is a slow, sweaty descent into rural madness. Directed by Mark Lawrence, it plays like a cross between Psycho and Eaten Alive, filtered through drive-in grit and feverish paranoia. Toni Lawrence gives a raw, fragile performance as the young woman hiding from her past, while her aging caretaker shifts between fatherly warmth and something quietly monstrous. The movie moves at its own strange rhythm, somewhere between psychological breakdown and regional horror. The low-budget setting and sun-bleached cinematography give it a grim realism that only makes its surreal, dreamlike final act hit harder. Pigs is one of those films that feels discovered rather than watched. Grimy, strange, and utterly unique. It's the kind of story that smells like dust and fear, a cracked window into 1970s exploitation where morality rots faster than the bodies. Don't Go in the House, 1979. Don't Go in the House is one of the darkest and most uncomfortable American horror films to come out of the late 1970s. Released in 1979, it was part of the early wave of psycho killer movies, inspired by Psycho and the Texas Chainsaw Massacre, but it pushes even further into the disturbing psychology of isolation and abuse. The film centers on Donnie Kohler, a lonely man who grew up under the control of an abusive mother who burned him as punishment. When she dies, Donnie's mind unravels. He builds a steel-lined room in his house, soundproofed and sealed, where he begins bringing home women to reenact the trauma he can't escape. It's a setup that's both horrifying and strangely sad, the portrait of someone completely hollowed out by childhood pain. What sets Don't Go in the House apart from other late 70s exploitation films is its tone. It's quiet, bleak, and almost clinical in how it observes Donnie's breakdown. There's no joy in the violence, no release, just dread. The sterile lighting and cold industrial spaces make the entire film feel detached, like watching a nightmare from behind glass. When it hit home video, it quickly became notorious for its most graphic scene, one that got it banned or heavily cut in several countries. But even stripped of shock value, it remains deeply unsettling. Don't Go in the House is horror stripped to its bones. No glamour, no charm, just human damage laid bare. It's not a fun watch, but it's one that sticks with you, long after the credits fade. Warlock, 1989. By the late 80s, horror was crowded with masked killers and low-budget sequels. Then Warlock arrived in 1989 and did something different. It turned the genre into a supernatural chase across time. Directed by Steve Miner, who'd already cut his teeth on Friday the 13th Part 2 in House, the movie blends fantasy, horror, and dark humor into a film that plays like the Terminator with black magic. Julian Sands stars as a 17th century sorcerer condemned to death, only to escape by hurtling through a time portal into modern-day Los Angeles. His pursuer, a grim witch hunter named Red Fern, played by Richard E. Grant, follows close behind, confused by traffic lights and blenders, but dead set on stopping him. Their conflict revolves around the Grand Grimoire, a book said to contain the secret name of God, which, when spoken backward, can unmake creation itself. Sands' performance is what makes Warlock unforgettable. He gives the villain an elegance that contrasts beautifully with the absurdity of his surroundings. One moment he's slicing a weather vane in half with a spell. The next, he's flying over the desert like a demonic Peter Pan. Composer Jerry Goldsmith's score alternates between gothic menace and playful mischief, capturing that strange tone perfectly. The film was a modest success in theaters, but exploded on VHS, where its cover art, the Warlock striding through flames, promised more sorcery than most fantasy movies delivered. It spawned 2 sequels, but the original remains the real gem. An inventive, fast-paced piece of supernatural pulp that reminded horror fans there were still new kinds of monsters to chase. The Toolbox Murders, 1978. Before home renovation shows made tools seem friendly, the Toolbox Murders took everyday hardware and turned them into instruments of terror. Set in a Los Angeles apartment complex, this infamous exploitation film follows a masked killer who turns a simple toolbox into something far more sinister. But what starts as a straightforward slasher takes an unexpected turn into psychological territory that no one saw coming. Shot on a shoestring budget of just $185,000, this film became notorious enough to be banned in several countries. Veteran character actor Cameron Mitchell leads a cast that includes former child star Pamela Ferdin and Land of the Lost's Wesley Ure, bringing unexpected gravitas to what could have been just another exploitation film. What sets Toolbox apart from other slashers of its era is how it shifts gears halfway through. Director Dennis Donnelly takes what seems like a standard stalk and slash formula and veers into darker psychological territory, exploring themes of grief and madness. The film's grimy 1970s Los Angeles locations add an layer of urban decay that makes the whole thing feel uncomfortably real. While its initial release might have been overshadowed by bigger horror titles of 1978, The Toolbox Murders has developed a cult following among genre fans who appreciate its ability to balance explicit horror with psychological dread. People Toys, 1974. Sean McGregor's People Toys, also known as Devil Times 5 and The Horrible House on the Hill, is nasty exploitation about 5 children escaping from a van crash near an isolated winter retreat where wealthy adults have gathered. The children infiltrate the house, and their innocent appearance masks homicidal intent as they systematically eliminate the adults through creative violence. The child performances are genuinely unsettling, portraying damaged kids who treat violence as game. Each child has distinct personality: the nun, the brain, the soldier, and their coordinated attacks suggest pack mentality rather than individual madness. The adult cast includes Gene Evans and Sorrell Book, playing wealthy vacationers whose privilege makes them oblivious to danger until too late. The practical gore effects are impressively brutal for mid-70s exploitation, with deaths including bathtub electrocution, piranha attack, and machete violence. The children's methods are creative and cruel, using the isolated winter setting and the adults' underestimation to their advantage. The film doesn't explain the children's behavior or provide redemptive arc. They're simply predators exploiting adult assumptions about childhood innocence. The snowy mountain setting creates genuine isolation, with the retreat becoming trap, where calling for help is impossible, and escape through winter conditions is deadly. The film's pacing is deliberate, building tension as the children insinuate themselves into the household before revealing their true nature. People Toys is nasty, exploitative, and surprisingly effective at creating dread through violated expectations about children. The film traffics in transgressive content that made it controversial: kids as unredeemable killers, adults dying helplessly, but commits to its premise without apology. It represents mid-70s horror's willingness to push boundaries and explore taboo subject matter, delivering exactly what its lurid premise promises. Two Evil Eyes, 1990. Two Evil Eyes is a rare collaboration between two of horror's most distinctive voices, George A. Romero and Dario Argento. Released in 1990, the film adapts a pair of Edgar Allan Poe stories into 2 feature-length segments, each directed in the unmistakable style of its creator. It's a meeting of horror minds that feels like a cinematic handshake between American and Italian Gothic traditions. Romero's segment, The Facts in the Case of Ms. Valdemar, stars Adrienne Barbeau as a woman scheming to control her dying husband's fortune through hypnotism. Things, of course, don't go as planned, and the story spirals into a tale of greed, guilt, and reanimation. It plays like a lost episode of Tales from the Crypt, darkly funny, moralistic, and full of pulpy energy. Argento's half, The Black Cat, reimagines Poe's story through the lens of a crime thriller. Harvey Keitel stars as a crime scene photographer whose growing obsession with death and cruelty pushes him toward madness. Argento fills the frame with bold colors, stylized violence, and his trademark sense of delirium, turning the familiar story into something vivid and unsettling. While the two stories are tonally very different, that's part of the appeal. Romero delivers measured suspense and irony, while Argento goes full fever dream. Together, they show how Poe's stories can mutate through different cultures and cinematic traditions. Two Evil Eyes wasn't a major hit at release, but it became a cult favorite among VHS collectors, partly because it's one of the few times two horror legends shared billing on the same project. For fans of anthology horror or classic literature reimagined through blood and style, it's a must-see from the tail end of the genre's golden age. Bordello of Blood, 1996. Bordello of Blood takes the campy thrills of Tales from the Crypt and blows them up into a full-length vampire romp. Directed by Gilbert Adler, the film embraces over-the-top gore, raunchy humor, and the kind of tongue-in-cheek storytelling that defined the cult series. It's not trying to scare so much as entertain with a wild mix of horror and comedy. The setup is simple, but outrageous. Televangelist Reverend J.C. Current, played by Chris Sarandon, discovers a hidden brothel run by vampires. To keep his public image clean, he hires a cynical private investigator named Rafe Gutman, brought to life with Dennis Miller's dry, sarcastic wit, to look into the mysterious disappearances tied to the place. What follows is a blood-soaked, neon-lit adventure where strippers and vampires blur together, and every encounter promises either a laugh, a shock, or both. At the center of the carnage is Lilith, the seductive vampire queen resurrected to lead the brothel. With her charm and brutality, she embodies the film's mix of sex and death, playing directly into the lurid tone that Tales from the Crypt was famous for. The makeup and practical effects go big here, with exploding bodies, fountains of blood, and inventive kills that lean more toward spectacle than subtlety. What really sets Bordello of Blood apart is its sense of self-awareness. It knows it's schlocky, it knows it's outrageous, and it leans into that identity. The humor is sharp and juvenile in equal measure, but combined with the gore and the Gothic meets nightclub aesthetic, it creates an experience that feels like a late-night rental come to life. Though it was never a critical darling, the film has found a cult following for its campy energy and willingness to go all in on excess. Bordello of Blood isn't polished horror. It's a B-movie with attitude, the kind of tape you'd sneak into the VCR with friends just to see how far it would push the limits. It's messy, it's gory, and it's a blast. Faust, 1994. Jan Schwankmajer, the Czech surrealist behind some of the most unsettling stop-motion ever committed to film, turned his attention to the classic Faustian legend, and the result is a nightmarish descent into temptation, puppetry, and existential dread. A man wanders into a mysterious theater and finds himself drawn into a performance of the Faust story, only to realize the boundaries between actor and character have completely dissolved. Schwankmajer blends live action with his signature stop-motion animation, creating a world where clay figures crumble and reform, marionettes jerk to life with disturbing autonomy, and the line between reality and ritual becomes dangerously thin. The film moves through the familiar beats of the Faust tale, the pact, the seduction, the inevitable damnation, but Schwankmajer strips away any romanticism, leaving only raw, tactile unease. Petr Čepek plays the unwitting protagonist, with a mix of curiosity and mounting dread, navigating a labyrinth of crumbling Prague interiors and grotesque animated sequences. The puppets themselves feel more alive than they should, their wooden faces frozen in expressions that range from ecstasy to horror. There's no musical score to guide your emotions, just the unsettling sound design of creaking wood, scraping clay, and whispered Latin incantations. Schwankmajer treats the Faust legend not as a cautionary tale, but as an inevitable trap, one that anyone could stumble into if they follow the wrong invitation down the wrong alley. It's a film that feels like a fever dream excavated from some forgotten corner of European cinema, where art, horror, and philosophy collide in the most disorienting way possible. Don't Deliver Us from Evil, 1971. Joel Seria's Don't Deliver Us from Evil is French Catholic transgression taken to extremes. Two teenage girls at a strict religious boarding school form an intense friendship built on shared contempt for authority and fascination with the forbidden. They begin a private pact dedicated to evil, starting with minor cruelties and escalating to arson, seduction, and ultimately acts that push well beyond youthful rebellion into genuine horror. Jean Goupil and Catherine Wagoner play the girls with unsettling conviction, portraying privileged teenagers whose boredom and budding awareness curdles into something genuinely disturbing. They're not possessed or corrupted by external forces. Their descent into cruelty is purely self-directed exploration of transgression. The film treats their actions with documentary-like detachment, refusing to sensationalize or condemn, which makes everything more uncomfortable. Seria shoots the French countryside with beautiful cinematography that contrasts sharply with the girls' increasingly dark actions. The Catholic imagery, churches, rituals, religious instruction becomes the target of their games. They seduce men, commit crimes, and perform mock satanic rituals, treating evil as aesthetic choice and philosophical stance rather than supernatural corruption. The film caused scandal on release, banned in France and condemned by the Catholic Church for its provocative treatment of sexuality and religious transgression. Seria based the script loosely on the Parker Hume murder case, exploring how folie à deux can transform privileged boredom into genuine monstrosity. The climax delivers shocking acts that feel inevitable given the escalation. Don't Deliver Us from Evil remains confrontational and disturbing, a film about adolescent transgression that refuses to provide easy moral frameworks or comeuppance. It's French cinema at its most provocative, using horror elements to explore uncomfortable truths about rebellion, faith, and cruelty. The Premonition, 1976. A young girl is abducted by her mentally unstable birth mother and a psychic clown, triggering a desperate search by her adoptive parents. As the investigation unfolds, the adoptive mother begins experiencing terrifying psychic visions that may be the only way to find her daughter before it's too late, but the visions themselves threaten her sanity. Directed by Robert Alan Schnitzer, The Premonition is regional horror cinema at its most ambitious, a film that tackles psychic terror, parental anxiety, and carnival grotesquerie with genuine emotional investment, despite obvious budget constraints. Shot in Mississippi with largely local talent, the film has a raw, unpolished quality that actually enhances its unsettling atmosphere. Sharon Farrell plays the adoptive mother with escalating desperation, selling the psychic visions with committed intensity. The sequences where she experiences flashes of her daughter's location are genuinely disorienting, using optical effects and sound design to create a sense of consciousness fragmenting under stress. Richard Lynch, always reliable as an unsettling presence, appears in a supporting role that adds menace to the proceedings. The film's most distinctive element is its villain, a mime-slash-clown character whose silence and white-face paint make him genuinely eerie rather than campy. The carnival setting provides appropriately liminal spaces for horror. Empty fairgrounds, abandoned rides, and spaces designed for joy turned threatening. Schnitzer wrings atmosphere from these locations, understanding that familiar spaces made wrong are inherently frightening. The Premonition never quite reaches the heights it's reaching for, but there's real ambition and heart in the attempt. It's the kind of regional independent horror that proves passion can compensate for limited resources, delivering genuine chills despite its rough edges. I, Madman, 1989. Virginia, a young bookstore clerk with a passion for pulp horror novels, discovers a chilling new favorite, a rare book about a deranged, disfigured killer obsessed with a woman who doesn't love him. But as she turns the pages, the line between fiction and reality blurs. Soon, the novel's villain steps out of the story and into her life, leaving behind a trail of murders that echo the book's gruesome plot. Directed by Tibor Takacs, best known for The Gate, I, Madman is a clever blend of slasher and supernatural horror with a metafictional twist. Jenny Wright stars as Virginia, giving the character both vulnerability and strength as she battles a killer pulled straight from the pages. Clayton Rohner plays her skeptical boyfriend, while Randall William Cook, also part of the film's effects team, portrays the monstrous stalker with unnerving presence. The film thrives on atmosphere. Dimly lit apartments, cluttered bookstores, and shadowy streets that echo with menace. The murders are staged with a mix of gothic flair and inventive gore, while the killer's grotesque, self-mutilated appearance adds a memorable layer of unease. What sets I Madman apart is its concept, horror that literally comes alive through storytelling. It plays with themes of obsession, imagination, and the dangers of escapism, all while delivering satisfying genre thrills. Though it never reached mainstream recognition, I Madman has become a cult favorite for horror fans who love clever spins on familiar tropes. It's both a love letter to Pulp Fiction and a chilling reminder that sometimes the scariest stories are the ones that refuse to stay on the page. The Gate, 1987. For a generation of horror fans, The Gate was that movie you accidentally saw too young and never forgot. Released in 1987, it came from director Tibor Takacs, who somehow turned a kids in peril story into one of the most imaginative supernatural horrors of the decade. Stephen Dorff, barely in his teens, plays Glenn, a suburban kid who discovers a geode in his backyard after a lightning storm. When he and his best friend crack it open and play a heavy metal record backward, as you did in the 80s, they unknowingly recite an incantation that opens a literal portal to hell. What crawls out isn't one monster, but an army of tiny clay-animated demons that overrun the house, tearing reality apart, one hallucination at a time. The film's effects team relied entirely on practical tricks. The minions were full-sized actors in suits, filmed on miniature sets with forced perspective, the kind of low-budget genius that defined the VHS era. There's stop-motion, matte work, and optical effects that feel tactile even today. Takacs balances childhood adventure and pure nightmare. It's got echoes of Poltergeist and Gremlins, but it feels smaller, more dangerous, like something you weren't supposed to rent. When it hit video, it became a rite of passage, the perfect sleepover horror film. You'd put it on expecting silly demons and end up hiding behind a pillow. A sequel, The Gate 2, Trespassers, arrived a few years later but never recaptured the same lightning. The original remains one of the most creative kids versus the supernatural movies of its era. Imaginative, eerie, and somehow still charming, even as it conjures up the apocalypse. Audition, 1999. Takashi Miike's Audition begins as a quiet drama and ends as one of the most shocking and disturbing horror films of the decade. At first, it plays like a melancholy love story. A widower, encouraged by his son, agrees to stage a fake film audition to meet potential new partners. Among the women who appear, he becomes captivated by Asami, a soft-spoken, seemingly fragile young woman who embodies grace and mystery. For much of the film, Miike leans into restraint. The pacing is slow, almost meditative, as the widower grows closer to Asami. But subtle cracks begin to show. Unanswered phone calls, disturbing hints about her past, and a sense of unease that builds like a quiet hum beneath the surface. When the truth finally emerges, the shift is shocking. The film descends into one of the most infamous third acts in horror history. Eiji Shina's performance as Asami is unforgettable. She moves from delicate vulnerability to terrifying intensity with unnerving precision, embodying both the allure and the danger of obsession. Ryo Ishibashi, as the widower, captures the tragic blindness of a man who mistakes Asami's mystery for innocence, ignoring the warning signs until it is far too late. The infamous torture sequence is as much psychological as it is physical. Miike doesn't revel in gore for its own sake. Instead, he uses silence, sound, and suggestion to make every moment excruciating. The repeated whispers of deeper, deeper paired with the image of needles and wire have etched themselves into horror history, cementing Audition as a film that's impossible to forget. What makes Audition so effective is its balance of tone. It lulls the audience into a false sense of security before ripping the floor out from beneath them, exposing the darker currents of desire, control, and revenge. It's not just a horror film, it's a trap, and once you've entered, there's no escape. Shadow Zone, 1990. J.S. Cardone's directorial debut turns the underground lab thriller into something genuinely unnerving. It's not gore or jump scares that unsettle, but the slow-building dread that something fundamentally wrong has been invited into our world. Imagine the thing filtered through sleep study paranoia, flickering fluorescence, echoing concrete, claustrophobia at every corner. A NASA-funded team is conducting dream research in a decommissioned missile silo when their experiments tear a hole into another dimension. What comes through isn't just hostile. It's adaptive, learning, and wearing bodies as if trying on clothes. Investigators arrive to find one scientist dead, the rest traumatized, and the entity still loose in the labyrinthine corridors beneath the Earth. Cardone, who would later write The Forsaken and episodes of The Outer Limits, already demonstrates a knack for atmosphere on a shoestring budget. Creature effects are practical and suggestive, keeping horror at the edges of perception. The cast, led by Louise Fletcher with her Ice Queen intensity, plays it straight enough to make the increasingly bizarre science feel credible. Shadow Zone vanished almost immediately into the video store ecosystem, eclipsed by bigger-budget body horror. Yet it possesses that early 90s alchemy, inventive ideas, competent craft, and a willingness to get truly strange when the story demands it. Sole Survivor, 1984. Denise Watson escapes death when a plane crash leaves her as the only survivor, but survival comes at a price. Haunted by visions and stalked by silent figures, she begins to realize that fate itself has been cheated. And it will not be denied. One by one, accidents and encounters close in, as if the world around her is conspiring to finish what the crash started. Directed by Tom Eberhardt, later known for Night of the Comet, the film takes a restrained approach, trading gore for a creeping sense of inevitability. Anita Skinner carries the story with a raw, vulnerable performance, supported by Karen Larkey and Kurt Johnson as those caught in the pull of her unraveling life. The imagery is stark and unnerving. Strangers watching from a distance, long stretches of silence broken by sudden violence, and moments where Denise's fragile grasp on safety seems to shatter without warning. What makes Soul Survivor stand out is its unsettling theme, that death is not something you can outrun. Long before later films would explore similar ideas, it crafted a story about inevitability, memory, and dread. Quiet, eerie, and haunting, Soul Survivor lingers because it suggests that survival itself can be the cruelest fate of all. Kwaidan, 1964. Few horror films look or feel like Masaki Kobayashi's Kwaidan. Running over 3 hours, it adapts 4 traditional Japanese ghost stories into a single anthology, each with its own tone, but tied together by breathtaking visuals. Instead of natural settings, Kobayashi built elaborate soundstage environments, painting skies, forests, and oceans by hand. The result isn't just a film, it's a moving piece of art, where every frame looks like it belongs in a museum. The stories themselves range from eerie whispers to outright tragedy. In The Woman of the Snow, a man spared by a ghostly spirit lives in fear of her return, his fate sealed by a single, broken promise. Hoichi the Earless tells of a blind musician haunted by samurai ghosts, leading to one of the most unsettling ritual sequences ever filmed. Even the quieter tales like Black Hair or In a Cup of Tea leave behind images that burrow into memory long after the credits roll. What separates Kwaidan from other anthology horror films is its style. Bold use of color, surreal backdrops, and Toru Takemitsu's experimental sound design create a dreamlike atmosphere that pulls viewers into a world halfway between nightmare and folklore. There are no cheap shocks here. The horror builds through silence, through suggestion, through the sense that these stories are being whispered across centuries. Though lengthy and demanding, Kwaidan has endured as a masterpiece of world cinema. It represents the idea that horror doesn't need to rush or rely on violence to make an impact. Sometimes the most terrifying thing is a story told slowly, beautifully, and with images you can never quite forget. He Knows You're Alone, 1980. When the slasher wave first took off after Halloween, countless filmmakers rushed to put their own spin on the formula. Among the earliest was He Knows You're Alone, a film that found its audience on late-night TV and in the video store aisles thanks to its eerie premise, a killer stalking brides-to-be on the eve of their weddings. The story follows a young woman whose upcoming marriage is overshadowed by the feeling she's constantly being watched. Soon, the quiet suburban streets and bridal shops become hunting grounds for a faceless menace. The idea of tying matrimony to mortality gave the film a unique hook that stood out from other slashers, flooding the market at the time. Caitlin O'Heaney carries the lead role with vulnerability, but the film is most often remembered today for one reason. It marked the screen debut of Tom Hanks, who shows up in a small role and steals his brief scenes with the charm that would later make him a household name. Though not as polished or influential as Halloween or Friday the 13th, He Knows You're Alone carved out its place in horror history as one of the first imitators to make it to theaters, and later, the rental shelves. For fans of the era, it's a time capsule of that moment when slashers were brand new, raw, and finding their voice. Nightmares, 1983. Horror comes in four flavors in Nightmares, an anthology that turns urban legends and modern fears into tales of terror. The first story, Terror in Topanga, follows a woman making a late-night drive while a killer lurks on the loose. The Bishop of Battle stars Emilio Estevez as a video game prodigy whose obsession draws him into a deadly digital showdown. In The Benediction, Lance Henriksen plays a priest battling both his shaken faith and a demonic black truck that stalks him across the desert. And finally, Night of the Rat pits a suburban family against a monstrous rodent haunting their home. Directed by Joseph Sargent, the film's strength lies in its variety and cast. Alongside Estevez and Henriksen, you'll see Christina Rains, Richard Masur, and Veronica Cartwright, each bringing weight to their respective segments. Every story has a distinct flavor, from suspenseful stalker tale to neon-soaked tech nightmare to spiritual warfare on the open road, and finally a straight-up creature feature. The production values are surprisingly high for an anthology, with strong cinematography and practical effects that make each segment stand out. The video game story in particular has become a cult favorite, both for its arcade aesthetic and for predicting the darker side of virtual reality long before it became mainstream. Though uneven, Nightmares thrived on VHS by offering 4 different scares in one package, making it a popular rental for horror fans looking for variety. Today, it's remembered as a time capsule of early 80s experimentation, mixing urban myths, moral dilemmas, and creature thrills into a single cult film. Deathline, 1972. London Underground workers discover evidence of missing persons in abandoned tunnel sections, leading to the horrifying truth. A descendant of Victorian railway workers trapped in a 19th century cave-in has survived in the tunnels for generations, now a deformed cannibal hunting modern commuters for food and companionship. Gary Sherman's British horror operates as both creature feature and surprisingly empathetic tragedy. Donald Pleasance plays the detective investigating disappearances with working-class weariness, his performance grounded even as evidence points toward impossible explanations. David Ladd and Sharon Gurney portray the young couple who stumble into the creature's lair. Hugh Armstrong delivers remarkable performance as the tunnel dweller, playing him not as simple monster, but as damaged, lonely being, trying to survive using the only methods he knows. His attempts at speech, garbled, broken English mixed with animalistic sounds, make him pitiable despite his violence. Sherman shoots the London Underground with claustrophobic intensity, the tunnels becoming maze where civilization's veneer is stripped away. The practical makeup effects for the creature emphasize his humanity beneath deformity, rather than making him purely monstrous. The diseased, decaying woman he keeps as companion is disturbing precisely because it reveals his desperate need for connection. The film's most famous line, the creature's garbled "mind the doors," becomes tragic mimicry of railway announcements he's heard for decades. Deathline balances horror with unexpected compassion, understanding that monsters are often made by circumstance rather than born evil. The Creeping Flesh, 1973. In Victorian England, a scientist returns from an expedition with something that should have stayed buried, a massive, ancient skeleton unlike anything found before. When its bones are exposed to water, the impossible happens. New flesh begins to form. As his obsession grows, so does the horror, blurring the line between discovery and damnation. The Creeping Flesh brings together two titans of British horror, Peter Cushing and Christopher Lee, in one of their most atmospheric collaborations. Directed by Freddie Francis, the film feels steeped in madness and melancholy, mixing gothic imagery with early hints of body horror. Cushing's performance is heartbreaking as a man consumed by guilt and ambition, while Lee's cold precision adds gravity to the story's moral descent. The film's title might sound like drive-in pulp, but the execution is pure gothic tragedy. The laboratory scenes glow with eerie color, the fog-choked streets hum with dread, and the slow reanimation of the creature feels as much psychological as supernatural. It's horror built on ideas, of science gone too far, of men trying to play God, and of the sins that can't be contained once they're unearthed. By the time it ends, The Creeping Flesh feels less like a monster movie and more like a nightmare about curiosity itself. Haunting, intelligent, and quietly devastating.